It's a good time to think about the meaning of life. For some, it may be love when there is a person who shares important moments with you and accepts the true you. Some believe that the meaning of life is success. Deals with business partners that bring material wealth and a lot of connections make you realize your importance in this life. Or if happiness comes to mind. For some, maternal happiness is considered the meaning of life because nothing else brings such emotions as a child. The protagonist has grown up and has already set a life goal for himself. He can be congratulated because he is now considered not hopeless. But for those who are poor, the purpose of life is to escape from this poverty. From an early age, the protagonist is taught to work. He has to sew clothes instead of spending time with his peers and toys. At an older age, take any job that allows you to earn a penny. At one time, it was a part-time gas station attendant. Time went by, and the main character grew up, and the grandmother became older and was no longer able to take care of herself. At a certain age, a guy decides he has to get out of poverty no matter what the cost. Before the protagonist opens a world full of possibilities and lack of boundaries, the guy stares at a huge screen with an advertisement of full virtual reality. This is the game Royal Road, about the path of becoming an emperor. The guy realizes that the release of the greatest game in history is approaching, but concludes that the game will not help him make money. 11. The protagonist looks dejectedly at the remaining money and heads home. The boy goes inside and gives notice of his arrival. Turning to the grandmother, he asks how she is feeling. The grandmother rises and coughs to greet her grandson, whom she calls by the name of Hen. Hen sits down next to her and asks his grandmother not to bother reminding her that back pain should not be provoked. The grandmother leans against the back of the closet and tries to hide her pain. She asks how it went because she is worried about her grandson's future. Hen raises his hand with the ID card in it and happily declares that he has received the coveted registration. The grandmother asks how useful the card is, and Hen says he can work in a cafe or other similar place with it. Hen thinks that since he is of age, he will be able to find a well-paid job. Looking around, Hen remembers Hyan and asks where she has gone. Grandma lowers her head and tells him that Hyan left and has not returned yet. Grandma is worried that she is out with those hooligans again. Hen gets up and pulls his backpack behind him. Hen asks his grandmother not to worry, thinking that nothing is likely to happen. Grandma reminds him that Hen is Hyan's only brother, and brothers are supposed to protect their little sisters. Hen is about to leave for his room and reassures his grandmother that he understands. Hen goes into his room and walks over to his computer, turning on the system. Quickly sitting down at the table, Hen decides to play a little game while making a plan for tomorrow. He thinks he needs to find a job and prepare for it thoroughly. Hen consoles himself by saying that he hasn't played in a long time, but he used to hang out all day long. He thinks it was a nice 200 hours without sleep. Hen wonders about the value of his account because he thinks that it will be impossible to combine gaming and work. The protagonist puts the account of the game Land of Magic at the auction, and the real excitement around the character begins. From the fact that the level is raised to the maximum, participants wonder how such a character even managed to get to the auction. The kids get together and marvel at the full set of red dragon armor and maximum stats. The kids emotionally comment on the rares and Hen, who is crazy to sell it. The man is displeased with the children's outcry and asks them to be quiet. At this time, the game developers are working in the office. But one employee notices the action at the auction. Looking carefully at the screen, the employee wonders what is going on. Hen put up a character, adding to the comments the information that there is no more time to play. A co-worker calls the chief to look at the best character in the game. The chief promptly approaches the employee and assumes that the character in question is a character named Weed. The employee reminds him that this is the strongest character in Land of Magic. Chief has his hand on his chin and decides they will buy this character. Chief says to bid 20 times as much and keep increasing. Chief thinks they need to shake up the event to make the perfect commercial. A staff member needs to send this information to all top-class players. If it becomes a battle of honor between the rich, the account will already go millions. Finally, VIP players who have at least 2 tasks began to receive notifications. An older man sitting in a meeting heard the sounds of a notification. After reading what the continent of magic was writing, which was confidential, the man smirked rather smugly, deciding to join and place his bet. Among the VIP players were even young guys who decide to get all the pleasures of life in all areas. The stakes skyrocket upwards, and the true struggle for the best character begins. A serious businessman scrutinizes the character information and confidently comments that only he will get the character. It was morning, and Hen was awakened by the incessant buzzing of the phone. Hen reaches for the phone and wonders who needs what. Hyun takes a seat and answers the call with his eyes closed. On the other end of the line, a CTS media company secretary named Yoon Nahi is connected. Yoon Nahi says that the final price has been transferred to the account and they need to verify the transaction. Hen woke up and remembered his character that was auctioned off last night. Hyun hopes he sold it for at least 300 won. Hyun asks Yoon Nahi's secretary how much he got for the character. Yoon Nahi replies that 3,091,000,000 has been transferred. Hyun turns off the phone and puts his hand on his knee, thinking that such jokes are not acceptable. Hyun quickly turns on his computer and wonders who has nothing better to do than to make jokes like that. Hen stares at the withdrawal amount. His hands are trembling and sweat runs down his body from excitement. Hen can't believe it's real. His pupils are maximally dilated with bewilderment. Keeping his eyes on the screen, Hen asks himself if all this is really happening. The protagonist wonders how much money 3+ billion won is in general. With that kind of money, you can assume about the possibility of changing your life. Thinking back to his childhood, Hen realizes that with that kind of money, there would be no leaks in the roof of the house and no rust in the plumbing. When Hen had too much stuff and his legs got tired with that kind of money, you could just take the bus or ride a speed bike. There were times when little Hen wanted to eat delicious wings but could only dream of it. After all, when other people were eating at restaurants with that kind of money, and Hen could buy himself a super big portion of jjajangmyeon and tansuyuk. But above all, Hen would not have to feel worthless when others mocked poverty. The first thing Hen did was to bring his grandmother to an expensive clinic. Grandma is worried that such treatment may be unaffordable. Hen replies that everything is fine now. Hyun smiles and reassures his grandmother that now they can pay for water and electricity like everyone else. Hyun pulls out the card and says that they will have a happy life now that they have 3 billion won on the card. Grandma smiles and confirms grandson Hen's words and adds that they should definitely be happy. Hen closes his eyes and smiles back, hoping life will take on new colors. While Hen was chatting sweetly with his grandmother, a man enters the room and snidely exclaims that the situation is so touching that it brings tears to his eyes. Hen is wary and turns back, and his grandmother asks who is there. A man with glasses stands in the doorway, followed by several guards. The unknown man speaks to Lee Hyun and asks her if everything is all good now. Hen swiftly rises to his feet and threateningly addresses the man as you. Obviously, Hen knows who he's going to have an unpleasant conversation with. The man with glasses replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and Hen must remember who he's talking to. The guards continue to stand in the doorway and the nurse tries to pass through, saying that such actions are not allowed here. Hen peers into the insolent face of the detractor, realizing it's the same nasty guys. Diving into memories, Hen finds himself in a childhood where his grandmother hides high and behind her. A company of malcontents claim that their family should work day and night to pay off the debt instead of slacking off. Hen thinks that in this world, poverty is not a crime, but having debts is. In that unpleasant situation, he had to run away from an annoying company. They tried to catch him, but it didn't work. The guy with glasses even came to the school to scare the teacher. The teacher kneels down and pitifully asks him to pay his debts and feels sorry for his innocent teacher. Hen stands his ground and decides that friends and help don't exist for the criminal. Lee Hyun angrily asks the guy why he came and what he needs. The man adjusts his glasses and looks at Hen with a sidelong glance. He tells the fool the reason is clear, because it's time to pay back the money Hen's father borrowed. He asks snidely if he can repay the debt right now. Hen replies that it's time to end this once and for all. Hen asks how much he needs, hoping that the amount will be within reason. The man starts laughing, saying that Hyun is being rude but decides not to make things worse. The man says he's willing to accept 3 billion won. Hyun is furious and says it's nonsense because his father definitely didn't borrow more than 100 million won. But the man came up with a great excuse explaining that it's been almost 8 years since the interest accrued on that amount of money. Hen pulls out his phone and demands no joking around before it gets to the cops. The man laughs at Hen's threat and replies that he can start calling right away. He asks if Hen really thinks the police will listen and look into the situation. Hen is silent because he realizes that it's really hard to get a handle on people like that. A drop of sweat drips down his face as he tries to think of the right thing to do in such a situation. At this point, a man in a suit sitting on the couch demanded silence. The man addresses the red-suited ward and states that he needs to explain the situation and not just waste time. The man in glasses and a red suit bows and apologizes for his wrong actions. A sheet of paper appears in front of Hen's face. Hen looks at it carefully to see if the statements of these unpleasant people are true. The man in glasses shows a table and explains that the rate is 50% per annum plus a commission, and if you add it all up, the debt easily exceeds 3 billion. Hen grabs the data sheet and wonders if he can avoid this debt by renouncing his inheritance. The man doesn't hesitate and asks to pay the 3 billion that Hen has now, for sure. The protagonist asks what will happen if there is no desire to pay off his father's debt. The man replies that it doesn't matter because if they don't want to pay today, then they will come tomorrow. But of course, the interest will increase a little. At that moment, a man comes as close as possible and asks about his little sister, reminding Hen that their company are not law-abiding citizens. Hen gets extremely angry. At the same time, Hyen rushes towards brother Hen and grandma, urging them to pay attention to her. Apparently, Hyen doesn't realize what is happening, and her facial expression identifies fear and excitement. Hen hears his younger sister Hyen's voice and turns back. Hen is worried about his sister and wants to keep her safe from anything that could cause harm. Hyen quickly runs up to her grandmother's room and stops among several guards. Tensely looking at the man in front of her, Hyen realizes who has come to visit their family. The man leans closer to Hyen and smirks, saying that little Hyen has gotten very pretty since their last meeting. Finally, the man emphasizes that Hyen would make a fine commodity for someone. Hen stands behind him and puts his hands together in a fist. Hen realizes that for the sake of his sister's safety, he will have to pay off the debt with all the commissions and says he will give the money, but if they ever touch the family again, there will be no mercy. The man grabs Hyen and replies that such a conversation is taking place. He waits for Hen to hand over the money card in exchange for Hyen. Hyen stands still and looks at Hen excitedly, waiting for this to be over. Hen's body trembles with tension. He is worried and covered with drops of sweat because this outcome of events fundamentally ruins all plans for the future life. The man gives the change and the receipt for the deal that was outlawed, but made Hen a free man. Hen is amazed that they even know how much was earned, because he didn't expect to get change of 90 million. The whole situation makes Hen tense, and his dreams of a happy life are shattered by his father's debt. The man with glasses realizes that Hen is surprised by the known information and the amount of payment for the character, and explains that the era of accessibility of any information has arrived and there is no such thing as a secret anymore. The man stands in front of the boss and bends down as a sign of respect, saying that the job has been done successfully. There are several guards standing nearby who control the whole process in order to fulfill any physical pressure in case of anything. At that moment, Hen walks toward the man in the red suit and asks him to stop to listen to important information. The man turns around and, with a smirk on his face, asks what the conversation is about, addressing Hen as if he were a valued former customer. Hen claims that there will come a time when he will repay his debt to the end. The whole situation has led Hen to the realization that everyone must be responsible for their actions, and this is just the beginning of a life where Hen will seek justice. Hyen stands behind his grandmother and holds her shoulder. The grandmother and Hyen look at Hen carefully, regretting that such things are happening, but hoping that he will be able to cope with it all and really be able to get the debt collectors to pay for all their unpleasant visits and threats. Hen looks confidently into the man's face and says that now that the full amount has been paid, it will be paid in full for all the trouble the debt collectors have caused the family. Hen says that they can be sure of these intentions. The man with glasses didn't expect such loud words from a child. He calls Hen unpleasant words and warns him not to think that he can go against them just because he paid a debt. The boss gets up and heads for the exit, telling his boss that there is no need for unnecessary trouble and that the conversation should not be continued. The man in glasses resists the boss's decision, to which he hears a demand not to have a showdown in the hospital. The boss himself comes up to Hen and says that this is a bold statement for a boy like him. Hen looks confident and serious against the debt collectors, who have brought many tense moments into his life. The boss says his name is Jinsop Kang from Myeongdong. Jinsop offers to make a bet. A man with glasses stands behind him and looks at Jung, who is puzzled after the betting offer. At that moment, Jinsop's hand comes close to Hen's face, who stands puzzled and turns his head back. Jinsop says that naive, youthful aspirations can't rule the world as a young boy like Hyun thinks. Hyun is tense and hears the terms of the bet to himself. Jinsop says that since Hyun's problems today weren't enough, he can make 3 billion won in 5 years. If Hyun can make that much money in 5 years, Jinsop will recognize him as his boss. Jinsop looks at Hen with confidence in his victory and emphasizes that Hen will need to work hard. Hen continues to stare at his boss and mentally repeats the terms of the bet. Hyen stands puzzled and turns to his older brother Hen to understand his thoughts on the matter. Unceasingly, Hen wonders if he can earn that amount of money again. Hen faithfully uses his remaining 90 million and buys a new apartment for his family. Hen opens the door and turns around to see the stunned looks of his sister, Hyen, and grandmother. Hen started working on himself. It started with a 5 a.m. jog. Hen repeats to himself that if he can make money once, he can make it again. After the 8 a.m. run, there was breakfast and a book. Hen is thoroughly engaged in self-development to achieve his goal and close the bet with his success. Hen believes that without training in all areas, you can't achieve anything. For this reason, he has added to his life not only jogging, but also fencing, which is a great way to develop his brain and physical skills. Training is not only solo, but also with opponents to develop skills much more intensified. At 12:37, Hen goes to the bars and tourniquets to make his body look powerful, and people look at him as a goal-oriented person. Without training, you can't take advantage of an opportunity, so Hen continues to develop his martial arts skills. This list includes karate and a lot of other training. Hen is tired, covered in sweat, and extremely fatigued, but does not intend to give up. Continuous training changes Hen's mind. He finds a way to make a lot of money. Hen knows that people think of gambling as just fun, but that's a misconception. Since that day of betting, Hen has dedicated an entire year of his life to the future game. Hen continues to run at 5 in the morning, even in the cold and snow. He believes he has done his best to prepare for the game in the real world. Hen thinks that tomorrow is the beginning of a new phase. At that moment, Hen notices a car speeding towards him. The driver of the car did not see the pedestrian in the snowfall, and as soon as the headlights hit Hen's image, the driver turned away. But a lot of martial arts skills make themselves known, and Hen instantly performs a somersault in the air, which makes it possible not to get under the wheels of the car. A driver crashes into a pole to save a pedestrian and screams that his brand new car has been damaged. Hen successfully lands on his feet and realizes that he is fully prepared to make money through the game, but the situation was very dangerous. Hen turns back and realizes that it was dangerous, but now is not the time to go to the hospital for compensation from the grief counselor. Hen is amazed that someone would think of driving at such a speed on such a snowy road. The next morning, a capsule is brought to Hen. 2 craftsmen work on the launch, and Hen is nearby waiting for the work to be completed. The wizard informs Hen that the installation is complete and everything is working properly. The connection to the server is also established, and Hen can use the capsule at any time. Before leaving, the foreman informs that all possible dangers are written in the manual and asks Hen to read about them. Finally, Hen sees the foreman off and thanks him for his work. Hen places his hand on the instruction book and smirks, realizing that a start has been made. This capsule is needed to connect to King's Road, the world's #1 virtual reality game. This thing costs 10 million won. Yun realizes that everything is going according to plan. With the realization that it's time to begin, Hen sits inside the capsule and sees a notification on the screen that all checks have been completed and the connection to the server is complete. Hen picks up the helmet and wonders if he has to wear the helmet to turn it on. As soon as the helmet is put on, the display greets Hen and offers to connect to the King's Road. Hen is delighted that everything is working out and exclaims that the journey has begun. Instantly, the capsule sends Hen into a virtual world where he will have to complete many tasks to start earning money. At this point, virtual reality opens up a new world for Hen. He looks about the same as he does in reality. The player is loading, and in some places, vague parts of his body are still visible. Hen appeared on the outskirts of the city. In the distance, mountains can be seen. Many people walk along the stone road along the houses. Hen looks around and assumes that this is where the beginning will be made. While Hen is in the capsule, a retina and vein pattern scan is performed to identify the unregistered player. The display asks if he would like to create a new account, to which Hen responds positively. Hen gives his player the name Vied. In determining his appearance, Hen chooses to be himself. In deciding where to start the game, Hen chooses the Sarahberg Fortress of the Kingdom of Rosenheim. Finally, the connection begins. Hen starts playing near the market. The voices of buyers and sellers are heard. The seller says that he can't lower the price any further, to which he hears the reply that it wouldn't hurt to lower it a little more. Hen walks by and notices a peculiar gambler. A girl with elf ears says she's got a new assignment, and someone asks her how much a sword like that costs. In the distance, you can see a man who is clearly not comfortable being here. He says he's selling a magic stone from the Melbourne dungeon. Hen is happy to have successfully entered the server, and the virtual reality world becomes a real job. Now he will be called Veed instead of Hen. The first thing Weed decides to do is to test his body's abilities. To do so, he quickly starts stretching in the middle of the market where there are many players. Veed reproduces some of the techniques with his arms and legs. This makes you realize that the body is really the same as it is in reality. Players passing by wonder what Weed is doing. Someone shares the opinion that it's the first time Weed is in virtual reality because his clothes give it away. In response, someone says that everyone does it when they first enter the game and it's cool. Veed feels uncomfortable being told that he's old-fashioned, so he decides to get out of there as soon as possible. The first thing he does is to go to the training room. According to the beginner's guide, you should increase your stats before starting a mission. If you increase stats in the beginning, it will pay off later, as the characteristics obtained for levels will add up with those obtained for training. Before Wade made his way into the training room, several players are seen discussing the option of going on a mission because this room doesn't seem like the right place. Veed stops and looks around at the players. The players come closer, and one of them exclaims that by the look of Veed, you can tell that he's just a newbie who read the guide and came here. The second player, in the form of a girl in a scarf, says that you shouldn't go there because it's a waste of time. Veed is puzzled and decides to ask what this is all about. The third player says that he will explain everything and introduces himself as Pluto, who came here for a short while he was on a mission. Veed responds positively to the offer to explain everything about the hall. Pluto says that a lot of people say that increasing stats in the beginning will help a lot at later levels. This is because it gets harder to level up, so a lot of people come here following the beginner's guide. Veed looks up, surprised that the player is telling such obvious things. Pluto turns his head and clarifies that there is a big problem. That problem is that all players are forced to do something that a normal person couldn't do, namely beating a scarecrow for 10 hours to increase strength by 1 point. The girl in the headscarf asks who would even do it. Another player folds his arms across his chest and replies that people shouldn't be doing this. Veed asks where such a statement comes from. Pluto asks where Weed is going with this. Veed shares that it's easy to say you can do it, but the reality is more complicated. People think of it as a workout to get healthier, but eventually give up. Veed changes his posture to a more confident one and proposes a wager. Veed wants to show that beating a scarecrow continuously for 10 hours is not as difficult a task as the players think. The girl sighs and waves her hands, commenting on Veed's behavior that he takes everything too personally. Another player says that it's impossible to beat a scarecrow for 10 hours straight. Veed smirks and proposes a wager. Since it takes 10 hours to get one characteristic point, Veed decides that he will beat him 20 hours a day for 20 days to get 400 hours to get 40 points. Pluto opens the display calling Veed funny. He says he has to go on a mission, but he'll give something to Hen because he thinks it's fate. Pluto himself has spent a lot of money preparing for the mission, so he can't give much. A moment later, rye bread falls into Veed's hands. Pluto says that even though it's a game, there is hunger here too. Veed accepts the gift gladly and thanks Pluto profusely for his generosity. The players set off and Pluto tells them it's time to leave. Veed stares after them and says nothing. Turning toward the training room, Veed smirks at the words of the shawl-wearing heroine who says that grunting is hard. In fact, he thinks it's the easiest thing in the world. When Veed entered the training room, he went straight to work on his wooden sword. Standing near the scarecrow, he reminds himself that grinning is a distraction from thoughts you don't want to think about. Veed promptly sets out to fight the scarecrow, realizing that this is a great opportunity to get rid of the despondency of poverty and the rage of being in debt. After a while, two girls stop nearby. They wonder if the scarecrow has become his nemesis. They think Veed is crazy and don't understand the point of practicing techniques on a scarecrow alone. Veed decides to rest and takes a seat next to the scarecrow. He opens the display and notices that the stats are increasing slower than expected. At this point, Veed decides not to waste so much time on the scarecrow, but realizes he needs to win the bet. But then Veed begins to smell delicious scents nearby. His neck stretched and his nose sniffed naughtily, pulling him in the direction of something pleasant. Finally, a man in a red sweater is seen in front of Veed. He sits on a bench and opens his lunchbox. A bottle of water stands next to it. The man smiles as he tastes the flavors. Veed headed swiftly towards the man. His appetite was so great that he looked like a dog that would do anything to get a bite of sandwich. Veed addressed the man, calling him instructor. The man pays attention and clarifies the name, assuming it is Vid. The instructor asks what's wrong. Vid rubs the back of his head and shares the impression that the instructor must be bored eating lunch alone, so he came to keep him company. The instructor notices that Vid is hungry and offers to join them for a meal. Hen thanks the instructor and tells him that he would be happy to join him. As he picks up the sandwich and the chicken leg, Vid tastes so good that tears of pleasure flow from his eyes. Hen can't remember the last time he ate anything but rye bread. After drinking the water, Vid thinks that he has always drank ordinary water, but this one is incredibly tasty. The instructor sits next to him and is amazed at the player's behavior. After a bit of silence, the instructor turns to Vid, saying that he has something to ask. Hen looks at the instructor and is surprised at such a thing, but replies that it's okay to ask a question. Thinking that the instructor needs support, Hen decides to put his hand on his forearm and listen attentively. The instructor decides to ask Vid's opinion on sculpture. But Vid had no way of knowing that there would be talk of sculpting, so he decides to find out what the conversation is about. The instructor says he meant exactly what he said, and I just wanted to know Vid's response to that. Vid continues his meal and looks at the instructor perplexed. Void doesn't understand why an instructor who is interested in nothing but muscle and sword training is suddenly asking about sculpting. This is where Jide assumes it's a quest. The player is given a special quest, which if successfully completed, will give him experience gold and items. Usually such unexpected quests are rare, and the reward is better. Vid crosses his arms across his chest and ponders an answer that contributes to the instructor's assignment. The instructor looks at Vid aloofly, waiting for a response. Vid decides to dismiss such a topic and watch for a reaction. In a flash, Vid lifts the sandwich up and confidently declares that he is a man of the sword, and it is impossible to believe that the instructor himself opens such topics. Vid is convinced that in real life, sculpting is useless. Vid had succeeded in bringing the instructor to his senses. The instructor clapped his hands and glowed with joy, saying that Vid really did have the heart of a true warrior. Vaid plays the role perfectly and pretends that he doesn't understand why a swordsman like himself would want to learn such a thing. The instructor is as pleased as possible with his student. Vid is happy that he passed the test and answered the way the instructor wanted him to. After a moment, Vid decides to find out the reason for the instructor asking about the art. The instructor rubs the back of his head and says that there is a rumor about a certain player who mastered this art perfectly and created a sculpture of moonlight. Vid thinks it's just gossip because humans can't sculpt moonlight. It was obviously just a stone. The instructor thinks for a moment and agrees with Vid's opinion, but then decides to clarify that it was the royal knight Melium who said it, so it's not possible to disregard his words. The instructor decides that he can only entrust this investigation to Vid. Vid is shocked because he didn't know he could start his first mission this way. The display notifies him of the nature of the mission. We must investigate the rumor and determine if it is true or not. Difficulty level E. Vid eats and is happy that the task is done. He had no money left, so there was nothing left to eat. The difficulty of the task is low, so Vid thinks he can get through it quickly. His satiety level has risen to 15%. Vid carefully analyzes the terms of the assignment and wonders why the difficulty of obtaining such a high close relationship with the instructor. Vid thinks that no one would even think of doing it. Finally, Vid agrees to the assignment and informs him that the rumor about the sculptor is false, but that it is still worth pursuing. The display announces that the mission has been accepted. After voicing the decision, the instructor holds out his hand with coins and informs Vid that he will not be indebted and asks to take a small deposit. The display informs him that he has received 2 silver coins. Vaid clasped his hands to his chest and thanked the instructor, mentally calculating the cost of the rye bread. Now we don't have to worry about food for a while, Vid thinks. After going to the noble metal shop, Vid meets the owner of the sculpture shop. Upon seeing Vid, the owner greets him and enters the shop. Vid walks inside and apologizes for disturbing him, to which he hears a question about what can be done to help. When he hears that Vid wants to ask him something, the owner quickly turns away, saying that he is very busy and should come back later. Vid is amazed that the game is just like life. Vid is not going to give up so easily. After looking around, Vid looks interested and comments admiringly that he doesn't know who made these sculptures, but it was definitely a master craftsman. Vid says he's glad he came here because he knows what he's trying to do. The owner of the sculpture shop immediately approaches Vid and happily thanks him for the compliments, signifying his full involvement in the creation of this beauty. The owner offers to sit down and chat to dispel the boredom. After taking a glass of cool honey water, Veed realizes that it is a sign of poverty of those who try to make money from sculpting. Veed is sure that moonlight sculpting is impossible, but he asks the owner about the unknown person who was able to sculpt moonlight 50 years ago. Veed specifies that he wanted to know if it was true. The owner presses his hand to his chin and says that this story is a legend among sculptors. He says that he has also heard about it from some of the patrons of the Royal Council. The display notified him that the task had been successfully completed. As Veed had expected, the low-difficulty task was easy to complete. As soon as Veed decides to leave, the owner asks him to stop. Veed sits back down on the couch and asks the owner what exactly he wants to report. The owner turns his head and says that he doesn't know how anyone worked with moonlight either, since no one ever told him about it. The keeper clarifies that the patrons do not say anything that has anything to do with Mistress Yvain. After these words, he realizes that this is not a simple task, but a serial quest. The owner informs him that he will do him a favor if he finds out about it. The quest continues and the display informs him that Queen Yvain was involved in those events. Veed realizes that with his current level, it will be difficult to complete the task, but decides that the only thing he can do now is to gather information. Veed replies to the owner that he is not experienced enough, so he is not sure he can take on such a task. But the owner is not going to leave Veed alone and puts his hand on his shoulder, telling him that if he is careful, there will be no difficulties. Veed is flustered but smiles at the pleasant interlocutor and tells him that he will do his best to complete the task. Veed is shocked by the game's design, where there are tasks that cannot be refused. When he goes to do it, he turns around and sees the Royal Knights. They seem to be following him everywhere, which is very alarming to him. Upon reaching one of the players, Veed decides to clarify some information. The player correctly pointed the way to Queen Yvain's maid. The maid sits on a chair and greets Veed with the news that he is finally her guest. Veed reports that he had already heard that she was one of Queen Yvain's maids. The maid puts her hand over her heart and turns her head to the side, reporting that anything to do with Queen Yvain brings back many memories. The maid says that the queen was a wise woman of incredible beauty. Veed listens intently. Queen Yvain's maid asks why she even has to talk about how the sculptor sculpted from moonlight. Unequivocally, Veed could not have expected such a question. He became embarrassed and began to be covered in drops of sweat from excitement. Nothing but questioning came to his mind. The maid repeats her question, clarifying that this information concerns Queen Yvain herself. Veed rubs the back of his head, and an embarrassed blush covers his cheeks, realizing how awkward the situation is right now. Veed doesn't understand what a dead-end quest is at the beginning of the game, but he is not going to give up because he has already paid for the information. From the indignation and difficulty of the task, Veed's inner impulse burns hot. The maid rubs his shoulder and doesn't look at Veed, just waits for an answer. Unable to think of what to say, Veed says that since the maid has reasons to keep the story quiet, he dares not insist. The maid smiles and continues to rub her shoulder. She smiles and thanks Veed for understanding. When he sees the maid continuously rubbing his shoulders, Veed realizes that they are stiff. After a moment's thought, he offers to give her a shoulder massage to relax her shoulders. Veed moves closer and asks her not to be afraid, but simply to trust him. The maid is surprised at this outcome, but does not refuse the courtesy. The maid lowers her head and says that it's very nice of Veed to do that. Veed smiles and says it's not the first time he's rubbed his shoulders. As it turned out, Veed often massaged his grandmother when she wasn't feeling well. While the maid is enjoying herself and is completely relaxed, Veed decides that now is the time for a psychological trick to get information. Veed takes a psychological fishing rod and tells the maid that despite her age, she looks very young and that everyone around her notices her beauty. Veed tries not to overreact and decides to see if he's right in his assumptions. The maid is amazed at the young man's attentive and sensitive words and just giggles sweetly. The maid is struck by the young man's attentive and sensitive words and just giggles sweetly. Finally, the maid opens her eyes and tenses up a little, saying she has something to ask. After a short silence, the maid asks for an opinion on sculpture. Veed is startled by this question because the instructor has asked it before. Veed is pleased that the answer is ready, so he says he doesn't care much about it and is unlikely to study it in the future. In the end, Veed says that such a business does not seem profitable at all. The maid closes her eyes and accepts such a response, letting Veed know that she understands such a point of view as much as possible. At that moment, the maid asks Veed to sit down to discuss an important matter. The maid asks him to sit down to discuss an important matter. The maid brings the mug of hot tea closer to her lips and quietly explains that at first she suspected Vid and thought he was a spy sent by the kingdom. Vid recalls the warning from the mission that if anyone finds out there is an investigation going on, the royal knights will be hostile. He explains to the woman that the kingdom is trying to shut up those who want to find out about it. The maid explains that Vid is quite good at massages. She shares that he has a history of caring for elderly women, which means that he is kind. And if he were a spy, he would praise the art of sculpture. Vid sits down and takes the mug in his hands. Vid informs them that he is not a spy. Here Jamaid decides to start her story about the sculptor who erected a sculpture out of moonlight. It was a tale of a legendary sculptor who sculpted from moonlight and of Queen Yvain who loved him. Sculptor Zahab and Queen Yvain grew up together in a small village. They shared a strong friendship and cared deeply for each other. As a child, Queen Yvain always carried around figurines made by Zahab. The future Queen Yvain dreamed that one day she would be Zahab's wife. But instead, by a stroke of fate, she became queen. Life had changed dramatically. The young man Zahab could not prevent it. They looked at each other with parting glances. However, they promised each other something. Zahab says he will create the world's most beautiful sculpture for Queen Yvain. Yvain shows her favorite sculpture and asks if Zahab has decided to create a new one, even though she likes this one best. In his hand was a sculpture of a hare that Yvain carried around with her all the time. As time went on, Yvain became queen, but never for a second did she forget that promise from her childhood. Days passed, months turned to years. Day after day, Queen Yvain waited for Zahab to fulfill his promise. Finally, the day came when Zahab came to see his childhood friend Queen Yvain. He was dressed in knight's armor and wore a long sword on his belt. The queen is amazed that Zahab before her was no longer a sculptor, but a warrior. As Zahab comes closer, Queen Yvain decides to discuss the most important thing. She walks over to the flower bed and gently touches it with her hand. Queen Yvain asks why Zahab has forgotten his promise and emphasizes that she has lived by that promise. But the queen thought that even if the whole world changed, Zahab would remain the same. Queen Yvain's grief was beyond words, and just at that time the neighboring kingdom sent samurai to the queen to do away with her. Queen Yvain and Zahab hear the samurai dealing with the servants. They turn around and see the horrible sight of several samurai attacking the servants. The servants shout for the queen to flee. The queen asks Zahab to flee as soon as possible. But Zahab is not about to give up without a fight, much less put his queen in danger, so he confidently draws his sword. Zahab tells Queen Yvain that he will show her the world's most beautiful sculpture as promised. The maid tells Vid that she saw it with her own eyes. Zahab's sword was illuminated by moonlight. Zahab's sword cut through the moonlight, and the moonlight danced on the sword. Zahab was a fine sculptor and an equally fine warrior who easily dealt with all the samurai. While creating the sculpture, Zahab sang. The maid can't remember the exact words, but the song was called The Sculptor's Heart. In this way, Zahab got rid of his opponents and kept his promise. The maid tells Vid that it has been a long time, but the sight of the sword still comes to mind. Vid listened carefully to the maid, thus successfully completing the task. The display notifies you about getting 2 levels in one assignment, but notices the class change. He can now take the secret class of Moon Sculptor. Taking it will give him unique skills unavailable to other primary classes. There are standard classes in this game. The very first one is the warrior. He has a sword, shield, and metal suit in his equipment. A mage is also represented. Magic shoes with wings, a sharp dagger, and a unique bracelet are given to the player when selecting this character model. Finally, among the standard classes, there is the priest. She has a crown of sharp weapons and a pendant in her arsenal. Among the hidden classes, there is the Berserker Moon Sculptor and the Ironblood Blacksmith. These are special classes about which you cannot learn from publicly available knowledge. They allow you to use skills unavailable to normal classes, but about them, almost no one knows anything. Vid has already read the information in the beginner's guide and understands roughly what is involved. After a bit of thought, Vid decides against the hidden class, is explaining that you can't make money as a sculptor. The display asks for confirmation, and Vid does his best to hide the notification. Leaning on his arm, he decides that there is no other option because you can't make money from sculpting, even if it is very interesting. Vid decides to go back to Scarecrows. Some players already know that Vid continues to gain points for the 4th week. Some say that his stamina is unbelievable because it's hard to last an hour by himself. One of the spectators wonders if Vid is a real person, because with such persistence, people don't seem to exist. The second player wonders about the mission but does not dismiss the assumption that Vid is not a human but just a nip. After the story, Veed visits the maid from time to time. The maid shares the impression that she has someone to talk to about such an intimate subject. The maid places a box on the table and asks Veed to accept a small gift. This outcome puts Veed in an awkward position. He stops drinking his tea and stares at the box without guessing what might be inside. Without a moment's thought, Veed wraps both hands around the box and interrogates the maid about the true words that it is indeed a gift for him. He thanks the maid and asks what's inside. Without waiting for an answer, he opens the box and picks up the knife that was in the special case. Veed stares at it in thought, trying to figure out what it means. The maid smiles and says that this is a carving knife that Zahab used to carve wooden figures. The maid clarifies that it is the only thing Queen Yvain left of Zahab's belongings. The display notifies him of the acceptance of a new item in the form of a relic of Zahab. Veed realizes that since it was left by Zahab, it can't be ordinary. It can be a great source of money, which pleases Veed. The maid continues to drink tea and says that if Veed tries to sell this knife, there may be persecution from the royal knights. Veed's ingenious plan collapsed over those words. He rubs the back of his head and is covered in sweat. His cheeks have become ruddy. Veed replies that he dared not even think of selling such a priceless item. The maid smiles and says that she hopes that Veed will keep this knife. She emphasizes that perhaps this knife holds some secret of sculptural art. Veed had no way of knowing that there would be a sequel to this story and asks the maid about the secret. The display announces a new message. The maid says that inside the wooden figure is the resting place of Zahab's soul. She can only hope that as time passes, the sculptor's skill will not be forgotten. She hopes to hear the sculptor's song again someday. The message said there was an assignment that could not be refused. He must learn Zahab's song and sing it to the maid while she is still alive. Veed returns to the scarecrow and remembers the relic that belonged to Zahab. The scarecrow is torn apart and flies in different directions. Veed is truly tired and exhales heavily after such a productive day. He puts his head down and rests his hands on his knees. The display says health increased to level 100. Strength and survivability increased to level 1. 20 glory points were also gained. Zahab finished with the training in just over 4 weeks. Veed shakes off his shirt and realizes that he has raised the characteristics to the maximum possible here. Veed didn't expect even fame to go up, but he thinks it's not bad either. The player girl standing behind him notices that everyone is already talking about him. As Veed sank into thought and slowly walked out of the training room, footsteps could be heard behind him. Veed raises his head and turns around. He is excited and covered in drops of sweat from the unknown that awaits behind him. A bearded man who looks many times taller and larger than Veed swiftly heads towards him and swings his sharp sword. Veed has enough experience to react to unexpected attacks. The wooden sword is no barrier to instantly stand up and fend off a blow from a real sword. Even though he can't fend it off, his confidence is evident. The battle ends before it has begun. Veed rises to his feet when he sees the face of his supposed opponent. The man marvels at the fact that Veed almost killed him, and it's amazing. Veed asks if he knows what the penalty for killing him is. The man introduces himself as Python, reminding him that they have met before. The man introduces himself as Python, recalling that they had met before. Veed is amazed at Python's behavior and reminds him that there is a 280-level difference between them and that newcomers suffer from such pranks from high-level players. Jay grabs Veed by the neck and says that everything is fine since Veed is alive. Python asks about the fact that Veed has been beating the scarecrow for 4 weeks, and without waiting for an answer says that such an endeavor is stupid, but also awesome. Python points out to Veed that there are more players in the training room because people have started imitating Veed himself. Python says that there is a rumor that beating these scarecrows will come in handy in the future. Apparently the rumor started because of Veed himself, Python says and looks away. Veed is surprised at this, but it is clear why there are so many people here. Putting his huge sword over his shoulders, Python says that some people feel like they're missing out on a chance to become stronger, if only by one characteristic point. Python swings and takes a swing at the scarecrow. He says that if you think about it, you can ignore 1 or 2 points. But he clarifies that they give advantages when the player's on the same level as the other players and not only. Finally, Python informs him that as the levels increase, he will be able to deal with monsters faster. Veed holds up both parts of the wooden sword and replies that even if this were true, only a few would devote their time to it. But Python thinks it's all about determination. He says he's never seen such a determined player in the entire game. Python always thought he had a lot of determination himself, but it pales in comparison to Veed. In the blink of an eye, Python delivers a devastating blow to the Scarecrow. The powerful blow sends sparks flying in different directions. Python enjoys his abilities, and a real battle smile appears on his face. The Scarecrow split into 3 pieces and fell to the ground, leaving behind clouds of dust. Python returns to his fighting stance and looks at what's left of the training doll. With a glance at Veed, Python says he'll be looking forward to the next meeting. He asks if Weed will disappoint. Python shows his power, hinting that next time it will be Veed in the Scarecrow's place. Veed is not going to give the appearance of being frightened, but instead decides to show his confidence. He tells Python that he will be disappointed. Python could not have expected such an answer, his face becoming tense. He squints and stares at Veed, trying to accept that such a young man would say something against him. Veed winks and then explains that Python will be disappointed in his weakness. Explaining that he is one of the most determined people on this planet, Python gets so funny that he slaps Veed on the back and laughs uproariously. He calls Veed a funny guy. But Veed is not amused. Python's palm is so big and strong that it hurts. Finally, when the burst of laughter has come to an end, Python puts his hands on his belt and announces that he will wait for the meeting. Veed continues to stand still after Python has gone on his way. In the distance, the instructor can be seen heading towards Veed. Veed looks tense because the battle with Python will not be easy, and therefore the training must be up to par. The instructor comes closer and shares that Veed has taken a liking to Python as a fighter. In the instructor's hand is a sword with a blue hilt. Veed exhales heavily in response to the instructor's words. At that moment, the instructor holds out a sword to Veed and says he should take it. Veed couldn't have expected such a presentation, so he asks what it means. The instructor winks at Veed and tells him that he wants to thank him for making this place more crowded lately. The instructor gives him a sword as a token of his appreciation, pointing out that the wooden training sword is broken. Veed accepts the gift and thanks the instructor enthusiastically. As he waves his sword around, the instructor decides to share that he didn't think a player like Veed would last long. But in retrospect, it's clear that he's something else. Turning to the instructor, Veed tells him that it was all thanks to the instructor's help, and decides to ask how many people have completed the basic training program, not only in this room, but all over the continent. The instructor thought for a moment. It turned out that Veed was the 17th student to complete basic training in this hall. And if you took into account those who had completed basic training from all over the continent, it was about 3,800 people. Veed becomes more serious because the Versal continent is huge, and such a large number of people obviously makes it harder to win. Eventually, one day, all these serious players who have done this kind of training will become Veed's rivals. Realizing this, Veed decides that the training needs to be stepped up. The instructor holds out the belt, saying that if Veed wants to carry his sword, the belt will come in handy. Veed fastens the belt around his waist, thanking the instructor for his help. Veed replies that it is better than carrying it in his inventory. Veed judges from the instructor's words, realizing that this is the base hall, and decides to check if there are other halls higher up. The instructor confirms but says he doesn't know where they are, although he has heard that only those who are destined for it can get there. The instructor asks if Veed has decided what he's going to do next. He says that next week an expeditionary force will be formed to clear out the Litwort lair. He suggests he join the expedition because the captain is a good friend of Midvale's. Since this is a royal expedition, the total level of the soldiers should be around 30th, and there should be 150 in total. Veed thought that would be enough to destroy those monsters. According to the guides, Veed suggests that Litwort's lair is inhabited by a variety of monsters ranging from 20-level kobolds to 50-level goblins. But Veed believes that even if he doesn't directly participate in the battles and survives, the reward should be great. So this is a great assignment for him. Veed refuses the assignment and says it's a pity. The instructor is shocked at the rejection and looks at Veed with a questioning expression. Veed lowers his head and again reports that he regrets clarifying that he cannot accept this assignment. The instructor asks what is wrong and what problems does Veed have since he won't accept such an assignment. Veed is about to leave and rubs the back of his head. He clarifies that there is no class yet. The instructor smiles and replies that Veed has just finished his training, so it's natural. The instructor informs him that Veed can come back when he gets the class. The instructor says that there will always be work for Veed and decides to clarify which class Veed is thinking about. Veed rubs his finger on his cheek and mumbles. After a long silence, the instructor becomes anxious to know the decision. He smiles and his eyes get bigger and bigger, waiting for an answer. The instructor puts his hand on Veed's shoulder and continues on his way in time with Veed's stride. He smirks and says it's okay if Veed hasn't made up his mind yet. Then he says he has something important to say that he has never said to anyone before. After a while, Veed comes to the northern outskirts of Sarahburg. In the distance, a man is seen heading off in the distance, followed by a horse and wagons. Veed turns around and behind him is another knight in armor. They are the guards that guard the outskirts of Sarahburg. Veed assumes that the only reason there are so many guards is because a wise man lives here. At that moment, someone from outside asks Veed about Rodriguez the Wise living in the tower. Veed turns around and tries to remember Rodriguez's story. He is very difficult to deal with, but if successful, he will provide the key to an extremely difficult task. Veed thought about the fact that if he got kicked out while talking to Rodriguez, he would never be able to visit him again. This could mean that there would be a moment when Rodriguez would get angry. The instructor informs that if Veed is looking for a great class, he should talk to the sage Rodriguez. Most likely Rodriguez will be able to suggest a class that would be perfect for Veed. The instructor tries to find something in his pocket. Taking a handkerchief from his pocket, the instructor informs that Rodriguez is an oddball, so the instructor cannot promise that everything will work out. He clarifies that Rodriguez is stubborn and likes to banter and can be quite rude at times. The instructor hands the handkerchief to Veed and says he won't meet Rodriguez if he goes straight ahead. However, if you give him this handkerchief of Queen of Ain, Rodriguez will at least pretend to listen to his interlocutor. Finally, Veed heads to Rodriguez's house. With his hands in his pockets, Veed walks down a narrow alleyway and surveys the area on the outskirts of Sarahburg. As he walked on, Veed could see a high stone fence and a strong gate guarded by 2 guards. The gate has an inscription with the name of the sage Rodriguez above it. Veed stares at the inscription and assumes he has come to the right place. One of the guards holds out his hand toward Veed, showing him that he is forbidden to pass through the gate. He tells Veed not to take a step further and asks what his purpose in coming here is. Veed stops and respectfully greets the guards. Veed says he has come here to meet Rodriguez the Wise. Veed picks up Queen Evain's handkerchief, explaining that there is an item he received from the instructor at the training hall. Veed clarifies that he must personally deliver it to the wise man who lives here. The guards look at each other and wonder who the instructor is. The guards look at each other and wonder who the instructor is. Finally, the guard says he can't let anyone in even though he knows the instructor. The guard explains that Sage Rodriguez does not let anyone in without a certain level of fame. Veed is surprised by this nuance and clarifies that the instructor said to bring this item. The guard crosses his arms across his chest and replies that it's not their problem because they're only doing what they're told. He explains that he can't let Veed see the sage just because the instructor asked him to. Veed tusked and tucked the handkerchief into his pocket. After this dialogue, it becomes clear to him what was meant by glory. Finally, Veed decides to find out if there is another way to meet the sage. The guard replies that he knows the instructor well because he has trained guards as well. But that's where it ends, even if the instructor personally asked him not to oppose the laws of Rodriguez the Wise. Veed strikes a thoughtful pose and decides to clarify again about the ban on entering Rodriguez the Wise's mansion. The guards don't understand what Veed is up to and look at him with bewilderment in their eyes. Veed clarifies that their ban means you can't enter the mansion, and that's it. At this point, Veed squats down and puts the guards into an even greater state of bewilderment at the actions taking place. The guards ask what's going on. What's Veed up to? Their faces became perplexed. Veed winks and says he'll just sit here and wait. He asks if the guards mind. Veed realizes that someday Rodriguez the sage himself will come out of the mansion, and then they can have a conversation after Veed gives him the handkerchief. After such actions, the guards began to look at each other. They realize that this is the first time this has happened in their experience, and it is definitely wrong. One guard asks his colleague what they should do and whether it will all go without any problems. Finally, one guard decides to tell Veed that they have never encountered such a thing, but it doesn't pose a problem because anyone can be on the street. But the guard decides to clarify one thing. Veed is surprised and even tense after such a statement and wonders what nuance there could even be in such an innocuous situation. The guard decides to clarify something only because Veed is a good friend to the instructor. He informs him that Sage Rodriguez does not leave his house often, and if he knows that someone is waiting for him, he often locks the doors. Veed continues to sit there and replies that he is satisfied with this outcome, so he continues to wait here. Veed realizes that Liu Bei also had to come to Zhugliang 3 times before he accepted him. Hen remembers coming to pick up his grandmother at work. One day he was told that grandma was not finished yet and asked if he could wait any longer. At that moment, he heard that Grandma was being forced to take care of the dirty dishes as soon as possible. In real life, Hen continued to wait for his grandmother outside in the dark and silence. He is so used to waiting for someone that this story in the game doesn't bother him at all. Night has fallen. The full moon illuminates the gates of the Rodriguez mansion. Veed continues to sit in the same spot. The guards stand by the gate and faithfully do their work. Finally, Veed gets to his feet and stretches his back. He realizes that Sage Rodriguez is definitely not going to go outside. Vaid assumes that Sage Rodriguez most likely sleeps at night, so there is no need to wait for him at this time. Veed decides to return early tomorrow morning. At this time, the red cat is comfortably perched on the fence. Realizing that time is not to be wasted, Veed decides to make the most of it and heads off. The guards guarding the passage through the archway can be seen in front of him. Veed stops and looks into the distance. Where in the distance human images are seen and voices of help are heard, the priest had to hold off the monster with all his might. Vaid pulls out a sword. He remembers that the guidebook said that monsters at night give 30% more experience. Veed knows that there are a lot of newcomers here at this time, which is to be expected. And the newcomers are also 1.5 times stronger. This information read in the guide leads to the realization that he should start as well. Veed calls the tanuki foxes and wolves to attack. At that moment behind his back, he hears voices addressing him, calling him a newcomer. Veed is surprised by this. There are 3 girls standing behind him. In the distance, a man can be seen walking by, but he looks back at Veed with tension in his face. As he turns back around, Veed sees the girls. He is getting uncomfortable. He replies that he is indeed a novice, and he expects to hear what they're here for. One of the girls claps her hands together happily and suggests to Veed that they hunt together. She says that all 3 of them are newcomers too, so they need someone else to play. Veed analyzes the strangers. He thinks that they have 1 saboteur and 3 attackers, and then clarifies to himself that they have 1 melee attacker and 2 ranged attackers. Veed assumes they lack a tank and need someone else for that role. A tank is a defense class that requires a high level of defense and health. Veed decides that by combining forces, these places can be developed and responds positively to the girl's invitation. The girl shakes Veed's hand and happily informs him that she is officially invited to join the group. Veed looks at the emotional girl excitedly and laughs a little as he shakes her hand. The girl says her name is Circa, a level 7 groundhog of the monk class. The second girl calls herself Irene and is a priest. Irene specifies that she plays at level 7 and it becomes clear that healing and support is her true specialty. Finally, it comes to the third girl. She's a mage named Romuna. She's a level 6 player and specializes in fire magic. The man who peered disdainfully from afar is a level 6 archer named Pale. He assumes that Veed is of a high enough level to be out of town at this time. Veed gives his name and specifies that he is level 3. There is no way the players could have expected a level 3 rookie to decide to go out in the dark, realizing that monsters were appearing outside. They look at Veed with a shocked look on their faces, and Pale decides to ask him what equipment and class he's playing with. Veed leans his sword on his shoulder and proudly declares that his equipment includes this sword. He also clarifies that there is no class due to uncertainty. In response to his words, Veed sees a group of players gathering in a circle and discussing the topic of low level. They believe that without the hunting skill, Veed will pass out from fear and go to the next world. Circa feels like she's being played. Veed scratches his head and decides to clarify the important point that if the company thinks that he will be more of a burden than a player, he will leave the group, and there is nothing wrong with that. The players feel bad for their negative reaction, so Circa decides to apologize to Veed. Veed silently goes away. Circa begins to cry as she realizes that she has wronged Veed. Circa doesn't know what to do. The whole situation is very unpleasant for her. Irene says that once you meet him, you feel sorry for him. She thinks it's like they're going around recruiting people for the group based on their usefulness. Pale suggests that they hunt together so that Veed just walks behind them. Ramona agrees. Circa happily declares that if no one is against it, then it's definitely decided. She quickly runs after Veed and asks him to stop. Veed turns around and hears the proposal to hunt together. Veed's face changes. He knew he would, because he realizes that if he acts humble from the start, guilt will somehow make them take me with them. On a hunting trip, Veed decides to reflect on the subject of kindness. Veed believes that people who are willing to help others are called kind, but kindness alone will not make you stronger. Veed swings his sword in the air. The full moon illuminates the road in front of Veed. A wolf growls in the distance. A huge monster appears right in front of Veed. It is very similar to a wolf, but the mane on its head and back is brightly colored with a shine. Its eyes are illuminated with a white light. The monster bares its jaws and stares at Veed, who holds his sword at the ready. Just then, Veed raises his arm, and the sword is in a comfortable position for a maximum swing. Veed tells the monster that he is the opponent. Pale pulls out his beam to target and damage the monster, and Circa swings her fist. They're ready for their next battle, and so there's not a bit of excitement on their faces. Irene points the cross in the direction of the monster. Her spell-like abilities have power against monsters. Ramuna takes aim with a fireball that hovers above her palm. Pale wonders if Veed can do it alone, and explains to the team that Veed will try to hold off the wolf. This wolf is the strongest monster on this field. Its level is about the same as the boss. Irene is tense because she is worried about her new teammate Veed. Finally, she asks Veed to run away because it's getting very dangerous as Irene's mana for healing spells has run out. Ramuna continues to release the fireball. She tells Irene that if Veed runs away now, the whole team will be in danger. Ramuna reminds them that they must get to the fortress gates safely. Groundhog starts crying her eyes out. She claims it's her fault because she hit a strong monster while growing mobs. Circa thinks she should have brought only weak ones like Tanuki. Veed hears so much noise behind him and doesn't like it very much. Void is amazed that Irene can't keep track of her mana and the health of the group, but he realizes that there is no point in expecting anything better from a group of newcomers. At this point, the wolf intends to pounce on Veed. Veed notices this at the most dangerous moment when the wolf is already running at him. The wolf tries to pounce, but Veed has been training for a year for a reason, so he dodges the attack. The wolf involuntarily continues its lunge, but it's already past him. Circa is excited and tense. She shouts Veed's name and fears that the third-level novice can't handle such a serious monster. Veed manages to not only dodge, but also deal minimal damage to the monster. Veed realizes that he only hit the monster lightly, but he took 10% of its HP with one blow. Pale picks the best possible opportunity and aims an arrow towards the monster. Pale asks the rest of the group to help Veed as soon as possible. The wolf is angry and intends to deal with anyone who is that close to him. Finally seeing what's going on, Ramuna reproduces the proper manipulation, and the fireball is swiftly directed at the monster. Ramuna is certain that such damage will knock the wolf down, and it will be swiftly sent to the other world. Ramuna rejoices in the presumed victory because she believes that no one can fight her fire. Veed is excited and realizes that there is more to come. The wolf is quite strong, and it will take a lot of effort to disarm it. At that moment, the wolf leaps out of the fire stream and aims directly at Veed. Veed stands still and holds his sword at the ready, realizing that there is no point in retreating. Veed puts his sword in front of him and hopes he can stand up to the monster. He is very tense, realizing that the hunt is definitely more difficult than he had imagined in his head. The wolf has no intention of pouncing on the tip of the sword and promptly turns around in order to escape. Veed promptly heads off to follow the wolf, realizing that their team has an obligation to neutralize this monster. At that moment, Circa takes damage from the side. She swings her leg around, wanting to hurt the wolf, who tries to run as fast as possible. The wolf runs off a certain distance to see each player. Circa stops and tells Veed that he will help him fight him with his fists. Preparing for battle, Circa stands and waits for the wolf to approach. She intends to use all her strength to help Veed deal with such a monster. Veed turns around and denies Circa this offer. He says that while he's distracted, then everyone else should run away, because now is the only chance. Apparently, Pale Irene and Ramuna have a different opinion. They intend to end the wolf together because that's what their team is designed to do. Veed turns around and sees that the whole team is behind him. He is puzzled because he could not expect help from the newcomers. Smiling, Veed asks if this crew is not the timid sort to risk their lives for someone they just met. Veed clarifies that he also likes to fight with and for the team. The wolf moves slowly but steadily towards the players. His eyes constantly lit up in bright white, his jaws bared and his sharp fangs showing. If this wolf is to be dealt with, then a plan of attack must be thought out, and Veed understands that very well. Veed closes his eyes and holds his sword in front of his face. At this moment, a memory from his martial art training appears before Veed's eyes. A multitude of students sitting in front of a huge clay jug. On the other side of the hall is the teacher. He swings his katana to show how to strike correctly. The master puts his foot forward and leans on his toes. His face is tense, and he intends to give a perfect jerk and strike the vase. In the moment, the master does 5 times the damage to the vase. He stands in a stance, and the vase takes every thrust. Finally, the master steps back, and a stream of dust and wind gathers around him. The huge vase was filled with water, and for a moment it still stood there untouched. The master rests the katana on his shoulder and stares at the vase. His face shows confidence in his actions. Finally, the vase splits into several pieces and the water rushes out. The students see what has happened and start shouting loudly in praise of their master. The master's name is An Hyung-do, and he is considered the best teacher in the world. An Hyun-do lowers his head and modestly accepts the words of the students, giggling quietly in response. Not letting his emotions get the best of him, An Hyung-do quickly turns to the students and threateningly tells them to do the same thing. The students were shocked by this demand and lowered their heads, asking how they could do it. An Hyung-do says that if they can't, then 10,000 swings of the sword and the younger ones clean up the mess. An Hyung-do is amazed that there aren't any capable students who don't have willpower lately. At this time, the students are rapidly completing the task. An Hyung-do remembers Hyung, who was always characterized by his eagerness to learn new techniques as best as he could. An Hyung-do wonders why Hyung doesn't come to practice and what he's doing, and decides that if he does, he'll practice harder with him. At this moment, Hen being Veed in the game King's Road is about to use his skills against the wolf. He swings his sword and starts to feel that someone is remembering him. Veed closes his eyes and says that if the wolf will kill him before Veed can kill the wolf, the team should run away from such a large monster. Groundhog is amazed at Veed's selflessness, even though he is only 3rd level. At that very second, Veed takes all his will in his fist and heads towards the monster with the goal of fighting to the last man. Veed's face shows the tension and desire to win this fight at all costs. Games are different from reality in that even if in reality the task seems impossible, in a game the avatar exactly translates the player's thoughts into action. Hen perfectly translates all of his movements to Veed's avatar. But the most important thing is that in VR MMO it is possible to apply martial arts if the player studied them in reality. In a virtual reality game, the player controls the avatar as if it were his own body. These abilities allow players to utilize martial arts to make combat much easier. Veed swiftly heads towards the wolf to deal damage with his skills gained from a year of training before he entered the game. Of course, the attack would be weak if the avatar wasn't strong enough. Veed realized this beforehand, so he practiced hard. The wolf was determined to finish Veed off, so it headed toward the enemy. At the moment when the wolf and Veed were closest to each other, Veed jumps and deals damage with incredible power and speed. The wolf has no time to react and takes the blow with his head. From such a wound, blood spurts rapidly from the wound. The wolf tries to get away from the enemy Veed as quickly as possible to stay alive. The damage the enemy receives is created from the avatar's characteristics and the strength of the blow minus the enemy's defense. Veed intends to do more damage and realizes there is another variable to consider. At that moment, Veed delivers a critical blow. The wolf takes it, suffering great pain. Remembering the rules of the game that Hen studied before joining the game, it becomes clear to him that a critical hit does several times the damage of a normal hit. According to the book, it is possible to accidentally hit an opponent's weak spot to inflict more damage. Veed highlights important information with a bright marker, realizing that these are the key rules for successful combat. The odds of a critical hit are quite low unless there is a special skill with a high chance of a lethal strike. The weaknesses and the random strike make Veed wonder. He wonders what if this strike is no longer based on chance. Gambling is a battle of possibility and probability. Veed believes that if a man can control a fight, it is no longer a possibility, but an inevitability. Veed scrutinized the wolf and realized its weaknesses. Bruce Lee's important words are rolling around in Veed's mind. Bruce Lee said that he doesn't fear the one who learns 10,000 different blows, but fears the one who learns one blow 10,000 times. Finally, Veed makes a critical hit on all 3 of the wolf's weak points. The display announces that Veed has struck a critical blow. It should prove to be the last in this fight, but the wolf is strong enough to stay alive after so many blows. Veed notices this after turning towards the wolf. In order to finally deal with the wolf, Veed has to deal one more damage that makes the monster fly away a few meters. Veed is sweating from such a serious fight, but after the monster was finished, he smiled. He thinks it was exactly as he wanted it to be. If you aim a blow at a weak spot, the chance of a critical hit is greatly increased. The monster remains lying motionless. Veed exhales and is pleased that he was able to defeat the monster even though he took a lot of HP. Veed realizes that there is no certainty that he will be able to defeat the monster next time. Veed sits on the ground and reads a display that says he has gained a new level of sword skill and successfully learned the slashing knife technique. Veed opens the skill window to analyze his new abilities. The split knife technique allows you to identify the true value of unknown items. Mana consumption is 30 whole points. Veed thinks he needs to use the technique to understand what it does, but due to its high mana cost, he can't. With current mana, Veed can only use the technique for 2 seconds. Veed rises to his feet and hears the cheers of his name from outside in Surki's voice. The entire team rushes towards their victor. Surka says it was incredible, and everyone thought it was the end game for everyone. The wolf was indeed incredibly large and strong, making it a serious danger to everyone. Veed scratches the back of his head as he listens to the admiration for him. Ramuna says she's never seen anything like it before. Pale continues to be puzzled and shocked, explaining that it was hard to imagine that such a thing was even possible. Pale asks Veed what kind of equipment he uses. Irene promptly creates a portal and assures Veed that she will heal him with her magic now that Irene's mana has recovered a bit. Pale scrutinizes the sword and wants to understand how Veed has such power. Veed replies to the team that there was nothing to admire in this battle. He asks if the players themselves are all right and immediately suggests they continue the hunt. Veed thinks that time is short and at least one more level is needed. Padakash is gaming slang, meaning that groups of players hunt to level up quickly. Groundhog is worried and asks if Veed is okay. Veed rolls up his sleeves and offers to start Padikash as soon as possible. The players raise their hands up and shout enthusiastic sounds, realizing that the hunt is on and Veed is much stronger than expected. The next morning, Hyun goes somewhere. He takes out his phone and says that Lee Hyun has to take a psychological test. Hyun thinks he's already busy with the game and doesn't understand why they're asking him to take the test. After putting the phone away, Hen continues on his way. He realizes that because of his poverty, the community center of Xex City requires him to take these tests. Hen wonders if there's any point to them, but decides he doesn't want to pay the 50,000 won fine either. The message indicated a designation for a new hospital in the town of Hansen. Veed follows the map and assumes he has come to the right place. He looks through the windows of the building and notices something interesting. As he walks on, Hen sees a girl in the window. She looks out into the distance and her face is sad, and her long hair is flowing to the sides. The girl also pays attention to Hen. Her expression changes to one of curiosity. Hen is so attracted to the stranger that he doesn't notice a car passing by at high speed. The driver honks at Hen to be careful as he walks along the road. Hen is startled and flinches in surprise. A car stops not far from Hen's. A man is standing next to it. Hen wonders what it was all about because he was really scared. Hen decides to look at the girl again, but she is gone. Hen is surprised by this and assumes that it could have been just a show. Walking inside the hospital, Hen decides that he needs to finish this psychological test quickly and get back in the game. At that moment, loud laughter is heard from the psychotherapy department in Cha Yun-hee's office. The girl with folders in her hands looks perplexed at the office door and can't even imagine what's going on inside the office. The man with glasses also stops. The girl decides to go inside and find out what happened. She asks Professor Cha Yun-hee what happened. Behind the assistant girl is a man who also wonders what is wrong with the professor since she is laughing so hard. Professor Cha Yun-hee continues to laugh. In her hand is a sheet of paper. Finally, she wipes her eyes from the tears that came from excessive laughter and calls her manager to look at this questionnaire in person. The girl manager comes closer and says that it's just a questionnaire before taking the test. What could be wrong with it? Cha Yun-hee tries to calm down and leans back in her chair. Lee Hyen filled out his form lightly, which brought the professor to a fit of laughter. The manager rubs his temple and asks if it's a joke. The manager thinks that the person who wrote it is definitely not at home. Finally, Professor Cha Yun-hee calms down and replies to the manager that Lee Hyun is perfectly healthy and that he wrote it all seriously. Cha Yun-hee thinks that if he was unhealthy, there's no way he could see the world like that. The professor gets up from his chair and puts the questionnaire in a file, thinking it is too beautiful to hide from people. The manager is surprised to see people like this. Cha Yun-hee says it might cheer up So-young, so he decides to show it to her. After hearing the name, the manager clarifies that Sung So-young is a patient and it's not allowed to show the form to other people. The manager feels uncomfortable with the professor's decision. Cha Yun-hee quickly leaves the office and turns around when she hears the manager excitedly ask her to stop. Cha Yun-hee says it's okay if no one catches her. The manager tries to catch up with the professor and urges the other female employees to stop Cha Yun-hee. Cha Yun-hee decides to ignore her assistant and continues on her way, humming a tune. Cha Yun-hee finally arrives at floor 12F and walks to Sung So-young's room with a flying gait. Cha Yun-hee continues to hum a tune. Professor Cha Yun-hee enters the room and looks around the room to find Sung So-young. The room was empty and Cha Yun-hee realizes that Sung So-young is back in the virtual world capsule. Cha Yun-hee places her palm on the capsule and peers inside the glass to see her patient. Sung So-young sees a virtual world in front of her and doesn't know that the professor is looking at her through the glass. Cha Yun-hee asks a question that she won't hear the answer to. Cha Yun-hee asks when he will be able to see Sung So-young smile. In the morning, Veed was once again sitting in front of Sage Rodriguez's gate. In chat, Circa asks for Veed's whereabouts. Veed replies that he is still sitting in wait. Pale comments that nothing has changed. Veed is not just sitting there, he's sculpting. At this time in the chat room, Ramuna writes that they are going to hunt near the fortress again. Ramuna suggests that Veed join them. Irene joins the chat and calls out to join them as well. Veed replies that if he doesn't have anything to do, he will join the team tonight. As soon as he was done with the sculpture, he decided to stretch his hand out to the sun and look up to see if there were any irregularities. But there were none. Veed realizes that it wasn't as hard as he thought it would be. Veed spends 1 point on the skill, but decides that increasing the level of the craft increases the power of the attack. At this point, players come up and ask if the toys are for sale. The girls address Veed as uncle. One of them says that the wolf is cute, while the other says that the fox is cuter and more evil looking. Veed sits there puzzled and amazed at being called uncle. Vi decides that we can't miss the chance to earn money and happily informs that the figurines are on sale for only 2 coins. The girl with the shield on her back says that the figures are cute and very cheap, and the other girl says that she'll buy 3 of them and save them for her collection. Veed is puzzled, and there's a reason for that. Veed watches the 2 happy girls run away and gets to his feet. He says that he meant 2 copper coins and received 2 silver coins in return. Veed turns around and sees a player who is also interested in buying the figures. A girl appears on the other side and asks to sell 1 sculpture. Another guy asks if he makes custom sculptures because he wanted a 9-tailed fox. With such a favorable outcome, Veed raises his hand and asks everyone to get in line and get what they want. At this time, Sage Rodriguez hears shouts near the gate and decides to see who it is and what he is doing right in front of the house. Rodriguez realizes that Veed is the guy for whom he cannot go for a walk for several days. In the moment, Sage Rodriguez suggests that you can order the guards to chase him out of here. The guard comes closer and asks to sell the figurine to give to his daughter. Rodriguez notices that even his guards are buying figurines. Veed feels a distant stare and notices Sage Rodriguez in the window of the mansion. Veed realizes that Sage Rodriguez doesn't know what to do anymore. It is surprising to Veed that Rodriguez has been able to go so many days without going outside. Deciding that now is the best time to show Queen of Ane's handkerchief, Veed demonstratively does so. He's sure Rodriguez will take him up on his offer. Rodriguez notices the handkerchief and is amazed that it is in the possession of some unknown rookie sculptor. Veed continues to wave the handkerchief for Rodriguez to see whose handkerchief it is. Rodriguez sees the color and monogram on the handkerchief and decides without a doubt that it is Queen of Ane's. Rodriguez wonders where the bastard got such a thing. Veed sees that Rodriguez has bought the handkerchief and now is the time to take extreme measures. Extreme measures had already been thought out from the beginning. The realization that everything was working out made Veed light up in a smile. At this point, Veed decides to wipe the figurine with a handkerchief, informing the customer that the figurine is dirty. Rodriguez is out of his mind. He knows you can't buy a handkerchief like this even with money, and some kid treats him so disrespectfully. Veed offers to take the girl a handkerchief to wipe the figurine on the way to his house. The customer asks if he is really so kind. Rodriguez is astonished by this insolence and asks Veed to stop immediately. His face shows great indignation and even anger, his eyebrows furrowed and his entire face lighting up red. Everyone near Veed notices Rodriguez's screams. They are amazed that the sage Rodriguez himself has looked out the window at the ordinary citizens, and now they can't take their eyes off him. Veed is pleased with this outcome and smirks. Veed crosses his arms over his chest and hears the residents commenting on Sage Rodriguez's behavior. Some say that Rodriguez is rumored to rarely show his face and don't understand what happened. Some say it's some kind of event. The day was coming to an end. A pink sunset was visible in the sky, and the instructor is standing near the bench with his lunch and enjoying the training process of his students. They are practicing hard and making fighting sounds with each strike on the scarecrow. The instructor loves that the diligence of the students is keeping up. Finally, the instructor stretches his arms out to the sides and automatically yawns. He assumes that it is time to go home since it is getting dark. At the same time, someone's hand reaches for a container of food. The instructor senses someone's presence nearby and tenses up. He slowly draws his sword and wonders where such a bold thief came from. The instructor stands up and prepares for battle, pointing his sword in the direction of the would-be thief. But it turns out that it was Veed who grabbed the container with both hands, not expecting such an outcome. Seeing the point of the sword in front of him, Veed swiftly raises his hands in the air, showing his defenselessness. Many drops of sweat drip down his face. He laughs nervously and greets the instructor. The instructor pulls back his sword and says he is surprised to have such a guest. Veed continues to laugh nervously and confirms that it is him. In his mind, Veed is amazed at the reaction and regrets that he ever decided to check what was left of his lunch. Quickly grabbing Veed's shoulder, the instructor asks how the meeting with Sage Rodriguez went and shares the assumption that Veed is hungry. Veed replies that he was able to meet him and asks him to put his sword away because it is uncomfortable to see in front of him. Remembering how the meeting went, Veed says that Rodriguez decided that first he had to deal with the monsters in Litwart's lair. There are many monsters there, and if Veed can deal with them, the most suitable class will be clear. Showing a smile, Rodriguez assures Veed that he is guaranteed to get what he wants. Rodriguez mentally marvels that Veed went to so much trouble over such a trifle when he could have just gone to the center of the classes. The instructor laughs because Rodriguez was acting like he always does, and says that Veed has come at a very good time. The sweep of the Litwart lair will begin tomorrow, but now it's time to get some rest. On that note, the instructor invites Veed to come to his house. In his mind, Veed visualizes the scale. He decides that the instructor's assignment has already been received, so there is no point in continuing to improve his relationship with the instructor. Veed decides it's better to go hunting with the team. Veed decides to refuse the instructor, saying that he has so much to prepare for tomorrow and wanted to hunt at night with his acquaintances. The instructor makes this decision and puts his lunch on the bench to stay there. But he clarifies that today his wife has decided to roast a boar so that Veed can savor its meat. Veed realizes it's a bargain. After realizing how profitable it will be to satisfy his hunger, Veed grabs the container and says that he was going to meet his esteemed wife anyway. The instructor is puzzled by Veed's reaction to hearing about the boar. Veed heads swiftly to the side and urges the instructor to speed up. The instructor asks him to stop and tells him that his house is in the other direction. Once they started to approach the house, the instructor became more emotional. He grabs Veed's hand and asks him to go inside the house sooner. Veed asks to let go of his hands. The instructor forcibly brings Veed into the house by his shoulders and asks him to enter. Veed doesn't understand what's happening and looks at the instructor bewildered, saying he's going in anyway. Veed doesn't understand why the instructor has become so loose and looks around, noticing someone's long hair. The instructor turns to his wife and tells her that he has come home. Soyeon sits at the table. A bracketed name is visible above her head. In the distance stands a fireplace with a fire. Hearing the instructor, Soyeon turns around and sees Veed, a red diamond in the middle of his forehead. Soyeon does not identify any emotion, but simply looks at Veed and remains silent. At first, Veed notices Soyeon's beauty, but then he remembers that he has seen this face before. Later, he notices a red diamond on her forehead, realizing that it is the sign of the player who sends her to the other world. Veed draws his weapon and asks the instructor why such a person is in this house. Usually, players decide whether or not they want to see the name above their heads, but people like Soyeon are cursed and can only remove the mark after certain tasks. At that moment, the instructor grabs Veed's arm and blocks her movements. Veed turns back around excitedly and doesn't understand what's going on or what the instructor's intentions are. The instructor looks at Veed with a smirk. He winks and seems no longer as friendly as he was originally. The instructor asks what Veed is up to. Veed replies that he couldn't have imagined that the instructor would choose to straighten him out with such a look and with the help of a stranger. After saying that, the instructor really gets a laugh. He snorts and asks if Veed really noticed it just like that. Veed asks not to fool around and asks what's going on. Since everyone here is an adult, Veed tries to release his hands from their confinement, but nothing happens. The book says the instructor's name is Dork, and he was once a royal knight. Veed lowers his head and realizes that Dork is at least 200th level, and if he really wanted a reprisal, he wouldn't use someone else. Instructor Dork explains that he has invited another person to dinner, and it is time to introduce them to each other. The instructor decides to clarify that he's only fooling around because it's Veed, but if it were anyone else, the behavior would be different. The instructor turns to Soyeon and tells him that Veed has a low level but has completed the basic training perfectly. The training room is full of people thanks to Veed. Veed decides that he will not attack Soyeon because of the instructor, but he doesn't want to get any closer. Finally, Instructor Dork turns to Veed and says that this girl's name is Soyeon and she has also completed the basic training program. The instructor clarifies that because of this, Soyeon comes over for dinner once a month. Veed tries not to seem uncomfortable around such a man and gives the usual greeting. He waves and says it's nice to meet you and repeats his name even after Instructor Dork has already introduced him. Soyeon doesn't respond to Veed's greeting. Instructor Dork tries to brighten up the awkward pause and sits Veed down at the table. The instructor laughs nervously and apologizes for Soyeon, explaining that she is very shy around strangers. Veed continues to smile and replies that it happens too. In his mind, Veed is not happy that Soyeon, with such a mark on his forehead, does not want to get to know newcomers. He decides that he wasn't seriously considering getting acquainted, but that it's wrong to make an opinion based on appearance. The instructor asks Veed to understand that Soyeon is nice, just doesn't say anything because she doesn't really trust other people. The instructor shares his assumption that Veed and Soyeon could be friends, so a little show was arranged. Veed scratches the back of his head again and tells Instructor Dork that everything is fine. In her mind, Veed thinks that if she had trusted Soyeon's people, she wouldn't be cursed with a mark on her forehead. When Instructor Dork decides to leave for the kitchen to start setting the table, Veed decides to pretend that it would be awkward to just sit there. Veed offers to help in the kitchen. Instructor Dork turns around and listens to Veed with surprise. Veed is thrilled to have such a guest and decides to go to the kitchen as soon as possible. Instructor Dork asks about his cooking skills, to which he replies that he has some experience and is therefore confident in his abilities. Veed asks if the kitchen is there. As he was heading to the kitchen, an image appeared in front of him. Void looks at the man with a puzzled expression, obviously, because he could not have expected to see him. A muscular, dark-skinned woman stands before him. She looks at him with a serious face, a kitchen knife in her hand with red slime dripping from it. Veed becomes as uncomfortable as possible. He sees this woman as a monster. Her eyes widen and her pupils constrict maximally. Sweat drips down all over Veed's face. Dork, the instructor, comes over and puts his arm around the woman, asking for her opinion of his beautiful wife. Veed is shocked by this statement and remains in a stupor with his arms spread apart. Veed's instructor turns on his jealousy and tells Veed with an angry face that if he tries to hit on his beautiful wife, he will never forgive her. The wife is pleased to hear this and says that her dear husband is very nice. At this point, Instructor Dork and his beautiful wife go into an impulse of tenderness and start kissing. Veed is so uncomfortable that he turns away and blushes, saying that just looking at them gives him goosebumps all over his body. It's getting dark. The company goes outside. Dork's wife is cooking at the table. Dork's instructor sits at another table and talks to Soyeon. Meanwhile, Veed is roasting a boar over a fire to avoid sitting alone at the table with Soyeon. Dork's instructor wife comes up to Veed and says that he's pretty good with his hands, and even though he's a guy, his cooking experience is immediately noticeable. Veed confirms this assumption of the instructor's wife and says that he has indeed had to do such things. Thinking back to his childhood, Veed was actually figuring things out on his own. Hai-an was a little girl who didn't know how to do anything. At this moment, a notification comes that a new skill in the form of cooking has been obtained. Veed expected beforehand that because of the experience in real life, this skill would be obtained automatically in the game. Veed continues to stand still and thinks that since he has this skill, he can use it everywhere, which is not bad at all. At that moment, Soyeon turns around and looks at Veed, who is busy cooking the boar. Finally, after a delicious dinner, Veed goes outside. He has a bow in his hand. Placing the items on the table, Veed scrutinized each one. There was a bow, many arrows, several jars, and a plant. Veed recalls his instructor's words. Dork said it was a bow, with a bowstring made of orc tendons, a bit rough so accuracy would be a problem, but the strength of the bow itself was not too bad. Dork says that Veed has made a good choice of weapon. Void gave the figurine to the seller and will get a discount of 20 silver for this bow. Veed wonders if he should have bargained more, since 1 gold is too much for a simple bow. Finally, Veed decides to aim and pulls the rope, wondering if he's doing the right thing. Veed remembers that movies and posters always portray it this way. Unexpectedly, someone comes out of the house at that moment. Veed accidentally drops the arrow after turning towards the door. Turns out it was Soyeon. The arrow goes through the door right next to Soyeon's face. Soyeon's face shows no fear or shock at what's happening. and her face remains indifferent to everything. Veed is angry that Soyeon came out at such an inopportune moment. Soyeon stops and stares at the arrow that continues steadily inside the wooden door jamb. Soyeon turns around and looks at Veed. In her hand, she has a huge sword that is decorated with a red stone near the hilt. Obviously, Soyeon took this as a challenge to fight and decides to deal with Veed. Veed becomes as uncomfortable as possible. He is covered in sweat and looks at Soyeon with horror. It seems to him that Soyeon will cut him to pieces with his sword, for it would cost nothing for a player with such a mark to take down someone like Veed. Veed tries to explain that it was just an accident. He really decides that Soyeon intends to finish Veed off, even for such a nonsense. Soyeon extends her sword arm and heads towards the frightened Veed. As Soyeon continues to head towards Veed, Veed twists his head around, realizing that there is nowhere to run. Veed is covered in sweat and fear, realizing that he can't handle a player with a curse and a mark on his forehead at this level at least. Veed reflects on the fact that if this places Zock's shot, the chance to complete this very lucrative assignment will be lost. The PC game term, short for player killer, is used to describe a player who attacks and kills another player. Soyeon continues to slowly catch up to Veed. She has such an indifferent look that from the outside no one would guess what she's thinking or what she wants to do. Veed drops his bow and draws his sword. He says that if Soyeon wants to attack him, he can't do it that easily. Veed decides that he will not give up without a fight because the honor of manhood cannot be lost under any circumstances. Soyeon looks down and thinks about something. There seems to be no point in dealing with a level 3 rookie, and the arrow did indeed unintentionally hit the joint next to Soyeon's head. Veed is seriously preparing for battle and wonders if she can hear anything or not. At this point, Veed remembers that PCs usually kill players for money and stuff. Imagining how it looks from the outside, Veed decides he can't let that happen, even with only 2 silver coins and 37 coppers in his pocket. Veed twists his head from side to side and tries to explain to Soyeon that she has no idea how hard he worked to get that money and his belongings. Finally, Veed turns off his emotions and decides to act like a man. His face takes on an angry look, and his body is in a special stance that signifies his readiness for battle. Veed starts from his seat and runs at Soyeon. Soyeon watches intently and still shows no emotion whatsoever. Soyeon has also prepared herself for battle and gets into a protective stance with the intent of sword fighting. Veed stops right in front of Soyeon and extends his hand showing his index finger. Soyeon stops and doesn't realize what is happening. Veed is so nervous that one eye twitches with tension. He keeps pointing his index finger to draw Soyeon's attention to his proposal. Veed says he'll do whatever figure he wants later. Soyeon looks at Veed without a drop of anger or appeasement. Her face doesn't show a single emotion. Veed asks her to let him go. After seeing no reaction to the offer, it becomes clear to Veed that one figure will not be enough. He thinks that Soyeon is expensive. Veed points 2 fingers, saying that he can't give more than 2 sculptures and that one of them will look like her. The expression on her face doesn't change. Obviously, something is going on inside Soyeon, but she's not going to give any hint of her thoughts. Veed decides that he has a lot to lose in this deal, but he has to make an exception for his own good. Seeing no reaction, he is amazed that the 2 figures are not enough to end this silent quarrel positively either. Finally, Soyeon turns around and walks away. Veed stares after her, trying to recover from the feeling of impending retribution. Veed sits down at the gate and exhales, realizing he survived. He doesn't understand what it was or who Soyeon is, why she has 0 emotion, given that she is wearing the cursed mark of a hero that sends players to another world. It's morning. Instructor Dork wakes up and goes outside to get a breath of fresh air. He yawns loudly and puts his hands in the air. Finally, Dork notices the image of someone beside him, intensely wonders what is going on. Void, meanwhile, is asleep and does not hear Dork's instructor's indignation. Instructor Dork rests his hands on his knees and looks up. Realizing it's Veed, Dork asks what he's doing here. Veed opens his sleepy eyes and looks at Dork, wondering if it is morning. Veed rises to his feet and clarifies that he couldn't sleep for long because of that scary girl Soyeon. Veed says he just wanted to say hello to the instructor before he went on his mission. Dork stands next to him with his hands on his waist. The instructor suggests that Veed can't wait for the mission, since he prepared everything in the early hours of the morning. Dork asks dear Soyeon to come out and say goodbye to Veed. Veed tenses up and says it's definitely time to go. Veed waves his hands and replies that there is no need to call anyone, because everyone is probably still asleep. Veed says that he will definitely be leaving now. Instructor Dork, his wife, and Soyeon come out to see Veed off on his long journey. The instructor's wife waves her hand and asks him to take care of himself. Veed does not turn around, but quickly leaves. As he walks away, Veed turns around and ponders about Soyun, who seems to him to be an incredibly strange and dangerous player. Finally, he decides that this is probably the first and last time he will see Soyun. Veed is on his way to join an expeditionary force on a mission to clear Litwart of monsters. Countless soldiers on horseback gather on the outskirts waiting for the main man to give the command to continue the journey. A royal knight appeared before Veed. Speaking to Veed by name, the knight informs him that instructor Dork has already told him about him. Veed realizes that this nip is a friend of the instructor Royal Knight Midway. Midway asks about the riding horse that every soldier should have. Veed scratches the back of his head and replies that they didn't say anything about a horse. Veed realizes that a horse costs 100 gold pieces, which is very expensive, and he can buy a lot of rye bread with that money. Midway says it will take 3 hours to get to their destination on horseback, and if they walk, it will be too late. So he asks Vance to bring a stray burrowing horse because Dork has asked him to take care of Veed. Veed smiles and thanks Midway for her help. Veed is happy to have saved money. Vance asks Veed to walk over to the horse instead of just standing still. The horse looks up at Veed with its teeth bared. Vance stands beside him, and Veed scrutinizes his future horse. The horse has yellow teeth, and Veed sees this lame sight without realizing what it even is. Finally, Veed decides that it shouldn't care about the horse's teeth when it's free. He holds out his hand and says that, though temporary, they should both work hard. The horse has no intention of letting himself be stroked, so he immediately bites. Veed yells at the horse and holds on to his injured arm. The horse, meanwhile, turns its body away and looks at Veed with an exasperated expression on its muzzle. Seeing what's going on, Veed asks for some respect. Veed decides that the horse is only allowed to be stroked from behind and reaches out again to tell him that he now knows his new master. But the horse was not going to go along with Veed's friendliness and instantly levitates his hind leg. Veed could not have expected this outcome of events and takes the damage with a shriek flying backwards. Veed sits on the ground and calls the horse a real nag. He is very angry because he has to agree with the horse for the trip. The horse continues to stare with an embittered expression on its face. Midway looks at what is happening and realizes that Veed is not a timid one. The horse rears up and jerks its legs toward Veed, who does the same thing with his hands. Veed shouts that he will beat the horse, but it roars and fights back. The entrance to the Litwart lair. The first day of the sweep, the expeditionary force moves on horseback and prepares for the monster hunt. Veed is on his first mission and has no idea what awaits him. While each horse behaves appropriately, Veed agonizes and demands to go forward, calling the horse a wayward beast. The horse does not recognize Veed as his master and continues to resist being saddled. Finally, the Royal Knight Midway stretches his hand up and gives the command to stop. The soldiers walking behind immediately listen to Commander Midway and stop, assuming they have arrived at Litwart's lair. The soldier checks the lair and gestures to the troop to prepare for an attack. Midway turns back at the sight of the gesture and gives the order to dismount and prepare for battle. Midway specifies that they will go straight to the lair as soon as they are in formation. Midway demands that they leave the horses to the guards and form a 4-column formation on the road. Veed wipes his forehead with sweat and is glad to be rid of that stupid nag. The horse is of the same opinion of Veed. At that moment, Midway points at Veed and demands that he come closer. Veed didn't expect that he would need to, and clarifies that he understood his name correctly. Veed moves closer and sees Midway inspecting the exterior, opening the topic of gear. Veed wonders what's wrong. At last, Midway points to the side and says that, with such equipment, one cannot fight in the front line, so one must cover from behind. Veed smiles because it seems less dangerous and agrees to the instruction. Veed obeys the order and hops off to the right column. Vivid realizes that if he picks up such equipment, Midway will send him to the rear guard. Vivid thinks it is best to just relax and let the squad do their job. At this time in the den, several kobolds decide to have a frog kebab dinner. They start a fire and put frogs on sticks and then place them over the fire to roast the carcass. The soldiers enter the lair and immediately notice the spectacle of intelligent kobolds wanting to eat kebabs. The eyes of the soldiers instantly widen in size and fear rushes over everyone who has come to battle the monsters. As soon as the kobolds notice the soldiers, the chief of the kobolds gives the order to kill each of them. Their eyes light up brightly with red lightning, and their jaws reveal many sharp fangs. Every soldier who stands in front of Veed shivers and screams in fear at the sight of the kobolds, who decide to massacre every man who dares to enter the Litwart's lair. Veed looks forward in bewilderment. Veed is amazed that the soldiers are so frightened. He assumes that they are so green and inexperienced that they can't handle their emotions. At this time, Midway stands still and does not give any additional orders to the squad. Veed turns his attention to Midway's commander and does not understand why he does nothing. At this point, Veed assumes that the lives of the soldiers mean nothing to Midway. While Veed speculates about the interaction between Commander Midway and the soldiers, the battle has already begun. The soldiers swiftly thrust their sharp spears into the kobolds, while the kobolds themselves wish to attack their opponents with daggers. Midway gives the order to change formation. The first squad must move back, and the second squad must move forward and fight back. Midway demands that the soldiers continue to press on. The soldiers give their consent to Midway's commander and clearly carry out the task. Veed reflects on what is happening and realizes that such actions were necessary for the coherence of their actions. Veed is sure that these soldiers need experience to get used to combat. Midway gives orders to Buren and Becker to collect the booty. The soldiers promptly proceed to carry out the order. At this time, Veed assumes that there is a money boost coming on top of that. Veed waves his hand and asks about the start of the battle. Moments later, a pack of kobolds in armor with shields and swords head towards the soldiers. They make piercing sounds, scaring the soldiers. Kobold approaches the soldier and tries to do damage, but the soldier anticipates this behavior and manages to make a dash with his spear into Kobold's torso. At that moment, Veed watches carefully and takes the right moment to save the soldier. The point of the arrow stabs into the neck of Kobold, who screams in pain and falls on his back. It was as unexpected as possible for the soldier. After defeating Kobold, Veed instantly gains experience. Veed is happy that he has found a way to gain experience and decides to continue doing so. The battle between soldiers and kobolds is in full swing. The soldiers use their martial arts skills while the kobolds without skills try to inflict damage in any way possible. The system message continually informs you that you are leveling up. Veed realizes that he's gaining very quickly by killing kobolds after the soldiers' incomplete damage. For Veed, the hunt is going quite easily. At this point, Veed turns around and sees two soldiers pondering about Veed's strange combat behavior. Veed decides that he should be careful because the soldiers might start treating him badly. Veed will not be able to hunt if there is a riot. After a while, Midway informs that it is time to take a break at this place and get refreshment. Midway points out that it is necessary to keep an eye on your surroundings in order not to fall into the clutches of angry kobolds. Two young soldiers are hard at work building a fire. One of them says it's time to start cooking, and the other grumbles that they can't even rest because they're new. Veed brings a board of vegetables and offers to help with the cooking. The boy in the hood says it's not worth helping them. Veed replies that it's okay because even though he can't help them in battle because of his inexperience, there is enough food for the soldiers of the Kingdom of Rosenheim. The newcomers accept Veed's help. Veed picks up his knife and is happy to be able to pump up his cooking skill while making food for the soldiers. The most important thing for Veed is that the ingredients are free. He promptly starts cooking. After a while, Veed invites the soldiers to taste the food. The display informs them that the cooking and crafting levels have increased. One of the knights gives a thumbs up, saying it's delicious. The other one feels like he's in a dream because it's delicious. Midway himself finally joins the meal. He approaches Veed and asks who did the cooking. Veed says that he cooked everything himself. Veed can't understand why Midway is so serious and assumes that he is just doing something wrong. Midway holds out the bowl and says that the dish was very good and that it was even better than his wife's cooking. Veed is uncomfortable with such honors. Finally, Midway puts a hand on his shoulder and offers to let Veed cook for the squad on a regular basis. Veed decides it's a great chance to earn the soldiers' favor, and no one will complain about the hunting methods. After a while, Veed is already repairing the soldiers' equipment. Veed exclaims that if a weapon or armor is in need of repair, it should be brought here immediately. The soldiers report on the condition of their swords and shields, wondering if they have such a capable soldier with them. Veed continues to learn new skills. A system message notifies you of the ability to bandage wounds. Veed offers to approach anyone who is wounded and in need of repair. Certainly, the soldiers turn to Veed. After a while, Veed finds a goblin dagger for himself. Instantly, identification is triggered to confirm Veed's identity. At last, Veed has earned the trust of the soldiers. They share their joy at having Veed in their squad. Another newcomer asks to go hunting with them more often. Veed laughs and confirms each one's words. Veed is pleased with the work he has done and assumes that now no one will ever think of picking on how true bow hunting is done. When he opens the display, he notices a list of monsters that does not diminish in number. Veed wonders how this is possible as they fight kobolds every day. Current status: Litwart's Lair Cleanup Day 8. The current location is the third floor of the Litwart Lair dungeon. Veed changes his mind and admits to himself that this is not an easy task at all. The higher the floor, the more fierce the monsters looked. There were many goblins with bright eyes and fearsome grins waiting for the squad. At the sight of the goblins, Veed decides that this task is not as easy as it originally seemed. One of the soldiers is nervous and covered in drops of sweat at the sight of a monster of a higher level than the previous floors. Veed notices that the goblin's aura has made the soldier completely fearful. Veed knows that the goblins are higher level than the kobolds, but he could not imagine that the soldiers would be frightened before the battle began. Veed decides that without intervention, their squad will be left with more casualties. Looking at the frightened soldiers, Veed decides that he will not let them go to the other world so easily because a lot of effort has been put into earning everyone's trust. Taking his sword, Veed decides to show the soldiers how to behave. For such a case, Veed has an effective method in his stockpile. Veed goes to the battlefield with the goblins. The soldiers notice Veed's rejected act and ask him to leave immediately to a safe area. Realizing that the soldiers are watching, Veed decides that he will change the mood of everyone. After realizing that the soldiers are watching, Veed decides that he will change everyone's mind. A fierce battle begins. One of the goblins tries to damage Veed with his huge club. Veed swings his sword and notices the club moving. Foreseeing his next move, Veed crouches down to dodge the damage. The goblin hopes to do damage but fails to do so in the measure of his slowness. The level 50 goblin makes it clear that it will not be as easy to deal with as the kobolds. The goblin strikes again, and Veed manages to dodge. A drop of sweat begins to drip from his forehead. The fierce goblin is determined to deal with Veed by any means necessary. He immediately swings it over his head and says that the man must go to the other world. Veed decides to fight back with his sword. The baton and the sword make hard contact with each other. No one is going to give in, so everyone tries to give their best. The soldiers continue to stand still and worry about Veed. No one can muster a fraction of the strength to step up in support of Veed. Veed fends off the blow with his club and blocks it with his sword. Veed makes an effort to resist and tries to draw the soldiers' attention by telling them that goblins are weaker than they look and need not be so feared. Finally, the soldiers listen to Veed and assume that if the weak Veed fights like this, it means something. The soldiers are worried, but gradually come to the right judgment about the upcoming battle. Veed calls attention to the number of soldiers and says that there is no need to be afraid of having to fight alone because there are comrades to trust. The soldiers realize that they are indeed comrades and must cope. Moments later, the soldiers run to Veed's aid, supporting each other with words about not standing by while Veed fights alone for the entire squad. A squad of soldiers approaches a pack of goblins and intends to massacre anyone who stands in the way of victory. After making sure the plan had worked and each soldier had bravely begun the battle, Veed stepped back and leaned against a tree to rest. Veed is pleased that everything has worked out as it should. Veed wipes his face of sweat and looks at the soldiers tiredly. In his mind, Veed decides that the morale of the squad is back at an all-time high. Viewing the battle of the soldiers against the goblins, Veed assumes that now is a good time to hunt in peace. But what he sees is truly disconcerting and shocking. Veed crosses his arms over his chest and says, "You can't fight so haphazardly even when morale is at its peak." In his experience, Veed knows how to help the squad and shouts that they should use shields. The goblins have no defenses, so this should work against them. The soldier hears Veed's words and relays the information to the others. Finally, Veed orders the soldiers to raise their shields and take formation. Veed smiles as he realizes that everything is going according to plan, and soon the battle will be won. Behind him stands Midway, who is watching carefully. Midway smirks and strains his brow at the sight of a soldier giving instructions to an entire expeditionary force. Veed reiterates the need to hold them back with shields and those behind them to attack with spears. When the moment is right, Veed fires his bow to finally destroy the goblin, who keeps up with the soldier defending himself with his shield. The arrow passes exactly through the target. The goblin is rapidly bleeding from the back of its head. The goblins turn their attention to Veed. One of the monsters is notable for wearing gold jewelry on its hands, nose, and ears. Veed notices the boss and thinks of a plan to get rid of him. The goblin boss decides to deal with Veed, assuming he is in charge among the humans. His nose wrinkles and his entire face displays a great deal of rage at his main opponent. Vede doesn't hesitate for a second, sending a sharp arrow straight at the goblin boss. Increasing skills raises Weed's level, allowing him to use additional properties of the bow. Flying through the expeditionary force, the bow swiftly approaches the main goblin. No one has time to react because the speed of the arrow is as fast as possible. While the goblin was trying to figure out what was going on, the arrow was already penetrating inside his head. After such damage, no boss will be left alive. The rest of the goblins run away in fright, assuming that this is the fate that awaits them all. Vid exhales after the boss falls to the ground. A system message notifies you that you have leveled up and gained 3 leadership points. The soldiers raise their spears up and shout that this is victory. Vede is surprised at this reaction. Vede enjoys the admiration of his comrades who say that everything works out thanks to Vede. Some say the goblins weren't so strong, so they were afraid for nothing. No one expected a newcomer like him to be able to take down the ringleader. At that moment, Midway walks over to the lifeless body of the goblin boss. Midway looks up at Vede but says nothing, satisfied that he has defeated the goblins. Vede notices the attention on himself and thinks about what is happening. He thinks he may have unnecessarily assumed the role of leader, commanding the soldiers as if they were his. He hopes Midway isn't too angry about this debauchery. Worried that the act was brazen, Vede assumes that Midway might say that it's not in the soldiers' authority or something. Vede realizes that he has earned everyone's trust and shouldn't be in too much trouble, much less punished. Finally, Midway urges Vede to come closer, clarifying that he has something important to say. Vede is covered in sweat and his body is pale with fear of punishment. He tries not to believe that he has made a global mistake considering the victory over the goblins. Vivid is forced to approach Midway with his shoulders up in excitement. Midway says that Vede is quite gifted and has done well. Finally, the Royal Knight Midway suggests that Vede should also go into the service of the kingdom. Midway specifies that he will be granted the rank of Dozenik. In his mind, Vede relaxes, realizing that there will be no punishment for his amateurishness. If Vede decides to join the kingdom army, he will have up to 10 soldiers under his command, as well as a salary of 50 coins. Instantly, a picture appears before his eyes of him as a knight calling the soldiers to follow him. The chance to command 10 soldiers makes him think twice about the offer. After a moment, Vede crosses his arms over his chest and twists his head to the side, deciding that he doesn't want to join such organizations. Vede lowers his head and replies to Midway that he is very sorry, but prefers to travel freely to help those who have had the misfortune of being attacked by monsters. After hearing this, Midway rubs his chin and replies that since Vede doesn't want to, it's okay, but if he changes his mind, he should let him know. But lastly, Midway suggests to Vede that he take command of the soldiers. Vede turns around and looks at part of the squad with a perplexed look. Vito is uncomfortable with this suggestion, and after imagining the continuation of the battle with this change, he decides to ask if everything will be all right. Midway crosses his arms across his chest and replies that the soldiers listen to Vede and seem to adopt a lot of things. So Midway wants to entrust this task and learn about Vede's abilities as a leader. Vede is delighted and modestly replies that it would be nice if they tried this arrangement. In his mind, he is excited about the experience and decides to make the most of it. Further action takes place on the 3rd floor. Vede raises his sword above his head and declares himself commander of the squad. The soldiers don't hesitate for a moment and agree to this change. Vede continues to stand on the rock and hears the notification of the leadership boost. Vede shouts for the scouts to go first. Moments later, the expeditionary force ascends to the 4th floor. Vede peeks out from under a rock and waits for the best moment to attack. Finally, he jumps out and aims at the goblin, sending the arrow on its way. The goblins see the enemy and swing their clubs around. Vede holds out his hand, signaling to the soldiers that it is time to act. The pack of goblins try to catch up with Vede, not realizing what trap lies ahead of them. After another victory, Vede continues to increase experience and is busy bandaging wounded soldiers. On the 5th floor, the expeditionary force under Vede's command find a safe location to prepare dinner. Vede raises his cooking level again. After some time, Vede continues to attack the goblin packs, commanding a loyal band of soldiers. As time passes, the soldiers decide to thank their commander Vede by collecting a gift. Vede is so pleased that streams of tears flow from his eyes. As the sweep of Litwart's lair continues, another victory allows the soldiers to rejoice in life. They shout that victory is theirs again, and Vede wipes his forehead and smiles. After opening the display, Vede was satisfied that he was at level 62 at this point. The soldiers are at level 57, and if you think about it, in the kingdom of Rosenheim, the average level of a dozen men is about 40. Veed notices that he hasn't made any progress with Sage Rodriguez's task, and it's puzzling. While Weed is thinking about Rodriguez, Midway approaches and calls out by name, wanting to discuss something. Midway puts a hand on his shoulder and tells him that the sweep of Litwart's lair is complete, thanks to Veed. Midway shares that if there were 5 more men as capable as Veed, there would be no more monster invasions to worry about. The mission is completed, and Midway suggests that Veed return to the kingdom with the squad. Veed kindly explains that he has some business to attend to in the lair. He decides to tell them that he is on a mission for Sage Rodriguez. In that case, Midway understands why Veed turned down such a good offer to become a royal knight. Midway explains that since that is his choice, he has no right to stop. Midway reminds him that he would like Veed to return to the kingdom, but since he has business to attend to and needs to stay here, a small gift would be appropriate. Midway holds out her hand to the soldier and asks if he has brought a gift. Veed is so happy that his eyes sparkle and a smile never leaves his face. Veed thanks Midway for the gift before he even sees what it is. The soldier brings a horse that Veed has come to call an old nag. He kicks when the soldier leads him to Veed. It's a gift that makes him uncomfortable, and he doesn't understand why he should have brought the old nag in the first place. Midway takes the halter and hands it to Veed as a gesture of thanks and asks him to use it for good. Veed tries to move away from the horse and claims that everything is fine, and he doesn't need the horse at all. Alone with the horse, Veed sang down and continued to wonder why he had to give him such a horse in the first place. Midway leaves, saying goodbye that they will see each other later. Before leaving, one of the soldiers speaks to Veed, calling him commander and saying he will never forget. Another soldier lights up with a smile and says that he will open a restaurant in the kingdom, and if Veed comes to visit, a feast will be held in his honor. Finally, when everyone has gone, Veed is alone with the horse. The horse looks away and neighs, while Veed stands with slumped shoulders and drooping head. Buren and Becker lag behind and stop next to Veed. They see his slumped state and ask him what is wrong. The young soldiers hope to see Veed again and ask Veed to promise to do so. Veed holds out his hands and 2 streams of tears flow from his eyes. Veed says that training Buren and Becker was so hard that it was as if they had eaten the tasty part, and Veed had been left with the unpalatable. Buren and Becker announce that they want to stay with Veed, but it's not allowed. Veed lets them go and says they will see each other again. Buren and Becker also say goodbye and invite them to visit when they arrive in the kingdom. Veed waves goodbye. It is hard for Veed to be alone after what has happened, but his thirst to complete the game and at least fulfill Sage Rodriguez's task gives Veed control over his emotions. Veed opens the display to double-check the information again. Thinking about the fact that a lair named Litwart exists only in a single instance, Veed comes to the logical conclusion that there must be something else inside the cave that will be a reference point for the number of monsters. At this time, on the outskirts of Saraburg, Sage Rodriguez stands in the street and grunts for attention. Rodriguez finally looks at the guard and says the job is going well. The guard is surprised that Rodriguez returns from his walk so quickly. When the mentee enters his yard, he decides to ask how the walk went. Rodriguez puts his head down and says that it was fine, because nothing has been bothering him lately. The ward closes the door, but takes one last look outside. Sage Rodriguez notices this nuance and cautions. Frowning his eyebrows, Rodriguez asks his ward what's wrong, since he's taken to looking out of the gate. After closing the door, the ward asks Rodriguez about the kid who carved the sculptures in front of the house. At this question, Sage Rodriguez's eyebrows furrow, and he stops and does a half-turn, answering that he will not be forgotten. Such a memory instantly makes Rodriguez angry. He clenches his fists and tells his ward about Veed, who seemed rude. Rodriguez clarifies that Veed had been annoying for a long time, just to ask him which class he should choose. Rodriguez snidely clarifies that Veed will never be able to find that place, because the caves of Litwart's lair are not that easy, and if Veed does get the class he wants and miraculously finds that place, nothing will happen because it's unacceptable. Meanwhile, in one of the caves, 3 players are killing kobolds. They hope to find good loot, but every time they do, it's just junk. One of the players looks at Kobold's lifeless body and shares the impression that his body was carried so far away after the explosion. After a while, the player notices a hole and wonders where it came from. At that moment, the image of a man appears from the pit. The player could not have expected such an appearance and almost falls down from surprise. There is fear and bewilderment on his face. The player screams because he cannot contain his emotions. It turned out to be Veed. He gradually climbs out of the pit and waves in a friendly manner to the player, who continues to be in a stupor from what is happening. Finally, the player asks the stranger, Vid, a question about what is going on here. Vid rises to his feet and wipes the dust from his face. He's been searching for a week now. He's been from the first to the fifth floor and hasn't found anything. The players scrutinize Vid and assume he's a player, but can't figure out where he came from in the pit. Before his eyes, Vid recalls his meeting with Rodriguez. He sits on a chair and instructs him to kill 100 monsters, and if he succeeds, he will get the class he wants. Vid thinks about Rodriguez's lie, but immediately changes his mind. Believing that there is no way Nip could have lied since the assignment has been officially received, Vid decides that there must be a hidden place related to the assignment and must be found. Looking around the cave, Vid finally finds his horse and calls him an old nag again. The horse is similarly displeased with his master and continues to stand around the corner looking at Vid unhappily. Vid ignores the unfamiliar players who stare at Vid with a puzzled look, wondering what he is doing and what he might be looking for. The players assume there is a secret cave as they see him trying to move the stone. When Vid succeeds in moving the stone, he looks off into the distance for a new cave. Vid hooks the reins to his knapsack and pulls the horse towards him. The horse resists and continues to stand still, and he hears Vid's displeasure. At this time, the goblins are rapidly approaching Vid, waving their blades and clubs. The goblin swiftly runs closer and cuts the rope from his backpack. Vid has no time to react, but only tensely sees the goblin at his side. The horse is happy with what is happening. He looks at his former master with anger, identifying that he will rush away from here right now. Vid shouts to the fleeing horse to stop. The horse is obviously much faster and has no trouble leaving Vid far behind. Thinking of the most effective way, Vid picks up a stone and deftly throws it at the horse. The horse takes the blow to the head and throws his head back in pain. The horse falls and rolls over onto its back, and Vid rushes towards it with his hands balled into fists. Vid comes closer and scolds the horse, who is lying on his side and trying to come to his senses. But right at that moment, the attention of Vid's eyes shifted to something interesting. Void's face changes and he stares excitedly at the horse's distance. The horse tries to rise, but the stars continue to glow in his eyes. A small crevice could be seen behind the horse, which interested Vid. Vid realizes he has found a secret cave and slowly makes his way inside, pulling his horse behind him. The display informs him that he has become the discoverer of the secret caves of Litwart's lair and is rewarded with 50+ glory. After cautiously walking through the tunnel, Vid steps into the cave and looks around the corner to avoid the monsters. He lights a candle and looks around to find what he wants. As he came around the corner, he could feel the stale air, which was not alarming in any way. He tries to peer around the corner and is surprised to see that the ground is black. Suddenly, a huge beetle-like monster appears out of nowhere. Vid shines his candle but doesn't immediately notice the unexpected guest. Seeing a monster that is much taller than a man in front of them, Vid and the horse feel uncomfortable. Vid worries and blushes because he realizes that he is here without soldiers, and no one can come to help him. Vid holds onto the hilt of his sword and examines the beetle, realizing that he has never seen such huge ones before. A whole squad of beetles confidently approach Vid. Vid is confused at the sight of them. At that moment, one of the beetles pushes off the ground and makes a leap towards Vid. Vid begins his battle with the bugs and concludes that there is nothing complicated about it. As the fight against the bugs continues, Vid swings his sword vigorously and throws the bugs far away, once again making sure that defeating them is too easy. But that's when the bug comes along to take stronger action. Turns out it's the mother. She stands still, and a flood of baby bugs begins to emerge from her. They also head towards Vid, realizing their task. Vid blushes and tenses at this outcome of events. The beetle's fecundity is becoming a real problem for Vid. Trying to keep the bugs away from him, Vid tries to swing as fast as he can. Mamajuk is constantly releasing her children, and it seems to him that there is no end to the process. Vid realizes that if he had soldiers with him, he would be able to deal with the flood of beetles much faster. Realizing that the main problem is the huge beetle, Vid quickly approaches and jumps before dealing damage with his sword. After the damage is done, something unpleasant happens. The beetle begins to release a green poison that forcibly enters Vid's lungs. He tries to cover himself with his hand, but the display tells him he is being poisoned. Green poison floods Vid's body and system. The display notifies him of the loss of health. Health points are lost at a rate of 1 per second. After analyzing the situation, Vid realizes he has no antidote. With not a second to lose, Veed decides to take on his main opponent. The beetle is covered in a purple sheath, which does not bode well. Veed deals crushing damage to the beetle and says that now is the time to test who is stronger. The beetle takes the blows and the body shell is destroyed at the point where the blows were delivered. White mucus streams out of the hole in the body. With each passing second, Veed loses health points. He is getting worse and tries to cough to continue the battle. His pale skin and numerous drops of sweat appear from the poisoning. Veed wonders if this will be the end. The beetle decides to take advantage of the opportunity and deal damage to Veed. Veed sees the beetle approaching and regrets that he didn't have any skills. Finally, Veed remembers the slashing knife technique, which he never tried because it consumes too much mana. Realizing that he has at least one skill, Veed becomes more confident and attacks the beetle without hesitation. After evaluating the circumstances, Veed decides that now is the only option to activate the skill and pay for it with mana. Veed recites the name of the technique to activate it and successfully uses it against the beetle. The beetle is so big that nothing seems to be able to defeat it, but the split knife technique is successfully used in this battle. A bright light is emitted from Veed's knife. The huge beetle has nothing to do but take damage from Veed. After activating the secant knife, it didn't take much effort for Veed to make a huge hole in the bug's torso. To make the beetle fall, Veed thrusts the tip of his sword into its torso. The beetle falls and the weight of its carcass causes dust to swirl around it. When it's clear that the bugs are over, Veed wipes his forehead and is happy that it's all over safely. Veed opens the display. A system alert draws attention to another level increase. Veed is curious about something else and has to open the task window to do it. Finally, the mission was to deal with 99 monsters, not 100 as it had been all along. Veed was pleased that everything had worked out as he had hoped and raised his fist in a sign of his strength. The exact statement comes to mind that to deal with the big beetles and deal with the small ones at the same time is the essence of the task. Veed stands still and sees several more huge beetles heading in his direction. Veed looks around and the direction the bugs are coming from makes it clear which way to go. His health points continue to drain one every second. Veed is surprised that the poison is taking so long to take effect and is taking HP. Realizing that it is urgent to find an antidote, Veed climbs out of the hidden cave. His body illuminates red, notifying him that the loss of health is a global problem. As he searches for the horse, Veed swears again and calls it a bloody nag. When he sees the horse trying to squeeze in, he wonders what he's doing there. Veed is analyzing the situation. He can't ask anyone to cure him because no one will believe that the poisoning happened in a cave with only kobolds and goblins. This information would obviously arouse suspicion. Veed continues to sweat and glow. Veed has to spend a lot of time and effort trying to pull his horse. The health points are constantly taking Veed's life. Veed ignores the hostile relationship with the horse and reclines on his leg, fully immersed in his thoughts. Veed decides that he needs to get to the city and heal before he goes to the other world. The horse continues to confront Veed, and in a single attempt to saddle up, throws Veed off again with a levitate. Veed promptly flies off into the bushes and loses another 5 health points. The fall is successfully completed by landing in a dense bush. Veed is puzzled by what has happened and wonders how it happened to him in the first place. Veed climbs out from behind the bushes and sees the horse standing in the same spot, chewing grass as if nothing had happened. Veed calls the horse a beast and reminds him that he's in a hurry, but apparently the horse doesn't care. After a moment, a brilliant idea comes to Veed's mind. A wry smile appears on his face and his eyes narrow at the thought of his previous actions. Veed tells the horse that if he doesn't want to do it the right way, he'll do it the wrong way. In the moment, Veed pulls out a dagger and says he will make the horse obey. The horse worries and wonders about his future life. Veed slides the point of his knife across his palm and continues to grin. The horse tries not to look at such an unpleasant sight. Blood trickles to the ground, but Veed does not react. The horse spins in place and doesn't realize what's happening. Veed lowers his palm and lets more blood drip to the ground. Veed looks at the horse with a sly smile, letting him know that this is a forced measure that will now be used. Veed doesn't allow Veed to budge by grabbing the top of his muzzle with one hand. The bloody hand is pushed inside the horse's mouth. The horse tries to resist this action, but it fails. As Veed finishes, the horse begins to cough up the unpleasant action and wonders why this was even necessary. Veed stands still and loses health points while he waits to see why the action was played in the first place. After a short amount of time, the display announces that the bloody nag has also been poisoned. Veed explains to the horse that they are now in the same position, Veed comes closer and decides to explain to the horse the important message that everyone understands what to do in such a situation. The horse loses HP and looks at Veed with frightened eyes. The next morning, Veed, in the company of his horse, arrives in town for the market. The first thing Veed does is to drink the potion himself. The horse is standing behind him, breathing heavily as the poisoning ravages his health at an unrealistic rate. Veed continues to drink the potion after sharing it with the horse, who immediately throws his head back and tries to drink every last drop. Veed holds many bottles in a pouch, realizing that he has spent all his money on antidotes and herbs. Veed returns to the hidden cave and continues the battle, but on equal footing, as the beetle venom is no longer a nuisance. Veed spends his energy and strength realizing that he needs to fight 100 beetles, and then a new stage of the game will begin. There are times when Veed and his horse have to resort to a strategic retreat. Several beetles decide to confront Veed not alone, but in pairs. After each release of poison, Veed has to resort to an antidote. The beetles are on average level 10, but even at level 60, it's not hard for Veed to deal with these monsters. In one of the battles, Veed manages to jump onto the beetle's shell. He instantly thrusts the point of his sword deep inside. Veed thinks that no one will believe him if he tells them that this is a quest to get a class. As the battle continues, Veed has no trouble analyzing the ongoing battle in his head. Veed assumes that since it's so hard, he must have an amazing class waiting for him to make money. Veed uses the slashing knife technique. By the time he has 2 monsters to defeat, there is no emotion on his face other than fatigue and sweat. Veed stands still and exhales heavily after his 98 victories over the bugs. After a short amount of time, a system alert notifies him that there is 1 monster left to complete the task. Veed stands there with his hand in a fist, staring off into the distance, waiting for the next bug. At that moment, the boss appears in front of Veed. He's much bigger than his companions. Using his tail and head, the beetle makes it clear that he is not to be trifled with. Veed realizes that if he can't deal with the boss, all his efforts have been in vain. With his sword in front of him, Veed threatens the boss that he will soon have to go to the next world. The horse decides to leave before the monster decides to deal with him too. The bug boss doesn't hesitate and immediately releases green poison to gradually ruin Veed in every way possible. At that moment, the beetle decides to release his babies. They instantly set off to meet Veed. Veed realizes that this battle will be the hardest he has ever fought. He tensed up and pressed his lips together so that he would have to tune in and give his best to pass the level and move on. The small bugs, one by one, push themselves off the ground and make a leap that may affect the battle with the true enemy. Veed notices the bugs and calls them small parasites. Realizing that the bugs could bite through his skin, and so not reacting would not work, Veed swiftly swung his sword from side to side and tore each approaching bug apart. Veed tries not to waste a moment, so he immediately heads towards the boss, who is continuously releasing green poison. Veed decides to seize the moment to get closer. That there's an antidote, yes. With the condition that there are now antidotes, Veed decides to go head-on even with the poisoning. At that moment, the beetle begins to rapidly release a large amount of venom. Compared to its size, one would expect its venom to be more dangerous than that of ordinary monster beetles. Seeing the poison vapors swiftly dissolve and fly towards Veed, Veed jumps from place to place. The beetle spreads its clawed legs and has 2 wings on its back, making the situation much worse. The beetle doesn't just distribute the air around him, it releases a stream of air towards Veed. Veed has to constantly change his location to avoid taking a drop of vapor into his body. Veed lands near a rocky hillock and notices that even the smaller bugs are affected by the poison. Veed is amazed at how the venom eats away at everything in its path, and realizes that the color of the venom seemed different from the previous bugs for a reason. The huge bug boss scrutinizes Veed's every action. Veed looks up and decides that if he doesn't want to get hit by this poison, he has to attack from a distance. But there's no way an arrow can penetrate a bug boss's shell, and if a sword can do the job, something more serious is needed. The bug boss decides to take advantage of the opportunity and swiftly approaches Veed, swinging his claw to deal devastating damage. Veed reacts in time and leans back to avoid being hit by the sharp claws. Veed realizes that in order to break through the boss' shell, he must use the split knife technique to get closer. Beetle continues to watch Void to make sure he doesn't take unexpected damage from the side. After deciding that it's too dangerous to stand still, Veed decides to run around. Veed realizes that it is not difficult to get closer, but the poison is the main problem. At the same time, Veed realizes that for some time the bug cannot use the poison again after an attack. Veed realizes that he needs to make the bug attack again and do something about the poison to get rid of it. Turning his attention to the side, Veed sees his old nag shivering incessantly in fear. At the same moment, a brilliant idea comes to Veed's mind. He smiled at the thought and wanted to carry out the plan as soon as possible. The horse assumes that his unloved master is paying attention to him for a reason. At the sight of the monster and the master trying to take advantage of the horse at such a dangerous moment, the horse becomes so frightened that sweat runs down his entire body. The beetle releases the venom pores again to pick an opportune moment and direct the flow directly at Veed's opponent. The horse is quite clever, so when he notices that Veed is making plans for him, he decides to drink a bottle of antidote and run away from his master Veed. Veed tries to catch up with the horse and shouts that he is sorry, but when you think about it, it's not too sorry. When the beetle sees an enemy in front of it, it unleashes a stream of venom to poison all living things that approach. Veed knew that when the horse would run away, it would get close enough that the beetle would decide to open a poison attack. So as soon as everything went according to plan, Veed continued his attack and pounced on the bug boss before he noticed. As Veed began to approach, the boss notices Veed. Veed holds both sword and knife with the intent to finally take down the boss. Veed activates the split knife technique and realizes that the outcome of such actions is in his favor. The bug boss takes every damage from Veed. The technique allows the bug's huge body to be split into several pieces. While the beetle is being torn apart, Veed lands and runs away as far as he possibly can. As soon as Veed has done maximum damage, he immediately jumps back and looks at the bug, happy to be done with it at last. A moment later, there was a huge trail where the beetle had been. The beetle itself dissolves into thin air, and several luminous streaks rise upwards. The horse continues to lie lifeless. Veed watches the scene carefully. A chest appears where the beetle was. Veed realizes that it is a reward for defeating the bug boss. Veed quickly picks up the chest and opens it, wanting to see the reward as soon as possible. After opening the chest, Veed notices a couple of books and a parchment. Opening the letter, Veed reads a letter to a follower of the legendary emperor. The first emperor of the continent to end the endless strife is called Gehar von Arpen. He wishes the victor of the bug boss to continue the emperor's secret craft. Veed believes that if he is the emperor, he was the first to unite all the nations in the game. Thus, Veed gets the class that Gehar had and accepts that he was wrong about the quest. The assignment notifies him of success on the class change. The notification specifies that it is possible to get unique skills related to the peculiarities of this class. Veed decides that anything related to Emperor Gehar should be accepted without hesitation. Veed holds out his finger and accepts it gladly. Veed is ready to accept his hidden class. He eagerly awaits the notification of the name. Immediately, a display appears that says, "Attention Veed," clicks and wonders about his class. A notification comes in about a secret class called Legendary Moon Sculptor. Veed grabs the display and screams that this can't be true. After the trials, Veed hoped the class would be unusual and interesting, but it was not. Veed is disappointed. In the morning, Veed does not hesitate and comes to Rodriguez the Sage to deal with this class, and if possible, change it. Veed is angry because the outcome is not satisfactory. Rodriguez the Sage was certain to the last that Veed would not be up to such a task. He frowns and tenses, quietly telling Veed that he never thought such a thing was possible. Veed sits across from Rodriguez and waits for any reaction. Rodriguez wonders what has happened to Veed since it took so long. Rodriguez says that Veed has indeed completed the task since the hidden class has appeared. Leaning back in his chair, Veed confirms that it was very difficult but doable. Veed sighs heavily as he recalls what he went through. Veed remembers being in the cave and not realizing how, after going back and forth and killing monsters, he had just become a moon sculptor. Veed sheds tears because he knows he can't make any money with this class. The horse wakes up. After so many hardships, getting the sculptor class is so awful for Veed that he rolls on the ground and screams that the world is so cruel and it's not fair. The horse exhales heavily and thinks he's going to throw his hooves off. Veed begins to ponder the class. He begins to speculate that the sculptor class can't be all that worthless. The moon sculptor is a hidden class in its own right and has a lot of mysteries. So it all depends on how Veed will train the character. If Veed can find a strength in this class, he can use it for good. If he can't, he'll be an unemployed character unable to do anything. After coming to his senses, Veed decides to read the rest of the letter. It speaks of the secrets of sculpting. After identifying it, it reveals an Emperor's Pill that increases mana by 200. Veed finds it very valuable. Veed picks up two books, one with the secrets of the sword techniques of the Imperial Arpin family and the other a rare book of Class A sword techniques. A wry smile appears on Veed's face. Veed mentally thanks the Emperor's Majesty for his kindness. Veed thinks he can finally say goodbye to the sword and bow he had been using before. Veed places his hand on the book and a bright yellow light appears. The display announces that Veed has learned the Emperor's shapeless sword technique. Current skill is at 0. Spreading his arms up and down, Veed rejoices that the study is complete. Veed decides to try again, realizing that if only the Imperial dynasty could use these skills, then they are quite powerful. But Veed notices something that delivers a negative attitude. It turns out that the first skill costs 300 mana, and Veed assumes that the others cost more. Veed realizes that if he eats the Emperor's Pill, he won't be able to use it when he wants to, and comes to reality where he sits across from Rodriguez and says that compared to the difficulty of the task, the reward wasn't so good. Veed lowers his head and pales in acceptance of the problem. Rodriguez is covered in sweat. Finally, Veed holds out a letter from Emperor Gehar. Rodriguez the Wise unfolds the letter to read it. He himself is at a loss for what should not have happened. Veed watches Rodriguez's facial expressions carefully and wonders why he suddenly changed in his face. After reading the letter, Rodriguez lowers his head and calmly informs Veed that since their fates have crossed, they have something to give back. Veed is surprised and asks what this is about. Rodriguez places the statue on the table and tells them that Gehar left it behind. Veed picks up the statue and wonders if it is from the Emperor himself. Sage Rodriguez's family has long served the Imperial Arpin family. Rodriguez himself has inherited the family's blood, and their duties have passed to him accordingly. Rodriguez says he will finally be free of his debt as the Emperor's legacy is carried on by Veed. Veed raises his eyes to Rodriguez and asks about her special meaning. Remembering the Queen's Maid Vein, Veed realizes that Zahab's legacy was a statue and the last gift from the Emperor is also a sculpture. Veed is also unaware of the mystery of this statuette. Legend has it that there were 5 masters of sculpture on the mainland, and each of them left a legacy. The one who collects all 5 statuettes must solve a mystery associated with them. Rodriguez specifies that the great secret of sculpture must be revealed, and decides to dismiss the seriousness by saying that it's all nothing more than a myth. Veed wonders about this and assumes that the great secret does exist. Now Veed has begun his journey as a sculptor, and Rodriguez wishes to achieve the skill of Grandmaster. Rodriguez clarifies that he has indeed sent Veed on this path out of malice, but all that is said is true. Veed lowers his head and accepts this fact. Rodriguez decides to make it clear that there have never been any Grandmasters before, but if one were to appear, he would easily be able to decide the fate of the entire continent. After fully realizing all the information, Veed rises abruptly to his feet and puts his hands on the table, asking Rodriguez about the malice that did take place. Rodriguez leans back in his chair and starts laughing loudly. At this time, somewhere in the center of the kingdom, young people are talking about something, and a girl in a dress is looking somewhere in the distance. Seated comfortably by the fountain, Veed decides that being a sculptor isn't so bad. The players come up to him and he tells them confidently that a figurine costs 5 silver pieces. The girl asks him to lower the price because she will take 2 pieces. In response to the girl, Veed waves his hand away, saying that to lower the price is disrespectful to his own work. Veed realizes that sculpting is a road that no one else is taking, and Veed himself has become interested in it. The girls bought 2 figurines each and went on their way. Veed thanks them for their purchase and offers to come again. When he has a spare moment, Veed decides to make another figurine. After Veed starts making the figure, the display notifies him that he has been raised to level 4. Veed's skill has reached level 98. Veed is diligently creating the sculpture, thinking that there is still a little more to do, but the final steps are not easy. This is the 100th sculpture Veed has made, but he needs to make about 50 more to level up. At that moment, Veed hears some voices behind him behind the fountain. Veed turns around and wonders who's there and what's going on. A huge man in a blue outfit is heading towards Veed. He menacingly shoves everyone in his way and demands that everyone watch where they are going. A man purposefully approaches Veed with a frown on his brow. Veed hoped to the last moment that it wasn't for him. As soon as the strange man came closer, he falls to the ground and makes a huge request of Veed. Veed expected to be beaten now, so he squeezed himself into the wall of the fountain as far as he could. Hearing about the request makes Veed more uncomfortable. He looks at the man with bewilderment and fear. Finally, the man rises to his feet and grabs Veed by the shoulders. He furiously asks for a custom sculpture. Eventually, the man points out that Veed just has to make one. Veed feels uncomfortable with the man's intimidating appearance and demands. Such a demand, Veed doesn't like it at all. He looks at the man unhappily. Trying to explain himself, the man sits down on his knees saying that he needs a sculpture to propose. He lowers his head and asks Veed to take the order. Veed sits down on the edge of the fountain and wonders if with a face like that he has a girlfriend at all. A picture from the recent past appears before the man's eyes. It turns out that there is a girl he loves very much. The man started to play together with her to protect her. She chose a priest, and for that, the man had to become a paladin to protect her. Veed is amazed that with a face like that, he allowed himself to choose a paladin. It turns out that for 7 years they have been caring for each other and enjoying games together. Veed decides to clarify whether the man is sure that such a story fits these images. The man continues his story, saying that their love has grown stronger over time and that he feels joy every time he looks at his girlfriend. Veed is so uninterested in his love story that he asks him to come to a conclusion. Rising to his feet, the man informs her that it has been 7 years, and now he is about to make a formal proposal. After saying that, he falls to his knees again and strikes the ground with his fist. He says that he wants to give her something that she will always remember, and he thinks that the girl will not forget anything, given his condition. Instead of flowers that fade with time, the man asks for a flower that will never fade to seal his feelings in. The man again asks Veed to accept the order. Veed rubs his temple and closes his eyes to think hard. With his arms crossed over his chest, Veed wondered if this was all for a reason. It seemed to him that they had something in common, so he didn't want to say no. Patiently waiting for the final verdict, the man keeps his eyes on Veed. Hearing extraneous cries, Veed turns around to see what's going on. It turns out that dozens of players have heard the love story. They shout enthusiastically, reporting that Veed can't say no to such a romantic. Some say they'll be rooting for the couple and that they'll definitely succeed in their proposal. Realizing that there are too many witnesses, Veed thinks they are overreacting. With his head down, he decides that he can't refuse the man, since the men are supporting him. So Veed decides to move closer and extend his hand in agreement. The man raises his head and keeps his eyes on Veed's face. Asking the man to stand up, Veed says there is no need to kneel for such a request. The sculpture will be done as it is. So moved by Veed's words that the man embraces and cries. He calls him Mr. Sculptor and thanks him for his responsiveness. With each touch of the strong man, 2 life points are lost. Many people gathered around Veed to watch the art. Veed opens the attribute display and selects the appropriate materials. After a moment, Veed chooses elven wood, thinking it is perfect. Veed takes up his main tool looking at the bar, realizing that this sculpture is going to take a lot of effort to make. From all sides, people began to cry out. Some thought the bar was too big for a single flower, and some didn't understand what the next steps would be. Veed himself takes a seat by the fountain and gets to work. After the first stitch, Veed decides that it would be easier, but not as spectacular as a bouquet of individually cut flowers. Veed is sweating, realizing that he has to show his best. There were a lot of people there, and he didn't want to fail. The people gathered on all sides are scrutinizing every movement of Veed's hand. The man in the hat is anxious and wonders if sculptor Veed will be able to accomplish such an important task for a man in love. At the sight of the crowd gathered around the pool, a few more players decide to come closer to see what's going on. They see the sculpture being made and marvel at the skill. To everyone present, it looks as amazing as possible. Without taking his eyes off the sculpture, Veed could feel the crowd growing larger and larger. People are commenting incessantly on what is happening. Some say that sculptor Veed must complete it without error. The ones who just came up don't know what's going on yet. They ask the others what this guy's doing here. Some say that Veed is good at what he does, even though he's just carving a flower. Fail in front of that many spectators and your reputation goes to hell. It means that Veed can no longer sell his sculptures at a high price. Veed's so worried about his livelihood that he's putting all his energy into making the sculpture work. In his head, he already has a picture in his mind of how the work was not a success. The skill, reassess your strength, is increased by 1 hole. The man thinks he wasted his time. After a moment, Veed decides that he will never let such a picture come true. Continuously chipping the bar, some outlines of colors appear. Veed feels that he not only should, but is obliged to appear in such an order in front of a great number of people. The audience is watching Veed closely. They are just as worried as he is because they are so moved by the man's love story that they want everything to turn out perfectly. Even the old people have come to the fountain and are also worried about the future of this sculpture. Finally, V does the final stitches. He sweats with excitement and hopes that everything will turn out just right. A moment later, the sculpting knife falls to the ground. The guy in armor is excited. He opens his mouth and is eager to look at the resulting sculpture. V lowered his head and kept his eyes on the wooden bouquet. He had spent a lot of emotion and effort to make his fantasy real. People stare to see the final version. The girl with the pink hair wonders what the end result is. The man in the outfit is covered in sweat from excitement. He tries to look at the sculpture. Finally, after a moment, cheers could be heard from all sides. The sculpture was incredible to anyone who saw it. Veed is getting so heavy that his head falls to the side. At that moment, the notification comes. After reading that the sculptural art has increased to level 5 after being stuck at level 4, Veed is lost and his eyes instantly widen with bewilderment. The notice clarifies that the attack powers increased by 30%. It turns out that instead of one-of-a-kind statuettes, you need to create unique sculptures. Especially sculptures with high artistic value will rapidly increase the skill level. A moment later, Veed is already picking up the statue and proudly handing it to the man in love. After all, the sculpture is ready and can be accepted. The man reaches out his hand to take the statue. Looking at the bouquet closely, the man is so impressed with Veed's skill that he decides to ask if the flowers are carved from wood. Veed carves 7 sunflowers representing the 7 years that the man had been looking at only one person. The roses on the statue are a personal gift from Veed. The people raise their hands in the air, happy that everything worked out. The man swears and continually thanks Veed. Veed is proud of his work and tells the man that he is not to be thanked. Finally, Veed decides to remind him of the price. He is worried, which makes his cheeks blush. Veed says that the price will be small, only 3 gold coins. Veed himself decides to charge more for such a risk and effort. The man remembers that he has to pay and says he will get a bag of money right away. The man opens his belt pouch with one hand and tries to take out the money. At this point, the man's voice changes to an uncertain, worried one. He says that this can't be happening. Veed assumes where this is going and instantly blushes, gaining anger within himself. Veed hopes that it can't be what it seems. The man searches the bag diligently and fails to pull out any coins. He frowns but keeps searching. He is so upset by these circumstances that there seems to be no quarrel. All of his face is redder than a tomato, and he watches in silence as the man in love feigns surprise at his lack of money. It seems that the man is about to say that he lost the money because he can't admit that he didn't have it in the first place. Finally, the man looks innocent and apologizes, saying that the money is missing and sharing the assumption that he was robbed. The man puts his hands together and says that he doesn't understand how it happened. Veed thinks that the man can't not pay, so he must find an alternative or return the bouquet. A moment later, the man offers to do something in exchange for the money. Veed feels the significance of his decision and, with his hands balled into a fist and a red face, says he doesn't think he can replace the coins. But putting his hands in his back pockets, the man's face instantly changes. He smiles and tells Veed not to worry. Veed assumes that the money has been found. Slipping the coins out of his back pockets, the man promptly puts them in Veed's hand and tells him that he found 2 gold coins and 90 silver coins. Veed says there is no need to put in his hand what he has just found in his pockets. He has no choice but to start counting the coins sticking out of the back pockets of his pants. The man smiles and says he is 10 silver pieces short, so he hopes that sculptor Veed can understand. Veed gets angry and says he's going to lose his mind. Turning back, a disgruntled Veed asks if the man can give something else in exchange for the missing 10 silver pieces. In his mind, however, he doesn't think the man has anything, judging by his appearance. After this question, the man instantly holds out a book and says he will give it instead of 10 silver pieces. The display announces that he has found a book about the forgotten cities of the Versailles Mainland Volume 4. Looking at the book carefully, Veed wonders what the book is about, so he decides to check it out. In the book, there is information about a city inhabited by a race of non-human beings. The race was called the Aviaks. To get to the celestial city, you need the mysterious seed. Veed sees this book as something valuable, causing the book itself to glow with light. Imagining different cities on separate pieces of land that float in the atmosphere makes it clear to Veed that this is kind of silly. Veed thinks that there is no point in having a city in the sky. Logically realizing this option, Veed thinks it should be visible to humans. In his head, he sees the boy telling his father that the city has blocked out the sun again. The father replies that he needs to gather his tools and go to the superintendent. Back in reality, Veed stands in a stupor and answers nothing. The man looks serious again and continues to wait for a positive answer from Veed. Finally, after a while, Veed gives a look of disbelief and says that such a story is hard to believe. The man emotionally says that he didn't think Veed would believe the story, but that he is indeed real. Having laid out all his attributes, the man says that he would like to give something else. But this is all he has of valuable things. The man offers to choose his own thing. On the cloth was an unwashed shoe, a dried snake that causes poisoning. Veed decides that there is no point in choosing another because the book will definitely be enough. The display again notifies him that the book Forgotten Cities of the Versailles Mainland Volume 4 has been received. Pointing his finger at the man, Veed says he will accept the book in exchange for 10 silver pieces, but on one condition. In his mind, he decides that this will be enough because the level of sculptural art has been raised and 3 gold pieces were too much. The man accepts this decision of Veed's and asks what condition we are talking about. Instantly changing his index finger to a thumb, Veed winked at the man, clarifying that he only needed to get agreement to his proposal. Such a condition so startles the man that he nearly falls to the ground. He clutches at his chest and his cheeks pinken at the nobility of sculptor Veed. Beginning to bow, the man continually asserts that he is sure to get consent. Veed leaves and waves goodbye. After a moment, Veed decides to turn around and take one last look at the man. A smile appears on his face, and he thinks that the man would do well to get married because he is a miser. In the moment when Veed looks at the man, something unexpected happens. The man instantly becomes a true knight who is more than confident. A huge sledgehammer with golden patterns appears in his hand. Seeing such an unexpected sight makes Veed uncomfortable. He doesn't understand why he had to discount the price when the man has such high-level items. Veed realizes that he should have paid attention to the fact that he's been playing for 7 years. Seeing Veed's gaze, the man apologizes, saying that he really wanted to give this particular book, but that he had only recently found it himself. Before leaving, the man clarifies that if Veed is lucky, he will be able to get into that city. He waves his hand, holding a gorgeous bouquet of flowers made of wood. Realizing that the man has been tricked for the sake of a book, Veed has the urge to chase him down and take more coins. The man decides to leave as soon as possible. After deciding that the man should be left alone, Veed hears a message from the chat room. Pale asks Veed if he's in touch. Veed stops and replies to Pale saying that they haven't talked in a long time. Pale asks what Veed has been doing lately because he has been sending messages, but they have all been blocked. Veed knows that messages are blocked in the secret cave of Litwart's lair. So when asked by Pale, Veed says there was a reason. It turns out that Pale has been trying to get in touch with Veed for a long time to call him to join the punishment squad heading for the village of Baran. Veed becomes curious to know which village they are talking about. Remembering the preface from the book the man gave him, Veed makes a chain of conjecture. The village of Baran is in the south, just as Heavenly City is in the southern province. Somewhere in the south, near a village in a field, a man in a hat is working in a field, constantly wiping his neck with a towel because the southern sun is incredibly hot. At the moment when he was looking at the sun, the leaves of the bushes moved. The man glances at the spot where the movement took place and asks who was there. Before I could look into the thicket, monsters began to emerge. They look like lizards, but they walk on 2 legs and have sharp axes in their hands. At the sight of such monsters, there is nothing left for a man to do but run as fast as possible. The monsters are not going to stand on ceremony with the stranger, and so they silently catch up with the man. The man is covered in sweat and hopes to escape from his potential enemies. Hearing the screams, the girl and boy turn their heads and try to figure out what's going on. But the mom realizes what's going on and grabs the girl instantly. She is tense because she realizes how this could end. Hugging her daughter tightly, the mother looks at the monsters with fear and does not know what to do. The monsters slowly come closer. In the morning, Veed had already arrived in the village of Baran. There are people walking around the outskirts, and a few guards with shields watching everyone closely. Looking around, he realizes that Pale's team must be here somewhere. As Veed was heading in the other direction, someone starts shouting his name. He turns around and sees Pale, Circa, Ramuna, and Irene. Circa cheerfully calls out to Veed while Pale and the rest of the newcomers stand by. As soon as Veed got closer, all the guys surrounded him and started asking him how he was doing. Veed felt uncomfortable with the amount of attention he was getting. After a moment, Pale notices that Veed's gear hasn't changed at all. Ramuna smirks and grudgingly asks Veed where he's been all this time. Ramuna emphasizes that it has been impossible to contact Veed. Realizing that he didn't want to talk about the secret cave at all, Veed rubbed his neck and tried to string together a few words. Deciding that there will be no answer, Ramuna decides to say that it's okay if Veed just hasn't logged in for a long time. But she doesn't just say it, she asks him if it's true. Ramuna, not waiting for an answer to her question, instantly grabs Veed's hand and pulls him with her. She asks if Veed is really going to join the punitive squad, since they are all going to do it. Ramuna convinces Veed to join. Assuming Ramuna would take offense, Veed scratches the back of his head and gives an unsure but positive answer. Veed noticed the hurt look in Pale's eyes as he stayed behind. He decides to turn around and say something, but Ramuna keeps pulling him along. Left behind, Pale has no choice but to stare. Ramuna clutches Pale so tightly that Veed can't move. Ramuna is happy to have Veed back. Finally, Veed realizes what's going on with Pale and realizes he needs to get out of the awkward situation. He moves away from Ramuna, pretending to put the sword away and change the subject. He decides that he needs to keep a close eye on the relationships between the team members so as not to get into an awkward situation. After opening the inventory, Veed decides to ask everyone what level they have reached during Veed's absence. Circa doesn't hesitate to announce that she has reached level 48, the lowest of the team, only because she can't stay alive in battle. She's so emotional, but it's amazing for Veed to brag like that. Pale says he's reached level 53. Ramuna and Irene are both at level 51. After scratching the back of his head, Veed smiles and says that everyone could get that fast in just a month. In his mind, he assumes that they've been in the game as long as he has. It turns out that the entire team has gone on academic leave to focus on the game. Veed decides to find out if there will be any harmful consequences from this trickery. It just so happens that the professor who trains Pale is also a player, and therefore trusts him completely. But to be more precise, Pale gave the professor the helmet of the Lord of the Chickens, which he had been looking for a long time, in return, and got a word in return. Only people above the 30th level can join the squad, but you can get a lot of experience and glory. Pale says that this mission is risky because you have to fight a lot of monsters. Imagining them doing nothing but fighting spiders, it's clear to Pale and Veed that they're going to get bored of this very soon. As the team sets off, Veed decides to share his opinion, saying that it would be a good idea to participate. Pale clarifies that everyone will be happy to have him join and asks about Veed's class and everything else that supports such an important issue. Realizing that the class had been chosen involuntarily, Veed felt uncomfortable. He scratches the back of his head and his face turns red with shame. Veed replies that he has already chosen a class and seriously considers telling the truth in detail. This interested Irene so much that she immediately approached Veed and started asking about the class. Irene actually needs to pick up some buffs for the class. Veed was uncomfortable with such curiosity. Realizing that it would not be without publicity, Veed lowered his head and blushed even more. Sweat drips down his cheek. He rubs his neck and decides to omit the details and says he is a simple sculptor. The reactions of the players were varied. Circus says that choosing a creative class was a great decision, while everyone else was shocked and bewildered. After a bit of silence, Pale fantasizes about a battle sculptor, imagining that Veed threatens the monster to sculpt a statue out of his remains. Veed twists his head to the side and clarifies that he is now a regular sculptor. The players are talking amongst themselves. Irene snickers, clarifying that the health and attack spells need a combat class, not a crafting class, to be useful. Ramuna asks Pale about the weakness of such a class, and Pale says it's too bad. Hearing Pale's assumption that this class is not allowed to join the mission, Groundhog asks what is wrong with this class. Pale worries that he's making too many assumptions and says that this class shouldn't be considered bad. Realizing that Circa should not be upset, Ramoon and Irene say that everything is fine and that Veed's decision is the right one for him. When he hears such support, Circa promptly grabs Veed's hands and begins to spin around, urging Veed to join him. Finally, the team accepts Veed's decision. Pale says that if someone is lacking something, they can help each other. Ramuna confirms that if the sculptor is having a hard time, they can help. And Irene clarifies that that's what friends do. Not expecting such a positive reaction, Veed stands in a daze. He doesn't know what to say and stands there for a while in a stupor. After a moment of thought, Veed continues on his way and says that the team gives him no choice but to join the punitive squad. The team rejoices at the positive answer and continues on their way. Finally, the team is approaching the right place. Circa is happy about the weather. Pale can hardly believe that this is virtual reality, and Ramuna and Irene say that this is the first time they have traveled so far away from the capital of the kingdom, and regret not bringing food. In the moment, Circa turns around and looks for Veed, who hasn't commented on the new terrain in any way. It turned out that Veed had stopped near another player. They discuss something, and Veed thanks the player for his valuable information. Behind his back, he sees a huge sack with fish and bread in it. Ramuna asks what Veed bought this time, specifying that he had recently bought a bunch of ingredients and spices when they signed up for the mission. Veed says he didn't buy anything this time, but was just gathering information from people. Moving closer, Pale peeks behind his back and asks what information we're talking about. After that question, Veed's smile changes to a serious face. He holds out his hand and asks the whole team to come closer. Not realizing what's going on, the whole team gathers in front of Veed and looks at him with bewilderment. After a moment, Veed says that when they get to Barren Village, no one around them can be trusted. The team continues to be puzzled. Circa and Pale ask what exactly is meant. Turning to look at the passing players, Veed clarifies that he means exactly what he said, and continues by saying that you shouldn't trust anyone who isn't in their group. These words irritate Pale, and he wants to find out more. But at that moment, Irene comes up and stares at Pale in silence. At the sight of Irene, Pale immediately calms down and lowers her head positively, accepting both Irene's hint and Veed's words. Pale comes closer and asks if it's really true. Veed crosses his arms over his chest and confirms his words. Circa watches the guys carefully and decides that they both annoy her a lot. When she decides she can't take it anymore, Circa approaches and clenches her fists, shouting at Veed and Pale that she doesn't know what they're talking about. Circa demands an explanation while everyone else is shocked at their reaction. Finally, Veed decides to give details and invites the team to step aside so that no outsiders can hear their conversation. Crouching behind a bush, Irene decides to ask about the validity of the assumption. She says that if a valuable item falls out during the battle, someone might try to kill them to take it for themselves. Irene waits for Veed's approval of the assumption. As soon as Irene stops talking, Veed says he didn't mean that at all, but what Irene said is also possible. At that moment, Captain Darius came through the bushes, saddling his horse. Veed points his finger at Darius and tells the team that the main problem is Captain Darius of the punitive squad. Looking closely at Darius, Veed asks if his team remembers him. Mentally going back to the day of the recording, the team remembers a whole crowd of people gathered. Darius sat behind the stool and took notes on the applicants. When remembering how the task sign-up went, Veed remembers Darius sitting at his desk and almost falling asleep during the selection process. When it's Pale's team's turn, he reports that the group consists of a priest, fire mage, archer, and a monk, all above level 50, and there is one more. At this point, Pale turns around and looks at Veed, wondering how to get this information on the record. Pale thinks that if he says that Veed has the sculptor class instead of the combat class, he might be turned down, saying that the sculptor class would only get in the way. Without hearing the details about the fifth member of the group, Darius interrupts and asks if there are really 5 of them. Hearing no response, Darius stands up and says that 300 men have been recruited, and so it's time to move out, and Palu says they're all accepted. Only Veed noticed that Darius didn't even ask about level or class, but just added the necessary number of participants. And the only important thing was to have the necessary number of people to continue the task. Hearing such a logical statement from Pale, Ramuna and Irene was left perplexed. Only Circa decides to relax everyone and says that Darius is just a good man for accepting their team without question. Veed and Pale marvel at Circa's stupidity and mentally ask her to sit quietly and listen until the end. He sighs heavily and says that it would be nice if it were, but it doesn't seem to be the case. From the information he'd gotten from people, Darius had a bad reputation. Everyone said he was the kind of man who would do anything for his own good. Darius is a level 140 warrior, the Ika Guild. After some thought, Pale asks if it wouldn't be to Darius' benefit to successfully complete the mission. Pale thinks that successful completion would give Darius a great reward and quite a bit of glory as captain. But Veed is sure that Darius is trying too hard. Pale becomes confused about what is meant and asks again. Looking to the side, Veed says that Darius is blinded by his greed and is deliberately giving the wrong orders to the punitive forces. His team once again do not understand how this is even possible. After presenting a picture of warriors and monsters, Veed says that all the members of this squad are of low level, but they will have to fight a lot of monsters. and Darius has not even given instructions on how to fight the monsters. Pale's team remains baffled. No one would have thought something like this could happen in a game. Each of them is lost in their own thoughts, but Groundhog obviously didn't get it. Imagining how Warriors at a crucial moment, Warriors start shouting about their problems and nuances. Veed asks his team how they can fight cohesively when they don't even know each other's abilities and classes. Assuming it's obvious always and everywhere, Irene asks Veed if this isn't what everyone's been doing all this time. Realizing that this is a different situation with different circumstances, Veed replies to Irene that this time is different. The way of fighting with small and large numbers of monsters is different. Veed says that now they are an army of hundreds of people, but if they engage in battle, they will end up fighting in small groups of acquaintances, and that will be a complete disaster. After taking in all the information, Circa thinks about something. She is silent and mooing, and then opens her eyes and wants to share her thoughts. Finally, Circa imagines a large XX club meeting with players sitting around a table discussing their skills, each talking about their own. Circa smiles and informs him that their true situation is similar to a college club meeting. Veed agrees. Upon reflection, Ramuna becomes uneasy. She decides to share her opinion on how it will all end in the end. Even if there are many soldiers, there's very little fighting power, and that's because of Darius' orders. It seems to Ramune that Darius probably thinks he and his guild will get the full reward for completing the mission. Recognizing the need to be the right captain, Veed says that if he were Darius, he would keep the number of players to a minimum and use the kingdom's soldiers to deal with the lizard men. There would be trust and increased leadership. Looking towards the players, Veed thinks about the fact that fame and experience can be gained elsewhere, but this is a good chance to increase leadership. Realizing that Veed is smart enough, Ramuna asks what to do in such a situation. The whole team except Circa is puzzled. Circa still doesn't understand anything. In the first place, Veed decides that we must work together and survive. The first thing he decides is to work together and survive. Veed specifies that he must trust each other and no one else. When he hears Ramuna's instructions, he smiles and assures Veed that he will do whatever it takes. Pale looks at Veed as his captain and lifts the corners of his lips approvingly. When evening comes, the soldiers decide to start cooking dinner. One of the players goes to the team to share a fire-cooked meal. Remembering his culinary skills, Veed also gets to cooking. He puts on a show for his team, who sit behind him and marvel at his skills. The whole team gathers around the dish, drooling at the wonderful smell. Impatiently, the boys ask when they can start eating. Irene tries to control her emotions with restraint and says that the dish looks incredibly appetizing. One of the soldiers smells an aroma coming from Veed's dish. He takes a whiff and tries to figure out where the smell is coming from. A group of unfamiliar players look around for a dish that smells so good. As soon as Veed has placed everything on the plates and called his team to dine in the distance, a whole tapa is already gathering who can't take their eyes and smells off of Veed's dish. As they marvel at the taste of the Circa dish, Pale and Ramuna enjoy it immensely, assuring Veed that it is the most delicious dish they have ever tasted. As he is about to put the pan away, Veed hears voices behind him and turns back. Several players approach and ask Veed to share the food. After picking up a fork with a piece of meat, Veed says that the boys can join in the meal. As soon as he notices that it is the last piece, he warns the boys about it. This is where the real battle for the last piece begins. Players aggressively reach for the meat, and each insists that this piece will be his alone. Smiling at this commotion, Veed realizes that the people are the people. The players continue to argue and kick each other out. Realizing that something needs to be done, Veed asks to stop sharing and offers a solution. Veed says that the players can get the ingredients and then he will make them. Upon hearing this decision, the players stop and say that this is very nice but too much to ask. They clarify that cooking is a very burdensome thing and they don't want to see Veed straining himself in favor of unfamiliar players. Raising his hands to his sides, a smile appears on his face. Veed says that he can really cook for everyone, and if someone doesn't want to be in debt, then they can just pay for the cooking. The guys are amazed and say that Veed is a holy man. Without hesitation, the players began to raise their coins up and ask for food to be prepared. Veed puts his hands up and asks them to calm down, saying that he will cook food for everyone, so don't worry, but line up in a line. Taking the frying pan in hand, Veed reflects on the fact that it's a great way to pump up your cooking skills as well as make money. While the boys are marveling at Veed, who has already collected the coins in a sack, a soldier appears. Veed smirks and shows the sack, not realizing that the soldier has not come to eat. Two other men approach the soldier. They have a feather pinned to their chests. They ask for a name, assuming they're right about Veed. Not realizing what is happening, sweat begins to trickle down Veed's face. He says that he is indeed the one they are looking for and asks what they want. At this point, the soldiers put their hand over their hearts and salute, claiming to have come to greet their captain. Pale's team and Weed himself stare at the soldiers. They all stand there puzzled, Weed's eyes widening in surprise. Veed mooed and then asked if the soldiers had messed up. With his helmet off, Becker's face is revealed. He smiles and says it's been a long time since they've seen each other. Back in the memories from Litwart's lair, Veed is so happy that the boys came to see him. After shaking hands with each of them, Weed asks the boys what they're doing here. Becker tells them that some of them have been transferred to the punitive forces headed for the village of Baran. Becker laughs with joy that their paths have crossed again. After scrutinizing each of the soldiers, Veed reports that they look different. Becker points to a feather and says that they were all made tent men. Another soldier says it was thanks to Captain Veed. Becker says he never thought he'd enjoy the aroma of food in a place like this. The other soldiers clarify that they only found Veed by smell. Veed is annoyed and says he needs to be remembered as a person, not just a cook. Deciding that the boys are in for a treat, Veed throws the meat from the frying pan. The soldiers scream with delight and catch the meat out of the air. Irene stares at the scene and wonders what's going on. Not realizing how Veed has familiar soldiers, the team stands at a loss. Ramuna says that they are not just soldiers, but dozens of Surka marvels that the dozens call Veed captain. The next morning, the punitive force continues on its way. 10 days remain until the punitive force arrives at Baran Village. As they walk, the boys get very hot. Veed wipes the sweat from his forehead and thinks about what he should cook as often as possible to improve his cooking and craftsmanship. In fact, for Veed, craft is the easiest to pump through the creation of sculptures. But since people will throw strange looks, Veed decides to engage in cooking because it is not only pumping skills, but also making money. Pale's team marvels at Veed's skills. Pale looks at Veed with joy that he's still on the team. The contempt is gone. Looking into the distance, Veed tells the players that the village of Baran is quite close. Climbing to the top, players look carefully in the distance, realizing that very soon the battle with monsters will begin. Pale says they're almost there and decides to get weapons ahead of time. Surka is looking forward to the monsters to fight, and Veed is staring silently upward. He thinks the city in the sky was a fiction because he thought the southern neighborhood would be connected to the Sky City, which is why he joined the punitive force. At this point, Darius demands that the squad stop. Ramuna stops and asks what could have happened so suddenly. Veed stops and asks the same question. Sitting on his horse, Darius looks at the player and asks what's wrong. It turns out that Darius is being approached by an old man. The old man says that he and the children standing behind him are survivors of the village of Baran. The old man introduces himself as a village elder named Gandilva and specifies that he has asked for the punitive forces to be summoned. Smirking at Gandilva, Darius says that the punishment squad will save Baran Village, so you don't have to worry, just be patient for a while. Gathering his hands together, Gandilva exhales and sincerely thanks the captain. At the same moment, Gandilva asks for permission to make a request. Realizing that there was no mention of such a thing in the assignment, Darius becomes curious to know what Gandilva needs. Falling to the ground, Gandilva and the whole horde of children begin earnestly asking Darius to save the villagers who have been captured by the lizardmen. Gandilva says that this is the only request. The children also begin to call on Darius for help. After some thought, Darius thinks that this is a sudden assignment that should not be missed. Darius asks Gandilva if it's an assignment and what he'll give in return. Somewhere behind the soldiers stands Veed. He is not surprised that Darius is already level 100 because he is very careful about accepting assignments. Holding out his palms with seeds, Gandilva says there is nothing to give, and if there is, it is only seeds. This answer does not satisfy Darius. He is angry and asks what kind of seeds he can talk about. Accepting such a handout from Gandilva is a mockery. Deciding that talking to Gandilva is a waste of time, he sets off and calls for the party to follow him. Gandilva tries to explain the nature of these seeds, but Darius will not listen. He tells Gandilva to forget about the handout and specifies that he will consider helping if there is time left after saving Baran's village. Finally, Darius decides to ask if Gandilva is sure that the villagers will still be alive by then. Pushing Gandilva, Darius demands not to interfere with his pathetic task. Gandilva steps back, enduring the pain from Darius' leg. After what they've seen, the squad begins to condemn Darius. Some think he's heartless, and some think it's just a game. In the end, the people agree that such behavior is too cruel on the part of Captain Darius. Realizing that there will be no help, Gandilva apologizes to the children. A girl starts crying and asks about her mother. Veed stands at a distance and watches the scene. Deciding to help collect the seeds, Veed holds out his hand. Gandilva raises his head and looks at Veed with tearful eyes. Along with Veed, the whole team comes up. Veed rises and asks how Gandilva is feeling. To get Gandilva up, Veed extends his arms and helps. Veed smiles and offers his personal help to save the villagers. Gandilva cannot believe that a young boy would dare to do such a rejected act. Smiling back, Veed says that he can't imagine what kind of man he'd be if he refused to help when he heard that the commoners had been kidnapped by monsters. Realizing that Veed has decided to help Gandilva, Pale and Ramuna are most surprised. They think that Veed would never do such a thing without a reason. Circa is happy that Veed is so decent and helpful, and Irene thinks nothing of it. Gandilva has lost all hope and cannot believe that there are still such noble people in the world. Gandilva again thanks Veed for his kindness. With outstretched palms, Veed decides to find out about the seeds. Gandilva doesn't know exactly what they are, only that they were protected and passed down from generation to generation, with the words that they should be given to someone who had helped the village or to a noble warrior. With a smile, Veed doesn't show it and says he understands. But mentally, Veed is ecstatic that he hit the jackpot. It turns out that Veed isn't the kind of person who does things for nothing. Sky City and seeds are like a child's fairy tale. Veed realizes the odds are 50-50, but still, the display notifies them of the mission. The children realize that Veed accepts their request, but continue to call for the villagers to be rescued. The alert notifies them of 55 hostages. The longer it takes to rescue them, the fewer are left alive. Level D mission. D is the same difficulty as the Punitive Forces mission. Veed considers it the highest difficulty assignment he's ever taken, except for the one related to Zahab's last will. And after a brief pause, Veed feels someone's eyes on him. It turns out that the children who were left without parents sincerely hope that Veed can rescue all those who were captured by the lizardmen. At the sight of the children, Veed remembers his childhood. The reality was that the parents were gone, and Hen and Hyen had to stay with their grandmother. Lowering his head and sighing heavily, Veed realizes that he can't remember anything else related to his parents. Not understanding why Veed is sad, Gandilva lowers his head and says that it is obvious that Veed is not getting enough of this reward. But Veed immediately refutes this assumption. Smiling at Gandilva, Veed says that the reward is more than enough, and the inhabitants will be rescued as soon as possible. A notification notifies the acceptance of the task. On hearing this news, all the children immediately hugged each other and thanked him for his help, saying that Uncle Veed was very kind. Gandilva bowed to Veed continuously. Unexpectedly for the team, Veed accepted the assignment, and so Pale and Circa perplexedly began to ask what had just happened. When he looks back at the confused boys, Veed replies that you can ask questions later, but now you have to accept the task. Not understanding how they can accept a difficult assignment without knowing the details, the whole team gets nervous. Ramuna says that they should listen to the details first and then decide. Irene says that there is no hurry, and Circa didn't understand anything. The team accepts the assignment, saying it was a joke. So if Veed decided to accept it, there must be a good reason. Ramuna clarifies that they are a team and Circa asks for her own assignment. After reading the assignment, Pale folds his arms across his chest and says that everything is now clear. The groundhog is so emotional that tears start to flow from her eyes and she frantically asks to save the poor inhabitants as soon as possible. Turning towards Veed, Pale decides to ask why it was even considered for them to leave the Punitive Forces after coming all this way. But Veed thinks that if his hunch is correct, something great will happen. For that to happen, Gandilva's mission must be accomplished. Veed himself fantasizes that the seeds will grow into a huge plant that will allow the team to enter the Celestial City. Looking back at the soldiers, Veed tells his team that even if he is wrong, it is still better than fighting alongside the Punitive Forces. Veed repeats that they are being used here and given nothing in return. After a moment's thought, Pale asks if such a task would be too difficult for the four of them. Irene looks away and clarifies that the difficulty is quite high. Turning back around, Veed reassures Pale and Irene, stating that there is no need to worry because everything will be fine. Looking at Darius, Veed adds that he has a couple ideas just in case. Finally realizing that Veed has everything under control, the team agrees to go with him. After a while, the punitive unit approached the village of Baron. In the distance, houses and mountains could be seen. Looking into the distance, Darius asked Peros what's going on with the village. Peros replies that the scouting is finished. There are hundreds of lizard men in ambush. Peros thinks that if they go in now, the lizard men will launch a surprise attack. A smirk appears on Darius' face after accepting such information. He comments on the lizard men's behavior by calling it a dogfight. Nothing can stop Darius from taking the bounty. He decides to raid the village, telling the squad that if the lizard men are already known, then a surprise attack is out of the question. Deciding that the village of Baron must be repulsed now, Darius sets out to attack with sword in hand. He shouts to the warriors that it is time to go into battle, and the whole squad obeys their captain without question. At this time in the West Valley, Pale activates the archer skill, Falcon Eye. Moments later, Pale reports that he sees 5 lizardmen on patrol, 2 of them in the same spot watching the neighborhood. Circa fakes binoculars out of his hands and says he can't see anything at all. Turning to Veed, Pale gathers his hands into a fist and shares that the lizardmen's fortification begins here. Veed also realizes that the monsters camped here after crossing the western border. Not sure how to proceed, Pale asks Veed about his thoughts and decisions. Considering that the task has a difficulty of D, there must be at least 800 lizardmen. Such calculations amaze Pale and Ramuna, and Irene is once again in the clouds. Veed informs them that they will go in with a fight. This statement amazes the boys even more. With his sword in hand, Veed says they can handle it, and Darius will help. Pale, unable to understand how this is possible, asks Veed for details. Ramuna can't understand Veed either. Veed is confident of victory and says that he will give details later, specifying that he will go to the battle first. Without waiting for a response from the team, Veed immediately heads towards the lizardmen patrolling the area. They are armed with axes and swords. Not realizing how Veed could be so selfless, the team starts shouting his name in one beat. The lizardman hears the voices of the humans and immediately turns his attention to Veed. The lizardman, noticing Veed spoke in human language, surprised that the man was coming at them alone. Pale's team is sitting a few meters away from the scene, afraid to come out in support of Veed. The 2 lizardmen who were resting by the rock immediately called out to the lizardman, demanding that he quickly rid them of the human presence. The axe-wielding lizardman growls at his kin, saying that they are bored with their decrees. This lizard man looked a little different. He had no armor on his chest, but only a belt with an iron keychain. At the sight of the lizard men, Ramuna wonders what Veed is up to. Circa and Pale are watching fearfully. With her head down, Circa thinks about how to help Veed. She is angry that Veed went into battle alone. After some thought, Circa decides to go fight with Veed. Veed turns around and sees Circa running after him, and Circa stands up for Veed. But she trembles with fear and worries that she won't make it. Veed admires her courage. In turn, Veed tries to support Circa, but it doesn't work. They're thinking about battle tactics. They've decided to attack when the lizardmen aren't expecting it. At the sight of the lizardmen, Circa states that their appearance is not the same as those monsters were. And Veed is now a sculptor and won't last long as a tank. At that moment, something occurs to Circa. A question appears on her face. She clarifies what level Veed is currently at. Veed smirks at such a question, and he proudly replies that he is at level 68 and continues on his journey. She's shocked that she's only level 48. And Ramuna and Peel open their mouths in shock and are covered in sweat. After all, Veed's level is higher than all of them. Ignoring the admiration of the team, Veed walks over to the lizard man and deals damage with his sword. At the sight of Veed's actions, the guys have a look of horror on their faces as they ask him to be careful. At this moment, Veed remembers finding a book about the Emperor's shapeless sword technique in a secret cave. He immediately comes to the decision to use this technique in battle. Veed swings at the lizardman, but the lizardman resists with his sword. At this moment, using the 7 heavenly steps technique, the backs collide. And then Vaid applies the first form of the imperial technique of the formless sword triplet. Circa, delighted by what is happening, wonders what skill Veed is using. The lizardman is now in a state where it cannot move and is stunned. Veed offers to do the damage now. Circa asks if he's alive. Puzzled, Circa yells and rushes forward, attacking the lizardman. Utilizing the basic monk wolf skill, Circa deals continuous blows to the lizardman. An enraged groundhog asks in shock and bewilderment if the lizard man is still alive. Moving closer, Circa considers the lizardman and asks Vid if they have always been so weak. After a moment, Circa hears sounds. She raises her head and stares tensely into the distance. In the distance, the lizard men maw at the sight of humans. Realizing that the humans have massacred their youngest, The lizard men are angry and threaten that there will be no mercy for such a thing. As soon as the lizard men's eyes turn red, Circa hides behind Vede and claims she's scared anyway. Without a moment's hesitation, the lizard men decide to attack the entire team, claiming to be avenging their younger counterpart. The lizard men surround Vede and wish to reprisal. Vede analyzes the actions of the monsters and thinks of a further plan of action. Moments later, one of the lizard men manages to deal damage to Vede. Vede dodges at the last moment, but loses 350 life points. Realizing that there was no time to stand still, Vede immediately aimed the tip of his sword directly at the lizard man's throat. Turning back, the display notifies that the skill failed. Vede is temporarily immobilized due to the failed sword skill. Surprised at what has happened, Vede stands still, oblivious to the fact that the lizard men behind him intend to attack. At the sight of unforeseen circumstances, Circa takes her will in her fist and runs to Vede's aid. As Circa runs towards Vede, several flaming arrows head towards the lizard men. Circa looks up, not realizing what is happening. A moment later, there is a violent explosion and all the lizard men are rapidly covered in fiery tongues of flame. Pale, Ramuna and Irene show up worried and ask if Vede and Circa are okay. After realizing where the fire arrows came from, Circa turns around and rejoices at such abilities of his team's players. As the comrades try to stay on their feet, Circa claims that she has forgotten that there is anyone else besides her and Vede. Hearing such a statement, Ramuna grabs Circa by the cheeks and asks how such a low-level babe can talk about the team like that. After recovering from his daze, Vede smiles at his rescuers and realizes that now they can have a good hunt. But Ramuna's fire did not overpower the thick skin of the lizardmen. They emerge from the fire, realizing that now they must fight at full strength. After a moment of thought, Vede heads for the lizardmen again, but does not forget to thank the team for the time they have gained, and asks them to keep attacking. Realizing that fire can temporarily disarm opponents, Ramuna immediately sends an entire stream towards one of the lizardmen. Taking the flames of fire, Lizardman stops and cannot resist the fire. Meanwhile, Pale fires a fire arrow at the lizardman, and a second monster damages Vede. The monster wounds Vivid's cheek with its claws. When Irene is injured, she immediately uses the power of the sacred spirit, which restores health and helps her resist evil. After the necessary manipulations, Irene Vidu becomes well, and the display notifies her that her health has been restored and her defenses have been raised. Deciding to use the second form of backstab, Vede attacks the lizardman. He then uses triplet to hit the enemy. So the lizardman was dealt damage that took his life and brought victory to Vede. Seeing how stunned the lizardmen were, Vede's comrades can't believe their eyes. Only Circa accepts it as it is and just rejoices. Irene, tired after the battle, offers to help Vede with his treatment. He realizes that he can't do without it. While Irene is being treated, the rest of the comrades explain to Vede that it's not worth it to go out fighting alone, even with the condition of the sculptor class. Embarrassed by his comrades, Vede has nothing left but to apologize. But in reality, he was deliberately testing skills. But it turns out that the Imperial formless sword techniques are not suitable for protracted battles. They're perfect for quick battles. It turns out that because of his lack of experience in such battles, Vede can't use all the techniques in the proper order. Remembering Cirque's skills is eager to learn more. Keeping Circa's interest, all the other comrades share their impressions and cannot believe that Vede is a mere sculptor. They immediately jump to premature conclusions about Vede's honesty and take serious offense. Surprised by his comrades' reactions, he realizes that everything has its weaknesses. Vede says that the skill cannot be used because of the low mana percentage. Circa is shocked and clutches his head, and Pale is upset because he can't even dream of such a thing. Still, Pale wants to get to the truth and find out how many total mana points Vede has. After a bit of thought, Vede reports that the mana is no more than 900 whole. Such a figure is perplexing. Deciding that there's nothing left to do but vent their negativity on Vede, the comrades decide to pounce. But Vede knows at what cost so much has been accomplished. It all started with Rodriguez, who sent Vede to the Litwart's lair. There was a bug boss in the lair who almost sent Vede to the other side of the world. And then the secret skills in the book were revealed to Vidu. He had to tell his comrades all of this so they wouldn't be offended. After all the explanations, Pale emphasizes the important designation of unusual sculptor a lunar. Ramuna nods her head approvingly. Deciding that Vede is the real hero, Groundhog rushes over and gives Vede his big hug. Trying to take in all the information gradually, Pale gets amused by the fact that in fact Vede has been known for a long time, just they didn't know it. It turned out that Pale had heard someone selling beautiful figurines in Sarahberg Fortress, and the companions wanted to buy one, but didn't have the money. Irene also wanted the little wolf cub and the cute little fox. She worries, realizing that now the figures could easily end up in her possession. Putting his hands out in front of him, Veed promised to make each one a sculpture. Everyone thanks Veed and immediately starts placing orders for figurines. Veed is upset to be seen as a figurine machine. Meanwhile, in the village of Baran, a real battle is taking place between the lizardmen and the humans. Somewhere in the crowd is a knight with a shield. He confidently sends one of the lizardmen to the other world. Finally, with fewer lizardmen, there's time to talk. Players hope this battle will end soon. At that moment, the other lizard man remains headless. He didn't have time to react and took the blow. Turns out it was Darius, who's confident in himself and his abilities. When it comes to lucrative rewards, he thinks knights are chatty, which is annoying. Realizing that these worthless idiots are not needed at all, Darius smirks because he has already made the decision not to share the reward for such a task. Extending his sword arm forward, Darius urges each opponent to continue the offensive and not retreat. At the same time, somewhere on the outskirts of the village is a human prison. A few lizardmen watch every rustle closely. In one of the cages with metal bars sit the prisoners. They are downcast, realizing that this will end badly for everyone who is already in captivity. At that moment, a voice was heard from somewhere outside. The prisoners and the lizard man himself looked into the distance to see where the sound was coming from. It turns out that Circa has started calling lizardmen to her, calling him her buddy. She jumps and waves her hand for him to notice her. Stretching her arms forward, Circa smiles and asks the handsome lizardman to play with her. The prisoner asks lizardman where such a crazy girl came from. The lizardman replies that he doesn't know the crazy girl himself. Taking out a notebook with the text that Ramuna wrote, Circa continues to call the monster, calling him handsome and clearly has a girlfriend. Hearing such a seductive speech, every lizard man who was wary began to lick at the sight of Circa. Remembering what life would be like without a job hurts every lizard man. They decide to take down Groundhog, saying she's pouring salt on the wound. Circa has been assigned a target in advance. She has to lead the lizard men to a certain point where a trap awaits them. As soon as Circa approaches the pit, she jumps over and lets the lizard men fall into the trap. Groundhog wants to see the lizard men she's fooled. The lizard men ask what kind of pranks she's been up to. Immediately, Ramuna comes closer and is satisfied with the job done. Circa notices Ramuna's presence and waits for her action. Trying to anticipate the lizardmen's next actions, they simply pull out their tongues, hoping that everything will turn out peacefully. A flame of fire appears from Ramuna's hand. She smiles and asks the lizardmen how much they freeze being cold-blooded. Not understanding the sarcasm, the lizardmen get in deep and start crying, saying that they are not worthy of such kindness. Fireball is sent straight into the pit by the lizardmen. She watches intently while Groundhog covers her ears and turns away. Ramuna extinguishes the flames that come from her palm, while Circa dances and screams with joy that it all worked out. Before she can dance, Circa sees a lot of lizardmen grinning at her, asking why she suddenly stopped. Before she could react in time, Circa takes a powerful blow and flies backwards. The lizardman growls, wanting to take her down. Immediately, the whole pack of lizardmen set off in pursuit of the Groundhog. The most important one instructs to catch the entire team of players. Turning around, Circa sees Ramuna, not realizing how she managed to escape so quickly from the scene of the lizardmen attack. Throwing away his bow, V draws his sword and tells his comrades that now is the time to deal with the lizardmen. Taking aim at the lizardman, Pale is about to fire his bow. V prepares for close combat and tells Circa to take over the left flank. Taking directions, Circa immediately changes direction to the other side. Without wasting a moment, Ramuna gathers a huge fireball, wanting to set as many lizardmen on fire as possible. Realizing that everyone's skills are important here, Irene immediately spread her hands, from which a bunch of rays of light manifested. Things aren't so easy and peaceful at melee range. There are two lizardmen after Groundhog. On the other side, Veed swings his sword with the intent to do damage. During the fight, he has time to analyze what's going on. He realizes that the bait has worked, but he cannot fight inside the camp for the safety of the villagers. As he deals more damage to the lizard man, Weed realizes that there is almost no one in the camp, as most of them are fighting the punitive forces. At this point, he turns his attention to his sword and is surprised that the durability has gone down so quickly. Realizing that the sword could break if used carelessly, Veed decides to put it away in his inventory. Noticing these actions, Circa asks what Weed is up to. She can't imagine Weed as a tank and without a sword. Lizardman takes this opportunity to deal damage with his axe. To do so, he jumps up and aims it directly at Vidu's head. But for such a case, Vid has continuous strikes that successfully help Circa and him. With Circa's technique, the Lizardman goes into the camp. Circa notices this and asks Vid when he had time to learn melee skills. In her experience, Circa knows that now is the perfect opportunity to send Lizardman back to the camp. She says for Vid to finish the job. When she sees that Vid has no intention of dealing with the Lizardman, she immediately decides to do it herself and asks why he didn't do it himself. It turned out that Vid purposely did not finish off the Lizardman in order to connect Groundhog, and in fact he cannot learn the skill in any way, but just imitate it. But in a virtual reality game, Vid can mimic the skills. When he bangs his fist against his fist, he rejoices that hunting monsters is better with his bare hands. For the sake of such results, Vid practiced martial arts in real life for a year before the game. Realizing that everything is as it should be, Vid prepares for the next battle, while Circa is already waving his hands and rejoicing in every victory. Intending to complete this mission successfully, Circa uses all his power to take down the Lizardmen as soon as possible. There was a similar desire for Vid to keep up with Circa and bring the Lizardmen to a knockout. With the speed and skill of the players, no Lizardman can handle it. One of them doesn't understand how they managed to hit the same spot. But Ramuna is not about to leave the Lizardman untouched and immediately lavishes a torrent of fire. Realizing that the team is actively engaged in the battle, Vid turns back. Ramuna says it's Vid's turn. Realizing that the team is really helping, Vid continues to deal damage to the Lizardman, who has not had time to move away from the fire. His resistance is added. The axe that the Lizardman throws flies past Vid, but manages to cut his side. Irene immediately heals the wound with her ability. Realizing that there is a strong support behind him, Vid goes into battle with renewed vigor. The new resilience characteristic allows Vid to easily counter Lizardman's punches and send him into a knockout. It was impossible for a Lizardman to survive something like that. Vid whistled contentedly at the success of the battle. Deciding it's all over, Circa pounces on Vid and yells that they've won. But Vid immediately pushes the Groundhog away, informing him that this is far from over. Recalling the nature of the task, Vid points to the side, hinting that it's time to go to the release of the prisoners. Overjoyed, Circa says that in a moment everything will be done. Vid replies that she has plenty of time. Pale and Ramuna seem to have been forgotten. Those lizard men who stand guard over the prisoners hear Circa's voice. Groundhog uses the text maneuver and informs that he accepts thanks for writing a complaint against his older brethren because they are forced to guard. Pale and Vid are standing nearby. They are amazed at Circa's behavior. The lizardmen's aggression becomes clear to everyone, for these actions call for them to chase after her. The prisoners also observe Circa, and one asks the other about her adequacy. At this point, Vid asks the captives to move farther away and begins to break the chains with the hilt of his sword. Heading to the next cage, Vid shouts to the prisoners that it's time to get out of here. Hearing that it is possible to leave the cage alone, one of the captives informs that there is no point because they will be caught again. But Vid assures the old man that this will not happen again, for Elder Gandilva has asked him to rescue the prisoners and bring them to safety. On hearing of Elder Gandilva, each of the captives rejoiced. The other prisoners say they never dreamed they would see the children and thank him for saving them, and Vid accepts the words of gratitude. Enjoying the precious experience, Vid informs them that he will heal anyone with wounds. The boys are frightened by the happy appearance of the savior Vid. Hearing his name, Vid turns to the side, not realizing what could have happened. It appeared his comrades had gathered the lizardmen's weapons and were ready to depart. With a wink, Vid clarifies if their backpacks are filled to the brim. The backpacks are so full they are about to burst. Irene says, disappointed, that nothing of value has fallen out, although you can get a lot of money for such paraphernalia. After surveying the area, Vid notices attributes that should also be collected. Just then, he gets a brilliant idea, which he shares with the wounded prisoners. Holding out his hands, Vid informs them that he wishes to ask for a favor. These words frighten the prisoners. The captives hear a request for a favor and sadly report that they have nothing to give. When they thought that their rescuer, Vid, would blackmail them for a reward, the prisoners were downcast and even frightened. In their minds, Vid was a monster who would eat them. After a bit of thought, Vid realized that he had scared the captives very badly. He wrinkled his nose as he realized his mistake. Finally, Vid spreads his arms, saying that the rescue was not for profit. He asked to believe in kindness, For all good things happen to those who believe. The villagers are sure that no one can be trusted, and it's written all over Veed's face. But the comrades are also of the same opinion, and that makes Veed very sad. Accepting that he needs to be more serious, Veed asks for help carrying the weapons, even though every villager has suffered in the cages. To finally put the villagers in the right mood, Veed changes the timbre of his voice, saying that otherwise their suffering will not end. Such words put the villagers in fear. They ask what is meant by such words and claim that they have suffered enough. Playing the role of savior, Veed asks the captives to turn around. Ramuna herself doesn't know what he's talking about and turns around. That's when an idea is born. Veed reminds us that the lizardmen's attacks were to conquer a beautiful valley and clarifies the rumors of orcs. After imagining the huge orcs, the villagers finally believe Veed. Grabbing the captive's shoulders, Veed explains that if the orcs invade, they will use the derelict weapon to attack. The man is covered in sweat and realizes that this cannot be allowed to happen under any circumstances. Such speech inspires the prisoners to help. They say they will do anything and carry the weapons, even if their bones break under their weight. All those who were among the rescued began to collect weapons. Gradually, the area is emptying out. Pale, meanwhile, is amazed at how just a few words can be enough to make people take orders from Veed again. But then Veed had a thought. He seemed to have missed something while everyone was trying to gather weapons. Climbing up the mountain, Circa looks around the area, checking for monsters nearby. But there are lizard men on this mountain, and a tired Circa realizes that she has climbed the wrong mountain. Realizing they need to flee, Groundhog shouts that he doesn't know the way and can't get away from them. Meanwhile, Gandilva looks down on his village from the top. He watches with regret as the ruined houses smolder. Sitting down on a tree stump, Gandilva ponders the fate of the children in the village of Baron. The children wilt as they realize that their parents have not yet been rescued. But then someone's silhouette begins to loom in the distance. The children hope it's their parents. It turned out to be Veed and his companions. The freed villagers followed behind. When Gandilva realized who was coming, he went to meet them, and the children rushed to their parents screaming. They missed them so much and were frightened. An atmosphere of happiness and long-awaited reunion reigned all around. All the parents and their children were rejoicing and crying. Vid looked at the whole thing from the sidelines with a pleasant warmth on his soul. He had done a great thing. In gratitude for the release of the villagers, Gandilva fell on his knees before Veed. The whole team was moved. They were proud of themselves for accepting the task and passing it with courage. In Gandilva's eyes, Veed and his comrades seemed like novices. He never thought they could save the villagers. Yet he was truly grateful to them. Before Veed could savor the compliments, he received a new notification. The mission to save the village had been completed. Veed had reached a new level. As a reward, Gandilva gave him the nameless seed. He had kept his promise. But Veed was pleased to receive such a useful reward, even though he claims they did what they had to do. Looking towards the village of Baran, Veed assumes that the punishment squad is about to leave. After some thought, he decides to go with them. Looking around, Pale says that although the punitive expedition is over, it has taken a heavy toll. Veed turns around and says that a lot of blood has been spilled in this battle, and thinks they need to come up with an excuse why they didn't take part. But then Veed and his companions turned around when they heard familiar voices and saw something they hadn't expected at all. It turned out that Darius and his punitive squad had arrived on the outskirts of the village where Veed was. Veed notices Becker and asks what's going on. Becker himself is surprised to see that Veed was in the village. It seems the members of the punitive forces are angry with Darius for some reason. Becker wonders where Veed has been, but Darius claims he's innocent, and the deaths of their comrades were not his doing. It's up to the people to keep themselves safe. Besides, casualties during battle are always inevitable. With arrogance and gloating, Darius waits for support for his words. But the soldier replies that it's not about some losses, but an entire army of comrades and the rest of the players are gone from this world. Very few survived. Spreading his arms, Darius says he shouldn't have followed orders in the first place, and now it's time to stop bothering people because the battle is over. Deciding that the soldier is too much for him, Darius decides to propose a different solution to the problem. Darius draws his sword and offers to fight with swords rather than words, and clarifies that without his help, no soldier would have been able to participate. Seeing Darius's insolent behavior, the soldier decides to respond to the offer to fight and so immediately draws his sword, blushing with anger. A fight ensues with threats to life and a PC fine. Veed stands nearby and watches with interest. He shakes his head and clucks, realizing he was right about Darius. And Darius really is a crook in his eyes. But the punitive forces are fools too. They shouldn't have listened blindly to Darius, and they wouldn't have lost comrades if they'd paid more attention to Captain Darius. While Veed was pondering about the squad, someone from behind turned to Veed. Turns out it was Gandilva who has something important to tell. Veed asks, "What's wrong?" Bowing down, Gandilva began to apologize for disturbing again. "But I have to ask for one more thing." The thirst to complete as many tasks as possible beats from within. But Veed doesn't show any sign of it and asks Gandilva to get to the point of the request. It turns out that Gandilva learned from members of the punitive forces that Veed is a sculptor. Veed doesn't understand what his class has to do with it. After hearing the confirmation, Gandilva shakes Veed's hands firmly and asks for a favor again. It turns out that the village needs a statue of the goddess. Veed is surprised and doesn't understand which goddess they are talking about. There used to be a stone statue of the goddess Freya in the center of Barren Village. But this year something unpleasant happened. It turned out that due to an accident, the statue was destroyed by Gandilva himself, who mistook the statue for a woman and decided to push it. But Veed doesn't like that Gandilva calls what he did an accident. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but Gandilva seems to think that the destruction of the statue of the goddess Freya was the cause of the disaster in Barren Village. Realizing where Gandilva is going, Veed clarifies if the statue really needs to be restored. Raising his head, Gandilva's red nose shyly confirms Veed's guess. Veed receives a notification that he has received the assignment. The requirement for the task is something that only the sculptor can complete. Veed realizes that the reward will vary greatly depending on the outcome. Realizing that the team may not understand, Veed replies to Gandilva that he needs to consult with his comrades. As it should be, the comrades supported Veed, saying that they could manage without his help for a few days. The comrades begin to joke that it will be easier without Veed. But Ramuna explains that these jokes are just for peace of mind. When he thinks of the seeds, Circa immediately decides to ask why Veed needs them. And Veed himself seems to have forgotten a little about them. He realizes that telling his comrades about the celestial city will be a forced measure. Remembering the man who needed the flower, Veed explains that a strange book appeared through him. When Veed completed the job, the man was short of coins, and in return he gave him a book about the forgotten cities of the Versailles mainland, Volume 4. Surprised by this payback, Veed becomes curious to understand what is described inside this book, and so accepts it. And having told what the book is about, Veed finishes his explanation about the nameless seeds. It all seems strange to Pale and Ramuna. They don't know what to say. After a moment's thought, Pale asks if Veed really thinks there is a city in the sky. Pale has only heard of dwarves as underground cities. But Veed has heard nothing about the underground cities, and this information becomes interesting to him. He asks Pale to tell him more. There is a city underground where entry is forbidden to almost everyone, but being inside the dwarf palace, you can learn advanced blacksmithing skills. Of course, Veed was eager to get to this dwarven palace, as it would be a good idea to hone his crafting skills to perfection. It turns out that crafting is a very important skill for a sculptor. Dwarves are the Racha, born with a talent for crafting, unlike most humans. Finally, Veed decides it's time to make up his mind, because all his efforts will be for nothing if these seeds don't lead to the celestial city. The girls confide in Veed, and Veed activates the identity. It appears to be the seed of the heavenly tree that opens the path to the heavenly city. It must be planted near the village. Hearing the detailed information, the team rejoices that Veed was right. But Veed immediately asks his comrades to be as quiet as possible so as not to attract any outside players. Because Veed doesn't want anyone to see them go up into the sky. Because Darius and the rest of the squad won't let them take what's most useful from there. Pale says that everyone will know about this city sooner or later, but definitely not from their team. Ramuna and Circa agree to keep the information confidential. So the team decides to go there when Veed is done with the statue. In the village of Barren, the time of order has begun after the war with the lizardmen. In the morning, Veed was already sitting in front of the piece of stone from which the statue of the goddess Freya would be created. Vividly looking at the stone, he did not start work. Not knowing what Freya is Vidu is not at all clear where to start working. Before setting off, Ramuna explains that they will swing while Veed creates the statue. Irene wants Freya to look like her. Thinking about the statue continues. Veed realizes that he must create a statue of the goddess Freya, the most beautiful woman in the world. If it goes badly, all of the sculptor's hard-earned fame will come to nothing. This makes Veed very tense and forces him to think long and hard, realizing that Queen Freya cannot be made ordinary. After all, if another sculptor creates a more beautiful statue, then Veed's work will remain in those. After a while, there is still no progress. Veed lies on the ground. He can't really imagine what Queen Freya must look like. Extending his arm forward, Veed tries to visualize the most beautiful woman in the world. At that moment, the image of Soyun appeared before Veed's eyes. Her purple hair blended perfectly with the branding on her forehead. Without much thought, Veed rises to his feet, deciding that Soyun's image was perfect. Veed had never seen anyone more beautiful. Veed picks up the tool. After a moment's thought, Veed remembers what she looked like when she was attacked for the accidental arrow that almost hit her. The painstaking work begins immediately. Veed sculpts the statue immediately. The villagers notice that after all this time, Veedu has had a creative epiphany. They stop and watch the sculptor's actions. After a bit more time, a certain image emerges from the stone. The villagers marvel at Veed's skill. In the sweat of his brow, Veed puts all his imagination and strength into creating something beautiful. The people gather and rejoice. Some people think you can tell from the shape alone that the statue is going to be awesome. After Veed decided that he needed to keep it up and the statue would be perfect, there was a problem. From Veda's memory, Soyun looks so aesthetically pleasing that the stone replica is clearly missing something. At this time, two guards are standing on the outskirts of the village at the very bridge. Not a soul around. In the constant darkness and silence, the guard felt sleepy. He relaxes and yawns loudly. But at that moment, there was some action. One asks the other what it could have been. The other replies that maybe it was just the wind. Looking around, the guards speculate that it was the wind. But in fact, the player was able to sneak through the guards and remain unnoticed. Taking the hood off her head, Soyun looked back to look at the guards. The expression on Soyun's face never changed. She walks quietly through the village and stops outside a two-story house with lights on everywhere. Knocking on the door, Soyun hears words of thanks and a familiar name. Realizing that Veed is inside, she is alarmed. It turned out to be Elder Gandilva's house. He had prepared it as a token of his gratitude, but was mentally unhappy that Veed was eating so much. Soyun sneaks to the window to overhear the conversation and hears Veed say that the statue of the goddess will be ready tomorrow. Gandilva is sure it will be very beautiful. Soyun becomes so interested in looking at the goddess statue that she decides to do it now. She gets closer and looks at every detail. As soon as the light of the moon hits Freya Soyun's image, it becomes clear that this is her appearance. She opens the inventory and sees what the true goddess looks like. Surprised by Veda's decision, Soyun turns around and looks at him through the window. Such a strong gaze Veed feels on him. But he can't believe that at this late hour someone would be watching him. Asking if Veed has finished his meal, Gandilva immediately sets about cleaning up the remaining food. But Veed shouts that he hasn't eaten yet. As expected, Veed finished the statue the next day. Many people had gathered to see Veed's art inventions. Realizing that people are eagerly awaiting completion, Veed tirelessly finishes the last haircuts. At the sight of the hammer, people get scared that the whole statue will be ruined at the last moment. But the statue was so beautiful that the display immediately began to notify him of a level 9 upgrade. Glory has been increased by 50. Not paying attention to the incessant notifications of skill upgrades, Veed believes that with a higher level, he could create an even better one. At one point, Veed thought that Zahab's knife helped sculpt such sculptures. Just then, Gandilva runs up and tearfully thanks Veed for such an amazing sculpture. Veed is embarrassed and says thanks for nothing. The display notifies the successful completion of the task. Gandilva gives his heartfelt thanks for the job. It turns out that there is a Soyun in the table with the level of influence on the village. He was frightened and turned his head and wondered about her presence in Barren Village. Grabbing Gandilva's shoulders, Veed begins to question him about Soyun. Remembering the name, Gandilva says that he asked Soyun if he could get a new statue of the goddess. Being intoxicated, Gandilva offered Soyun anything he wanted on condition that she agreed to help him. The result was Soyun's agreement, but after a while she never came back. Gandilva looks back resentfully and says that she just decided not to do the task. Stopping at the statue, Veed considers himself very lucky. For Soyun would have killed him if she knew that her task had been completed and his face copied. Looking at the face of the statue of goddess Freya, Gandilva shares that one should look closely at the face. He doesn't have time to say anything. Veed wasn't prepared for the information about Soyun, so to avoid having to explain himself for the face on the statue, Veed decides to distract with a slap on the cheek informing him that there was a mosquito there. Having decided that he never wants to cross paths with Soyun again, Veed realizes that he needs to get to Heavenly City as soon as possible. But he doesn't forget to do the important thing. Gandilva is puzzled, but Veed assures him that it is a Korean custom that must be observed. Drawing a line at the bottom of the stand, Veed decides to set off as soon as possible. But Gandilva has already grabbed his hand and has no intention of letting Veed go. Realizing that he can't get away that easily, Veed asks with an angry face what Gandilva wants this time. Putting a shawl on his head, Gandilva asks Veed if he believes in fate. At the sight of such actions, Veed has to stand in silence for a few moments to take such oddities of Gandilva further. After deciding that there was no need to answer Gandilva, Veed turns around and says goodbye, stating that he is in a hurry. Gandilva asks to hear him out. It turns out that it is no mere coincidence that Veed came and saved the villagers. He tells us that a priest from the Order of Freya once came. The priest tried to urge the villagers that evil is gaining strength. He says it spreads its influence under the cover of darkness in a cold, dark place. But people didn't really take him at his word. Some started asking about palm predictions, and some just followed the mosquitoes. It turns out that the priest said that only brave heroes can stop evil. He left it up to Gandilva to choose the brave one. Veed is surprised that such an important task was given to Gandilva in the first place. Just then a notification comes on the display. Veed is surprised because it becomes clear about the serial assignment. After learning the details of the mission, Veed decides that the first thing to do is to find someone named Siegel and recover the lost treasure of the Order of Freya. Rubbing his chin, Veed is content that a lucrative job has come up. All thanks to Soyun, who had failed to complete the statue task. The idea of making 3 figurines for Soyun as a token of gratitude instead of the promise to came to mind. But he doesn't really want to bother. In the morning, Veed's comrades come to admire the finished work. They are amazed at the incredible beauty and can't take their eyes off it. That's when Veed comes in and waves his hand in greeting to his comrades. When he sees Veed, Circa immediately runs up and starts beating Veed joyfully in the side, telling him that he is the best and very talented. Pale decides to cheer up and says that he never thought the statue could be so beautiful. Ramuna joins in the cheers, and Irene points a finger down, but informs him that the original statue of Freya was indeed much uglier. Veed is shocked at Irene's reaction. While Ramuna and Circa keep an eye on the talented Veed, he remembers that he didn't think much of the goddess, as his thoughts were on Soyun's beauty. Deciding to put all speculation to rest, Veed says that it was the images of each of the girls that made it all happen. Their souls and faces merged in the statue. Such a confession broke every girl's heart. Their cheeks reddened and their eyes widened with utter delight. Circa says he's a flatterer when he starts beating Veed again. Ramuna finds Veed charming, and Irene is just silently content with Veed's attention. Once again, Veed looks at the statue. He smiles and realizes that, as expected, Soyun is much prettier when he smiles. Thinking back to their first and last meeting, Veed realizes that she really didn't smile once. While Veed is thinking about Soyun, Darius and his cronies appear behind him and ask Veed about the sculpture. Assuming that such an encounter does not bode well, Veed tenses up and states that it is a beautiful work, not a masterpiece. A smile appears on Darius' face. He said sarcastically that he had never thought he would see such a beautiful piece of work. Tilting his head, Darius says that about 100 sculptors can produce fine work, and suggests that Veed is well practiced in the craft. Finally, Darius says that a bad fighter must have some luck somewhere. He nods and bids Darius farewell, deciding that there is no point in continuing the conversation. At this point, Darius' friend puts a hand on his shoulder and claims that such a pathetic sculptor only got the assignment because of leader Darius. Coming to the point of the conversation, Darius' friend says that Veed the Loon is obliged to come when called and create a plaque of a level no worse than this sculpture of Freya. Deciding to elaborate on the details, Veed asks if by creating a plaque is meant that the work will not be paid for. At this point, Pale walks over and pulls Veed away, with his hand telling Darius' friend to watch his words. But Darius' friend isn't happy about it, and instantly commits a slap on Pale's arm and glares menacingly at him. Before Pila can react, she immediately sidesteps Cirque, who glares fiercely at her supposed adversary and asks him what kind of creep he's talking about. Circa's reaction makes Darius' friend Darius frightened. He steps back and pulls his hand away, sweat beading all over his face. Ramuna and Irene join in, calling Darius' company losers and telling them to stop talking and get out of here. The girls continue to humiliate Darius and friends by telling them that they are the only ones who are pathetic with their faces in need of an immediate makeover. Finally, they take Veed under their arms and tell him that such losers should be ignored and clarify that it's time for them to go on about their business. Darius, still standing there puzzled, asks what that was all about. The friend in yellow says he doesn't know, but he's in a daze. Pale and Veed's team came to the outskirts of the village, and Veed proceeded to plant the nameless seeds. When the planting was done, Veed expects the plant to grow dramatically. Pale asks why it's not growing, but Veed suggests that it should wait. Before the boys realized what was happening, a huge tree had grown up to the sky. The wind blows Ramuna's hat upwards. The team marvels at the size of the magic tree, and Veed is content that everything is going according to plan. While Circa continues to be in raptures, Veed says there must be a celestial city up there. To be clear, Veed explains that this tree is like a guide to the celestial city. Veed now prepares for the most interesting approach of his life. He adjusts himself and pulls a rope from his inventory. Seeing the enthusiastic expression on Veed's face, Circa becomes uneasy. She stops smiling and continues to watch Veed's actions. At this time, Veed does look strange. His eyes are burning scarlet with an intense desire to make the inevitable decision. Wrapping the rope around his hand, Veed prepares to climb the tree. Circa can't figure out what the rope is for. Finally, Veed comes to his senses and explains to the team that they can't climb that high one at a time because it would be too slow. While Circa is trying to get the gist of the words, the rest of the guys have already caught on to what Veed is getting at. They are shocked to imagine the tree climb. But Veed pays no attention to that. He says that everything is ready and everyone needs to hold on tight to the rope. We must get up while the tree grows. Only after this explanation did Circa finally understand Veed's plan. But the smile is immediately replaced by tension on Circa's face. She tells Veed to cut the bullshit. The groundhog decides to get away and says he'll stay downstairs. Veed doesn't listen and immediately throws a rope around Circa's torso. Frightened, Ramuna decides to see if the tree is growing too fast for them to rise like that. Pale joins Ramuna's musings and explains to Veed that the rope may break while they are climbing. Trying to confront Vido, Irene continuously denies this action and twists her head to the side. From the rapid growth of the tree, the team rises just as quickly. Circa cries out in fear and claims that Veed has gone mad. Catching her hat, Ramuna, she closes her eyes and just screams, wanting this ride to stop as soon as possible. But Priest Irene was so scared that she just passed out. Pale had no face on him. He had turned pale, his eyes almost falling out of their orbits. Veed is the only one who likes it. He holds on to the rope and gives himself over to the flow of the wind and the growth of the tree. Finally, Veed spots the Sky Island. Trying to hold on as tightly as possible, Veed climbs to the ground. As soon as the ground beneath his feet became tangible, Veed sat down and began wiping his forehead of sweat. After Pale felt the ground beneath him, he calmed down. He really thought his life was over, even though Ramuna hid her eyes with her hat. But she finds the attraction so exciting that she suggests the team do it again. Seeing Irene helping Circa up, Veed says they need help because they look like they're both about to faint. Standing on the outskirts of Heavenly Island, the team explores the actual Heavenly City. Marveling at the size and beauty, the team thinks this city is simply magnificent. Just then, Irene turns to the side because some sounds are heard. It turned out that a moment later, the stalks the team had climbed had wilted. Realizing that this threatens eternal stay on Groundhog Island, he runs up and in a fit of fright shouts that it shouldn't be like this. She reaches out her hand and tearfully asks the stalks not to wilt, but it's in vain. The rest of the team is engrossed in exploring the city, so the wilted stalks don't upset them in the slightest. They turn around and look at Circa. The wilted stalks fall down and Circa decides to catch them and almost falls. The team is quickly joined by Veed, who has managed to catch Groundhog. Turning back to the team, a frustrated and crying Circa asks Veed how to get downstairs now. After explaining that if there is a way up, there must be a way down as well, Veed decides to specify that in case of emergency, you can jump and get a death penalty. After these explanations, Circa becomes furious and rolls around on the ground asking to be sent to the next world. Ramuna reports that she is just afraid of heights. Deciding to continue on her way, Veed grabs Circa by her scarf and just drags her behind him. She flails her arms and continues to scream. It turned out to be the celestial city of Lavius. Looking around, Pale realizes that the people here look like birds. Hearing Circe's voice, Pale and Veed turn back with tension on their faces. At this time, Circa has a smile on her face. She looks at someone with such lust that even her eyes reflect her heart. It turned out that the sight of birds made Circa feel so good that she forgot about her fear of heights. This behavior perplexes both Veed and Pale. They can't believe that Circa was demanding to kill her a moment ago, and now she wants to pet every bird on this island. Suddenly, the bird is talking. From Circa's behavior, she knows they are new here. Smiling Wit explains that their team are travelers and come from the lower lands. Such a response alarms the bird. He squints and looks at Veed with contempt. Just then, she throws Circa to the ground. Veed jumps back at the unexpected turn of events. The bird's behavior is not just alarming, but truly frightening to Veed. But the bird lowers its head and begins to spread its wings, signaling that their arrival fundamentally changes things. And with a flap of its wings, the bird welcomes the team to the celestial city of Labius. Veed and Pale enjoy a greeting and suggest that the theme is taken from the game of Fifth Civilization. Perhaps it violates the game's copyright. And Veed humbly thanks them for their friendliness, telling them that the city is so beautiful that they've forgotten how hard they've traveled to get here. When Veed decides to clarify the name of the city, the bird immediately repeats the opening line about them being new to the city. Not realizing what was going on, Veed felt uneasy. He blushes and scratches the back of his head, answering that it was already agreed that they were travelers. Again, the same reaction as the first time. Veed's response makes it clear to the bird that a greeting is needed, and he's clearly going to discount Circa. Realizing that this was about to happen, Veed instructs Circa to get down from the bird as soon as possible. But she doesn't have time to think and falls to the floor again. Veed lowers his head. Once again, the bird announces the name of the city and greets the team kindly. Deciding that it's the same bird brains with a 3-second memory, it's clear to the team that they're not going to socialize here. Groundhogs already covered in bruises. As the team accepted the fact that the bird remembered nothing of their acquaintance, it notices them again and rapturously raises its wings. Then the bird lowers its wings and suggests that the team is new to this town. Here the bird once again calls the team newbies. Vidu and Pale become as uncomfortable as possible with the bird. Determined to get the information out as soon as possible, Weed grabs his wings and asks what this city's famous for. Pale thinks it's all for nothing. Angry at Veed, the bird says that such rude and familiarity is unacceptable. She mentions that they are not friends and throws her hand away, and the bird turns around and walks away saying that if they want to be friends, they need to bring good food. Pale is glad that Veed has broken the cycle. The locals probably don't remember what the town is famous for. Pale is sure that it will be difficult to get information, but Veed is not discouraged and decides to ask everyone. The team is on the move. Veed says that this city is not at all hostile to travelers and that they do not have to worry about the threat of attack. Looking around, Veed thinks they should split up and go in different directions. Circa says it's more fun together. She doesn't want contact with the birds. But Veed insists, explaining that this way, it will be more efficient to find out some details. Supporting Veed, Pale says to go around as many streets as you can to take on all kinds of quests. Ramuna thinks the city is safe. Such explanations lead Circa into deep thought. After a moment, a thought strikes her, and she slams her fist on the ground. She says it's like everyone has different food, but everyone shares. Veed thinks it's a strange but not bad comparison. They need to look for assignments that they can take, and when they come back here, they will compare all the assignments to choose the best one and complete it. They decided to meet at a place 2 hours later and split up. Veed walks down the alley and is amazed that there are different types of birds everywhere. Stopping at the stall, Veed examines each item and decides that the local weapons are definitely not suitable. Hearing the singing, Veed lifts his head and looks at the mother bird and her 2 babies. They are sitting on a rope between the houses. Looking to the side, Veed notices a large gate with a sign above it. It appears to be a training hall for newcomers. Remembering the training room at the beginning of his journey, Veed decides it's time to look into this one as well. Looking inside, Veed sees nothing but darkness. He doesn't know if he's even in the right place. Here comes a rooster who reminds Veed that he's only passed the basic course, which is a notch below. Now Veed knows that this is the next step, and asks if it's possible to go through the beginner's program. Turning around, Rooster says that Veed needs to follow him for the training. As Veed walks down the dark corridor, some blows come at him so fast that he can barely dodge them. Taking up his sword, Veed assumes that an attack has begun, but something unknown blocks the blow. Continuing to dodge the unknown, Veed tenses up because he can't see anything, and it's not clear who he's dealing with. Finally, Veed gets his composure and decides that if he can't see, then he should use his hearing as much as possible. To do so, he closes his eyes. In order to avoid being hit by the enemy's damage, Veed begins to move and attack as quickly as if he can directly see and feel his opponent. Just then, an unknown character with glowing eyes appeared out of nowhere. He only became visible after Veed was able to deal damage. Countless similarly unknown characters have come to the defense. Each has a weapon, be it a sword, a mace, or a club. Surprised by the number of opponents, Veed has no choice but to massacre anyone who approaches. Taking damage from something metal hurts Veed. He doesn't understand how he can deal with so many opponents alone. After a moment, Veed comes to his senses. In front of him is the same gate to the training room. It turned out that Cox saved Veed because it's impossible to pass the training unprepared. But he won't save him again. Scratching the back of his head, Veed asked the rooster if it would be possible to pass the training if the level was higher. Twisting his head in different directions, Rooster replies that things are set up in a very different way here. It turns out that the Iron Men's attacks adjust to the level of the subject. Veed rises to his feet and ponders Rooster's words. Veed comes to the logical conclusion that he is not good with a sword. He needs to improve his skills, not level up. The whole team is already assembled. Veed runs from afar and apologizes for being late. Circus sits on the floor and shouts that they are doomed. As he approaches, Veed stretches out his hand and cheerfully announces the place where he has been. But someone interrupts him. Unexpectedly, Circa throws herself into Veed's arms. She's crying her eyes out and longing for support. By inertia, Veed dodges Circa's unforeseen attack, and she pecks her nose on the ground for the third time that day. In his explanation, Veed says that there are few life points left and it's nothing personal. Circa continues to lie on the ground and Ramuna and Irene remain silent. The marmot gets up and jumps again, deciding that the second time would be a good time. Veed dodged again, amazed at her tenacity. Veed's speech upsets Groundhog even more, and she is left lying on the ground crying. Veed feels bad and decides to ask what's wrong. Pale decides to explain, but first of all says that they have found a way to come down to earth. Circa manages to hug Veed, who listens attentively to Pale. Turns out the store sells a lightweight feather. It slows the speed of descent. Veed is excited about this kind of parachute, but Circa intervenes, claiming that the feather will have to fall all the way to the landing. She protests against this method and shows it to her comrades. Realizing that Circa needs support, Veed says she can handle it. He specifies that he will help, so it won't be scary. Surprised by this responsiveness, Circa decides to ask if Veed is really going to help. Veed nods his head and reaffirms his words. In fact, Veed has already decided to tie Groundhog to himself and jump like last time. Groundhog is worried because he doesn't trust the look on Veed's face. Pale goes on to say that they found a great assignment and waited for Veed to return to make a decision as a team. It turned out that Irene was going to buy the ring, and the seller vehemently stated that he couldn't give the ring back until 20 skeleton knights were destroyed. Looking into the details, Veed rejoices that the ring speeds up mana regeneration by 10%. He says it's a great attribute. This ring is invaluable in the King's Road because items that increase recovery are very rare. That's why Veed calls for skeletons. When the team arrived at the skeleton's location, they stood at the edge of the hilltop and surveyed the immediate area. After going deep into the city, the team became the discoverers of the Memphis dungeon. In this dungeon, the chances of trophies and experience increase. After reading the details, Circa jumps for joy, reporting that they are the discoverers and it's very cool. So they weren't the first to discover Labius, or there would have been a notice about the discoverers. Veed wonders who was here before them. Drawing his sword, Veed offers a cautious look around. He suggests that the team deal with as many monsters as they can. Turning to Irene, Veed says that the priest's blessings and healing skills are dangerous to the undead, so her treatment will be needed more than anything else. Deciding this is Irene's finest hour, she jumps in and threatens the monsters into fearing her healing. Pale thinks Irene is very strange. At this time, several skeletons go hunting towards the team. Green steam comes out of their mouths and their eyes glow red. No sooner had the skeleton taken a swing than he received a stream of fire from Ramuna. Once the skeletons have been blocked, it is the turn of the melee players. Circa and Veed are swiftly heading into the battle. With its red eyes, the skeleton is surprised to see living people in front of it. The battle begins. 4 skeletons are heading toward the players. 2 of them are holding something like blue gas. The team also heads towards the skeletons, and Veed as a tank goes first. As he begins to massacre the first skeleton, Veed has time to address the team to listen carefully to the plan of action. He says to be ready for battle. The skeleton manages to dodge the blow. After this, Veed decides to activate Triplet. The skeleton continues to dodge. Stepping back, the skeleton says the man is strong enough. He holds on to his sword and shield, intending to win this battle. Aiming his sword, Veed tells the skeleton that it will be impossible to escape death. Behind just the skeleton, several more appear. They are dressed in a kind of cloak with a hood, and in their hands are not swords but spears. It turns out that Veed had completely forgotten about the existence of the mega-skeletons. At this point, Ramuna sends out several streams of flame to hold the skeletons back. Turning to Veed, Ramuna asks if he's been caught in the middle, and reminds him that he will have to pay for such a rescue. Turns out the flames had gotten hold of Veed after all. He's angry and looking at a cheerful Ramuna. Veed shows his black face and asks when he will return the favor. Ramuna feels uncomfortable and replies that they will talk about him later. At this time, Pale takes aim with his bow to aim an arrow at the skeleton. But the skeleton group also has an archer who does similar things to Pale. The archer skeleton takes aim at Pale and wishes him a swift reprisal. At the sight of Archer's skeleton, Pale tunes in even harder and says he will immediately send him to the next world. Seeing Pale's seriousness, Ramuna marvels that he's putting his best foot forward today. Turning to Irene, Pale asks to bless the arrows for victory, but Irene turns her head in the negative. Frightened, Pale gets as close as possible and asks why she refuses. Irene reminds him that Pale has decided to self-destruct. Surprised by Irene's principles, Pale has no choice but to stand in bewilderment, and Irene turns away to ignore her comrade. After deciding what to say, Pale turns to the skeleton. He informs him that the archer's skeleton will be sacrificed to the Grand Priestess, and him to the archer. After saying that, Irene has to bless the arrow. Pale sends out an arrow that shines with a bright light. Deciding to attack the skeleton, Mega from behind, Groundhog gets as close as possible and sets up for battle. Meanwhile, Ramuna is already gathering a fireball with the intent of sending it into the nearest enemy. As Veed fights the skeleton, a golden arrow flies past. Finally, the consecrated arrow hits the archer's skeleton. He takes it and falls on his back because he is unable to resist. At this time, the skeleton is about to do the final damage to Veed. He swings and threatens to retaliate. Thinking that Veed is in grave danger, Ramuna and Irene are frightened. They yell out Veed's name to warn him, but Veed is so experienced that he can stand up for himself. By striking from behind, Veed brings the skeleton to an unforeseen defeat. To end it, Veed delivers a critical strike and reminds the skeleton not to leave vulnerabilities exposed. At the sight of the skeleton that had already been taken to pieces, Veed exhaled with ease. Turns out Groundhog was in the neighborhood and saw the whole thing. She's happy for Veed, and he turns around to see where Groundhog is. But she wasn't just there. She fell under the spell of two cloaked skeletons. Purple smoke enslaves Circa's body and keeps her in the air. After Groundhog asks for help, Veed reminds her that she can easily escape on her own. But Circa is worried and denies the possibility. Deciding that Veed needed to show her everything, Circa makes some moves that were supposed to help her get out. But in the end, nothing works. She gets an electric shock and asks for help again. Veed decides to continue the battle with the rest of the skeletons. Claiming that Circa likes to be electrocuted, Groundhog denies his claim by Veed. Uninterrupted by what's going on with Groundhog, Pale decides to check with Veed to see if it's safe. When Veed turned around, he saw something horrifying, and Circa slowly repeats his request. While Circa's trying to get out, Veed decides to ask about the rating, because she does things that make everyone embarrassed. As the team discusses the situation with Groundhog, an archer skeleton stands in the distance, intent on doing damage stealthily. But Veed notices it in time. Pale also turns around and tenses at the sight of the skeleton archer. Seeing where the archer skeleton is aiming, Veed clarifies that he is in the crosshairs, and if the skeleton sees movement, he will shoot immediately. But Veed already knows at what speed the arrows fly, so it's not too hard to reflect. Just then, Pale takes aim. His arrows are consecrated again, giving him a huge advantage in damage. And Irene is determined to win, so she will continuously bless the arrows. Taking a swing, Ramuna is going to send a fireball at as many skeletons as possible. She says we all need to work together. So too, Veed goes to fight the cloaked skeleton. The skeleton's entire body is illuminated with green smoke, and it moves confidently towards Veed. But Circa continues to be in a sort of daze. She reminds Veed that she still can't get out. Realizing that the cloaked skeletons are quite strong, Veed activates the slashing knife technique and Ramuna helps using Fire Strike. Pale also sends a consecrated arrow at the archer skeleton. 3 streams of fire fly toward the skeleton, who continues to keep Circa trapped. It's so hard for her to be in the smoke that she cries and keeps asking for help nonstop. When the fiery streams of energy hit the skeleton, Circa has nothing to do but fly over the fire when the smoke deactivates. There were a few more skeletons behind. They should have attacked, but what had happened wouldn't give them the chance. The stream of fire that Ramuna sent out hit not only the skeleton that was holding Circa, but also the others. They instantly vanished into thin air. At the sight of the skeletal remains, the team marvels at their victory. After a short joy, Irene becomes as serious as possible. She looks at the team and wants to say something. Then Irene says she had to sacrifice Groundhog to win. The whole team puts their heads down in front of her body, but Groundhog says she's alive. After what happened, Circa tries to get out of Irene's shackles and beat Ramuna for using fire so close to her. After the showdown is over, the team decides to see what has fallen out after the victory. They stand around in front of the consecrated boxes. Looking closely at the items in the form of gauntlets, boots, and sword, Abid rejoices at such a reward. He knows that the clay sword should sell for at least 100 gold in the store, but the downside is the low durability, although that can be fixed. By examining each item, Pale tells the team that the items are good, but that's if you don't count the sword, which can't be used due to a limitation. Speaking to Pale, Veed clarifies that every player wants items. Veed was nicknamed the Item Thief during his time playing Land of Magic. Then Veed decides to set up rules before they distribute the items. That is, they will decide who gets the items according to the rules. After a little thought, Pale agrees to such a rule, emphasizing that Circa almost went to the other world. And Circa is crying again, explaining that he doesn't want to go to the next world so early. Closing his eyes, Veed reports that this assignment was not an easy one. In fact, no one would have thought the skeletons would have such a strong attack. And it won't be hard to deal with one, but if there are two, the team will have problems. Without armor and boots, it's hard to fight. It was then that Pale realized what Veed was getting at. He turns red and sweats rapidly. As they approach, Veed reminds them that he is the only tank on the team. Pale has no choice but to agree with Veed. As if tearing the trappings away from his heart, Pale lowers his head, saying that it would really be best to give them to Vayyed, who takes the blows for himself. Trying to keep his mouth shut, Pale is a little regretful about being an archer. Veed is happy and asks Pale how to thank him for his understanding. Finally, the most satisfying moment of the entire game happens. Pale puts on his first outfit. At last, Veed is holding a different sword than the one given by the instructor. Veed looks away confidently and is pleased with his gift. And the whole team gathered in a circle. Veed specified that although he would use the items, the team would need to divide them among themselves in the future. This clarification annoys Pale. He says that Veed first takes the items away and then promises to give them back, which is unpleasant. Ramuna supports Paley. While the object talk continues, someone unknown appears behind them and calls the players humans. The team turns around at the voice. A huge skeleton of a knight appears before the team. He sits on a horse similar to himself and holds a sharp sword in his hand. After examining the intruder, Veed realizes that it's a knight skeleton, which is going to be a pain to deal with. And the skeleton knight recognizes that the players are brave enough to come and massacre the soldiers. In return, he promises to send everyone to the depths of hell himself. Moving closer, Circa looks away with a tense face and obviously wants to say something to Veed, but immediately her tension is replaced by a smile. She asks Veed how nice a horse the skeleton knight has. Veed thinks Groundhog is empty-headed. When Veed decides to go on the offensive, he asks the team to be on guard. After all, the skeleton level of the knights is over 100, and it won't be easy. Without delay, the skeleton knight decides to attack Veed, who is already standing at the ready. This knight skeleton is much stronger than the previous ones. He swings with confidence and moves at Veed while riding his horse. Assuming that Veed is in great danger, Ramuna and Pele rush to his aid. They ask Veed to be on guard. As the knight approaches, he begins to deal damage. Veed counters his sword with his sword. This is given so hard that Veed squints and spends all his strength not to let his opponent's sword get closer to his body. During the first fight, Veed realizes that the knight is very strong and fast, which creates additional problems on the way to victory. Realizing that Veed is doing fine on his own, the girl stopped and just watched. Sorka said that Veed had an excellent parry over the skeleton's attacks. Veed says he can't keep up with the attacks as well as they can, but since the knight is on horseback, the number of possible attacks is limited. Thinking back to the training room, Veed confidently states that the sword has always been a part of him, and so no one can defeat him so easily. There was a moment when players began to gather and marvel at Veed's uninterrupted fight with the Scarecrow. Looking confidently at his opponent, Veed clarifies that he also practiced martial arts in real life. At this point, Veed becomes as angry as possible. He blushes and squints his eyes, sweat dripping from his face from such strong negative emotions. It turns out that Veed realized he was fighting the knight alone. The girls admit they were just admiring the fight. Pale says they are on their way to help. Coming to the front flank, Circa shouts that it's time to move out. The knight swings his sword and immediately goes to meet the players. Realizing that teamwork is more successful when Circa occupies the left flank, Weed immediately gives such a command. Informing the players that they are fools, the knight immediately tells the horse to kick Veed and himself strikes next to the groundhog. Flying back, Wade is surprised that even a horse can attack. Unexpectedly for Veed, the knight immediately approaches and the horse rears up. Believing that Veed does not have time to dodge, Circa shouts that he needs to react to the knight's attack in time. But Veed is experienced enough, so he manages to block with his sword. He holds on to it with both hands and tries to counter the blow. And the knight is so strong that he succeeds in bringing Veed down. He falls to the ground, realizing that the knight is becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Deciding that this is the perfect opportunity to finish off Veed, the knight tries to deal the final damage. As the knight tries to strike the recumbent Veed, a consecrated arrow flies behind him. But Knight manages to dodge and turns back, calling the other players pesky vermin. While Irene blesses the arrow, Pale turns to Veed, asking if everything is all right. At this time, Veed rises to his feet and replies to Pale that it's okay, but it was very dangerous. Problem is, that horse is targeting Veed, but Veed doesn't remember doing anything bad to horses. Just then, Veed decides to take the horse on. He asks Circa to try to attack the knight when he opens up. After traveling to the scene of the attack, Circa asks Veed to remember to be careful. As the knight approached, the sword fight began. Veed did not miss any opportunity to test the knight's opening. After seeing his destroyed sword, Veed realizes that he had completely forgotten about the low durability. But at the most inopportune moment, the knight decides to strike at Veed. You can't parry with a sword like that, so you have to dodge. As he tries to dodge, Veed realizes it's too late. Seeing that Veed is in danger, Circa tries to come to the rescue as soon as possible. She tells Veed to run away. Trying to protect Veed, Circa has to put his back up to take the knight's blow. She is in so much pain that she immediately passes out and falls to the ground. At the sight of the whole situation, Veed stands dumbfounded. Circa lies immobilized on her stomach. But Irene immediately rushes to Circa's aid, realizing that her life is at stake. Ramuna sees her sister lying there and runs to her. Luckily, Irene manages to save Circa's life. Irene says that Circa only had one life point left. But Veed tries to keep the momentum going and deal with the knight as soon as possible. He asks everyone to focus on the enemy. Also, Veed says players need to get behind him and be ready. Taking a closer look at the knight's skeleton, Veed concludes that he has a level above 100. The skeleton opens its mouth and green vapor billows around it. Veed realizes that if there wasn't such a difference in levels, he could have dealt with it himself. That's why long-range players come to the rescue. They realize that the enemy is quite strong, and therefore they need to give their best. But there is a problem, which is the minimal percentage of strength of Veed's sword. He worries, realizing that the sword might break during the battle. The knight is already approaching, and his huge sword could break not only Veed but also the rest of the team. Continuing to ponder, Veed realizes that there is no way to change weapons because the enemy is already near. While Veed was trying to find a solution, Circa comes closer and says that they will fight together. She says that Irene has healed a little, and that's enough. Just then, Ramuna warns me that mana's running low. Pale is the same, and Irene had a lot of mana to heal Circa. Realizing that without most of the team, it would be many times harder for Veed to deal with the knight. But the knight has no intention of delaying and is already approaching Veed, swinging his sword. Deciding to rely only on his own strength, Veed looks at the knight with a sidelong glance and prepares for a fierce battle. Finally, he tells Circa that he will go head-on and Circa should only attack if possible. Circa is feeling much better than he was. Circa's alienation is so great that she pays no attention to pain or fear. Circa has decided that there is no way to lose, so she acts. According to Circa's plan, while Veed and the knight are sword fighting, she immediately jumps on top of her opponent and deals a heavy kicking damage to the face. This plan pleased Circa so much that she smiled with confidence. She decides that attacking from above by jumping over Veed is the best way. From the sound of it, it is clear that the knight's sword is very heavy. If Veed tries to block, the strength of his own sword will drop to 0. Deciding to use the blade grab, Veed remembers that he hasn't fixed his gloves and boots, so he'll have to dodge. While Veed is pondering things, Sura is already putting her plan into action. But at the very beginning, she gets scared, and the plan falls apart along the way. It looks very strange from the outside. Veed tries to hide from the knight, but the self-sacrificing groundhog realizes it's a bad idea the moment he jumps. At first, the knight stands in bewilderment, but after noticing the confused groundhog, decides that this is an easy prey that runs into his hands. Thinking that now is the time, Pale sends a consecrated arrow at the knight, but he's fast enough to easily block the attack. Surprised by this speed, Pale becomes uncomfortable. He can't believe that the knight stood up to the blessed arrow. As Knight blocks an arrow from Pale, Circa manages to slip in and secure himself from the strike. Turning around, Groundhog thanks Pale for his help because it can be considered a real lifesaver. But at that moment, Ramuna sends such a huge stream of fire directly at the knight that Circa can't get away in time. A sphere of fire strikes everything near the knight. The horse rears up and roars loudly while the knight does not feel the burning fire. Realizing that this isn't the first time Ramuna has created a fire sphere near humans, Circa glares angrily and takes air into her lungs. She was so angry that she screamed at the top of her voice, telling Ramuna that this wasn't the first time this had happened. Veed got hurt too. With her head down, Ramuna explains that she couldn't have done it on purpose, and it was just an accident. But Irene and Pale are sure that Ramuna set the fire on purpose. Coming to his senses, Veed explains that thanks to this there is some time. At the expense of this time, Vidu has time to grab a weapon with more durability. Turning to the side, Veed sees a knight who is rushing out of the flames of the fire. Realizing that it is impossible to delay, Pale shoots from the bow, trying to damage the knight. But the arrow hits the shield, so the knight doesn't even notice it. With his bow lowered, Veed doesn't even think that regular arrows will do any harm. Completely absorbed in the battle, Veed asks his comrades to attack with magic because this time they will be able to parry the blows. Turning back, Ramuna reminded herself that she had already mentioned that there was no mana left for spells, neither did Irene. But Veed had already forgotten about this important circumstance, and he turned back to look at his comrades with a bewildered look on his face. Under such circumstances, Veed would have to try to confront the knight. After thinking out a plan in his head, Veed sets out to take on the enemy to deal with him as soon as possible. But there was no way Circa and Pale could have expected Veed to go at such a powerful knight alone. The knight himself considers Veed a fool who runs to his own doom. He growls and longs for retribution. Both Veed and the knight set out to meet each other confidently, thinking that victory will be won. Deciding that it was now time to bet everything on this attack, Veed activates an imperial technique that had never been tried before. Seeing Veed's sword being covered in electric lightning, Circa Pale is perplexed by such an ability, and Ramuna and Irene assume that Veed decides to use a finishing blow. Everything around him lights up with a bright light. Veed extends his sword arm, deciding to use the final touch. And as the knight approaches, Veed swiftly points the tip of his sword straight at him. But while nothing is happening, Veed worries about his future. He realizes it's all about taking too long to activate. Realizing that he needs to buy just a little time before activation, Pale sends 2 arrows at the knight but hits the armor. Pale tries to get in and asks Veed to hold on just a little longer. Deciding to act while there is still time, Veed activates Caesar's sword. After activating Caesar's sword, something unimaginable happens. A huge stream of energy and lightning bolts are rapidly sent into the knight. Obviously, the knight could not expect that Veed had a few more abilities in store, so he has to take the hit. Not realizing what happened after such a bright stream of energy, the girls take cover from the dust and hope that the knights are finished. As the dust settled, Veed was seen sitting on the floor because he had given all his mana to such a blow. Nothing happened to the knight. Seeing such a picture, Pale gets the idea that Veed has lost. Immediately, Veed begins to faint and falls straight down on his side right in front of his opponent. And Ramuna and Irene ask Veed to wake up. Circa and Pale decide to take the knight on. Coming to his senses, Veed asks Ramuna about the knight who continues to stand still. Turning around at Veed's voice, Circa says that the knight is not moving, and it's very strange to everyone but Veed. Finally, the sword activates while inside the knight. It lights up and creates incredible pain inside. The knight opens his mouth and screams. Not realizing what's going on, Circa decides to run away. She is afraid that the knight will rise up and attack, so she screams. So too, Ramuna looks at the knight around whom a lot of smoke is gathering, can't understand what has become of him. But when all that was left of the knight was the remains and the cloak, the team realized they had won. Putting their hands in the air, all 4 players began to shout enthusiastically about the victory. When Veed felt better, Circa began to act out his heroic act and asked what kind of imperial equipment he had in stock. Deciding to check what reward they have received, Veed activates the identification. Considering how difficult the opponent was, there was too little reward. He had a couple of silver stones and a bone. Trying to cheer up Veed says that the first time is the hardest, plus the encounter with the skeleton knight after normal fights was worse due to lack of mana. Finally, Veed suggests resting and recuperating, and then the skeleton knight will not be a threat. Circa says that Veed is right and should do so. Putting their hands together, the comrades decide to get together later and finish what they came here for originally. After a while, only Veed came to the assembly. He goes into battle alone and cannot accept the fact that his friends have betrayed him. Veed has to fight a whole army of skeletons who are themselves defeated by the player's rejection. Veed is angry at his comrades, unable to understand how they could do this. It turned out that Ramuna and Circa were punished by their parents for neglecting their studies and playing all the time. Already the skeleton Mega has joined the battle with Veed as well. Veed is trying to dodge. When asked by Vita if the girls will still play, Ramuna decides to explain the nature of the punishment. Turns out the parents got into the swing of things, and now sisters Circa and Ramuna have to help get pumped. It's the same situation for Irene. She blesses the automaton of a father who admires his daughter's abilities. He's proud of Irene for blessing him. And Veed's battle continues to gain momentum. He's working hard on the skeletons, frustrated at the lack of a team. Pale is in a similar situation. Veed is angry and shouts incessantly, venting his anger on his opponents. He considers the behavior of his comrades to be a stab in the back. When the skeleton army enslaves Veed, he yells that he'll get even when his comrades come crawling back. Back in the real world, Hen opens a household expense book. He holds his back, realizing that the pain from the game is still being felt. Looking at the tables, Hen suggests that he spends too much money cooking with recipes from the game. If it goes on like this, the remaining money will be enough to last for 2 years. Hen realizes that he needs to be more frugal when he looks at the amount in his checkbook. Unexpectedly, Hyen came home unexpectedly for Hen. He doesn't want Hyen's sister to worry about the money, so he has to hide the books immediately. Opening the door, Hyen doesn't know if Hen is home, so she looks inside carefully. Realizing that Hen has his hands behind his back for a reason, Hyen starts to ask what he's hiding, but Hyung immediately turns the tables on her. After all, Hen knows Hyen very well, so it's easy to change the subject. Hen stretches out his hand and waits for Hyen to put something important in it. Making a silly face, Hyen pretends not to understand what this is all about. But Hen immediately slaps his forehead and reminds him about the report card that was handed out today. Hyen reminds him about the domestic violence ban. Picturing Hyen dutifully handing over the report card, Hen immediately accepts it. Opening the report card, Hen smiles that Hyen is 3rd in the class and 14th in the parallel. Handing the report card back to Hyen, Hyen says that her ranking has improved, and Hyen reminds her that she is his sister, which is why she is an honor student. At such a compliment, Hen gets flattered and immediately confirms her words. Hyen becomes uncomfortable at the look on his face. From the looks of it, it's easy for Hyen to get in wherever he wants to go, and Hyen is already asking for a gift on the condition that he gets first place next time. This kind of arrangement doesn't please Hen. He frowns and suggests that Hyen try persuasion. If Hen wants to send Hyen to university, he needs to earn more money. But Hen wants to make money with the game, so he goes to the capsule. In the morning, Veed is already in the marketplace in the celestial city of Levias. He hands the bird a sculpture. The bird doesn't even know what it is. And Veed explains that this is a figurine that was made specifically for this bird, and specifies that this sculpture is the only one of its kind. Taking the figurine, the bird sincerely thanks Veed and notices that it is an exact replica of the real bird. Just then, Veed turns around and waves goodbye. He says it's time to go and wishes you a good day. Turns out it was a brilliant plan because the bird wants to thank you for the gift, and so he tells you about the cave of the warriors who went to the other world. And then Veed pretends as if he hadn't expected such a question. The bird says the cave is a 30-minute walk north of Memphis Hall. Rejoicing at a good assignment, Veed immediately went to complete it. As he stopped at the entrance, he wondered if he had made the right decision. As soon as Veed goes inside, he immediately hears a strange noise. After that, he gets a bad feeling inside. Walking on, Veed notices that there is no message about being the discoverer. This raises the question of who might have come here before him. A moment later, the first undead appears in front of Veed. It is a level above 140. It is a headless knight. The knight looks so unpleasant that it makes Veed uncomfortable. He's amazed that he came across such a monster in the first place. It turns out that the knight's hand is not just a helmet, but one with eyes that begin to glow. Realizing that there was no turning back, Veed immediately prepared for battle, assuming that a 140-level monster would make him sweat. Extending his axe in front of him, the headless knight asks Veed to state his name. Surprised to be addressed as a knight, Veed assumes it's because of the sword. Deciding he needed to clarify, Veed immediately denies the headless knight's question and informs him that he is a sculptor. But it is a pity to the knight that youngsters like Veed think that sculptor is their profession and so remain cowardly and weak. This answer surprises Veed greatly, and he replies that he didn't expect to hear it. It turns out that even the monsters look down on the sculptors. It's starting to get annoying for Veed. Finally, the chatter ends, and the headless knight goes to battle, thinking that it won't be too difficult to take down the cowardly sculptor. Blocking the blow with his sword, it becomes clear to Veed that the knight is much stronger than he would like. Immediately, the sword's strength decreases. Veed doesn't understand why the knight is so strong, but he still confidently tells himself that there's no way he'll lose. Determined to finish off the knight as soon as possible, Veed activates the slashing sword technique. The sword immediately shines with a bright light. At first, Veed thought it worked, but a moment later, something happened that he could not have expected. Replying to Veed that he won't succeed this time, the knight directs a stream of energy back into Veed's sword. This outcome is extremely startling to Veed. He doesn't understand how the undead can repel the slicing knife technique. The battle is gaining momentum. The knight swiftly sends his axe at Veed, but Veed has no time to react. After being wounded, Veed has to crouch down. He lowers his head and holds onto the wounded area. There's blood coming out of his neck. Veed is sure he was able to dodge and assumes it was because of too much air pressure. And the knight says that if Veed felt a difference in strength, then one should fall to his knees and await his end of life. Hearing that the knight decides to send to the next world at the expense of the battle axe, Veed is embarrassed. Picking up the severed head, the knight searches for the battle axe, saying that it was just here. Veed doesn't understand why the knight is carrying the head in his hands. Realizing that the knight has nothing to deal with, Veed makes an angry face and asks if it's his turn to do damage. Knight asks for a timeout. Obviously, Veed decides to seize the opportunity and goes into battle. But behind him, an axe appears and swiftly returns to its owner. But at the very last moment, Veed notices something flying and manages to dodge it, falling to the ground. Upon rising, Veed notices the axe. The knight himself is surprised that the axe has an auto-return and laughs, saying that in the modern world there is no such thing as innovation. But Veed is not going to hesitate and continues to run on the offensive. He calls the knight an unusual monster and instantly activates Triplet. Realizing that Veed may attack the knight, tries to counter by displaying his battle axe in front of him. Veed manages to split the knight's torso into 4 pieces. He immediately runs away to avoid being hit by the knight's wreckage. At last, the knight has nothing left but to realize what skill has been used. In response to the knight's words, Veed clarifies that Triplet does not stop at 3 attacks. In fact, the more Veed trains, the stronger the Triplet skill. Remembering the moment when the blood started to flow, Veed had already made up his mind. After all, the sculptor could not be underestimated. After killing the knight, Veed had to continue on his way to find stronger monsters. As he continued on, he noticed that it was much brighter. As he walked on, Veed saw an incredible scenery. A girl who had laid down to rest could be seen against a background of many different colors. As he got closer, Veed made sure that there was indeed a girl lying there. This scares him because they are in a cave with high-level monsters. But the girl is asleep and doesn't notice the perplexed look on Veed's face at all. He doesn't understand why she's even sleeping in a place like this. The unknown girl continues to lie on the rock. Her red hair matches her pink dress perfectly, and she doesn't even move. Not knowing what's going on here, Veed is in a state of great anxiety. He sincerely hopes that the stranger is alive. To be sure, Veed decides to poke at it with his finger. He is worried because the whole picture makes him very uncomfortable. But when she felt someone's touch on her, she woke up immediately. Veed was frightened and blushed, trying to move as far away as possible. She slowly opens her red eyes and doesn't realize yet that she is not alone in the cave. Finally rubbing her eyes, the girl asks Veed who he is and why he came. Trying to come to his senses, Veed closes his eyes and says his name. Then he asks the stranger's name. But she looks around and asks Veed in surprise who he's even talking to. Veed is amazed at such a silly question in the circumstances of their meeting. Finally, the girl wakes up and says her name is Dinny. Donnie's smile lights up Veed. His cheeks turn ruddy and his eyes can't look away. To hide his involvement, Veed turns away and scratches the back of his head, asking Dinny why she is sleeping here. Turns out Dinny's been living here for about 3 months. Doesn't do anything but sleep and eat. The fact that Donnie has been here for 3 months perplexes Veed as much as possible. He asks if she's one of the players who first discovered Heavenly City. Without wanting to go into details, Diney reveals that he is indeed a former member of the Discoverers. Trying to guess what happened, Dinya immediately tells them that she is the only survivor left in the Celestial City. Such information makes Veed ponder. He puts his hand on his chin and goes into thought. At that moment, Daini reaches her hand up and yawns loudly, covering her mouth with her other hand. Rubbing her eyes, Daini informs him that she is a level 134 shaman. But Veed was sure that if Daini had been living here for about 3 months, then the level should be around 170. A little frustrated, Veed reassures himself that he feels fine on 109th. Veed thought Daini had something to say, so he turns around and asks her directly. Pleased that Veed is willing to listen, Daini suggests they form a group and move on, since he's here alone too. Looking closely at Daini, Veed seems to think that suggesting such a thing out of the blue is so suspicious that perhaps she has a devious plan. And Daini begins to squeeze Veed's male psyche by portraying innocence and gratitude. Blushing at the woman's pressure, Veed begins to think that she's really not a bad person. Void also notices that Daini is almost his type. He immediately tries to calm himself down because that's not what the game is about. Veed rubs himself by the hair and demands not to be tricked and not to trust anyone. Seeing the negative reaction, Daini gives a pitying look and feigns an upset expression. She asks if Veed really doesn't want to be in the group with her. In an attempt to reassure him, Veed says that's not the point and offers to join forces himself, clarifying that he is indeed moving alone. With his arms crossed, Veed realizes he's going for it, but he decides it's only to follow Daini in his hiding places nearby. Hearing the approval, Daini rejoices and claps her hands, thanking Veed for being responsive. And shamans can use white magic to increase the strength of an ally's speed or agility, or black magic to reduce characteristics in an enemy. Plus, shamans have the ability to use sword and mace at the same time. You'd think Dinah would make a fine savior, but Veed realizes that her profession doesn't specialize in any one thing. And Daini's stamina is almost non-existent, and her attack magic power is also lacking. Veed feels that a shaman like Daini wouldn't survive in a place like this alone, so it doesn't rule out that she's hiding her true level or plotting something. When he decides that he needs to find out more, he turns around and asks about her 134th level, and Daini confirms his words. Then Veed decides to make it clear that at this level, the shaman will not last long. He asks if Daini hunted without the help of her group. After a bit of thought, Daini replies that hunting on her own wasn't that hard, but at that moment, Veed notices something terrifying that makes him sweat. Turns out there are skeletons behind Dinah that Dinah can't even see. Pulling out his sword, Veed prepares for battle and asks Daini to move away from where the monsters have gathered. 3 skeletons go to meet Veed. They use swords and axes to take out their enemies as quickly as possible. Then 2 more skeletons appear. They squeeze Veed and Dane into a circle. Veed realizes that he was distracted and lost sight of his surroundings. And Veed already knows that these are skeleton mercenaries who are definitely stronger than the previous ones. They have shields and sharp swords. Realizing that it wasn't easy to handle 3 alone, and when there are 5 of them, it's a real problem, but he hoped Dinny would help. Vividly hoping that Daini doesn't take advantage of the situation, Dinah sees the angry look on Veed's face and doesn't know what's wrong with her. Just then, Veed asks Daini to step back to avoid taking damage from the mercenary skeletons. But Daini does not withdraw, but turns to the light of bravery of ancient times and asks to grant the warrior Veedu the strength to fight his enemies. Lastly, she activates the enhancement, and Veed, along with the sword, instantly lights up yellow. The power increases by 100 whole points. And Dinny continues. She asks the breeze drifting around to give sagacity and lightness to the hero's heart. She also wishes for the light to be Veed's footsteps. But that wasn't the end of Dinny. She activates the wolf spirit, and a huge stream of energy representing a wolf is sent towards Veed. Immediately, Veed's dexterity and movement speed increases. Veed stands bewildered and pleasantly shocked. The attack speed also increases after Daini's words about blood and flesh being the destination and the sword showing the way. Lastly, Daini activates some sort of bloodlust. When he hears this, Veed turns around and marvels at Daini's abilities. Without hesitation, Veed immediately goes into battle and is pleased that even his attack speed is increased. Veed has confidence in his abilities. But Daini's help doesn't end there either. She can debuff all enemies at the same time. Therefore, the attack speed, strength, and will to fight of mercenary skeletons instantly decreases. And Veed continues to be puzzled as to how Daini got so many powers. When starting an attack, Veed thinks about the fact that such magic can't be had by a normal level 134 shaman. Veed doesn't have to work hard to deal with skeletal mercenaries. He doesn't understand where such magic comes from. Looking back at Daini, Veed is amazed at her calmness and no longer believes she is a level 134 shaman. But as the fight continues, Veed can't say he doesn't like the support. On the contrary, he is excited to deal with each skeleton. When Veed was done with the skeletons, Danny came over and began to marvel at his abilities. But trying to keep himself under control, Veed reports that what was more amazing was what Daini did, and not himself. Frowning, Veed says he can't escape the thought that Daini lied about her level. Finally, Veed clarifies that he can't be in a group with a player who won't tell the truth and blatantly cheats. But Dinny realizes what's going on and says that the little misunderstanding was just because of a hobby. Not understanding what Daini was getting at, Weed wrinkles his nose and asks what hobby he's talking about. And Dinny starts explaining herself. She says it may seem strange, but she doesn't do monsters. She uses everything on monsters. Curses and blessings, and sometimes even attack magic. And when the monster's health drops, Daini kind of heals them right away. Considering Daini a weirdo, Veed decides to find out if it is true that she uses healing on monsters instead of group members. And if Daini really does use magic time after time in such a way to reach level 134, then perhaps the magic is pumped to its maximum. It can also be done by training, but it takes more time than leveling up. For Veed, Daini's way doesn't seem normal. And then Weed imagines that if Daini did such a thing around other players, she would obviously be lynched. After getting the gist of it, Veed finally clarifies about the hobby that Dinya used to have fun with headless knights and skeleton mercenaries. Smiling back, Daini confirms that this is exactly how she has been playing to level up. But Veed doesn't like all of this. He gets annoyed and wonders how he can play with such a level and where such a hobby came from. Daini puts her hands on his cheek and asks Veed if he'll stay in her group. She makes it clear that she's telling it like it is, without lying. But obviously Veed is already plotting how to capitalize on such circumstances. So he agrees to stay with the group. Back to the fight, Veed starts to fight and Daini takes a stance and helps out. When the monsters were done, Veed looked at Daini, realizing that only thanks to her buffs had the battle time been cut in half. That's when he starts to believe that Dinah really doesn't kill monsters, and he doesn't think Dinah's going to cause any more trouble down the road. Daini's buffs help a lot with sword technique, but still, Veed doesn't want to let his guard down because he can't trust the first person he meets. It seems to Veed that Daini really hasn't left the dungeon. After a moment, he offers to rest after a long hunt. He doesn't remember seeing her in Levias, because he would definitely remember seeing her there. Then Veed decides that while he's resting, he can make a headless knight figurine, and sets to work. Taking a bar from his inventory, Veed begins to sculpt. He has global plans for this class, so he sculpts whenever he has free time. Daini takes a seat next to her and watches Veed's actions, carefully not understanding what he is doing. Just then, Daini stands up and asks if Veed is carving a sculpture. When Daini answers in the affirmative, she says it's very romantic. Her eyes light up with admiration as she sees a man making a sculpture for the first time. But Veed is not distracted, realizing that the skill is at level 9 and 99%. He covets the middle level of the skill and perseveres in this endeavor. Just need to put the finishing touches and the figure will be ready. Veed makes them much prettier than they were in the beginning. After a moment, Veed lifts the figure up, claiming to himself that the headless knight is ready. Finally, the sculpting art is upgraded to level 10. When Daini sees the knight figurine, she exclaims enthusiastically that it is very cute. Immediately, Daini starts begging for the figurine and is willing to pay 20 gold coins. Veed is puzzled by her delight. After a bit of thought, Veed decides that since the figurine was needed for a skill boost, he can give it to Daini. Accepting the gift, Daini sincerely thanks Veed, her cheeks never ceasing to blush with delight. She immediately takes to dancing with the figure and calling her cute. Veed is shocked by this reaction and thinks Daini is a strange person. At that moment, another notification comes on the display, but Veed doesn't know what it's about. The notice refers to the sculpture destruction skill. Not understanding how to use it with the penalty clause, Veed hoped he wouldn't have to resort to it. But if you think back a few moments, obviously Veed had already learned the skill of destroying sculptures. But for Veed, it doesn't matter, because the thought of what he had to go through to get to the middle level makes him want to weep. At first, Veed regretted choosing the sculptor class, but now he was very happy because the slashing knife technique had received a 50th increase in effect. And the mana consumption is reduced. Veed decides to try using triplet and backstab at the same time. He is happy with his decision to become a sculptor. After admitting his exploits, Veed remembers he's not alone, and looks at Daini pretending it didn't happen and laughs nervously. Accepting that Veed is weird, Daini supports his behavior with a giggle. When Daini called Veed strange, she offended him, because he doesn't think he's strange, only she is. After some thought, Daini suggests that Veed change his hunting ground. There are undiscovered dungeons nearby that Daini hasn't been to, Assuming that the unopened dungeons are the ones no one has ever been to, Veed decides to clarify just in case. When Diney confirms Veed's assumptions, reminds her that she was with the group that discovered Levias and asks why they weren't in those dungeons. Embarrassed, Diney reports that the entire group besides her was above level 200. Deciding to elaborate on the details, Veed asks if the group didn't see fit to go to a high-level dungeon. At Veed's clarification that being a discoverer is a great way to increase fame, Dane doesn't answer anything but just smiles back. Crossing his arms over his chest, Veed, distrusting Diney, asks for details, and only then will he agree to go with her. But Dinah is in a bad situation. She can't tell the reason because she promised to keep what her group did secret. Unwilling to part ways with Veed, Diney puts her hand over her heart and earnestly asks Veed to believe her, claiming that she is definitely not lying. But Veed finds it hard to trust Diney, whom he met in the high-level dungeon. He analyzes Diney's behavior to see if she's being truthful, and Dinah shows her sincerity and sympathy for the fact that she has to hide a lot of things. And Veed sees that Diney is not worried and does not make excuses. Deciding to check out the dungeon, Veed agrees with Diney. Pleased with Veed's adequate judgment, Diney folds her hands at her heart and sincerely thanks him for his trust. Near Merkan's tower, Veed hunts birds. With such a bad bow, Veed can still do a lot of damage due to his characteristics. And Veed never thought he'd ever need a bow, and he realizes that Dinya wasn't lying about these low-level dungeons. Also, double experience and a higher chance of dropping items means that they are the first ones here. Thanks to Danny, Veed gained experience and collected a lot of items. In the moment, Donnie walks up and apologizes to Veed that she needs to finish with the game. Surprised that Dinny is leaving so quickly, Veed asks what's wrong. Danny explains that she was just tired and needed some rest. Blushing, Diney waves her hand and says goodbye to Veed, promising that they'll see each other again. Just then, Diney exits the virtual reality and leaves Veed with his thoughts. He scratches the back of his head and wonders why Dinny hasn't played in 5 hours. And since yesterday, she's had a worried look on her face. She seems to be playing in secret from her family. But remembering the huge capsule, it seems unrealistic for Veed to play secretly. It's impossible to hide such a thing. Thinking back over the past few days, Veed realizes that most of the time he hadn't given much thought to Diney's strange behavior. She seemed like a weirdo with a secret like all humans that had nothing to do with Veed, and at one point she offered to gather herbs that were hard to find. And even after they'd been hunting together for a month, there hadn't been time to get to know each other. But the reason was that Veed was always dragging Dinya along with him on hunting trips. There were moments Diney didn't give Veed a chance to deal with the monsters himself. She uses a threefold curse but still doesn't send him to the next world. Remembering the moments makes Veed sad. There were times he didn't divide the money equally, claiming it was a commission. Improving his cooking skills, one day Veed cooked a lobster. It was a special dish for the last percent before gaining intermediate level. In real life, Veed could never hope to taste something like this, and to taste it in the game seemed beyond fantasy. It turned out to be Dinny's first time seeing lobster in a game too. She's already drooling over how much she wants to taste it. Without delay, Veed prepares to split the lobster for a meal together. It turned out that the lobster was worth 2 gold coins, and it was simply forbidden to fail. Gathering the right ingredients, Veed diligently roasts dinner on the fire. Finally, the cooking skill reached the first average level. All the characteristics increased by 5 whole. Unable to wait, Diney takes a fork and knife in her hands and asks Veed not to hesitate to try the lobster, which looks simply delicious and very appetizing. Realizing that Dinny is very hungry, Veed replies that Dinny can eat as much as she wants. And cooking and eating together after the hunt creates an unreal pleasure for both Veed and Danny. In such happy times, Veed never thought it would come to an end. In response to the unexpected words, he couldn't find anything to say. In parting, Dinah hopes they can meet again someday. This month they spent together had brought them so close, but the time has come for Veed and Diney to say goodbye. Thinking back on the past, Veed would not be able to forget how Diney sang her songs to him. He kept his eyes on Dinny and at the end of the performance applauded, telling Dinny that it was excellent. Veed shares that Diney is more suited to the bard class than shaman, and asks her opinion on it. But Diney is embarrassed and laughs in response to the compliment. But Veed wasn't being complimentary, he actually thinks the shaman is a bad class. In the moment, Veed gets a great idea. He silently looks at Diney and is shy to share, but she notices it and asks what's wrong. Blushing slightly, Veed suggests they continue hunting together now that they've gotten to know each other better. Not wanting to scare Veed off, he claims he didn't mean anything personal, and makes the excuse that it won't be boring just like that. But Dinah realizes it's not that simple. She doesn't want to upset Veed, but she realizes she has important information to share with him. Upset, Dinny says that unfortunately, she won't be able to continue the hunt. Thinking that Diney remembers how they decided to team up just for a while, Veed confusedly confirms that it was foolish to suggest continuing the hunt. But Dinny really wants to play with Veed next. But it turns out Donnie will probably never return to the King's Road again. With her hands clasped together, Dinah explains that she made a terrible mistake a long time ago. She trusted no one because she thought no one would ever love her. After a moment's thought, Veed asks if it has something to do with the fact that Dinya was alone in Levias, and Diney immediately confirms Veed's assumption. But all that time with Veed had helped her gain courage. It also helped her gain the confidence to find her place again. Deciding that Danny is prejudiced, Veed asks if he is no longer needed for her since she is going to quit playing. But Dinny asks not to say that because that's not really what she means at all. After a bit of silence, Diney decides to confess. It turns out that it was only thanks to Veed that she found the strength to go on living. Such words make Veed angry. He wonders if Dinah wanted to go to the other world of her own free will. Turning away, Dinah informs me that she's very sick. And even with the operation, the doctors can't promise anything. And what's more, the doctors think the surgery could make things worse. So fearing the end of her life, Dinah put off the surgery. But now Dinny wants to be brave and take on such a challenge of life. Now Dinny believes the disease will be cured. Smiling Diney states that it's all thanks to Veed. She sincerely thanks Veed. All of this information leaves Veed stunned. He stares at Diney in silence and doesn't even know what to say. And Diney says that if fate allows them to meet again, they will see each other again. Diney will pray to see Veed again. As he turned away, Veed just couldn't find the right words. He stood there for a long time, trying to find the right words, but nothing came out. And Dinah could barely hold back her tears. She understood how Veed felt because the sympathy was mutual. And while Veed stood there unable to find the words, Diney had already said goodbye with a wave of her hand. And then she was out of the game. And Veed continued to stand there, staring off into the distance. And now it's been 3 months since Dinah left the game. That's about 3 weeks in the real world. Veed is creating another sculpture. And Veed believes that if the operation was successful, it will still take several months of rehabilitation. No one can imagine how scary it is for Dinah to be alone and have no one to help. Once again, memories came flooding back to Veed. He remembered her recognizing that he was older and asking him to communicate without excessive politeness. But Dinah never addressed Veed as an elder. He can't get the memories out of his head. If the operation fails, Dinah may never come back. The thought hurts my heart. After a moment, he assures himself that she will return. He remembers that Dinah promised to come back. After finishing the sculpture, Veed goes away with the thought that even if he has to wait several years for it, he will definitely wait for it. And the sculpture was made in memory of Dinah. The first meeting was forever etched in his memory and now in Veed's life. At the bottom, Veed left an inscription that it was a reminder of the precious days with her. It's been a long time. Hen takes off his virtual reality helmet, deciding that he should make dinner early and get some rest. While dinner is cooking, Hyung keeps his eyes on him. There's something that makes him uneasy. But at this point, Hen starts to get angry with himself. He asks himself to wake up and doesn't understand what is even happening. Sitting down on the floor, Hen scolds himself for spending 200 won on some ramen. You can't waste money, but for some reason that rule doesn't work for Hen. With tears in his eyes, Hen realizes that since the eggs have already been put into the pot, there is no point in regretting them, and it is time to start eating. That's when Hen thinks about how much has happened since he started playing King's Road. A picture of the past comes to mind. The very beginning when Veed had to complete a task in the training room with the scarecrows. The next thing that comes to mind is the team. Moments when Pale, Ramuna, Irene, and Circa were there for each other in times of need. Further recalls the squad that trusted Hen's command as much as possible. And the beautiful sculpture for that man's lover reflected vividly in Hen's mind. And Night Without a Head was just as entertaining as anything else. Closing his eyes, Hen is completely immersed in his thoughts and smiles involuntarily. And opening his eyes, Hen immediately remembered the collector with whom he had a 5-year agreement. The man says that if Hyung can raise 3 billion won in 5 years, he can be recognized as the boss. But Hyung will never forget those words. Hen decides to pay back what the debt collectors did to his family. He'll make them regret what they did. Inspiring himself, Hen reminds him that there's still a lot to do. To top it all off, Hyen needs to go to college and then get married. Remembering the ramen, Hen immediately sets about saving it before the noodles boil into mush. After a delicious meal, Hen realizes that it was a bit out of his budget, But Hen likes the taste so much that he stops regretting the money he spent. That's when Hyen opens the door. She tells her brother that she has already come home. With a wave of his hand, Hen says that Hyen is back earlier than usual today. But Hyen explains that they're up to their ears in a school festival, so just came to grab a few things and head back. Seeing the ramen pot, Hyen starts reprimanding Hen for eating the wrong food. She reminds him that eating like that will give him gastritis. But Hen stands his ground, saying that it's not for him, but for her to eat properly because with the condition of strong employment at school, she spends a lot of energy. So Hen decides to ask about dieting. Hyen rages at this question, reminding her that she's already slim as a birch. But she immediately calms down when she realizes that Hen is worrying too much. Hyen thinks that Hyung doesn't think about himself, but somehow manages to think about her. Thinking back to their childhood together, Hyen realizes that Hen has always been like this. No matter what happens, Hen always puts his family first. And the memory that Hen missed the date because he had to take Hyen to school comes to mind. With a smile, Hyen tells Hen that she hopes he gets a girlfriend soon. But Hen doesn't understand what's gotten into Hyen and tells her that she's fine without a girl. Hyun thinks that girls only want money. He suggests that Hyen pretend there's a girl, invite her to dinner, need money, need tea, need money, etc. And that's not all. Hen reminds me to remember all anniversaries. Hyun also considers that he'll have to pay twice as much for a vacation by the sea, and he imagines paying 20,000 won for a girl's lounge chair. With his arms across his chest, Hen says there isn't a girl he wouldn't begrudge spending that much money on. But there are two that come to mind immediately. It's Soyeon and Dinah. They both took him by the heart. Trying to get rid of the thoughts, Hen gets angry and reminds himself that he doesn't need both of them. Hyen sees this and worries about his brother's adequacy. That's when Dinah is lying in the hospital bed. She is so deep in thought that she did not notice the doctor's arrival. The doctor asks about the thoughts. Smiling Dinny puts her hand over her heart and lets her know she's thinking about her friend, though she's not sure they're even friends. But the doctor knows about Veed. She smiles and says that considering he's the one who pushed for the operation, it's safe to call Veed your friend. Both girls look out the window and Dunny shares the thought that if she gets better, she will definitely come back to see Veed. At the same time, in a completely different clinic, So-young sits at a table with his attending physician, Cha Yun-hee. To break the silence, Cha Yun-hee asks Sung So-young's opinion on the game Royal Road. But So-young doesn't say anything. Then Cha Yun-hee asks about friends that So-young might have made in the game. But he means real players, not NPCs. Without hearing a reply, Cha Yun-hee lowers her head disappointedly, remembering that she thought Soyeon would be able to find friends who would open her heart. But Soyeon doesn't just keep quiet. She remembers her encounter with Veed, when they almost got into a fight from an arrow accidentally fired in her direction. And at this moment, Song So-young smiled for the first time in a long time. Meanwhile, Hen returns to the game as Veed. He appears in the heavenly city of Lavius. Trying not to think about the past, Veed prepares for the game. He lowers his head and exhales heavily. After a moment, Veed lifts his head and confidently tells himself that it's time to start again. After putting on his gear, Veed immediately makes his way into the cave and fights another foe by laying him on his shoulder blades. Thinking that the skeleton in armor has gone to the next world, Veed is about to leave. But at that moment, he hears screams behind him and turns around. Realizing that he needs to act quickly, Veed activates the Imperial Shapeless Sword technique, and the skeleton takes massive damage, and Veed moves on immediately. Meanwhile, the skeleton in armor is rapidly burning, turning to ash. After the victory, Veed receives a notification of a level up. Veed rejoices at the good equipment. He was wearing a gray cloak. It has the highest durability and 12 points of defense. The cloak increases speed when traveling long distances. And Graham's steel belt activates quick slots with potions and antidotes, and they also automatically replenish from inventory when available. And Graham's leather armor allows him to avoid the magical attacks of enemies 20% stronger. Also, thanks to the rings, mana regenerates 80% faster, and now Veed can use his skills twice as often. While Veed was content with his trappings, a strong wind began to blow from outside, and the display notifies that the cloak's durability has been reduced by the wind. Angered, Veed immediately begins repairing his cloak to increase its strength back to its original position. When the cloak was finished, Veed rose to his feet. At that moment, a small stone comes out of nowhere and reduces the strength of his armor. Veed has to do repairs again. He gets angry again and restores the strength of the now armor. But the durability is getting lower and lower by the minute. Veed cries but realizes that the flaw in the equipment dropped from the undead is durability. Remembering an assignment to find a man named Siegel, Veed realizes that such an assignment smells of big money, but not everyone will agree to such a task. But the main problem is that no one in the celestial city of Levias knows exactly where the seagull is. Entering the store, Veed hopes to learn something from the clerk. But the shopkeeper is not sure that the seagull could be in Barracan's crypt. Not understanding which crypt Barracan is referring to, Veed tenses up and asks for more details. Turns out it's a very dangerous place filled with the sounds of a parallel world. The salesman doesn't recommend going there, but he will tell you how to get there. The entrance to the crypt is in the mountains outside the city, and Veed will need the 15th large boulder, and next to the boulder are blue flowers. But the search is in vain. Veed is tired of pacing around and constantly berates himself for not asking for more details about the location. With his head in his hands, Veed can't understand how he can find the 15th boulder in the mountains. Veed lost count of the number of laps he had already made. It's for birds flying overhead to count a little thing like 2 bites. Veed looks up into the sky and asks what to do if he doesn't have wings. After a while, Veed gives up, realizing he can't go anywhere without rest. He leaned against a tree and wiped the sweat from his forehead. And at that moment, Veed notices something right in front of him. He stops being angry and realizes it's what he needs. It turned out that right in front of Veed was a field of blue flowers. There is also a large boulder and a plaque. It says about those whose blood and flesh has long since decayed, and whose bodies can't be found, and whose bodies are resting here. Looking to the right in front of Veed appears to be some sort of structure with wooden doors. Without hesitation, Veed opens the door and looks around the room, but it's very dark and he can't see anything. The display announces the opening of Barracan's crypt. Glory has increased to 100. For a week, there will be double the experience and the chance to drop loot. The first monster was a certain ghost dressed in white. Veed instantly deals damage and sends the ghost to another world. Assuming the vendor was talking about ghosts, Veed realizes that they are much weaker than expected. Putting the sword back in place, Veed calculates that the ghosts were about 130th level. Immediately, countless ghosts and skeletons with size appear in front of him. Assuming that monsters don't aggro due to high morale stat, Veed rejoices. This stat was automatic, so there was no worries about growth. Veed confidently moves on when the monsters themselves are afraid of him. When he sees the bird lying on the ground, Veed immediately rushes over to help. He picks up the bird and asks if it is conscious. As he stares at it, Veed can't tell if it's a seagull or not. Seeing that the bird is badly wounded and feverish, he assumes it is poison. Taking out an elastic bandage, Veed realizes that if the bird is not healed, there will be trouble. After a while, the bird wakes up and sees Veed. Veed is happy that the bird is awake. The bird assumes she has lost consciousness, so she asks Veed if he is really her savior, and Veed says he just got there in time to help. And the bird asks his savior's name. Veed says his name and is glad he could help. It turned out to be Siegel. Siegel thanks Veed for saving him, and Veed asks about Freya's treasure. But such a question leaves Siegel puzzled. Siegel asks how Veed got the information about Freya's treasure. When Siegel hears the story, he says that Veed has done well, and specifies that the goddess Freya favors Veed. Siegel says Freya's treasure is in Barracan's crypt. Then Veed remembers reading about it on the main page of the King's Road, and realizes that the man it said was Barracan. It turns out that Barracan Demoff is a dark wizard with a mastery of necromancy. He was looking for a recipe for eternal life, and to use children for his gruesome experiments. He wanted to conquer the world with horrible chimeras. And Barracan's necromancy turned everyone into the undead. There were not only tens of thousands of zombies in the army, but also 3,000 horsemen and 1,000 knights of the other world. Due to the sudden invasion of the undead, the continent was on the verge of destruction. But the humans managed to stop the invasion after the unification of the kingdoms. And it turns out that Heavenly City was created to isolate and contain the remnants of the undead army. Task difficulty level C. Refusal will serve to make the Order of Freya unfriendly. Veed rises to his feet and assures Siegel that he will return Freya's treasure. And Siegel has heard that the Holy Grail is guarded by a knight of the other world. Siegel will wait for Veed to recover from his wounds. Going on a treasure hunt, Veed continued to antagonize the monsters. Among them were the knights of the other world. After finishing another fight, Veed realized that he had grown accustomed to the knights of the other world, but the price was too high. To get here, Veed had to start over as many as 5 times. There were bans on entering and lowering skill levels and proficiencies. But finally, after level 125, Wid simply stopped losing. It seems to him that it's all thanks to the Moon Sculptor class. There were also significant stat gains while sculpting, and cooking skill increased health and mana, plus there are knife and sword techniques. Finally yawning, Weed comes to the realization that hunting alone all the time is very boring. Meanwhile, a knight emerges from the darkness, who is not at all similar to the previous ones. His helmet is illuminated with red stripes and some kind of horns can be seen on top. In his hand is a sword. He asks Veed the reason for coming to this place, and then he asks how much he's scared. And Veed covers his ears with his hands and doesn't understand where the Knight of the Otherworld gets such powerful energy from. But the Knight is on a whole different level than the others. And Veed only has to look at the Knight to realize that he's much stronger than the others. For Veed, all it means is that he's hit the jackpot. Veed hopes that he will get good artifacts after earning such a powerful Knight. But the Knight is angry and demands an answer from Veed, whom he calls a little man. Reaching for his sword, Veed replies that if he's so interested in hearing the answer to his question, he should knock it out because Veed won't just say anything. The Knight likes the fact that Veed has come to fight. He calls Veed a madman and asks for his name because dying at his hand is a great honor. In preparation for battle, Veed says he is a regular sculptor. Before striking, Veed activates the secant knife technique. When the swords come in contact, it's hard for Veed. He strains not to fail at such a crucial moment. Deciding that it is necessary to resist by all means, Weed kicks the damage directly at the Knight of the Otherworld's helmet. Weed immediately does a backflip to distance himself, and the Knight starts screaming in pain. As Knight rubs his helmet, Weed lands and says, "Don't underestimate his abilities." But the Knight grows even angrier. He demands that Veed not be insolent given such a worthless profession. But now Veed is loyal to this opinion on the class. He says that the Knight has not put a twig in his development to mention the class. Veed is not slowing down, but is heading towards the Knight to land a few more hard blows. The Knight has to defend himself and back up. In an attempt to counter, the Knight makes a strike that Veed manages to dodge at the very last moment. But Veed decides to strike immediately and loses his sword. Veed realizes he was too careless. As Veed looks after the flying sword, the Knight is not going to hesitate and swings. Unable to react in time, Veed takes the hit and falls backwards. He runs back and holds on to the wounded area, which is blazing hot. The Knight immediately thrusts himself at the disarmed Veed, and the Knight asks Veed if he realizes who he's dealing with. The Knight says that Veed will regret raising his sword at him. At this point, Veed's stamina increases, and he rejoices that he almost died from a single blow. As expected, the Knights are shocked in Veed's opinion, and the Knight is getting uncomfortable. He doesn't understand how anyone can laugh after being wounded, and assumes that Veed is insane or hit his head. Trying to deal with Veed as quickly as possible, Knight runs at him, claiming it's over. But Veed explains that the hitch is not because it's good in combat, but simply because if you take damage and dodge, defense and stamina will increase. Of course, Veed realizes he'll get a huge fine if he goes to the next world. But if you don't take the risk, you won't get rich. Veed looks up and notices the display. The notice comes on that there is only 20 HP left. And Knight resents not understanding how anyone can look around in the middle of a battle. Once again, he calls Veed a pathetic little man, but Veed immediately sits down to do the damage. Rising to his feet, Veed instantly drives the tip of his sword straight into the chest of the Knight of the Otherworld. He immediately raises his sword and activates the slashing knife technique, and the Knight in the meantime is already divided into many small pieces. Realizing that the end has come, the Knight wonders how he ever managed to lose to a pathetic human, and even with such an unprofession. And Veed watches intently as the Knight goes to the next world and is content with his abilities. In the end, Knight claims that he will never forget this fight and will definitely take revenge on Veed sooner or later. Hearing the threat, Veed laughs, amazed at how anyone could even say such a thing before his end. Putting his sword away, Veed realizes that all these Knights are boring, but this Knight seemed to be the strongest he had ever met. Hoping to get a better drop, Veed opens his inventory and looks at what fell out of the Knight. After receiving the Van Hawk helmet, the Calamoria sword, and the purple necklace of life, Veed marvels. This is one of the best drops Veed has ever gotten. But at this point, it dawns on Veed that only a Knight can use the sword. And if he chooses to wear it, he will have to become one of the Knights of the Empire. But because of the level requirements, Veed is already ineligible, but the necklace of life needs to be identified. Several attempts at identification remain futile. Veed doesn't know what to do with the necklace and assumes that the problem is his low identification skill. In a moment, Veed thinks it's a really rare thing, But then he assures himself that he's low on identification, which is why it doesn't work. There's nothing left to do but save the necklace of life for later. At that moment, Veed is attracted to something shiny. It is on a hillock, and Veed decides to check it out. Walking up the stairs, Veed wonders if this was here before, or only appeared after the massacre of the Night of the Otherworld. Seeing the shiny thing, it becomes clear to Veed that the Grail in the Altai is this elevated place. This is Freya's treasure. Veed picks it up and looks at it, amazed at how quickly he has completed the task. While holding the treasure in his hands, Veed becomes hot, but he also feels a sacred aura. While Veed holds Freya's treasure in his hands, the wound that the Night of the Otherworld inflicted immediately healed. As expected, this is Helena's Grail Cup, produces holy water and resists the undead. Veed decides that this is the end of the quest. Going down, Veed gets the idea to take out a few more monsters so he doesn't miss out on the increased experience and drops. As Veed proudly clings to his muscles, realizing his abilities, Hyan's voice becomes audible, asking if he is playing or finishing. And Hen realizes that if you hear Hyan's voice, you have to get out of the game. Pretending not to hear anything, Hen realizes that Hyan is using the microphone behind the capsule and asks to step out for a second. And Hyan does yell into the microphone, but also sees Hen's actions. He realizes that you can say goodbye to the double experience and can't believe that Hyan came at such an important moment. Turns out there's a discussion on TV about the blacksmith in King's Road who was able to enchant gear and increase defense. And Mr. Heejuan explains that everyone should be careful with equipment and protection in particular. After all, the more protection you have, the better your chances of survival. The host talks about the blacksmith Thor, who combines enchantment stones and ore to increase defense. Veed takes note, and the host asks how much the enchantment costs. Zhu Wang says that the usual prices are between 10 and 100 gold. The anchor woman is amazed at the cost and says that she will never earn that much under any circumstances. But Zhu Wan clarifies that this is the value for rare items. Coming to a conclusion, the anchor woman says that the blacksmith has gotten rich, but Zhu Wang clarifies that materials are expensive, so he gets about 20%. Zhu Wang then clarifies that it's hard, and the blacksmith Thor is the only one who has reached that level. But the anchor woman mentions a sculptor living near Rosenheim. Zhu Wang agrees with the host, saying that sculptor is an incredibly rare profession. Being someone who creates masterpieces is already a pretty amazing profession. Zhu Wang also emphasizes that the sculptor's work is incredibly beautiful. Hyun realizes it's about him and smirks proudly. It turns out that Zhu Wan wanted to buy a sculpture for host Hai Min, but Veed was already gone. Hai Min emphasizes the importance of artisans in the game. Moving on to another important topic, Zhu Wang reports on the British Confederacy's civil war. Fort O'Dane has fallen and the Balkan Guild is in big trouble. Over 30,000 players were gathered to capture the fort. Hai Min suggests that with so many players, this is the largest event in the game. And Zhu Wang confirms. The seizure of Fort O'Dane was massive. 150 guilds had united there to fight against 5,000 mercenaries. The Balkan Guild members were forced to surrender. Hai Min asks if peace will prevail at Fort O'Dane, but Zhu Wang clarifies that Balkan has owned the fort from the beginning, and they will definitely want it back. They seem to be gathering their strength to return. It appears that a new battle is about to begin again, but if the attack fails, Fort O'Dane will still be besieged. But even here, opinions differ. And Hen ponders, realizing that the attacking army had 30,000 men, which means that half of them are gone, and the defense lost more than 10,000 soldiers. It turns out that luck is on Hen's side because the soldier's skills have decreased and he is getting stronger and stronger. While Hen was rejoicing, someone started calling his phone furiously. Turns out it was Hyan on the other end of the wire. She's asking about Hen's availability. In response, Hen says he's dressed up and sparkles in anticipation of his little sister. But Hyan replies that the school festival will start soon, so Hen will have to come alone. At this time, a large number of people gather in the schoolyard. Everyone wants to watch the festival. Among the people was Hen, who hadn't been to the schoolyard in a long time. With his head down, Hen remembers that when he personally graduated from high school, he vowed never to come back here. He recalls the joy in Hyan's eyes when she asked him to come to the festival to cheer her on. Under the threat of cutting the wires from virtual reality, Hyan claims that if Hen doesn't come to the festival, he won't come back to the game either. With both hands clutching the wall, Hen doesn't understand why it's like this. Because he earns money for Hyan himself, someone calls him away. Hen turns around and sees a girl waving at him, telling him that they haven't seen each other for a long time. But Hen doesn't realize who is standing in front of him. He asks her name. Placing his hand on Yoon Chun-hee's chest, asks how could Hyun forget her. After a short amount of time, Hen still remembered Yoon Chun-hee. He confidently declares that Chun-hee is his classmate. With a clap of her hands, Chun-hee is happy to be remembered and announces that her younger sister's performing. Remembering the reunion, Chun-hee asks why Hyun wasn't there. He turns away saying he just didn't want to. Chun-hee says that Sang-hoo called him, and that's why she was sure they'd see each other there. Smiling back, Hen thanks Chun-hee for such a beautiful lie. But it turns out Chun-hee wasn't lying. She really wanted to see Hyung. She immediately recalls that Hyung saved her once. With a surprised look on his face, Hen somehow remembers the rescue incident. It turns out that Hyung saved Chun-hee from the bullies. She wonders what would have happened if Hyun hadn't been there. Chun-hee takes out his cell phone and offers to see Hyun at least once in a while and asks for his number to call. But then a woman's voice is heard from outside. Chun-hee is called a grandmother and told not to harass Hyung. Turns out it was Hyun. She's so angry at Chun-hee that a real dragon seems to have appeared behind her to defend her. The mere word made Granny Chun-hee uncomfortable. Her eye twitched in bewilderment. Grabbing her sleeve, Chun-hee asks where she looks like a grandma and mentions that she's a high school graduate and a former classmate of Hyun's. Hyun turns away and says they shouldn't insult each other, but Chun-hee is furious and reminds her that she's the one who called her a granny, not her. And Hen is confused by the whole situation. He doesn't understand why they're fighting, and Hyun immediately grabs Hen's hand and tells him to hurry up because they are already late. Hen doesn't understand why they are in such a hurry. With a wink, Hyun replies that Hen will see everything soon enough, so all questions are for naught. Worried about Hyun, Hen asks her to run slower so she doesn't fall. Not realizing who it is, Chun-hee is confused and angry. At this time, more people are gathering at the school stadium. There are also videographers on the field who will be filming everything that happens at the festival. At this time, some school children are preparing for the race. They put one foot between each other. Looking around, Hen asks Hyun why they came here in the first place, and Hyun holds on tightly to Hen's hand and smiles. When asked by Hen, Hyun offers to participate together because she's always wanted to try. But Hen reminds her that she can participate alone. At the same time, Hyun cries and exclaims that she has already bragged to her friends that she will be with her brother. She begs to stop stalling and go together. Hoping they won't be on TV, Hen agrees to participate. Going to the organizer, it turns out that it costs 10,000 won to participate. Such a cost startles Hen. His eyes widen and the smile instantly fades from his face. Hyun asks if everything is all right. Immediately, Hen decides to run away, offering to forget it like a bad dream. But Hyun tries his best to hold on to Hyung. Looking back at the students who are already participating, Hen doesn't understand how such a useless activity can cost 10,000 won. And Hen tries to explain that the money can buy a lot of ramen and eggs. When Yi-hyun takes out his wallet, he can't believe what he's spending on such recklessness. Hunched over, Hen decides to ask Hyun if it's definitely worth it. And Hyun's so hot for it that he can't take his eyes off Hen. With a request to record them, Hen is unwilling to release the bill. The organizer has to pull with both hands, asking if they will be in tandem or not. Asking Hen to release the bill to the organizer makes it seem like they're not going to participate, and Hen asks about student discounts or at least installment plans. After the start, Hen and Hyun set off for the race. They are immediately overtaken by the other participants. While the rest of the race is rapidly breaking the barrier, Hen and Hyun are just beginning to approach it. Realizing that Hen isn't giving his best, Hyun asks him not to slack off. But he realizes that he can't play if he gives his all to running now. Without stopping to swear, Hyun reminds Hen that they are the latest and now is not the time to be lazy. And Hyung asks if it's true that if they win, they won't get any food or money. Hyung thinks it's a waste of energy. Then Hyun realizes that Hen doesn't know that the winners will receive a gift certificate from the mall. Hen is surprised and asks the amount of the gift. And Hyun hesitantly says that the amount of the certificate is 100,000. That almost made Hen's eyes pop out of his orbits. Deciding that they can't pass up this chance, Hen grabs Hyun tighter and asserts that they will win. To stay out of the way, Hyun clips his foot up high, and Hen runs at full speed, allowing him to instantly overtake the other competitors. Breaking the last barrier, Hen shouts that 100,000 is in their pocket. His eyes are full of enthusiasm, and they do take the top spot by receiving cheers and applause in their favor. The organizer meets Hen and Hyun. She applauds and congratulates them on their victory. Accepting the certificate, Hen has a hard time believing it's real. Moments later, Hen calls out to Hyun to win all the other prizes. While Hen was rejoicing in his victory, an unknown player in another contest was heard falling down on the second stage. He immediately asked Hyan how much they will give for winning that contest. Trying to reassure Henna, Hyan says that it's too difficult and that if you fall in the water, you could catch a cold. She suggests finding another contest, but Hen can't calm down. Adrenaline rushes into his head, so it's all about the amount of the winnings. Hearing the conversation, the organizer says that by passing 3 stages, you can get 3 million won in cash and a certificate for 2 million won. Handing over the 20,000 won for participation, Yon asks for a discount again, but it's not there either. Shun's hand trembles when handing over such an amount. Having prepared for the contest, Hen confidently stands at the starting line. He feels obligated to take all the money of this festival. At this time, Hyan is in a kind of cage and sincerely worried asks brother Hen to be careful not to hurt himself anywhere. While Hyan is in the cage, she is approached by classmates who grudgingly ask about her brother. When asked by Hyan if Hen was handsome, the classmates only made grimaces. Looking at Hen, who is diligently preparing for the competition, classmates ask in what place he is handsome. They can't understand why Hyan rejected everyone and decided to participate with her brother. The classmates claim that there are many guys better than Hyan. Resting his fingers on his forehead, Hyan replies that girls just don't realize the beauty of him. At that moment, the presenters approach Hen and ask him what brings him to this festival. And Hen replies confidently that he came here to save his only little sister. If Hen fails, the crane will bring the cage to the water and Hyan will end up in the water. But Hen says that won't happen. And the host says she's heard about Hyan as one of the most popular girls at the school, and she suggests that Hen says something before we start. Gathering his hand into a fist, Hen asks Hyan not to worry and wait for him because he will definitely save her. At this point, the presenters raise their hands in the air and exclaim the start of the game. Turns out Hen is participating alone. He starts right after the shot. Trying to do everything in time, Hen realizes that he needs to put the best result because that's the only way to get the money. First, Hen has to cross the pool over the beam. You have to get across before the balance is upset. And the anchors comment on Hen's every move. He crosses the pool with incredible speed. His sense of balance is impressive. Turning back, Hen passed the first obstacle quite quickly. The presenters emphasize that no one had ever passed this stage with such speed. The next stage has to do with water balloons. The participant must burst at least 50 balls out of 150 that will fly at him. And the presenters claim that many people fell because one ball was hit while they were kicking another. You also have to walk 60 meters across the bridge. And the balloons are already starting to fly right into Hen, who is already standing by to pop them. Using his martial arts skills, Hen swiftly whips up countless balls. He bursts the balls with punches and kicks like a seasoned kickboxer. The announcers cheer at Veed's actions. Looking closely at the technique, the hosts assume that Veed is practicing martial arts. Remembering having to jump over a car in winter, Veed is surprised that such a contest is considered difficult. But in this case, he had to get soaked to the skin. However, the hosts warn that one should not be so reckless, because from now on, everything will be more complicated because a known force will intervene. By known power, the host is referring to the crossfire of terror. Balls of water have appeared on both sides and now they can confuse Veed. And the hosts clarify that this is where most of the contestants failed. Lee Hyun is in danger because there are too many balls for one hit. But Lee Hyun is not a coward. His past experience allows him to withstand every ball that is hurtling straight at him. He continues to utilize skills from martial arts and successfully defeats every watery opponent. Lastly, Hen has to do a head flip to hit the last ball. When the balls were done with, Hen lands on a beam that just happens to be shaking above the water. No one could have expected Hyung to handle such a difficult task. The presenters are sweating with excitement, and they open their mouths and just can't say anything. As people marvel at the techniques, they talk about Hen non-stop. They think it's only in fighting games, and the classmates take it back. Finally, the hosts enthusiastically claim that Hen definitely has superpowers, and Hen doesn't understand the raging viewers. The crowd goes crazy when they see such lightning-fast moves. In the end, the result was perfect. Hen burst 150 balls. Going to the rescue, Hyung Hen hears the enthusiastic screams, and the announcer says that this has never happened in the game. And where was this kind of talent before? The last stage is left. In front of Lee Hyun is a wall 9 meters high. Hyung must climb the wall using a rope. It's an incredibly difficult task. Seeing Lee Hyun running towards the wall, the host informs the audience that something strange is happening. Namely that Lee Hyun has no intention of stopping. As Hen's speed increases, his chances of successfully grabbing the rope decrease. The announcers think Hen will just run into the wall. This is the dangerous moment where Hen's future is truly decided. Whether he wins or loses after such an unrivaled performance. Not realizing what's about to happen, the leading man keeps his eyes open while the girl is so worried that she decides to close her eyes. It turns out that Lee Hyun is using centrifugal force to run up the wall. Now it's clear to the anchorman why he needed that kind of acceleration. Pushing off the wall, Hen lets go of the rope and jumps to the other side of the wall. Next, Hen successfully climbs up the walls by pushing off the walls. The anchors are amazed and feel like they are watching a martial arts movie. Finally, Hen makes one last leap to reach his goal and successfully lands on both feet with his arms spread wide open. Without saying a word, the presenters show the cards with the maximum score. This turned out to be much easier for Hen than originally thought. Approaching Hyun, Hen hopes he's not too late and argues that it's time to let the little girl out of her trap. After completing the task, Hen and Hyun hear incredibly loud shouts of admiration. The students assume that Hen is a real gymnast because his last jump was just like a professional. Other students filmed it on their phones. It turned out that all stages were completed in 3 minutes and 34 seconds. This amazing result surpassed the record by 2 minutes. Realizing that brother Hen is now a true hero, Hyun laughs and shows her tongue to her classmates who didn't believe in him and her choice. The card showing the winnings is proudly displayed in Hyun's hands. Hen offers to throw it away, but Hyun decides to keep it at home as a trophy. Hen realizes that if he sells the certificate online, he can get about 90% of the proceeds. We also need to put aside money for Hyun's tuition. Hen also realizes that he needs to buy clothes for Hyun and Grandma. But brand name stores are too expensive, so you can go to a thrift store. While Hen is mentally distributing funds, Hyun stops and pulls Hen by his jacket to pay attention. Raising her head, Hyun modestly informs that her legs are sore after the festival. After checking her ankles, Hen asks when she hurt herself. But Hyun explains that she was just walking too much. But Hen is worried and offers to call a cab. In his mind, he doesn't want to spend money on a cab, but he realizes that since it's such a big deal, he has to make an exception. Realizing that Hen is too worried, Hyun reassures him that home is near and she will be patient, especially since Hen is probably hungry by now. But the problem remains unsolved and Hen scratches the back of his head and offers to carry baby Hyun on his back. Apparently, this is what Hyun was referring to when she reported fatigue in her legs. Trying to dissuade, Hen says that photos of such an adult girl riding on her back could end up on the internet. In his mind, Hyun regrets suggesting it. Turning on the true baby, Hyun started yelling that he was a brother and her feet hurt, so it was about time to lift. Realizing there was no turning back, Hen only had to crouch down and stretch out his arms to take Hyun's carcass onto his back. Without a moment's hesitation, Hyun immediately flies up onto Hen's back and giggles happily. Concerned for Hen's brother, Hyun decides to find out if she's heavy. But Hen realizes that it is necessary to cheat and informs that Hyun is not heavy at all, but on the contrary, it is necessary to eat more. In response, Hyun clarifies that Hen won't carry her in his arms if she gains extra pounds. Hyung says he'll lift her even if she becomes a hippopotamus. Thinking back, Hen realizes that he hasn't carried Hyun in his arms in a long time. It turned out that he had always carried Hyun to school when she didn't want to go by herself. Then Hyun mentions that Hyung does so much but she can't thank her properly, and asks if she'll ever be able to repay. But Hen asks her not to say anything stupid because she should just grow up and live her happy life. After a bit of thought, Hyun informs him that he is marrying a rich old man and will definitely be able to repay him. Hen is worried and asks him not to joke around like that. And Hyung makes it clear that he's going to live with his grandmother and doesn't have to worry about her. And Hyun just has to do what she wants to do and meet someone she cares about. Hugging Hen's neck tightly, Hyun sincerely thanks him for everything he does. Seeing that everyone is watching, Hen offers to call a cab, but Hyun stands her ground, saying it's the best option. Once back in the game, Veed immediately returns to Siegel. He informs her that Siegel had better save his strength until he is fully recovered. When Siegel hears about the treasure he has found, he insists on showing it to make sure it is the Grail. Examining Helena Siegel's Grail cup, Siegel marvels that such a valuable artifact will return to the hands of followers. And the display notifies you of the successful completion of the task. Veed's notoriety is raised by 200, also raising his level twofold. As expected from the quest chain, Veed got what he wanted and is immensely happy about it. But it seems that this is not the end. The Seagull holds out the Grail Cup to Eleni Void. After apologizing for the inconvenience, Siegel asks to deliver the Grail to the Order of Freya. But there's no way Weed could have expected this. And Siegel explains that he could have, but there are too many signs that the darkness is trying to show itself again. Not understanding the signs in question, Veed asks Siegel for details. But Siegel lowers his head and clarifies that it's just a rumor. It turns out that all through the last war, Barakin has been trying to find the secret of eternal life. There are also rumors that Barakin is trying to revive his army. But the capabilities of Barakin's forces are unknown to anyone, and he is a serious problem. So Gull hopes that Veed will deliver the Grail to the Order of Freya. Excited to continue the quest, Weed suggests that the reward is also high. The Order of Freya is located in the Free City. The quest must be completed in 3 months. With his head down, Veed clarifies that Siegel's information is important and he cannot refuse the request. So he promises to return the treasure to the temple as soon as possible. The display notifies that the mission has been accepted, and Siegel waves his hand thanking Veed for his help. In a whisper, Veed calls Siegel a cutie. But lastly, Veed asks if Siegel is really the most famous herbalist in Labius, and Gull confirms that he is the most handsome and skillful herbalist in the city. Just then, Veed realizes that flattery is working for the Siegel and asks for a tale of his knowledge. And Siegel asks if Weed is interested in gathering herbs. And Weed says he's willing to learn from Mr. Siegel if he's allowed. As the lesson begins, Siegel clarifies that it is important how Weed is going to get the herbs. It is never a good idea to harm the roots of plants, but rather to dig around them. After gaining the new skill of gathering herbs, Veed goes to the grocery store. There he purchases 200 feathers of lightness, 1,000 heavenly fruit, and 300 joink eggs. But Vidu is sorry to leave before he's visited the Balrog dungeons or the Shrine of the Gaiets. But the monsters there are over level 400. Upon reflection, Veed is surprised that the cases are only left in one place. Turns out Veed is referring to the rookie training room he lost in last time. Looking at the gate, Veed was sure that this time the training would be successful. Just then, a rooster appears and says that if his eyes aren't lying, Weed has definitely gotten stronger. And the rooster says that if Veed fails now, he'll definitely go to the next world. And he says that from past experience, he already knows what will happen there. He reminds again that he's not coming to help. And if Veed is so eager to go to the next world, he's definitely not going to get in the way. But no words will make Veed change his mind. He silently opens the gate and steps inside. Lastly, he decides to clarify that he and Rooster will talk after Veed clears the place. Looking around, Veed realizes that it's the same as last time, but he's sure it won't be that easy this time. At that moment, a sharp sword flies into Veed's back. Obviously, the enemy doesn't know how agile Veed is. He instantly dodges and counters his opponent's sword with his sword. Instantly throwing back his opponent's sword, Veed does so with such force that the monster falls on its back. But that's just the beginning, and 2 more monsters are rapidly approaching Veed from the back. Turning back around, Veed realizes that every action is exactly the same as the first time. Assuming that these guys are of the same caliber as Veed himself, he decides that there should be no problem. After all, unlike last time, Veed had actually learned something. And at the festival, Veed realized what restraint and calmness was, and how important it was in battle. Swiftly dodging the blows, Veed realizes that the monsters have the same movements. Just like those balls of movement are pre-planned. Determined to destroy the monster formation, just like those marbles, Veed diligently deals damage to each opponent. He's confident he can get the monsters to move with his flow. And when everything works out as planned, Veed smiles. Imagining what is a stream of water, Veed immediately destroys the entire monster squad. They try to attack in droves, but Veed is no longer afraid of them, and so the number of monsters becomes unimportant. Using his skills, Veed instantly straightens everyone out. He really feels every movement of the monsters. Frowning his eyebrows, Veed lets an imaginary stream of water guide his body, and crushes raging monsters without a shred of fear, but only with confidence in his abilities. Everyone who tried to catch up to Veed found themselves in the flow of his skills, and so the end of each was to crush his body and turn to ash. With a parting look, Veed realizes that he was able to get through the training without a scratch. But turning around, Veed sees the last monster in front of him. He instantly splits it in 2, sending it into the next world. Such a countless number of monsters made Veed sweat. He sits down leaning on his sword and tries to regain his breath. At this point, Rooster appears, and without a fraction of the enthusiasm, he claims that Veed passed the training on only his 2nd attempt. After regaining his breath, Veed asks with excitement in his voice if he has passed the training center or not. And Rooster immediately closes his eyes and confirms Veed's assumptions. And Veed asks how many people have been trained. Rooster says that at this center, Veed is the first, but across the continent he's about 400. And Rooster persuades him to give up the useless profession of sculptor and become a master of martial arts. To wield any weapon, and the blows will definitely be stronger. The display notifies access to the hidden profession of Muganu is weapon master. But the current profession will be automatically lost. The choice was difficult, but Veed decides to leave his profession. Rooster is surprised and tells him that the reward will be after he leaves the training room. Veed's strength increases by 50. The Rooster specifies that there is another skill that can be learned as well. For that, you just have to imagine, and the skill will be Veed's. Such news surprises Veed and he asks what skill he needs. Thinking about it, Veed goes over his options. Swordsmanship, evasion, or magic are all wrong. Veed realizes that it would be foolish to choose something that already exists. Scratching the back of his head, Veed says that if Dinny was here, there would definitely be something special. And images from the past come into my mind. The first time we met, when Dinah was still asleep on the rock. Next is the amazing moment when Dinah showed her abilities supporting Veed in the hunt. Even the way she ate was very pleasing to Veed. She was drooling over the lobsters, and Veed remembered that moment forever. And her singing was something. Veed had never heard anything more beautiful than Dinya's voice. But the smile was the most memorable thing for Veed. The most beautiful thing for Veed is the smile. Realizing that he hasn't seen Dinya for quite some time and doesn't know if she's alive, Veed can't contain his emotions and starts screaming, scaring the rooster. He's in so much pain that he has to grab his jacket. The display notifies the skills of the lion's roar, also a bonus charisma characteristic. Meanwhile, in the village of Baran, a huge number of villagers gather in the square. In the middle of the square is a beautiful statue in the image of Song Soyoung with a beautiful smile. People are enjoying the sculpture. A man in a costume applauds, thinking it is the second coming of the goddess Freya. Amazed that such an incredible sculpture has appeared in the village, the boys wonder who could create it. In the neighborhood, a fair on wheels has arrived. The vendor informs us that the goddess statue is gorgeous, but to look out for special discounts at the stalls. The artisan also calls for weapons that come straight from the fortress. And the prices are lower than at home, but you have to pay extra for shipping. The other guy wants to buy up all the unwanted items, as well as all the treasure maps at unbelievable prices 10% higher than the grocery store. Someone is looking for damagers above level 100 to go hunting for salamanders and werewolves. At that moment, one of the spectators raises his eyes to the sky and observes an unusual picture. Realizing that a man is falling from the sky, the guy points his finger and urges the people to watch the spectacle. Surprised that the guy is delusional, one of the salesmen looks up but doesn't believe people can fall from the sky. But seeing a real person, the salesman is as surprised as that kid. It's Veed trying to land on the ground using bird feathers bought from the celestial city of Levias. Afraid that the unknown man would fall on some of the people, the whole crowd started jumping out of the stalls and hiding with their own hands. But Veed successfully lands on the ground, destroying a section of land with his weight along with a huge amount of backpacks on his back. Not understanding where he came from, the guys are worried for their lives and try to stay away. Covered in sweat, Veed is glad he survived. The feathers of lightness had been used to reduce the speed of the fall, but a backpack was not part of the plan. Looking around, Veed realized he had attracted too much attention. The villagers assume the stranger is a wizard who uses the magic of flight. And the guy who first noticed Veed falling is hiding behind a barrel, hoping he won't be noticed. But Veed notices him and wants to ask him something. The guy is so scared of the flying Veed that he immediately shows some kind of defense technique. Trying to lift the bags, Veed says that the guy looks like a merchant to sell consumables to. The guy confirms, realizing that Veed is human. Rubbing his forehead, Veed asks about payment. The merchant explains about the buying and selling system and offers up to 18% for a large assortment. And Veed laughs, realizing that the merchant is doing a good job of luring customers. And he replies that if he finds special things, he'll sell them to him. In full view of the villagers, Veed shakes out a bag from where a huge number of artifacts from skeleton bones to knights' weapons fall out. Seeing this, the merchant has no idea how much hunting it took to gather 8 full bags of items. These are not consumables, but quality items. Looking at Veed carefully, the merchant tries to figure out what he is, but only a high-level warrior comes to mind. After laying out all 8 bags, Veed asks the merchant what he would like to buy. The people look on in bewilderment. Surprised that Veed is willing to sell such valuable items, The merchant replies that if possible, he will buy everything here. Lifting the bag up, Weed says that you can buy absolutely everything except what is in this bag. And the people don't change in face or posture. The sudden appearance of Veed with so many artifacts shocked them. But gradually the crowd began to get closer and look at things. They can't believe it all belongs to just one man. Surprised that Veed calls it consumables, the merchant realizes that it's the drop piles of high-level monsters like the Knight of the Otherworld. He is curious about the history of such valuable loot that the merchant decides to ask Veed. He calculates that the payment will be more than 1,000 gold pieces. Realizing that he shouldn't go into detail, Veed says he just hunted wherever possible. The merchant explains that he doesn't have enough money on him to pay for all the goods, so he offers to do it after a visit to the grocery store. But Veed already knows that even best friends are capable of betrayal, let alone strangers. So Veed decides to go with the boy. The merchant now officially gains an incredible amount of skills and levels from which he wishes to thank Veed. But Veed replies that it was a mutually beneficial arrangement. He says that he never thought that the desert city of Baran would develop through war. But the peddler explains that it's all thanks to the statue of the goddess Freya. After it appears, many people come to see it. That's why the city grows. And Veed marvels that the ruined city could only be changed by the statue he himself created, and contemplates the creation of a true masterpiece. After rubbing the back of his head, Veed realizes that his sculptures are even more beautiful than they seemed. And the peddler, engrossed in the sale, forgot to introduce himself. Shaking hands, the merchant introduces himself to Manhwa and explains that he is a traveling merchant. Just then, Manhwa decides to ask Veed where he is going now. This question was unexpected. Veed answers that he is going to cross the Barku Mountains and go to Freedom City, and asks why Manhwa needs the information. It turns out that Manhwa wants to travel with Veed because such a player is valuable, because he can collect artifacts in such quantities. But Veed finds the trap in this and angrily asks why Manhwa is so zealous in asking to join the team. Assuming that Veed didn't understand Manhwa's intent, he immediately asked to be understood correctly, for the vast difference in levels is obvious when seeing such things. He says there is no ulterior motive. Manhwa specifies that Veed has nothing to lose by taking him with him, and he is willing to pay for herbs and bandages for treatment. But Veed's trying to find out the true profit in it, and Manhwa explains that everything that Veed calls consumables will be bought immediately. After a moment's thought, Veed realizes that he has nothing to lose by making this deal, and merchant Manhwa will increase his selling and transportation skills, so it's a win-win for both, and decides to approve the proposal. Veed specifies that they should spend the night in Baron tonight and set out tomorrow, and Manhwa rejoices at Veed's plan. Moments later, Manhwa is in a state of euphoria, realizing that he hit the jackpot, so he needs to stick around and buy up everything to get rich. Finally, Veed decides to leave, saying he has a lot to do today, and if Manhwa wants to go on the road tomorrow, then it will have to wait until he is free. Moving closer to the center of the square, Veed pulls out a sculpture and an axe, offering his wares and services to repair weapons and armor at throwaway prices. One of the players says that a sculpture for 20 pieces of silver is expensive, and Veed knows what to say and emphasizes the beauty. Manhwa is shocked. This behavior of Veed's becomes incredibly odd for someone who believes that all wealth is only held by merchants. Seeing the sculptures of food and repair, Manhwa identifies these as second-class professions, so he decides to ask Veed about true class. Showing the wooden owl, Veed says that when you see the sculptures you can realize that the true profession is sculptor. But this information terrifies Manhwa. He shrieks and backs away, not understanding how this is even possible. And then he asks about cooking and renovation. For Manhwa, none of this is considered a business that will bring in a lot of money. But Veed specifies that repairing and cooking are hobbies. And also, if you want to become a blacksmith, you will have to increase your repair skill a lot. This information makes Manhwa shudder. He thought that the bad profession was merchant, but it turns out that Veed is the real king of the bad professions. Assuming that the whole plan has gone down the drain, Manhwa lets out tears and calls himself a real loser. A memory pops into his head as Nip defines for Manhwa the profession of merchant. Manhwa is in tears, realizing it's a failure. But no one knows how hard it took to get the merchant certificate because it took 4 months of farming. Bleeding tears, Manhwa puts her head on Nipa's shoulders and thanks him for the certificate. Trying to support himself, Manhwa believes that no one has any idea how difficult this profession is. Not to be upset, Manhwa recalls the words of Confucius, who said that if 3 people pass by, there is a teacher between them. Even though Veed has a second-rate profession, Manhwa decides to make a profit. He decides to watch to learn something. When Veed emphasizes the price to the buyers, Mano becomes uncomfortable because he thinks it's an obvious lie. And when Veed talks about the original spices used in the preparation of steak, Manao is amazed that cheap ingredients command a high price. Finally, Veed has finished business and suggests that Manao move out. Having followed Manao does not stop to ponder over the fidelity of his decision to follow this man. He feels like he was too consumed with selling items, but now it seems like all of Veed's gear isn't so awesome. Examining the sword and belts, Menno concludes that Veed could have simply found all these valuable artifacts rather than obtaining them for winning battles. At this time, Veed feels a stare and stops, assuming Manao is up to something. Realizing that it is impossible to show that something is wrong, Manao raises his head and exclaims over the beautiful weather. And Veed goes on agreeing with Manao's words. Finally, Manao decides that this path has already been chosen, and now he cannot let doubts take over his brain. Realizing that this is an unknown fate, Manao still has a strange premonition about Veed. After a while, Manao has a feeling that following Veedu will keep him alive for a long time. After another moment, Manao confidently declares to himself that the merchant's instincts are right and swiftly catches up to Veed. When they have traveled some distance, Manao, with fear in his eyes, warns Veed of the trouble coming their way. It appeared that several lycanthropes had appeared on the path and were heading towards Veed and Manao's cart. The lycanthropes growl at their intended victim, and their eyes illuminate with a bright red light. Manao begins to panic after turning to Veedu. He notices the complete indifference. But Veed sighs heavily and asks not to be disturbed by his focus on the sculpture. Manao argues that it's not time to run from reality, but their doom is near. Ignoring Manao's panic, sculptor Veed continues sculpting. It turns out that he's making a statue of Sion Suyun with a beautiful smile. Finally, Veed finishes with the sculpture and haughtily raises up, informing his new companion, Manawe. But he was definitely not interested in the sculpture. Manao had to shout in his ear to get him to do something about it, which made him uncomfortable. Realizing that the battle should not be delayed any further, Veed confidently draws his sword and says that he needs to get to the bottom of it quickly so as not to be delayed. Exquisitely turning his sword towards the lycanthropes, Veed identifies his confidence and experience in such battles. But Manao thinks that you can't fight with such a sword because it can fall apart at any moment. And Veed agrees. After putting his sword away, Veed rolls up his sleeves. He decides to fight with his bare hands, and he wants to stretch after sitting in the cart for so long. Manao is puzzled by Veed's words and asks if it is possible to fight lycanthropes with bare hands. Veed doesn't see why he should be surprised. At this time, the three lycanthropes decide to attack the cart with potential victims as soon as possible. They growl and head towards the cart. To confuse the lycanthropes and show his power, Veed stands across the room and starts shouting loudly using the lion's roar. Such a loud roar makes the lycanthropes creepy. They cover their ears so they can't hear Veed. Taking the opportunity, Veed activates a circle of blows and heads for the frightened lycanthropes. Before he knows it, the first lycanthrope immediately takes a punch to the jaw. Going to the next opponent, Veed deals damage to the stomach. The third lycanthrope flies away after a leg kick. Veed didn't even tense up. Assuming the monsters are done, Veed returns to his original position and looks at the monster that falls on its back. But it turned out that Manawi had noticed countless lycanthropes that were coming out from the other side of the forest. When he turned around, he saw a whole pack of lycanthropes approaching at a rapid pace. The sight of them made him uneasy. That many monsters annoys Veed, and one of them looks different. It's white in color and points the others to the main opponent, Veed. Preparing for battle, Veed realizes that the white monster is an alpha. Realizing that it would be better to deal with the alpha first, Veed instantly ran through the crowd of bewildered lycanthropes. Alpha himself could not have expected this turn of events, and Veed was already approaching with his fist swinging. Confidently looking into Alpha's eyes, Veed tells him not to worry because soon everyone will be amongst lion comrades. After saying that, Alpha doesn't have time to think and just yaps like a dog. And Veed makes heavy use of the circle of strikes, sending the whole pack flying. Manao's opinion of Veed instantly changes. He stands there puzzled, watching as Veed easily and effortlessly slays the monsters. Still in a stupor, Manao hears Veed's amazement at the fact that such low-level monsters had yielded good loot. While Veed sorts the loot by rarity, Manao tries to make sense of what he's seen. To defeat a level 100 lycanthrope with his bare hands is something for Manawi. Picturing himself in gold, Manao rejoiced at the possibilities of his instincts that said to stay close to Veed. As soon as Veed was free, he immediately began to offer Manao to buy up all the consumables. When Manao comes to his senses, he certainly agrees to the deal. After retrieving the gem, Veed asks Manao to let him know when he's done sorting through the artifacts. Manao sees the gem and remembers that Veed bought it while in the kingdom of Rosenheim, but he doesn't understand what Veed is going to do with it. Meanwhile, Veed is making his first cuts. He decides to increase his skills by using the gem for the first time. But Manao panics, his face sweating at the sight of the cuts on the stone. He immediately asks Veed why he would ruin such a precious thing. And Veed continues to create the sculpture. Manawi is amazed that such an incredible piece was created with a simple knife. Buying and selling raw jewelry from the Kingdom of Rosenheim and the United Kingdom of Britain would yield a small profit. And Manawi realizes that if you try to sell something so beautiful, you can't imagine how much they'll pay for it. Finally, Veed raises the skill to an average third level. He is happy to be in the company of Manawi, who mentally counts the profits from the sculptures. At this time, somewhere on the edge of the forest, an unknown guild is chatting about a recent incident. They are wanted for the death of guild member Cloud. A guy reminds me that the guild is being pursued by powerful opponents, so we need to lay low. The adversaries are a guild of 6,000 people. But for a guild member in a red outfit, it seems strange that because of one person, the entire Clouds went looking for the culprits. The others also agree with him because they realize that if they are massacred, they won't make any profit anyway. At that moment, a guild member remembers the map that was taken from the deceased. They decide to look at it again. Assuming that Cloud needs a map of Dwarf's forgotten tomb, the team believes it leads to untold treasure. One of the guild members wants to go on a treasure hunt, while the other says they may die in the traps of the dungeon. After carefully reading the description, the purple-clad guild member informs us that it will not be possible to do without sacrifices. Realizing that finding someone who will willingly go to his death, the guild member becomes angry at the impossibility of the plan to steal the treasure. But the guild member in the red outfit looks away and says he already has someone to sacrifice for this mission. He nods to the side and the rest of the guild members peek out from around the corner, not realizing who their comrade is talking about. A cart with Veed and Manao could be seen in the distance. They decide that the two players can't stand up to them, so everything will work out. In the cart sat Manao, who now admires Veed unceasingly, and the bandits see them as weaklings. Determined to catch the players stealthily, a guild member hides behind a rock waiting for the cart to approach. As they approach, the guild members decide to casually step onto the road. Seeing the strangers at the last moment, Manao immediately stops his horse. He is amazed at the carelessness of the strangers and informs them that it is dangerous to run out in front of a horse. The guild member apologizes for such a rash act. It turned out that the guild member in the red outfit's name was Gran, and among the others were Lewis, Hellman, and Marcus. With a startled look at the guild, Manao salutes as a sign of respect and to prevent a quarrel. Gran immediately assumes that Veed and Manao are merchants. Without delay, Manao talks about their professions, specifying that they travel in search of income. With a glance over, Hellman and Marcus smirk at Veed's profession. And Hellman asks how sculptor and merchant were able to cross the Barku Mountains in the face of increased monster activity on the way here. Naively believing that the strangers are benevolent, Manao decides to tell the whole story in detail. But Veed realizes that you can't trust strangers and lets Manao know that it's not worth telling anymore. At the sight of this, Gran waves his hand away and replies that he doesn't need to force himself to recount the details of their journey. Analyzing the guild, Veed realizes that something wrong is going on as they surround the cart but only want to talk. At the sight of such company, Veed assumes they are thieves. Smiling Wid says that as strange as it may seem that the merchant and sculptor crossed the mountains without protection, but all thanks to a unique skill. Not understanding what unique skill is meant, Gran decides to ask again. With a thumbs up, Veed explains that when monsters hear the roar, they rush away, and suggests that they see for themselves. Taking a deep breath, Veed activates the roar of the lion. The guild members and Manawe cover their hands so as not to be deafened. Such a powerful roar creates a strong wind that almost knocks players off their feet. Realizing that there will be no quiet agreement, Marcus decides to deal with Veed, but Gran stops him with his hand in the air. Scratching his ear, Gran says that the roar is awesome, but if you think about it, he's heard something like that a few times and clarifies if the monsters are really scattering. And Veed realizes that unless the strangers are in a group with him, the effects don't work on them and all they hear is a very loud scream, and answers that the monsters were disarmed and confused, so it was possible to take advantage of that and escape. Then Gran concludes that the players are indeed weaklings. But Marcus can't stop thinking about revenge for Veed's act. After a little thought, Gran decides to use Veed and Manhwa to clear a path to the treasure. Holding out his hands, Gran clarifies that even with this skill, it will be difficult to go further. So he offers a personal escort for the long journey. The naive Manhwa is grateful for such responsiveness, marveling at the stranger's benevolence. But Veed can't believe that unknown players decided to escort without asking for anything in return. Determined to test the stranger's intentions, Veed agrees to help. They set off on their journey. Marcus peeks at Veed's actions and concludes that the profession was not a lie. After all he did was sculpt. And Marcus watches Veed so closely that he doesn't miss a moment when he pulls something out of his backpack. When Veed pulled out the gem, Marcus became much more interested in watching him. Worried, Marcus decides to find out if it is true that Veed got the gemstone instead of the block of wood. And Manhwa immediately explains that Veed can do this sort of thing. Marcus starts drooling and says that the art is amazing. While Manhwa is praising Veed, Gran is already analyzing the wealth of these fools. Gran's sure they're in the big time. And Veed continues to speculate about the stranger's true purpose. He realizes that if there was no attack, the intent was clearly not robbery. Unable to come to a conclusion, Veed decides to continue the game until the strangers show their true colors. At the moment when several monsters decide to attack, Gran confidently dismounts and splits each one in half, showing Veed and Manhwa his strength and skills. Manhwa scratches the back of his head and assures Gran that it is much safer to travel with their escort, and Gran recalls his promise of safety. Determined to bring Manhwa into as much trust as possible, Gran offers to open his inventory and take a few items. But Manhwa is shy, explaining that he can't accept the items due to gratuitous assistance in the form of escorts. And Gran presses on, explaining that sharing is commonplace among comrades. And Manhwa, of course, agrees again, thanks to Gran. Seeing this situation, Veed concludes that the strangers are really up to something. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer their escort, much less share their belongings. Realizing that he needs to bribe both players, Marcus approaches Veed with an offer of his loot. And Veed looks naive and thanks Marcus. And the benefit for Veed is still a benefit, so he is not going to give up free things. After Veed accepts the items, the guild decides that the moment will come and Veed and Manhwa won't even have the last of their pants. They intend to get rid of Veed and Manhwa as soon as possible, so they set off as soon as possible. But Manhwa stops the cart in the thick of the fog. He stares into the distance with a confused look. It appeared that a cliff had appeared in front of them. The cart stopped, and Veed waited for the stranger's cunning suggestions. Descending from the cart, Manhwa reports that the fog is quite dense, but there must be a bridge somewhere nearby. And a moment later, Manhwa notices the bridge by pointing his hand at it. He says the bridge looks new and sturdy, so it will hold a cart without a problem. But Gran is determined to stop Manhwa. Extending his arms out to the sides, Gran offers to participate in the adventure. But Manhwa doesn't like such an offer. He is worried and asks Gran for details. And then Gran tries to convince Manhwa that the point of adventure is to see the many options while paying attention to the road below on which to walk. But Manhwa doesn't see why he should be exposed to senseless danger when there is a safe way out. Behind them, Helman and Marcus are already tense. Assuming there's no point in talking to Manhwa, Helman immediately pulls out a knife to deal with him. But Veed recognizes the tense situation in time and supports Gran. Manhwa is amazed at this reaction from Veed. Continuing to pretend, Veed argues that Manhwa should consider that they have such tough defenders with them, and therefore everything will work out. With his hand raised, Veed says he's definitely in favor of enjoying the adventure. Just like Gran says, Manhwa doesn't understand why Veed is acting like this. Clapping his hands together, Gran approves of Veed's words. He expected Veed to understand the romance of adventure. To finally convince Manhwa, Marcus, Helman, and Lewis sided with Gran, specifying that one should enjoy traveling to the max. Scratching the back of his head, Manhwa hesitantly replies that he sees no other choice since everyone else agrees. And they set off on a perilous journey along the low-lying cliff. The stony path is very narrow, so the bandits help the cart to keep to the edge of the road. But Manhwa is very uncomfortable that people he doesn't know are walking, so he decides to apologize that it's just him and Veed in the cart. But Gran doesn't care at all, so he kindly replies that it's fine. And Manhwa notices that the roads diverge further and informs the others. Everything goes according to Grana's plan, so he convinces Manhwa to go a certain way. But Manhwa is very cowardly and asks what they will do if they get lost or take a wrong turn. Helman intervenes, clarifying that there is no need to be afraid because the attendants take full responsibility even if there are strong monsters. But Veed has plans of his own. Unexpectedly, he gets to his feet and points his finger at the grasses. and the antenna of his hair is once again sticking up. Not realizing what is going on, everyone who is there silently looks at Veed, who starts gathering medicinal herbs and rejoicing in the blue salon. But Hellman is not ready to accept this behavior, so he comes closer and asks what Weed is doing. In response, he hears that he needs to gather herbs. As he continues collecting, Veed exclaims at the sight of the rare plants and emphasizes that Gran is a good man for suggesting such a path. Trying to contain his negative emotions, Gran squeezes his eyelids shut and offers to continue the long journey skipping such actions. But Veed recalls Gran's words about understanding the romance of travel and enjoying the process. Realizing that it's not worth pushing Veed this far from the treasure, Gran agrees with Veed but continues to squint. Playing the role of a carefree player, Veed decides to offer the plants to Gran, informing him that they are quite rare. After Grana's negative answer, Veed happily continues to pick plants, exclaiming that he will rob everything in this place. But Hellman doesn't like Veed's behavior at all, so he offers to get rid of Gran by leaving him with the plants. And Gran realizes there's no need to separate Manao and Veed for no reason, so he decides to let them do whatever they want. And Veed makes the most of it. He stalls for time as he continues to gather flowers and plants. Somewhere he has to enlist Marcus' help to get the plants high enough. Taking his time, Veed makes transactions with Manao in full view of the brigands. Exhaling heavily, Hellman convinces Gran that things are getting complicated because of stupid Veed. Hellman takes out his knife and wants to finish off Veed, but Gran assures him that they are almost there, so he should be more restrained. And Gran excitedly explains that he's already sent Marcus to check out that place and should be back very soon. Offering to ignore Veed's foolishness, Gran says he's a little worried about Manao because he might have suspected something, but it's too late to run away. Finally, Marcus comes in and calls the whole company to see what he's found. These words bring Gran great happiness. He realizes that Marcus has found the grave, which means the map was right. Stopping at the entrance, Hellman and Lewis share the opinion that this room looks like a dungeon or burial ground. Trying to entice Veed and Manao, Marcus and Lewis loudly discuss their speculation that there may be graves and riches inside. Showing a casual look, Gran asks Veed and Manao if they will go there with the others. But Manao tries to make it clear that before going into the unknown, you need to study the terrain. And Veed realizes that you have to agree to everything to understand the plot, and reminds you to enjoy the process and explore new places. So they unreservedly descend into a kind of dungeon. There are already torches with lights in the wall, as if someone is waiting for them inside. The display notifies that they are the discoverers of the tomb of the dwarf who was a lover of musical instruments. And Marcus is shocked while the others are enjoying this opportunity. Veed was getting completely bored. Turning to Veed and Manao, Gran says that they can just relax here because they can handle the monsters on their own. And Manao continues to be deeply deluded. He whispers to Veed that going along with the strangers was very helpful. Here Veed decides to thank Gran for his heroic deed. Veed reminds him that he is a sculptor who apparently can't do anything. Calling to trust and follow them, Gran says that gathering groups and hunting like this is the essence of the Game King's Road. After these words, a realization comes to Veed. Now he is sure that the bandits' plan is to lure him here. Now Veed was sure that these men had never thought of crossing the Barku Mountains, but simply wanted to bring their cart here. Thinking about it, Veed realizes that there is a group of 4 people with them. He continues to make a logical chain in his head. After a moment, it occurs to Veed that there are Movichi involved. Meanwhile, 4 kobolds are already running towards the travelers. They growl and threaten to kill those who come to their house. But Marcus expected to see them. He's glad they're finally here, and marvels at the insolence of the level 130 kobolds. Without waiting for Marcus to approach, he immediately extends his arm and deals powerful damage to the kobold, burning through the middle of his torso. Meanwhile, a comrade comes to the rescue, deciding to jump over Marcus's head to deal with the other kobold as soon as possible. It was Hellman who likes to be in the fight, showing his confidence in victory. He pushes off Marcus and flies at the kobolds, but they are already on fire after the damage from Marcus, so they don't notice the next enemy. The 4th kobold doesn't hesitate and swings his paw at Hellman, who has just finished massacring the previous 2. But now Lewis rushes to the rescue and realizes that it's no time for the kobolds to stand up to such a group. Lastly joins Gran, who confidently splits the kobold in 2. When all the kobolds have been dealt with, the group decides to consider the torsos. Putting his sword back in place, Gran smirks at the number of monsters and calls it a warm-up. Wid stands aside and realizes that the quartet has no priest, and so they massacre the monsters as soon as they appear. And Veed recalls a video in which this quartet mercilessly beat a player, apparently a member of the Cloud Guild. With his arms crossed, Weed tries to figure out why such a powerful quartet would need two nubs in a level 130 dungeon. Seeing Gran drink the potion, Veed is amazed that they use them so often as if they weren't potions, but pacifiers. And Veed knows that each such potion of mana costs 5 gold pieces. Taking this as a waste, Veed concludes that the quartet is hunting to raise money and the potions are simply stolen. This is when Veed considers changing class. This will bring him less fame, but he will earn a lot of money. In a moment of reflection, Veed is distracted because Manhwa, standing nearby, warns of approaching danger. But Veed needs time to step back from his thoughts and realize exactly what Manhwa means. After realizing what's wrong, Veed turns around and sees a pack of kobolds approaching with a loud roar. And Manhwa is anticipating a powerful fight. He wants to see all of Veed's abilities, assuming these werewolves shouldn't be a problem. It turned out that Veed did not show his abilities but chose to flee, urging Manhwa to do the same. When he sees Gran and Marcus, Veed cries out for help. He plays the coward, and the quartet naively believes it. But Manhwa is puzzled. He pales more and more, unable to understand why Veed had just recently been fighting kobolds with his bare hands, and now he just runs away. Seeing Veed and Manhwa succumb to flight, Gran urges them to hide behind the backs of real warriors. And Marcus immediately draws his sword to save the defenseless Manhwa and Veed. And Veed hides behind Gran's back and thanks in tears for saving him. Pushing out acting tears, Veed pitifully asks to straighten out all the monsters. And it makes Gran laugh to see a player crying with fear. He says you shouldn't be afraid because the point of escorting is to protect. After seeing Veed's reaction, Marcus concludes that they really are pathetic fools. He had originally thought that Veed knew how to fight if he used roars. Taking full responsibility, Gran and Marcus head into battle, and Veed turns to look at Manhwa, hoping he gets the point. But Manhwa has no idea of Veed's plan. He really thinks Veed is a weakling who hides behind the backs of the warriors. Noticing Manhwa's disgust, Veed feels uncomfortable. He couldn't believe that Manhwa didn't understand. After continuing to watch the players violently slaughter the kobolds, Veed assumes that the guild's true intent is to test the newcomer's abilities. At that moment, a huge stone square suddenly fell from above. The whole company survived in time to stop during the battle. But there was more than one trap. Arrows appear out of nowhere and swiftly penetrate Marcus. And then a mountain of rocks comes out of the ceiling and pins Lewis down. And Hellman stands by and is glad he didn't fall into any traps. It's also bad luck for Gran. He's trying to escape from a huge stone ball that's about to catch up with him. At the sight of the whole situation, Veed rolls his eyes. He was amazed that the quartet was so stupid as to fall into such obvious traps. Trying to ignore the arrows embedded in his skin, Marcus asks Veed and Manhwa not to panic because their guild has everything under control. And Hellman remains untouched. He cheerfully points out the long way and announces that he's going forward without wasting time on traps. But as soon as he took a step, another trap activated under his foot. It turned out there were sliding plates underneath him. Before he could realize it, Hellman was still in place, and so he fell down quickly. Gran has no choice but to shout his name after him. At this time, Gran tries to see the bottom of the pit, but it's all in vain. So Gran decides that Hellman didn't have a chance to survive. After a moment, Gran comes to a pleasant conclusion. He thinks that since Hellman was caught, he'll get more of the spoils himself. At this time, Marcus mends his hair on the side, asking Gran if Hellman is done. With his arms crossed over his chest, Lewis comes to the conclusion that if he gets rid of Marcus and Gran, he'll have all the loot to himself. Standing up, Gran began to shake off his hand. He decides to explain to Veed and Manhwa about the unfairness of the whole situation. But Manhwa doesn't understand what he's talking about. With a smirk, Gran asks about responsibility for Hellman's death. He suggests that one of the guys go first to get justice. Closing his eyes, Manhwa quickly comes to the conclusion that there is no other choice, given that he owes Veed a debt of gratitude, and decides to go ahead. But Manhwa doesn't have time to say anything because Veed has already raised his hand claiming to go first. Showing off his muscles, Veed smiles, saying that although he's a sculptor not particularly good at attacking, he has plenty of stamina. No one is going to change Veed's mind, and so the whole company sets off to follow him. As he set off, Gran began to ponder the foolishness or cunning of Veed. He can't understand why Veed didn't hesitate to agree to go ahead after Hellman was trapped by going to the other world. Turning toward Manhwa, Gran decides that if things go wrong, he can just kill both of them and escape. Meanwhile, Veed realizes that the previous places were just crowds of monsters, but the dungeon with traps is something new. Accepting that one false step and the game is over, Veed continues on his way. A light appears in front of him, and he wonders if it's a way out or a trap. Turns out the light was inside the room. There are torches shining all around, and in the middle is a checkerboard floor with a cliff on all sides. And Veed realizes it's another trap. And since there is no rascal or adventurer on the team, there are no trap detection skills either. While Veed ponders the supposed trap, Gran turns to him impatiently. He asks why Veed has stopped leading them on. Taking a deep breath, Veed realizes that right now he just has to think with his head because there is no other option here. The whole company remains waiting for Veed outside the colored squares. Meanwhile, Veed steps into the first square, hoping there are no traps. Seeing that Veed is alive, Gran and Marcus wonder what will happen next. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Veed decides that since the blue squares are safe, he should check the red squares as well. And then Veed steps on the red square, hoping it too will be trap-free. Nothing happened. Veed looked at the other squares in surprise, not believing that they were safe too. There are about 30 meters to the exit. Veed realizes that there could be traps anywhere. But his determination and excitement leads to the decision to step on the blue and red squares one at a time. Deciding that there is no other choice, Veed sets off to flee from the supposed traps. At one point, he turns back and doesn't understand why no traps have worked. Then he decides to step on the same color. After a few steps through the monochromatic squares, Veed smiles, assuming there are no traps at all. But the thought comes to mind that the colors on the squares are needed to distract the player's eye, and the trap itself is hidden elsewhere. After looking around, Veed decides that the trap is definitely hidden somewhere. And after a moment, right in front of him, Veed notices a red rope placed between the colored squares. He calmly steps over the rope and escorts her with a glance, hoping that the activation of the trap won't happen. Meanwhile, Gran notices that Veed stopped and then continued on his way, but doesn't realize what that could mean. Following strictly in Veed's steps, Gran stops right in front of the rope but doesn't notice it. He assumes the trap must be here somewhere. As he tries to find it, Gran continues to stand still and lag behind Veed. But Marcus goes after Gran. Not understanding why he has stopped, Marcus puts his hand on his shoulder and shares the assumption that Gran is scared. After Marcus's words, Gran doesn't want to show his doubts and fears, so he continues walking. But he catches the rope, which immediately breaks. After the rope breaks, the inevitable happens. A multitude of crossbows are lowered to the level of the pillars, with projectiles pointing at the players. Turns out it was Marcus who was at the sighting. He turns to the sounds from above and is too late to notice the arrows approaching. Before he knew it, a multitude of arrows had begun to pierce the inside of Marcus's body. The rest stuck into the ground. With his arms outstretched, Lewis sees Marcus off with a smile on his face, and Gran calls Marcus an idiot for ending the game so stupidly. After seeing Gran and Lewis sharing Marcus's loot, Veed concludes that it is the same quartet of idiots. Manhwa is amazed at the insolence of Marcus's comrades. Moments later, a group of players enter the next room. Lewis is glad that all the traps were easy, like a walk in the park. Looking up, the cheerful Veed hints that the traps aren't over yet. Lightning clouds have formed on the ceiling of the room. The players stand still and look at the sparkles. At that moment, one of the lightning bolts struck next to Veed. It was so powerful that he decided to jump back so he wouldn't get hit. Several ball lightning bolts began to chase after Veed, who was only trying to escape them. Finally, when the lightning bolts ceased to exist without the flow of energy, Veed was able to exhale. Lightning was no different from the third circle of magic. Smiling at Gran, Veed asks how to go about it. Because if you go at random, you might as well kiss your life goodbye. In this case, Gran had a suitable solution. He promises Veed that with the stone that deflects lightning, he can pass through the electric clouds. When he picks it up, Veed asks if it's really a lightning-deflecting stone. He doesn't understand Gran's plan. After accepting the stone, Veed has no choice but to make an identification and learn more about it. The display notifies him of the stone's ability to attract electricity due to its high iron content. Veed is creeped out by Gran's intentions. Meanwhile, Lewis and Gran wait for Veed to come to an end after entering the center of the room with that stone. Eager to get the treasure as soon as possible, Gran rushes Veed, explaining that his job is only to guide them to safety. And Veed realizes that the escort through the mountains was only necessary to use him and Manhwa as bait for traps. Spreading his arms, Veed began to explain that he could sacrifice himself to get the others to safety, but there was a catch. He asked Gran about the return trip, After all, the stone will be gone, and they will have to go to the next world as a group, as true best friends. It turned out that Gran hadn't thought about the fact that he'd only bought one stone. He and Lewis pictured their demise and turned blue with fear. He decides that Vede and Manao don't need them at all and decides to kill them on the spot. And Lewis fiercely supports his comrade. Realizing the true reason for the quartet's assistance makes Manao pale with fear and anger. Now it came to Manao that Vede had realized everything from the beginning and so was playing the incapable coward. And then Vede continues to play the part. He squeezes tears out of his eyes again and begs Grun to be spared, assuring him that they will do anything for their lives. But Manao can't stand this behavior and yells at Vede. He turns blue from the tension, not realizing how long this will last. Kneeling on his knees, Vede continually begs for mercy. Manao doesn't understand why Vede keeps playing the part when it's time to defend himself. Meanwhile, Gran and Lewis are eager for a reprisal. They think it's too late for Vede to worry about his life, so they shouldn't humiliate him for nothing. Assuming that Vede has gone mad, Manao prepares for his end, eyes full of fear and tears. But something unexpected happens, causing Vede to stop shedding tears and Manao to stop in confusion. Turns out Gran decides to kill all the players to pocket the treasure for himself. There's a smirk on Gran's face. He says goodbye to his companion, explaining that the treasure will go to one man. With his last strength, Lewis turns back to look at the traitor. And Gran asks if he himself wasn't waiting for an excuse to stab a comrade in the back. Immediately, the Sword of Fire is activated and enslaves Lewis' body. He screams in pain and goes to the next world. Once Lewis was done with, Gran turns his attention to Vede and Manao. After some thought, Gran decides to get rid of the two underpants later. He thinks he should be able to prioritize. And then Gran finds the shield that Lewis left behind. He calls it useless and plans his next move. Raising his eyes to the boys, Gran remains silent and continues to ponder. Manao is turning blue with fear of the unknown. Finally, Gran informs me that it's a level 200 shield that someone will have to take alone to get through the ball lightning. He specifies that kindness had better not be abandoned, with the condition that only one player is needed to pass the trap, so the other will go to the next world. So he decides to deal with one after the lightning bolt and the other on the way out, especially since the sculptor won't be any good. Assuming that Vede is a capable fighter after all, Manao asks about further action to save them both. And Vede decides it is the right time to reveal his true nature to the most brazen and cunning player. He draws his sword, and Gran is getting ridiculous. He reminds him of how Vede would shake and almost faint in any dangerous situation, and now he's trying to pretend he's not afraid. He wonders what Vede is going to do and gives him 3 seconds to deal damage, especially since Manao is good for a lightning shield. After thanking Gran for 3 seconds, Vede clarifies that it won't take that long. Vede activates the slashing knife technique and goes into battle. Seeing the speed at which Vede was moving, Gran was not laughing at all. Before he could do anything, Gran had to take damage from Vede, who ideally replicated the actions of his martial arts teacher. In the final seconds of his life, Gran asks how the pathetic sculptor was able to overpower a true fighter. Gran's soul is rapidly separating from his body. He screams with all his might, unwilling to accept the end of his game. After putting away his sword, Vede assures that he is no ordinary sculptor. Only after these actions did Manao become convinced of Vede's true plan. He admires him and asks for further action. Scratching the back of his head, Vede suggests finding the treasure since he's already traveled a long way, though he's not even sure the treasure exists. But Manao asks how to get back, because if you go through the lightning, you can't go back. And Vede explains that the bandits were new and didn't even know how to find the entrance without a map. And there's an exception to every rule, even walking through a trap. And he's pointing to a cloud with a hole in it. At first, it may seem that this is the cause of all these lightning bolts, but in fact, there is a passage further down. Looking inside the hole, Manao is amazed at this information, but he decides to clarify that even if it is true, how to get to the hole. And at that moment, Vede activates flight. Wings appear from behind his back and carry his body inside the hole. Manhwa could not have imagined such a turn of events. He stands in a stupor, unable to string 2 words together. And Vede tells us that if you pay 10 gold pieces in Mirakan's Tower in Labius, you can get wings that allow you to fly for a month. Taking flight, Vede cheerfully invites Manao to go after the treasure, and immediately flies towards the hole, realizing that Manao is left waiting below. And Manao admires Vede, calling him an incredible man. He wants to understand who Vede really is. As expected, there was a huge room inside the hole. Vede looks around for treasure, but he notices a certain stone island with a long bridge leading to it. Looking into the distance, Weed notices a golden artifact that stands on a stand amongst the stone slabs and promptly goes there. As he flies closer, Veed walks over and picks up a golden harp, assuming that it is the treasure for which the journey was made. Eager to learn Harp's capabilities, Veed immediately activates identity. But it turned out that this harp was that of Dwarf Fined, who had learned the beauty of music for the love of man. It was a great surprise to Veed. He can't believe the bandit quartet came here not for weapons or armor, but for the love harp. The whole point of what happened was so unreasonable and nonsensical that it makes Veed feel very funny. Hearing the laughter, Manhwa doesn't understand what must have happened for Veed to laugh while in an uncharted area of the dungeon. As soon as the dungeon was over, Veed left the game. He was sweating so much that he couldn't continue playing without taking a shower. Deciding to take a break from the game, Veed opens his laptop to see what's new at the auction. He stares at the monitor in surprise. It turned out that a lot of useful information had been collected during the week. The sword Melek with a touch of mithril was the first one he looked at. When he saw the price, Veed realized that it was so expensive because there were no class restrictions. After a few more auction options, Veed decides that he should sell all the items he has collected instead of buying such expensive artifacts. All in all, there were about 30 items. Veed decides to sell the weapons and armor for 10,000 and the rest for 3,000. Assuming that with a rank of 3 diamonds, sales will appear immediately on the main page, and in a week you can already see the results. Trying to tap into fantastic telepathy, Veed hopes that prices will go up in an instant. Meanwhile, in the marketplace, trading is in full swing. Lots of people are walking around looking for suitable items. One of the players shouts to the crowd that he would gladly purchase the skin of a rabbit. And the guys are on the lookout for 2 people to hunt in the cave, as well as a level 50 cleric. Others rack up herbs to make money on resale elsewhere. And the old man fruit merchant looks off into the distance and notices something interesting. It turns out that the old man notices Veed and Manhwa moving around the market in a cart, and he thinks those brats don't look good. Meanwhile, Manhwa is really all pale, and Veed continues sculpting. Turning to Veed, Manhwa explains that after the roar, his ears are constantly ringing. He realizes that this is a useful ability, but his eardrums are suffering. With a smirk, Veed asks not to exaggerate, but mentally suggests that after raising the roar to level 3, one might want to settle down for a while. Peering into the distance, Veed changes the subject, telling Manhwa that this place is quite lively. And Manhwa explains that they are no longer on the border of Rosenheim. It turns out that after the Barku Mountains, the lands of the United Kingdom of Britain begin. And remembering the guild, Manhwa suggests that Veed join, but Veed has no plans for the guilds. In fact, Veed is more comfortable traveling alone. Upon reflection, Veed realizes that joining the guild will be a big hindrance. As soon as the battle was over, he would have to go to another. He really thinks it's a waste of time. Finished with the last gem, Veed suggests going to trade. And Manhwa immediately starts offering artifacts and sculptures to all passers-by. When talking about goods, Manhwa puts the price higher, hoping for understanding on the part of the buyer. But the very first buyer immediately insists on lowering the price. And Manhwa has nothing left but to agree to the buyer's price and shake hands to conclude the contract. Manhwa walks around the marketplace, stretching his back and shoulders, telling Veed that he's tired because they've sold all the stuff from the wagon. Manhwa remembers the aroma of cheese and olive oil, which is maddening, but Veed is more indifferent to food. Remembering how many things Veed left behind to sell to Manhwa, it becomes interesting at what price the gems will go for. So he decides to ask if Veed will go to the jewelry shop. But Veed explains that they will have to sell in the big city where there are more rich people. It turns out that there is not enough money in the shops to buy even 1 stone. So Veed suggests that they set off now. They arrived in the kingdom of Kuran Regis. There are quite a few players gathered in one of the stores. They are looking at something with interest. It turns out that Veed has put the jewelry up for sale. Players marvel at the fact that Veed has emeralds, sapphires, and even pearls. Meanwhile, the jeweler carefully examines each gemstone to confirm originality. And Veed is eager to hear the amount at which each stone can be sold. After reporting that Veed has amazing cutting skills, the jeweler claims he can buy all the jewels for 3,200 gold. After a moment's thought, Veed realizes that if the raw stones are worth 1,200 with the road and work involved, it's not that profitable to process the stones. And then he remembers the harp that can be used to curry favor with the jeweler. Without delay, Veed activates the harp and begins to play beautiful music that is bound to work on the girl. Leaning back, the jeweler began to listen, but warns Veed that this is not the way to bribe her. And Veed continues to perform the musical playback, marveling that he had to learn the skills of the art to do so as well. Everyone in the room listened intently to the beautiful notes of the melody. But then the jeweler decides to make it clear that it's nice to hear a melody without a song, and asks Veed to sing. But there was no way that Veed could have expected such a reaction, and so in a worried voice, he interjects her request. Realizing that he's never had to sing before, Veed says he'll try it, but isn't sure it'll turn out well. And Veed sang. It was so loud and terrible that even the passers-by on the street were frightened when they heard his voice. And Veed has fully embraced the art of music. He really makes the most of his untrained voice and scares everyone around him. It's obvious that Jeweler couldn't stand to hear the song. She covers her ears and regrets asking to sing at all. Finally, the jeweler can't stand it anymore and shouts at the top of her voice for Veed to stop. She threatens to call the guards if Veed doesn't finish right away. Realizing that the embarrassment was on a massive scale, Veed staggered away. In the end, he managed to raise the price by 40 gold pieces, but Veed should be thankful that the jeweler didn't cancel the deal and sack the guards on him. She was screaming her head off because Veed had spoiled the mood. Additionally, fame has risen to 2,000, which allows you to learn more information from NPS and discounts in shops higher. Assuming the NPCs can tell him where to get the corrosive stuff, Veed remembers the necklace. The locator on his head sticks out again. Taking out the necklace, Veed hopes that now it will be possible to activate the identification, although the level is not too high. With no hope that everything will work out, the thought of the rarity of this thing keeps him going. Entering the store, Veed hears a real commotion at the counter. Some people are demanding to wait in line and others are begging to be identified. Disregarding the huge number of people who want to get in, the most brazen ones try to sneak forward by slipping a sword for identification. Holding out the ring, the girl eagerly demands a check of the effects, and the man who does the identification for a fee asks to join the queue. Veed stands at the threshold and watches the mayhem. He realizes that identification is like a lottery. Everyone wants to know if they hit the jackpot. But this necklace will not be recognized by everyone. So Veed goes to the second floor of the building. He goes on to the office of the high-level mages. Opening the door, a magician in a hat appears in front of Veed. He sits at a table and greets the entrant. And Veed responds to the greeting by telling the purpose of coming here. Smiling, Veed takes a seat and mentally assumes the mage is not a rich man who wears such cheap clothes. Trying to keep his emotions in check, the magician lowers his head and gathers his hands into a fist. He's worried that with so few customers showing up, he won't be able to earn a book. Upon retrieving the necklace, Veed asks for identification. He can't tell if it's a player or NPS. It seems to be some kind of quest or else why the player is sitting here. And the mage specifies that advanced identification costs 50 gold pieces, and also informs that you should go downstairs to identify ordinary items. Accepting that there was no other choice and that this identification was costly, Veed did not hesitate to hand over the required sum. Surprised that Veed gave the money so easily, the mage clarifies that if he doesn't like the outcome of the identification, the money won't be returned anyway. And after a positive response from Veed, the mage gets to work. He holds his hands over the necklace and activates advanced identification. Turns out it's an amulet that can summon the Knight of Van Hock. The magician becomes uncomfortable and immediately finishes the identification and gets to his feet. Explaining that there is not even any data about the amulet, the mage eagerly asks to tell under what circumstances the amulet appeared in his hands. But Veed immediately takes the necklace away and replies that he himself knows it is a unique item. Realizing that there was no need to go into details, Veed immediately moved out, thanking the mage for the identification. The door promptly slams shut and Mage has no choice but to let out rivulets of tears at his failure. After successful sales, Veed and Manhwa are off on a long journey. Manhwa decides to ask if Veed was paid well for the stones he processed, and Veed happily informs him that the deal was a good one. Manhwa decides to clarify his concerns later. Meanwhile, Veed asks him to slow down for a moment. Manhwa pulls the wagon rapidly and the horse stops. Manhwa asks what's wrong, and Veed says he needs to check something. Stepping away from the cart, Veed lifts up the necklace and summons the Knight of the Otherworld. Manhwa is confused when he hears a summoning activation. The activation was successful. Black streams of energy are rapidly developing around the necklace. It was the first time Manhwa had ever seen such a thing, so he kept his eyes on it. Black streams of energy gather together. The shape of the true knight becomes visible. Veed realizes that everything has worked out just right. A moment later, the Knight of the Otherworld rose fully before Veed. He was pleased that they had met again after the last battle. Meanwhile, Veed looks at the Knight with an angry face and remains silent. The Knight is amazed that Veed had the nerve to summon him. He doesn't understand Veed's intentions and clarifies that he will never betray Lord Barracan. Hearing no response, the Knight aggresses. He claims he will answer the call and deal with Veed now. Hiding in the cart, Manhwa cries out in fear and asks Veed why the real Knight of the Otherworld had to be summoned, and Veed asks to watch. Seeing Veed's confidence, the Knight is even angrier. He calls him a pathetic sculptor who dares not be so indifferent to his power. Meanwhile, Veed pretends to be worried to clarify that the Knight has lost something since their first meeting. At these words, the Knight begins to pant with rage. He says that Veed took these things, and Veed laughs to clarify if it's true. Enticing the Knight of the Otherworld with his finger, Veed offers to attack. He decides he needs to warm up a bit, so he waits for the Knight to approach. The Knight starts off with the words that the insolent little man dare not provoke him. He's so harsh that he lands several punches on Veed at once, and Veed crouches down on his knees, taking damage to several places on his torso. The Knight stops, assuming that Veed will be finished. Indeed, Veed has very little HP left. He continues to sit there with his head down. Assuming that Veed was unable to fend off even one attack, the Knight asks how he can be so boisterous with a condition of such weakness. But a smile appears on Veed's face. He is amazed that the Knight of the Otherworld has not learned anything at all, and that is why he is so unlucky in battle with him. Once on his feet, Veed draws his sword. He shares that this situation feels like deja vu, and the Knight remembers his end at the last battle, which makes it all awkward and scary. Going to attack, Wisid instantly activates the slashing knife technique. Without time to react, the Knight takes all of Veed's punches again. Lighting up with a bright flame, the Knight asks how it was possible to lose twice to this useless sculptor. Promising that the meeting will be repeated and revenge will be accomplished, Knight of the Otherworld goes away, leaving only white smoke behind him. Pleased with the ease of the battle, Veed is surprised that the Knight, having lost twice, continues to talk a lot. When he looks at the necklace, Veed notices that the core has turned pale, although it was scarlet, so now he has to wait for the color to return. After seeing the battle, Manhwa gets out of the cart, admiring Veed. He can't understand why Veed is so capable and decides to ask him who he really is. Scrunching up his nose, Veed tries not to go into details and reminds Veed that he is a regular sculptor. Finished with the Knight of the Otherworld, Veed says it's time to continue on his way. After some time, Veed again asks Manhwa to stop for a while. Manhwa asks if he has to do it in the middle of the road. Showing that the necklace had turned scarlet again, Veed smiled, clarifying that the Knight's time was up. Remembering the very recent Knight's rebellion, Manhwa decides to clarify whether it is necessary to repeat it. And so the Knight rises again from the Otherworld. He asks Veed why he summoned him in the first place. Pointing a finger at the calm Veed, the Knight clarifies that one should not be deluded if one has managed to win a couple times. He reminds him that he can never recognize the pathetic sculptor, so it's time to deal with him once and for all. But Veed finds him too noisy and deals with him as quickly as possible by reactivating the slashing knife technique. Exploding for the third time, the Knight of the Otherworld again threatens Veed with reprisal next time. And Veed waits silently as the smoke from the Knight dissolves into thin air. Upon opening the display, Veed notices that the experience from the battle still doesn't increase, but at least there is a skill boost. Realizing that not using mana and XP when they are at max comes out as a waste of time, so we need to deal with it. After putting away his sword, Veed comes to the conclusion that he needs to summon a knight and use his skills to help with his abilities. Remembering the identification of the necklace, Veed realizes that the knight does not attack only his master, and that means getting Van Hawk to recognize him. Distracting Veed from his thoughts, Manhwa suggests continuing on the path because there is a hill to climb before noon. Climbing into the cart, Veed shares the assumption that the sculptor's skill has already increased, and Manhwa asks the number of victories over the knight. Trying to mentally calculate the number, Veed says there were 6 or 7 victories and the exact number should be known during the next battle. Smiling, Manhwa calls Veed an amazing warrior because defeating the knight time after time is something few people are capable of. After a while, Veed once again activates the Knight of the Otherworld summoning necklace. Time after time, Veed activates the slashing knife technique and deftly massacres Wang Hak. But using a sword becomes uninteresting, and so Veed suggests that the knight watch how to knead his fists. But the knight continues to resist Veed's wishes. He says he will never recognize him as his master. and also excitedly and uncertainly clarifies that the heart is still unwavering. After another victory, Veed offers to surrender, but the knight says that he will always be loyal to Lord Barakin and goes back to the other world. Time was running out. They stopped at the edge of the forest and Manhwa busied himself with preparing lunch, while Veed intends to summon the knight again. Calling Veed, Manhwa asks to finish with the knight as soon as possible because the meat is almost done. And Veed confidently summons Wan Hawk to continue to increase his skill. This time, Wan Hawk looks more calm. After a full-fledged resurrection, he stands in front of Veed and simply remains silent. This behavior surprises Veed. He asks why the knight is so quiet and doesn't even curse him, assuming he has started to give up. And the knight explains that after so many defeats, the debt to Lord Barakin is gradually forgotten. Coughing shyly, the knight confirms that Veed is strong enough. Such words are really nice to hear from Veed. He hums and scratches his chin, happy that everything is going exactly as planned again. Shaking his head to the side, the knight exclaims that he still doesn't recognize Veed, so the latter may not be mistaken. Looking unhappy, Veed suggests that the knight deal with him as soon as possible. But Knight doesn't want that and offers to discuss the obvious misunderstanding. And Veed doesn't see what's the point if everything can be fixed the man's way, and shows his fist hinting at a battle. Without letting the knight explain himself, Veed activates the 7 heavenly steps in the second form formless sword technique. At this time, Namao is enjoying the meat. Deciding it is safe to leave for lunch, Veed offers to pause. But the knight of the other world does not want to continue the battle and asks to stop and listen. At last, the knight of the other world recognizes Veed and his power. He confidently, but with fear and excitement, emphasizes that Veed is stronger than he is. Smiling, Veed asks if he is really the master for the knight of the other world now. Scratching his chin, the knight replies that it's worth thinking about, because if you make a quick decision, your reputation could suffer. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Veed asks to keep his helmet tight because the knight will have to think while wearing the necklace. He decides to do damage from his feet and promptly jumps, aiming straight for the knight's face. But something has gone wrong. Veed is puzzled and asks about the knight's HP. With his head down, the knight trembles. He sighs languidly and realizes that it is time to make a decision so that this endless defeat will finally end. A moment later, the knight of the other world makes an earthly bow and calls Veed his master. Such a decision came as a surprise to Veed. He continues to be puzzled and stares at the knight in silence. Kneeling down, the knight waits for a response from Veed. And Veed thinks it's all too informal and suggests that the knight is not at all comfortable. Falling down again, the knight states that he humbly recognizes Veed as his master and pitifully asks for the humiliating actions towards him to stop. Crossing his arms over his chest, Veed smiles satisfied and replies that such a knight's word can be trusted. After laughing, Veed decides to clarify that since the knight was a servant of the Dark Mage, submission to some sculptor can't be for nothing. And Veed thinks the knight has malicious intent, but the knight puts his hand on his heart and assures him that he sincerely recognizes him as master. Pounding his fist into his palm, Veed happily decides to share the next plan for him. The knight is worried because he doesn't know what awaits him next. It turned out that Veed decides to continue such an important conversation after 200 victories over the knight of the other world. This information makes the knight as uncomfortable as possible. He trembles with fear but cannot resist his master's plans. Back in the real world, Hen opens his laptop to see how much the price of his artifacts has increased at auction. Initially, Hyen thought the prices would increase more, but then he realizes that, after his first trip to the King's Road, this kind of income is considered normal. A moment later, Hen notices a new message. The so-called Dark Gamers are inviting Hen. Opening the message on the monitor of the laptop appears Dark Gamer, who offers to win a lot of money. Streams of sweat drip from Hen's head. He's so shocked he can't believe it's real. He thinks there's some kind of mistake. Seeing that it's 10 o'clock in the morning, Hen goes to the capsule to make sure he's not late. He had already sent messages to the winners of the bidding. A meeting with Namao is scheduled in the free city of Sumerin. It turned out that Namao would stay in the city to trade and Veed had important business to attend to. Namao waves goodbye and promises to meet later. He walks away towards the center of the city and Veed remains standing. Pulling his backpack out of the display, Veed realizes he has things to hunt, but it's not something to do. After all, the real reason for being in this city is the treasure of Freya, which must be given to the priests in the temple. After a while, Veed is already standing in the center by the fountain selling sculptures. One of the men rejoices at the arrival of Veed and says that people don't want to hunt the undead, but Veed managed to easily pass the quest for which sincere thanks are due. leaving the man thanks and for the merchandise wishing Veed good sales. Massaging his shoulder, Veed is glad the goods are over. Dealing with dozens of people really wears him out. Putting the stall away in his inventory, Veed is pleased to have such good sales considering they are on the road. Now he decides to go to the Temple of Freya. Thinking about how much reward will be received for this quest, Vidu becomes certainly interested in continuing on the path. After a while, Veed was already in the temple. He inspects the walls and ceiling, admiring the architecture. At this moment, two priests welcome Veed to the Temple of Freya, and a message appears in front of Veed. The requirement for entry is a donation of at least 10 silver. This kind of arrangement is not at all to Veed's liking, who spends so much time earning miserable coins. After taking out the coins, Veed sends the donation into the box with a heavy heart. He realizes there is no other choice. Smiling, the priest wishes Veed a blessing from the goddess Freya. Upon retrieving the golden grail, Veed informs him that he has come here to return it to the temple. When they saw the treasure, the priest's eyes glistened with happiness. They had never expected that the Freya shrine would ever return to its rightful place. Tears of joy instantly appear in their eyes. They marvel at such a miracle. The priest asks Veed to follow them to deliver the goddess shrine to the high priest. Veed is glad that there will be a meeting after all. Realizing that he must salute the priest, Veed kneels and explains that he brought the golden grail on behalf of the seagull. Upon seeing this, the priest marvels at the great day. The display notifies the completion of Holy Grail transportation and skill upgrades. As the levels rise, Veed marvels at the rewards. He knew that Seagull would want to give a good gift, but he didn't realize that there would be so many promotions. Having taken the Holy Grail, the high priest argues to his subordinate that so many rewards are not enough and the brave warrior should be properly rewarded. He asks the holy knights to bring Agatha's blade and his equipment. Just then, a cart arrives with the rewards. Veed stands by and can't believe that there can be so many gifts for a quest. Pointing to the bounty, the high priest asks Veed to take it all for himself. Looking closely at the equipment, Veed tries to believe that it all belongs to him now. That's when Veed decides to activate the identification. It turned out to be Agatha's holy sword and Rose's elegant gloves, as well as the pontiff's ring. Imagining the benefits of these artifacts, Veed shouts with joy, calling them amazing. Streams of tears of happiness flow from his eyes. He is going to change everything as soon as he reaches the 200th level. Forgetting the high priest, Veed plans to check the current prices for trade after he gets out of here. After taking his things, Veed bows and thanks the high priest. He reminds the high priest that the deed is done and that he may now take his leave. But the high priest has other plans. He asks the brave warrior Veed to stop and listen to what he has to say. The high priest decides to ask if Veed knows about the shrine that has also disappeared from this temple. Tensing a bit, Veed confirms that there is such information, but he really doesn't want to continue this quest at all. It turns out that an unwise group stole Pago's crown during the chaos. He speaks of the undead, feared by those who may go to the next world. When he replies that Veed has this information as well, he starts to worry, not understanding why the high priest is suddenly opening this topic. Surprised that Veed has the information, the high priest tells him that the identity of those who stole Pago's crown has recently been confirmed. Temple sent 3 holy knights to recover the relic, but it was unsuccessful. Stressing over the whole situation, the high priest states that Veed must defeat this undead and return Pago's crown back to the temple. This turn of events did not fit in with Veed's plans. He stands puzzled and interrogates the high priest about this assignment. And the high priest reiterates the need to return Pago's crown to the temple. There are stiff penalties written into the display for refusing a mission. And also the point is not just to regain the crown of Pago, but also to rescue the knights from the Murata region. With his head down, Veed tries to reassure himself that the reward should be magnificent. He hopes for many rare and unique items. But fighting Baikan's minions is hard. He realizes he may not even get a glimpse of his reward. It's impossible to know how to handle the task. Against Veed, there will be thousands who are above level 270, and Torito's level is 400. With his lips pressed together, Veed doesn't understand how to face the warriors if even the 3 knights campaigns failed. He decides to refuse because the risks are so great. After bowing, Veed apologizes to the high priest, stating that he will not be able to complete the task with his modest abilities. And the high priest replies that there is no need to be so modest, for such a task cannot be entrusted to anyone but Veed. Clutching the artifacts tightly, Veed worriedly clarifies that the task is definitely not suitable for the kind of person he really is. But the high priest doesn't like that answer at all. He aggressively reminds him that it is not good to be so modest and that there is no one else to save Pago's crown. This is becoming problematic for Vede. He feels forced, and that's too bad. Looking away, the high priest tells that in the Church of Freya, there is a legend of a hero who will return all the artifacts just before the war, and then points furiously at Vede, claiming that this hero is definitely him, and Vede is frightened by such emotion. Laughing nervously, he can't believe he can't refuse the assignment. He wants to confront it, but in the meantime, the display notifies him that the assignment has been accepted. After officially accepting the assignment against his will, Vede doesn't smile at all. He turns pale and screams that it shouldn't be like this. The high priest rejoices at the warrior's good decision and says that he has high expectations for Vede. And Vede tries to make it clear that he has definitely refused the mission. And Vede suggests that this quest is for the one who retrieves the Holy Grail, and asks for time to level up before undertaking the quest. And the high priest explains that Vede can use a teleporter left in the Maratha region 20 years ago. And Vede can move to Maratha as soon as he's ready, and Vede suggests that this task can be put off for a long time. Before Vede could rejoice, the high priest specified that the matter was urgent and that he had to leave tomorrow. He also gives him a helper for the task. As he falls to his knees, Vede clutches his head and screams. He realizes he is condemned and there is nothing he can do about it. Setting off on his journey, a frustrated Vede decides that he needs to cut costs because even one gold piece is hard to get by selling goods. Exhaling heavily, Vede gets the idea to ask instructor Dork to help with the training. And when they meet at the right place, Vede tells the whole story of Manhwa. And Manhwa realizes how difficult it can be for Vede, and so decides to offer to join the task. But this task can only be done alone because it's a rank B difficulty. Manhwa can't believe that such a difficult task can be done by Vede. But then there is an abrupt change of decision, and Manhwa as a soldier salutes Vede, informing him that he will take up the study of trade for the duration of Vede's departure. Once on the road, Vede is even more depressed. He calls his life sucky, and he doesn't even know what's next. When Vede arrived at the temple, the high priest began to greet him. He says he was already planning to send knights to bring him on this mission. And Vede remembers yesterday's threat. It spoke of a bounty hunter who would be set upon him if he did not come at the agreed time. Trying to hide his outrageous opinion of the high priest, Vede replies that he cannot refuse such a request. The high priest decides to introduce him to an assistant named Alvaron. Alvaron comes closer and greets everyone present. He will be traveling with Vede on his journey. Making a small bow of his head, Alvaron asks Vede to be called not a priest, but simply by his first name. After taking a closer look at his assistant, Vede realizes that he is not a player, but a NPS. But he doesn't think this is normal because the task is forced. Crossing his arms over his chest, a disgruntled Vede wondered about the reliability and strength of the aid. After a while, they go to another room. In the middle of the room is a blue-green portal. The high priest comes closer and explains that this is a gate that will instantly transport you to Moreth. He assures me that he will pray for the successful completion of the mission. Preparing for a serious mission, Vede realizes that he is not in a situation where he can give up and run away. Besides, there's a bonus to be taken from here too. Without delay, Vede and Alvaron immediately enter the gate, which immediately begins to shine brighter and brighter. Moments later, Vede and Alvaron move to Maratha. Vede doesn't know what to expect, but he's preparing for something difficult. When he turns back, Vede notices that the gate is disappearing. This could mean that there is no turning back and that there is no way to return until the crown of Pago is found. Walking on, Vede realizes that the gate has been placed inside the cave. Stepping outside, a very bright light appears in front of Vede, which he tries to shield himself from with his hand. It turned out that the cave was in a kind of northern outskirts. There were blizzard mountains and lots of snow all around. Looking around, Vede comes to the conclusion that it is Maratha as expected. But immediately he is overcome by the worst of the cold. Vede rubs his shoulders and wrinkles his nose at the cold. Alvaron stands nearby and sympathizes with Vede. Vede looks into the distance and notices an abandoned town, but there is no sign of life there. Somewhere in the distance, a huge castle can be seen. Vede assumes it is the lair of Torito and his vampires. And the castle seems to be even bigger than Vede thought. This only means that it will be very difficult to complete the task and save the knights. Freezing even harder, Vede suggests that Alvaron return to the cave so that his stamina and physical abilities will stop decreasing. As soon as Vede lit the fire, it was much better. And Alvaron is silent all the time but not cold. Deciding to start a conversation, Veed offers to let the formalities go in the face of the fact that Alvaron looks much younger than himself. He explains that this task is very difficult even for experienced priests, so it would be fine if Alvaron just followed Veed's commands. Alvaron smiled and said that was the plan, and then asked what needed to be done, mentioning his 320th level. After saying that, Veed felt uneasy. He began to tremble with shame and excitement in front of a priest of this level, and decides to make it clear that level is not the most important thing. And since Alvaron is a regular novice, Veed thinks that the glory should be small and asks about it. It appeared that Alvaron's fame was already at the 150,000th level. This finally killed Veed psychologically. He sullenly decides to turn away without showing his distress, and Alvaron doesn't understand what happened. After a while, Veed decides to get a job. He repairs armor to increase his level. Alvaron has no way of knowing why Veed spends so much time on damaged armor. Surprised that Alvaron didn't get the point, Veed explains that it pumps the repair skill. But Alvaron decides to clarify why. Instead of searching for the crown of Pago, Veed decides to spend a few hours level pumping. His hammer is gleaming, which means he's leveled up. But due to frequent damage, it reached its minimum strength and was finally destroyed. After opening the display, Veed wants to work some more. He also notices that it's getting cold, given that he's sweating a lot. He has 11% left to reach the new level. Veed knows that after the upgrade, the durability of the equipment can be fully restored. But a violent sneeze heralds trouble. Just recently, the display warned that the extreme cold might cause Veed to freeze and fall ill. The alert comes again. The strength and effectiveness of skills have been reduced. If the cold is not treated, both mana and life will be reduced. And a memory comes to mind. Hen had to work in the cold and without a jacket to pay for Hyeon's tuition. He felt sad that the situation was similar in the game. After looking at Alvaron's condition, Veed notices that he is not shivering at all. But Alvaron's robe has a thermal effect that keeps out the cold. After a while, Veed looks healthier and decides to go on his way. Alvaron decides to see if he can do it alone. But Veed explains that he's just looking around, so Alvaron should stay in the cave. Having made this decision, Alvaron replies that he will wait for Veed's return for as long as necessary. After leaving the cave, Veed is very cold again. He realized that he had already caught a cold, and it wasn't a good idea to go outside. At that moment, Veed hears a loud roar coming from somewhere in the forest. Veed realizes that there are many monsters there. Deciding that there is no one in sight, Veed sets off and hopes he doesn't get into trouble on the spot. Still, Veed wants to look around to see what's going on nearby and where they have to go. But at that moment, coming around the corner, he sees a pack of wolves who have decided to eat the deer they have caught. Veed manages to hide behind a rock. Staring at the wolf's face, Veed realizes that these monsters are different from the ones he's seen before. The wolf's face is different from the monsters he had seen before. After having his abilities reduced by another 14%, Veed decides to wear heavy armor with no durability so he doesn't turn into an icicle. And the cold has stopped bothering him. He realizes that the cold is still acting up, but it's much better to move around in the warmth. As he continues on his way, Veed notices something in the distance. He looks carefully to see what it is. There appeared to be a human or vampire standing nearby. He looked around as if he sensed he wasn't alone in the area. So Veed decides to hide behind a rock, but keeps watching the stranger to see who he really is. Looking closely, Veed notices yellow hair and long ears that don't look human. The fangs and long claws with rings on their fingers were slightly visible. Without a doubt, Veed realizes that this is the real vampire. Veed feels uneasy because it's the first time he's seen him in person. Wearing the ring of the pontifex given by the high priest, Veed decides that a blessing would be in order. His physical abilities have been increased for 20 minutes. Upon opening the display, Veed is surprised that the specs have increased so much, and the health points are now over 7,000. Mana is now over 6,000. Veed now pulls out a bandage to fully restore his health points. And the rings are for mana regeneration. He put on 2 blue ruby rings at once. Also with the blessing, Veed can use Sacred Defense. The last thing Veed uses is the first-rate joying eggs that Birdie gave him. With all this, the health points increased by another 500. While Veed was picking up his health goggles, the vampire walked towards him. He looked back, and Veed hoped he had not been seen. It appeared that the vampire was beginning to sense a nasty aura somewhere nearby, and Veed grew even more worried. He assumed the vampire had sensed the blessing, so he went in his direction. But Veed is fully prepared to fight all the more if the vampire is going to capture him. Then Veed decides to strike first. He activates his slashing knife technique and swiftly charges at the vampire. Upon seeing Vid, the vampire realizes it's human and immediately activates his defenses. But Vid says this trick won't work because the slashing knife technique ignores defense and deals pure damage. So he doesn't hesitate and swiftly deals damage to the vampire's arm, which immediately flies back. But the vampire does not fall, but stays on his feet, claiming that such a blow is comparable to a mosquito bite. And Vid is standing nearby, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Finally, Vid noticed the vampire opening up, which meant it was time to attack again. Without hesitation, Vid strikes a second blow and shatters a small section of torso flesh. Turning around, Vid analyzes the behavior. Vid's attack really hurt the vampire, but he recovers quickly. This vampire with incredible speed. Deciding to respond to the blows, the vampire leaps and opens his jaws, revealing his sharp fangs that are designed to bite seriously into the neck. But Vid immediately activates the 7 heavenly steps and appears behind the vampire's back, leaving him bewildered. Using such an opportune occasion, Vid activates the slashing knife technique and strikes the vampire's back. Turning back, Vampire says he can't fall so low in front of a human. So he turns around, trying to scratch Vid with his sharp claws, but Vid manages to dodge. Meanwhile, Vid marvels at the vampire's stamina, but he knows that everyone has a limit and decides to keep at it to defeat the vampire. The vampire says he's good enough, but now it's time to show his skills. So he summons the bats. But Vid didn't expect the summons. Realizing that he should have known better, he remembers that vampires are the aristocrats of the monster world, so they can use magic. Immediately, the sky is covered with countless bats. The vampire addresses them, calling them his sweet servants. He points at Vid and demands that the mice deal with him so ruthlessly that not a drop of blood remains. It seems that Vid had angered the vampire so much that he was now willing to use any method against him. Realizing that there are too many mice, Vid tries to think of the next course of action. At first, Vid decides to cover his face with his hands to keep the mice from touching his exposed areas, and then uses his sword and splits the approaching mice in two, assuring the vampire that he won't give up so easily. Trying to attack Vid from all sides, the 2 mice clawed at his jacket to get to his neck as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Vid begins to scream and confront the mice even more vigorously, and the vampire uses this time to his advantage. He tries to heal his wounds and continue the battle. Vid notices this and realizes he must act. To activate the shield power, and healing vampire has to concentrate and close his eyes. The red energy flow is actively growing. Looking at the actions, Vid realizes that the vampire is able to use defense, damage, and regenerate at the same time. Clutching his sword tightly in his hands, Vid realizes that at this rate there will be no end to the battle, and he'd have to concentrate on the vampire without the distraction of bats. But the vampire had no way of expecting that Vid would be so clever and decide to continue fighting him. He has to jump back to avoid being hit. Trying to do damage, Vid realizes that it's not easy, even if you don't get distracted by the mice. Meanwhile, one of the bats manages to reach his neck and instantly bites the skin with its sharp fangs. At the sight of Vid being distracted by the mouse, the vampire decides to inflict damage, hoping it will be final for him. But Vid isn't that easy, so instead of standing in bewilderment, he decides to attack faster than the vampire. Turns out the vampire isn't as fast because he's taking another damage from Vid. Trying to heal as quickly as possible, the vampire immediately activates his abilities and keeps an eye on Vid's actions to make sure he doesn't miss the attack. Realizing that the mice are in the way of doing the final damage, Vid contemplates his end, which could happen if the vampire continues to heal like this. But as Vid looked at the vampire to think of a plan of attack, it became clear what his opponent was up to. It gave him the confidence to win. For starters, Vid had to deal with the mice that were trying to attack his neck. After a moment, the vampire tries to attack Vid, demanding that he surrender. But Vid doesn't hesitate and swings at him. He manages to do damage to the torso again, making it clear that surrender is certainly not his prerogative. It turned out that Vid was even counting every damage he did to the vampire. He hoped that the 20th time would definitely be the last. And the vampire is not about to give up and activates the healing ability again. But there was no healing. He looks at his hand, realizing that the mana has run out, and wrinkles his nose in indignation. And Vid is glad that everything went according to plan. Vid realizes that relying on mana and defense in an attack will only make it run out faster. Screaming that it was his turn, Vid immediately sets off towards the vampire to deal the final damage. But at the most crucial moment, the effect of the blessing ends. Vid gets creepy. The display reminds him of the illness and diminishing resources. Veed is dizzy and has no strength, so he can't even lift his sword. The vampire approaches Veed, wanting to deal with him quickly and ruthlessly. He smiles, claiming that Veed is a pathetic human who will be his prey and go to the netherworld, and swiftly grabs the exhausted Veed to bite his neck with his sharp fangs. But something unpredictable happens. The vampire raises his head and spits. Vampire's backing up. After the bite, something unpleasant happened that immediately reduced the vampire's HP. It appeared that the vampire was without a fang. Veed still had some defense to deal damage to the vampire. Enraged, the vampire asks how Veed dared to do such a thing to his precious fang. He claims he'll drink every drop of his blood. Trying to get to his feet, Veed says that the battle is not over yet. But that was the last thing Veed could do before he collapsed to the ground without strength. Exhaling heavily, Veed realizes that life is running out due to the numerous wounds from the mice. And the display notifies that Veed has left this world, left lying in the cold snow. The display notifies that Hen has been disconnected from the King's Road for 24 hours due to a massive enemy strike. Taking off his helmet, Hen exhaled heavily after such a fierce fight. He comes to the conclusion that level 270 vampires are really strong. After all, he had changed his sword and used all the buffs, but it didn't help. Realizing that in this competition the cold has let him down a lot, Hen is preparing for the replay where the victory will definitely be in his hands. Hen falls to his knees and is frustrated by the characteristics he has to restore. In the morning, Hen visits his grandmother with Hyen. He holds her hand and asks her if it's boring to lie here alone. And Grandma starts wiping away her tears. Hen apologizes, explaining that he knows he should come more often, but Grandma clarifies that she remembered his father. She decides to ask Hen for a favor, but clarifies that she realizes she shouldn't say it herself. Of course, Hen is willing to do anything Grandma asks. He smiles and replies that he will do anything right away. It turns out Grandma is worried about Hen's incomplete education. She already knows it's okay to go back to high school, so she asks Hen to take an assessment test. Such a request brought Hen into deep remembrance, so he didn't bother to answer anything. He only now remembered that Hyen had cried non-stop when Hen decided to quit school, and saying that she wanted to quit too. Now Hen sees how Hyen has grown up. She doesn't look like a naive girl, but a mature and understanding girl. Not wanting to upset his grandmother, Hen agrees to fulfill this request. And at that moment, a doctor walks into the room and greets his patient's grandchildren. It turned out that grandmother is already on the mend, and there is no reason to worry anymore. The smiling doctor claims that cancer can now be cured 100% thanks to medical technology. After bowing to the doctor, Hen thanks him for his work and asks him to look after his grandmother until she recovers. Departing, Hen walks along the building in small parks. With his head down, Hen concludes that he needs to start studying if he wants to pass the test. The thought of taking a couple of test books comes to mind. Hen had good grades during his studies, so it shouldn't be hard. First, Hen decides to look in a bookstore. If he remembers correctly, there should be one just down the street. Walking down the alley, Hen realizes that after all these years, nothing has changed at all. Stopping in front of one of the buildings, Hen remembers that it is where the bookstore is located. Meanwhile, An Hyung-do's teacher continues to wait for his truly talented warrior. He wants to find someone who can handle him. An Hyung-do can't believe that there's no one else who can match him in wielding the blade. To him, it's just awful and boring. As he was thinking about it, a teacher walks in. He asks Master An Hyung-do to listen to him. Turning back to the teacher, An Hyung-do asks what could have happened that he's making so much noise now. And the teacher's really excited. He exclaims that the guy is here. An Hyung-do immediately assumes who it's about. The image of Lee Heng, who had once studied under him and was considered the best student in the school, appeared in front of his eyes in a flash. An Hyung-do is confused by this information. He asks if it's really about that arrogant Lee Hyun who had high hopes for him. Apparently, the teacher confirms his information, and An Hyung-do suggests going to Hyung's place as soon as possible. But it turns out that there was a snag, which the teacher decides to report when Hyun-do is on his way to the door. He turns around to ask what's wrong. After scratching the back of his head, the excited teacher asks Lee Hyun about Lee Hyun's desire to spar. An Hyung-do is surprised to hear the details. With his arms crossed over his chest, An Hyung-do immediately offers to place a student of the same level as Hyun-do, giving him a great opportunity to test his abilities. But the teacher explains that he has already sparred with Hwail, who didn't last 2 minutes. Hyun defeated a student who has been training for over 3 years. Afterwards, Hyun asked for another sparring partner. Hyundo is surprised at how much Hyun is hungry for training and waits for the story to continue. Akyu, who has been training for 6 years, was sparring next. An Hyundo is worried that Hyun is tired after the previous fight and Akyu can easily handle him. And the teacher tells An Hyungdo that Lee Hyun once again won. Akyu, exhausted from the fight, left with a damaged arm and disgraced by the loss. Happy An Hyungdo realizes he was right about Lee Hyun's talent. It means a lot to beat Akyu after a long break from training. Turns out the problem is the lack of a stronger sparring partner. Hyundo doesn't understand how you can demand the next fighter without a break. And the teacher explains that it's already 6 fights and Hen looks too cocky because he doesn't listen to anyone and doesn't want to stop. This information makes An Hyungdo excited. He immediately goes to Hyung's house to see for himself what he can do. Meanwhile, another fight begins in the gym. Hen looks more confident than his opponent. Obviously, the opponent is very nervous, assuming he can never beat a fighter like Hen. Meanwhile, Hen himself doesn't look tired or nervous. He is determined and knows what he can do. Other fighters are worried because they've never seen a man emerge victorious from his 9th sparring match. But Hen strikes a balance of power and technique. An Hyungdo enters the hall. The students immediately incline their heads to greet their master. When An Hyungdo looks at Hyung, it's clear why he's so eager to fight. But the teacher can't understand what's going on and is waiting for an explanation. And An Hyungdo is convinced that a wounded man wants to release his pain in battle. It's the only way to chase away all the anxiety. But the teacher can't get it into his head that a mere human can fight so effectively in battle even with the condition of pain inside. An Hyungdo suggests that we think back to the time when we first held a sword. It's fun to fight others using it for the first time. Turns out An Hyungdo has days like that too. That's when the body hardens and the person becomes stronger. That's why Hyung's condition is so familiar to An Hyungdo. It turns out that in moments of heartache, there's a wild energy inside that you want to release, and you can clearly see it in Lee Hyun. When Hen has taken damage, the opponent is left without a sword. He holds on to his sore arm and confirms his loss. Having made this decision, Hen doesn't hesitate to ask the other fighters about their desire to fight. Just then, 2 students ask their teacher to come out to fight. The teacher looks at them with an angry face. He says that since Hen has defeated a dozen people, there's no point in getting into a fight. So he decides to go out, personally assuming that Hen is about the same level. Hearing this, Hyundo stops the teacher and reminds him that he is a silver medalist in the World Fencing Tournament and will not be honored for this fight. And then he points to himself, claiming that only an old man like him has the right to fight Hen. Master An Hyungdo's decision like this leaves the teacher distraught. He has no choice but to just open his mouth and remain silent. Finally, Lee Hyun and An Hyun do stand up and are ready to spar. The students who are sitting on opposite sides of the teacher are excited to see Master An Hyungdo in action. The teacher is not having fun at all. After all, the teacher realizes that Master An Hyungdo is Korea's flawless swordsman and a 4-time winner of the World Kendo Tournament. Looking at Lee Hyun, the teacher can't understand An Hyundo's interest, but after a moment, he decides that it doesn't matter. As the teacher continues to watch, he realizes that they've been standing there for 10 minutes. He can't believe that An Hyungdo really thinks he's going to lose to some Hyung. A moment later, An Hyungdo asks Hyung about waiting for time and clarifies that he's always had trouble with it personally. And later on, Master An Hyungdo already suggests using real swords. Meanwhile, the teacher can't stand it and asks An Hyungdo to come to his senses, reminding him that Hyungdo is just an amateur who can only handle a sword. Noticing the teacher's confusion, An Hyungdo reminds him that he's asking for Hyung's opinion, not his. He asks if the teacher wants to interfere in the fight. Realizing that he shouldn't have given in to his emotions, the teacher denies his desire to intervene. But Hyun continues to adamantly stand his ground, showing An Hyun due his confidence and fearlessness. An Hyungdo likes that look. He realizes that Hyung doesn't even think about backing down and says that this is how men should behave. Realizing that the fight with An Hyungdo is not a simple sparring match, Hyung pulls out a real sword. Looking at the blade and the steam emanating from it, Hen begins to understand how a real sword feels, not a virtual one. As soon as he looked at the blades, Hen's head turned cold again. He didn't understand why he was standing here with such a dangerous sword. Hen turns back and sees many students who would like to test their sparring skills. And Hen realizes he hadn't planned for this to happen. And then Hen comes to the conclusion that he won sparring only because of experience from the game, but it was only luck because the game and reality are not the same. After scratching the back of his head, Hen decides it's time to calm down. because there's no point in taking such a risk because losing means nothing. Seeing the lack of pressure, Hyundo assumes that Hyun has lost his will and compares him to animals that lower their tails at the sight of strong opponents. So I'm ready to see Hen run away like a cowardly mutt. Seeing An Hyundo's behavior, Lee Hyun recalls the businessman who had to pay for his father's debt. These memories irritate Hen too much, so instead of doubts and sympathy for people, he has aggression and desire to put the master in his place. He makes a dash towards Master An Hyung-do, saying he won't give up under any circumstances. Their swords touch each other. An Hyung-do enjoys the fact that Lee Hyun doesn't give up and isn't afraid. Yi Hyun-do reminds him that the swords in his hands are real swords, and offers not to hesitate, but to immediately put them down on the condition that he will never pick up a sword again. But Lee Hyun has seen enough, so he can't afford to back down. He claims he's not a mutt to run away from fear. When Lee Hang heard the ringing sound, he stopped in confusion. He had no idea that the sword was so awesome with pure sound and vibration. He thought only a unique sword from the game sounded like that. So taking his real sword, Hen decides to win by all means. Seeing Hen's thirst for victory, one of the students asks his teacher if Hen is still considered an amateur in this field. And the teacher realizes that for a beginner, Hen looks great, but his stance, movements, and kicks are weak. So with this technique, he's nothing against the master. After An Hyun-do dodges Hyun's punch, he immediately decides to go at him with a question about his skills, hinting at his weakness and lack of experience. An Hyun-do swings his sword and claims to be disappointed in his best student, but Hen has seen enough to give up so easily. He takes matters into his own hands and asserts that this is not the end of the battle. Realizing that he has been in dangerous situations many times before, Hyun says he will not fall before Master An Hyun-do. But An Hyun-do claims that even if Hyun is a simple amateur, he won't give in, because one is bound to fall as a lifeless body. Not understanding why An Hyun-do is so set in his ways, Hyun isn't about to give up. When he hears talk of a massacre, the student suggests that the teacher stop the fight before anyone gets hurt. He thinks An Hyun-do is out of his mind. When watching the fight, the teacher is amazed at Master An Hyun-do's emotions. He doesn't remember An Hyun-do being so passionate about the fight. He thinks he can stop even his master An Hyun-do if he has to. To do so, the teacher prepares for the fight and draws his sword. Heng is sobered when An Hyun-do swings his sword so close to his head that it rips his hair off. He starts to realize that this is the real thing. Looking closely at An Hyun, Do-hyun notices that all this danger comes from his bloodlust and those sword swings are terrifying. But that doesn't bother Hen at all. He really enjoys the process and has no intention of stopping. Until now, Hen has been thinking too much about useless things. But now he realizes that nothing will help in the battle. Once again, clawing at each other with their swords, Hen begins to accept that these exchanges of blows are so exhilarating. At the sight of the change, the teacher wonders. He doesn't understand how all the uncertainty disappeared in an instant from someone who had never held a real sword. An Hyun continues to smile as he enjoys the fight. The teacher sees that Lee Hyun is actually fighting An Hyun-do on the same level. As their swords separate, Hyun reminds An Hyun-do that it's now his turn to take the blow. And An Hyun-do is ready for it and asks Hyun not to procrastinate with the punch and show all his capabilities. After a while, Master An Hyun-do and Lee Hyun sit at the table. An Hyun-do puts down a mug, explaining that the tea will help them relax and regain their strength. When complimented on the excellent tea, An Hyun-do replies that it is made from wild ginseng from the slopes of Mat Pektasin. Upon hearing the origin, Hyung immediately drinks the entire mug in one gulp to An Hyun-do's health. He liked the tea so much that he immediately asked for another cup. An Hyun-do is surprised by Hyung's appetite. In the meantime, An Hyun-do decides to find out if Lee Hyun really held a real blade for the first time. And after confirming his assumptions, An Hyun-do clarifies if Hyung was shocked by this because he was as focused and confident as a real fighter. Trying not to give any reason to think, Hen assures that he is a simple amateur. An Hyun-do calls him a humble man because he knows that a mere amateur can't take on 9 students in a row. He decides to ask directly if it is true that Hen left the dojo to continue his training elsewhere. After a moment of thought, Hen tries to clarify that there was some training. Trying to find out more details, An Hyun-do asks Hyun what is meant by the word certain. And Hyung had to talk about the royal road. An Hyun-do, meanwhile, thought about the possibilities of the modern world. An Hyun-do scratches his chin and asks again about the game because he doesn't seem to understand the story about developing skills through it. Recalling the fights with the scarecrow, Hen explains that the basic fundamentals learned in King's Road help get through the game, and sword training is similar to the real thing. Ahn Hyung-do asks again about the monsters that appear out of nowhere and attack mercilessly, as well as the money you get for winning. Remembering himself in the capsule, Hen says that's how it is. There you can experience both the pleasures of everyday life and the romance of battle as if it were real. Ahn Hyung-do smiles as he marvels at the progress of today's technology and claims that the walls between play and life have literally been broken down, and Hen specifies that there are walls that are beyond the reach of the present technology. And they're going outside. Hyung says goodbye to Master Ahn Hyung-do. He invites him to visit when he wants to stretch his bones, and asks him to rest when he gets home. But the teacher doesn't understand why Master Ahn Hyung-do is letting his supposed successor go so easily. But Ahn Hyun-do explains that he wants to make Hyun his successor because he is a really capable fighter. But the teacher doesn't understand why Ahn Hyun-do let him go, because he may never return to the dojo. Explaining to the teacher, Ahn Hyung-do explains that even the most delicious food loses its flavor if you eat it every day. That's why everything has its time. They'll have to wait for Hyung to find his way. Calling Il-hoon's teacher, Ahn Hyung-do asks about the knowledge of the Royal Road. Looking at Master Ahn Hyung-do excitedly, Il-hoon explains that he has heard of her before and can't believe that Ahn Hyung-do has the desire to play her. When Ahn Hyung-do introduces himself in the game, he suggests Il-hoon to imagine a fantasy world and become a hero who fights a dragon or fights orcs. Closing his eyes, Ahn Hyung-do asks again to visualize this beautiful game. But Il-hoon only thinks that Master Ahn Hyung-do is slowly going crazy. When Ahn Hyung-do decides that it's time to go, he says that he needs to order the capsule that Jung told him about right away. Il-hoon will definitely do whatever Master says. The next morning, 3 trucks arrive. Il-hoon calls Ahn Hyung-do to tell him that the capsule has arrived. But it turns out there were several capsules. Workers are carefully unloading the capsules near the dojo. Ahn Hyung-do turns around and asks what's going on, because the capsule was supposed to be alone. But Il-hoon reminds him of the teacher's duty to follow their master. And looking at the others, Ahn Hyun-do perplexedly asks if there will be more than just Il-hoon. It turns out that Ahn Hyung-do will be played with 3 other teachers who are also quite capable. Realizing that there will be no one left in the dojo, Ahn Hyun-do decides to clarify such an important point. But the teacher says there are assistants for such cases, and Master Ahn Hyung-do had to go into thought to accept all these unexpected circumstances. A moment later, Ahn Hyung-do starts laughing out loud. Then he says that if a man decides to do something, he should do it. And then the teacher asks about the name to come up with for the royal game. Without hesitation, Ahn Hyung-do says it should be called the first Hamgam blade. And addressing the teachers, Ahn Hyung-do says Il-hoon will be called the second blade to Gam, and Yongbum will be called Segum. They humbly agree. The other 2 teachers began to giggle at Segum's name. It seemed silly. Addressing them, Ahn Hyung-do calls them Nagan and Dagam. This is a turn of events they definitely didn't expect. And then he asks if they don't like those names. And they laugh hysterically and explain that they are great names. When the naming was done, with the newfound guild goes to the pods wanting to develop much better skills. Wanting to transform into players as soon as possible, Ahn Hyung-do asks if it's possible to finally connect. And after a retinal scan, Ahn Hyung-do enters the Royal Road. He appears at the same market where Lee Hun started. Looking back, the already reincarnated Hamgum exclaims that everything here is great and very realistic. Hamgum squeezes and unclenches his palm, glad that Hen was right about the feeling. It's very exciting and amazing that it's just a game. Looking at the passers-by, Hamgum assumes they are adventurers, and from his cuirass he seems to be a knight. Then Master Hamgum sniffs and smells very pleasant and realistic scents that appeal to his sense of smell. Turns out there was a bakery right next door. The chef invites passers-by to sample the best bean pancakes in all of Rosenheim, from a level 7 chef. As Hamgum gets closer, he notices that they are indistinguishable from the real thing, but it feels like you're in a different world. And behind Hamgum, other players appear. When the cook saw this, he felt sick because the nerds don't waste money on food. It turns out that all the teachers have entered the game. They immediately greet and bow to Master Hamgum. Taking out a flask and bread, Segum informs that this is given to each player at the very beginning of the game. Taking the bread, Hamgum says it doesn't taste good. Segum has already heard that there is a lot of food here, but this bread is the simplest and therefore hard, while the delicacies melt in the mouth. Surprised at Segum's knowledge, Hamgum accidentally calls Yongbum. It turned out that Segum had thought in advance that he needed to learn the basics of the game to make it easier. Standing in a row, Hamgam asks his guild what to do after their hunger is satisfied. And Tugan immediately offers a tour of the training room, where Veed spent 4 weeks without leaving its walls. Surprised by Veed, Hamgam decides to go there immediately. He says it is just what they need and asks to be shown the way. Coming closer, Tugam says that this is the exact training room that Veed was in. Looking into the distance, Hamgam really likes what the training room is like. Looking around, the newly formed guild is content with a large number of scarecrows. About half of them are already occupied by other players. But Segamon doesn't like this crummy little place. He's not happy that there's no weightlifting equipment. But Hamgam says it's not so much important as a strong grip. So we should stop talking and start practicing. After a moment, the guild begins practicing. They stand in a stance and make sounds during each strike. Trying to encourage the team, Hamgam says to shout louder, and the underlings immediately comply with Hamgam's request. Meanwhile, Hamgam is counting the number of strikes. Deciding to share his thoughts, Negam clarifies that he can't remember the last time he hit a mannequin that was so strong. Finally, the display notifies you of a 1-unit increase in strength. Hamgam points to this as a reward for his efforts and demands that he keep it up. After a short amount of time, Hamgam says he is already hungry. And Negam immediately pulls out a loaf, claiming that there are 2 of them left. Tugam clarifies that he has the same amount left. The display notifies you when you're full. So Negam decides to make a logical chain of reasoning, claiming that emptying the strip causes hunger. When there is almost no bread left, Dagam decides to ask Hamgam about what to do when they get hungry again. Trying not to show his anxiety, Hamgam goes into thought and replies that everyone's ideas are needed. Putting his hands on his knees, Tugam asks permission to speak, and Hamgam calls him a second sword and expects to hear an idea. Turns out his idea was to go on a monster hunt to get stuff and make money to eat good food. That's an idea everyone likes. They say Second Sword Tugam is a real smart head. Meanwhile, Degan reminds them that the rules of the game state that they cannot leave the walls of the fortress for 4 weeks. And they're down again. Trying not to show disappointment, Hamgam rises with the statement that they have had enough training. Tugam jumps up and supports Master Hamgam. And they're back to practicing again. There is no incentive to practice anymore, but none of the players try not to show it. After a short time, Segum stops and turns to Hamgam with an exhausted look, saying that hunger deprives him of strength. But Hamgam does not intend to give up and does not allow Segum to do so. He says to put all the power into the punch and the hunger will not be felt. Meanwhile, Instructor Dork watches from the sidelines. He is pleased to see such newcomers that it warms his heart. Taking a basket of food, Dork invites the newfound guild to enjoy a delicious meal. This is built into the NPS to prevent the effects of starvation. And Segum immediately drools eagerly, asking permission from Hamgam's first blade. But Hamgam is not so easily broken. In his opinion, they have no right to trade the pride of a swordsman for a few toasts. With his head down, Segum tries to show that he doesn't mean food at all, and then Hamgam reminds him that all they need are swords. But a game is a game, and Hamgam's stomach begins to rumble. Perplexed, he lowers his head and looks at his stomach. Trying not to pay attention, Hamgam coughs and demands to keep practicing. At the sight of the hunger strike, the other players begin to interject. They don't understand how they can refuse to eat and keep fighting since morning. And then the irreversible happens. When Hamgam intends to deal damage to the scarecrow, his entire body turns purple. His satiety has decreased to a minimum, so his body falls lifelessly to the ground. Seeing this, the rest of the team promptly headed towards Hamgam. But while running and Tugam's body turns purple, he can't understand why his legs refuse to move. The rest of the team similarly stops, covered in sweat and not realizing what's going on. A moment later, the entire guild of fighters lies on the ground without making a sound. The display notifies you that you can return to the game after 24 hours. Stepping out of the capsule, Al Hyundu tries to control his emotions and slips into reflection. Ilhoon then asks Ilhoon if he thinks they didn't know anything about this game at all. Ilhoon definitely agrees with Master Al Hyundu, but it allowed Al Hyundu to make an important decision. From now on, all the students will practice the game. Ilhoon exclaims that it's a good idea. Therefore, an order for 500 capsules should now be placed. Hyung-do asks about the discount with the condition of such a large order. Ilhoon takes it upon himself. After scratching his head, Dagon offers to buy 5,000 worth of bread and laughs nervously, but no one answers him, remembering his unfortunate experience. Meanwhile, Veed opens the display checking that after the defeat, the skill level has dropped by 7% and sculpting by 7. Cooking's down 6%. The stuff that was missing was less than a gold coin, and after fixing things, the level increased to average. Veed turns to Alvarin and tells him to go hunting. A red-eyed ogre appears in front of Veed. He growls, intent on showing his opponent his power. He didn't have time to do anything but immediately fell to the ground with a red hole in his chest. Now that Veed can use all the relics of the temple and his level has reached average, it's time to take revenge on the vampire. Pleased that everything was going according to plan, as Veed was sure he could handle both the vampire and the mice that were trying to bite his neck. Realizing that the vampire is once again standing in the same spot, Veed pretends to be surprised by this encounter. Veed smirked, saying that today was a lucky day to meet a vampire so quickly, which is more than can be said for the vampire. But the vampire thinks he's strong enough to take on Veed a second time. He says that Veed has never learned anything. The vampire does not hesitate to go after Veed, calling him a fool who asked for another defeat. But Veed immediately draws his powerful sword, eager to show what he has learned. With a swing of his hand, the furious vampire wishes a swift reprisal on Veed. And Veed realizes that the vampire has a 270th level, coupled with black magic and summoning can be considered the best of his level rank. Meanwhile, the vampire claims that you'd have to be a fool to think that a mere human can compete with a vampire. In the past, it seemed impossible for Veed to defeat a vampire, but now he claims to be an equal to vampires. Turning around, Veed asks Alvarin to use Reed defense and absorption. By complying with Veed's request as quickly as possible, Alvarin activates the healing skill. Then he asks for holy protection to be connected and is immediately illuminated by a bright yellow light. When the vampire sees that Veed is playing with the priest, he says it's not fair. Veed shows his tongue, reminding him of bats. Seeing Veed's confidence, the vampire asks for some time to summon the bats. But Veed isn't about to give in and immediately activates the slicing knife technique. And the vampire has no choice but to take the damage. He asks how Veed dares to strike this noble flesh. Realizing that he should not miss the chance, the vampire goes after Veed, wanting to kill him with his last strength, and manages to do some damage to Veed's chest, causing him to drop his head. The vampire smirks at Veed, assuming the pain is bone deep. But Veed was only acting wounded. He raises his head, showing how the holy defense doesn't miss a single damage from the vampire. Meanwhile, behind Veed stands Alvarin, who diligently uses his mana-activating defenses. But Vampire calls Veed a coward who won't stop using heal in real time. At this point, Alvarin turns to Veed, informing him of his intentions to cast attack increase and weapon enhancement. And Veed realizes that having such a support in the rear means that defeating a level 270 vampire with his level 200 will be easy. At the sight of the confident Veed, the vampire feels uneasy. He doesn't know what to do and continues to stand still. Meanwhile, Veed deals the damage, realizing he won't lose to the vampire a second time. But the vampire doesn't allow himself to fall before Veed and immediately activates healing while simultaneously summoning bats. But Veed knows that victory is in his pocket, so the vampire can use anything. Meanwhile, Pale's guild showed up in the town of Rosenheim. They were curious about the people that Veed knew. But Pale can't believe there are any significant players out there, because they haven't left the training center in 2 weeks. And Circa specifies that those people want to be as skillful just by being friends with Veed. They can't wait to see the people who know Veed, so they decide to come to the training room. It turned out that the hall is full of not only fighters, but also gawkers who are thinking about what's going on here. And Circa decides to ask one of the gawkers why so many people have gathered. And he replies that there's just hundreds of people here, blowing scarecrows in perfect synchronicity. It's logical that they start paying attention. Meanwhile, the master demands more passion and louder sounds during the blow. Assuming that these are all of Veed's acquaintances, Irene excitedly asks Pale what to do now. But Pale assures him that all these people can't possibly know Veed, so he decides to find out more. He raises his hand and asks who is friends with Veed, and the fighters turn their attention to Pale. The entire group that was robotically moving in one beat immediately turned towards Pale. He doesn't understand why everyone is looking at him with an angry face and slowly lowers his hand, assuming he did something wrong. At this moment, 100 fighters drop their swords and head towards Pale. Assuming he's in trouble, Pale stretches out his arms to shield his face from the blows. But the fighters stop and start asking about Veed, wondering if his friend had come to the hall. Peering out from behind his hands, Pale tentatively confirms the fighters' assumptions. They remember how Veed described Pale and say they recognize him. Giving in to their emotions, the fighters continuously began to beg for at least a crust of bread, even if it will be in mold, because hunger takes over. Remembering Veed, Pale wonders where he's gone and why it wasn't him. Meanwhile, the fighters argue over who gets the food first. Meanwhile, in the forest, Veed intends to deal with the vampire once and for all. Confidently claiming victory, Veed reminds Vampire that all the mice he was so proud of are gone. It also reminds you that the vampire's mana is worthless and his HP is below zero. Realizing that the end is coming, the vampire bares his teeth in sharp fangs. Deciding to take the opportunity to escape, the vampire turns around and runs as fast as he can. He didn't think a human would do such a thing. Running away, the vampire assures V that they will meet again, and then he will pay for everything he has done, and wishes to disappear in a blizzard of snow. This does not cause unnecessary anxiety, but only adds to the excitement. Veed has no intention of letting the enemy go so quickly and without a fight. It didn't take much effort to catch up to the exhausted vampire. Veed activates the slashing knife technique and strikes him in the back. Not realizing how it happened, Vampire wonders how it was possible to lose to a human, and then he bursts into flames. Without showing it, Veed mentally rejoiced that he had defeated the vampire. His skill is designed to attack even invisible opponents. And looking towards the castle, Veed decides that Torito should watch out for him. After all, Veed is going to finish him off and complete the quest. At that moment, Veed picks up the necklace and activates the Knight of the Otherworld, and it immediately manifests through many black streams of energy. Pointing to Torito's castle, Veed demands that Wan Hawk deal with him now. But several vampires come to the castle's defense. They call Van Hawk a traitor who has become a human henchman. Meanwhile, Wan Hawk goes to fight the vampires, explaining that he is only obeying his master's orders, and immediately deals damage to one of his opponents. The vampire's torso burns down to the shoulder, and Wang Hawk's sword leaves a bright mark. Realizing that now is the time, Alvaron activates the attack boost and continues the treatment. And Veed seizes the opportune moment and activates the slashing knife technique, dealing damage to another vampire. When all the vampires have been dealt with, Wan Hawk decides to approach Veed, and the display notifies you that your swordsmanship has increased. Veed rejoices that now he can take on vampires in a playful manner, especially with Van Hawk. By this time, Van Hawk approaches, claiming to be raising the level as well. After scratching his ear, Veed grudgingly agrees with Van Hawk. He realizes that Van Hawk is cool because it only eats 20% of his experience. On the other hand, for Veed, Wan Hawk is a kind of parasite and leech that only sucks Veed's experience. Looking towards the castle, Veed states that the main objective is to kick the vampires out of there and as if they're not himself, and Wan Hawk is in full support. And at that moment, 3 more vampires are approaching Veed and Wang Hoku, who are already standing at the ready to deal with each opponent. Without wasting a minute, Van Hawk sets about massacring the vampires. And Veed keeps up and massacres another opponent, while Alvaron is actively engaged in sacred defense. Wan Hawk comes to the rescue and continues what Veed started. The vampire is split in 2. Looking carefully at the next opponent, Veed realizes that the next massacre leads to the next level. The level does increase, which allows Veed to sculpt large sculptures and ignore enemy defenses. He activates a technique against knights. When the knights are finished, Veed has to wipe his face with sweat. He realizes that the further he goes, the harder it is to deal with them. So if the tech doesn't upgrade, it's going to be difficult. At the sight of the 2 knights, Veed asks Alvaron to prepare, but the battle was not fought. Laying his hand on the knight's chest, Alvaron assures them that he will immediately lift the curse. Closing his eyes, Alvaron asks the sacred light to destroy the dark forces distorting and holding back these chads, and conducts energy streams inside the knights. They stand still and are illuminated by a bright yellow stream of energy. Moments later, the real living helpers of the temple emerge from the stone soulless knights. They fear Alvaron, mistaking him for vampires. But trying to calm the knights, Alvaron takes up the explanation, claiming that they are saving and helping. After examining Alvaron, one of the knights says that such clothing and the energy of holiness means a lot, so he claims that Alvaron and Veed were sent. With a hand on his heart, Veed confirms the knight's assumptions, and Veed asks not to be disturbed and to follow him. After rescuing a large number of knights, Veed takes on the task of preparing dinner. But Veed realizes they're not done yet. To defeat Torito, all the holy knights who have been turned to stone must be freed. A moment later, Veed invites the knights to sample the hot roast. Embarrassed, one of the knights shares the opinion that they are dependent here. Holding out a plate, Veed says not to worry because there's enough food. Realizing that the army of knights likes to eat, He decides to ask about further actions after all the food down to the crumbs is over. Veed is having a hard time holding his plate. He replies that it would be a pleasure if the knights ate everything, because that would mean that the food was good. And taking the plate, the knights stood appreciatively before their savior. Turning away, Veed realizes that you have to work for people first to get people to work for you. He didn't just make them a meal. Veed's true plan was to ask the knights to help him deal with the many wolves of the forest, and so they did just after lunch. Opening the helmet, one of the knights states that they didn't come all the way out here to fight wolves. Turning to Vide, the knight asks, what good are these actions if comrades are suffering out there? They believe that wasting time is a waste of time, so they should proceed to exterminate the vampires to save their comrades as soon as possible. Continuing to charge one by one, the knights convince Veed that the wolves are not the target and it's time to get to the vampires. But Veed is angry at the knights who have already forgotten that they turned to stone just because there was a small level. After pulling himself together, Veed tries to calmly explain the nature of the battle with the wolves. He reminds them that they must become stronger to help their comrades, explaining that if they fall, no one will come to rescue their comrades and they will forever remain slaves to the monsters, and the knights don't want that to happen. With folded hands, Veed offers to pray to Freya and ask for her blessing. He also asks the goddess Freya to guide his swords to save his friends. All the people present immediately began to pray. They sat down on the ground and prayed with their heads close to their hands. And Veed is pleased that it only takes a few words about God to make the knights docile. He decides he should use it more often with the knights in Alvern. After a while, the entire army, led by Veed, sets off. Veed stops by an ice wall, pondering the consumption of material for the sculptures. He decides that this is a great chance to significantly increase his sculptor skill. He hopes that the level will increase after using quality material. Then Veed turns back to the army and offers to rest, claiming that he will soon show something interesting. Some of the knights decide to crouch on the ground. The whole army, including Alvaron, begins to watch Veed's actions. The two knights support Veed's abilities. They wouldn't have thought that he had a sculpting skill in addition to cooking. Deciding that it is necessary to show modesty and interest the knights even more, Veed says that it is not that big, so don't get your hopes up. While thinking about the theme of the sculpture, Seon Soyoung appears before Veed's eyes. He thinks that this person is more suitable for ice than anyone else. She is to Veed cold, strong, and very beautiful. Veed decides to convey everything, including the way she looks at the others. After a while, Veed was already finishing the huge ice statue, and the knights marvel at Veed's talent. One of them thinks the statue looks alive. Looking closely at the outline, the knight says that the eyes turned out just like a real person's. As he finishes, Veed realizes that he has put all of himself into the statue. Pride and inspiration, beauty that strikes at first sight is what emanates from the sculpture. The non-stop work had made Veed really tired. Sweat dripped from his face and his eyes were happy to look at his finished work. When the statue was finished, each knight began to support Veed with enthusiastic cheers. Originally, Veed was worried that the armor wouldn't look as graceful, but in the end, everything is awesome. It was the first sculpture made of ice, so Veed couldn't imagine that ice could look so perfect. Meanwhile, the display announces the reward for the ice beauty. Not only Veed, but also those who look at her will be rewarded. Remembering the true image of Seon Soyoung, Veed once again finds her amazing. In a moment, he thinks about Soyoung's reaction to his next statue. It turned out that Veed's labors had been so long that the whole army was freezing. They returned to the cave and warmed themselves by the fire, hoping to get warm. Scratching the back of his head, Veed can't believe the whole army managed to get sick. Realizing that it's blizzarding outside, Veed tries to think of something before the knights become completely useless. But it wasn't that simple. Veed himself froze and began to sneeze painfully, snot coming out of his mouth. As he sits down on the ground, Veed realizes that he too has a cold. He was just going to wait out the blizzard, not be sick in this cave. He realizes that if he had known this would happen, he would have studied sewing to make many warm clothes from wolf skins and other materials. But after a moment, Veed rises to his feet, picking up his cooking gear. He decides to cook a bunch of healthy food and get rid of his cold. After an indeterminate amount of time, the blizzard is finally over. Veed decides it's time to go back to hunting. As we set off, we had to pass the statue. It became clear that the blizzard had done a lot of damage to the sculpture. But Veed can't believe that the blizzard can do such a thing. The statue has 20% of its effect left, so Veed decides to try to fix it. Taking the right tools, Veed sets out to restore the beautiful sculpture. And after some time, the sculpture looks as it did in its original form. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Veed was glad that he could fix sculptures. And ice sculptures are a great chance to improve his skill. But he realizes that there's no reward for ordinary sculptures, so it's a waste of time. Besides, it's time to think about reaching the expert level. Closing his eyes, Veed ponders the choice of monster. Now it's time to make a statue that requires a high creative level. This will raise the level in no time. And then decides that a black dragon is the right sculpture. It's the strongest monster in the fantasy world. For such an occasion, Veed decides to use an ice dragon named Hades. It is a dragon with ice breath and a body length of 150 meters. Looking back at the army, Veed concludes that he will need help to find unusual ice, as the one in the area will not be suitable. But first, Veed decides to call Alvaron to oversee the whole process. After a while, a wooden crane was built to carry huge cubes of ice to the side, where kites would be built. Meanwhile, the knights were already tired and crouched down to rest in exhaustion. One of the knights decides to find out what he plans to do with all that ice. He thinks it's a waste of time. The rest of the knights agree with their comrade and think it's time to move on to Torido Castle. But Veed already knows what to do with the knights and explains that this is all happening by the will of the goddess Freya. Sitting down, Veed tells us that he had a dream last night. He received instructions from the goddess herself. She ordered a great sculpture to be made. And after that, Freya will bless them and give them strength to defeat Torido. The knights are amazed at Freya's holiness, so they immediately agree to continue working. They are waiting for further instructions and, if necessary, are even ready to extract more ice. And Veed smirks at the knights' fecklessness, realizing that when it comes to the goddess, things change dramatically. When it's time to rest, Alvaron decides to check on the aftermath of the blizzard, the last time Freya's sculpture was damaged by the strong wind. But Veed clarifies that a heavy snowstorm is only good for the situation, because the stronger they are now, the easier it will be to work tomorrow. Meanwhile, Veed's runny nose has returned. Alvaron notices this, which makes Veed uncomfortable. The next morning, the army, in company with Alvaron and Veed, set out for the ice marketing site. Looking at how all the blocks have turned into one, Veed is happy that everything is going according to plan. He realizes that with so much ice, he can create a great masterpiece and improve his sculpting skills. After visually locating every part of the Kites dragon's body, Veed decides to get to work. He promptly starts sculpting, and small chunks of ice instantly fly off in different directions. Looking closely at the changes to the ice block, the knights are amazed at the skill of sculptor Veed. After striking numerous blows, Veed comes to believe that in a sculpture of this size, it is better to focus on the main features rather than individual details. And to provide for something else, Veed had to put a peg on the rope to form some sort of safety net. He swiftly descends down, realizing that if you fall from such a height, you can certainly say goodbye to your life. And starting to work the bottom of the ice block, Veed tries to speed up because he needs to work faster to shape the sculpture. Trying to be careful, Veed doesn't want to lose his balance and fall, because that would have disastrous consequences. But Veed knows that when the work is finished, this sculpture will be considered not just a masterpiece but a true miracle. After a while, the sculpture began to take on the more pronounced shape of a dragon, and the army of knights along with Alvaron continue to watch the art being created right before their eyes. After a while, Veed is already working on the huge eye. He had already worked on the face by creating many ice spikes of different sizes. Sweating, Veed looks at his work, realizing that the last piece is left and the sculpture will be finished. Realizing that Veed finished the sculpture in just a day, the knights call him an amazing guy. And Veed raises his hand with his knife aloft, showing the audience the superiority of the picture and his powerful talent. Kites' dragon is truly unlike any previous sculpture. It is huge and powerful. The knights marvel at the work that has been done. After the display, notified of all sorts of rewards, Veed rejoices, realizing that he needs to keep working to create a more majestic marvel. Meanwhile, at the training center, the dojo students are diligently striking the scarecrows in perfect time. During the training, some of the students have time to socialize. One of them says that water quenches thirst and bread is good for eating. And the comrade replies that he finds it hard to believe that this is just a virtual game. And Hamgum and Tugum observe the hard work of each student. In the moment, Hamgum asks how come none of the students have ever played the game before. But Tugum himself is amazed at this oddity. And Pale and his team bring food for the ravenous students. Once again, a crowd of men run at Pale and thank Veed for such friends. After lunch, the students are back to practicing again. They have already performed more than 1.5 million strokes, and their dexterity continues to improve. After a while, one of the students approaches Hamgum and informs him that the training of all the participants has been completed successfully. After praising the good work, Hamgam informs that it is time to leave the training center. And Tugam says that he needs to choose a profession and suggests the Swordsman Guild, saying that he already knows where to go. And Hamgam agrees with him. Outside the training hall, there were many people who couldn't help but notice the large number of players looking like an army of soldiers. Some people start to assume that some kind of parade has started on the server, but another onlooker explains that it's the same guys from the training center. Meanwhile, Pale is amazed at the number of students and wonders where they are going, but Circa knows he has to follow to find out. When the disciples were gathered together, Hamgam asked if everyone had received their assignment, to which he heard a chorus of agreement. Opening the display, Hamgam was presented with a mission. It was to capture 300 foxes. He realizes that this is too easy a career choice. Meanwhile, Segam and Dagam assure Hamgam that they can easily manage without his help because their abilities are many times greater than the level of the task. But Hamgam explains that these tasks are designed to increase level and experience, so everyone who intends to improve should do them. So Degman apologizes and bows to Hamgam, specifying that he would be honored to fight shoulder to shoulder with the master. And those who heard the conversation started discussing foxes that are comparable to the bosses. They doubt the army could even catch raccoons. Closing their eyes, Pale and Irene single-handedly come to a sense of foreboding. But Circa is more than confident that everything will go as it should, so she decides to ironically ask the foxes, who are obviously in trouble. As anticipated by Circa, the task is completed successfully and quite quickly. An apprentice who is skillful with a sword is happy that everything is working out just right. Hearing quiet footsteps behind them, several of the comrades turn around and see the fox trying to keep out of sight. The intentions of the comrades are not in his favor. They immediately set off in pursuit, wanting to kill the fox as soon as possible. But the team is overtaken by Master Hamgam, who deftly splits the fox in two, and the display announces the use of a critical hit. Scratching the back of his head, Hamgam is amazed at the ease of the task, while behind him the team enthusiastically exclaims his name. When the gawkers notice that Hamgam killed the fox with a single blow, it's not so funny, but one assumes the fox was already wounded. Meanwhile, the foxes are replaced by a huge white wolf. Hamgam turns around and watches the monster's actions carefully. At the sight of Hamgam, the wolf growls loudly and menacingly, baring its maw to frighten. And Hamgam realizes that this monster is different from the rest of the squishy faces. After seeing the wolf, Pale's team is seriously worried about Hamgam's army. They believe that even such a close-knit army can't handle the wolf. Meanwhile, Hamgam prepares for battle. He stands and holds his sword straight out in front of him, keep the wolf away from him. And Pale decides to warn you that this kind of loot is not for a rookie. Even if it's a rookie field boss, it's still a boss. While Pale is worried about his friend Veed, Hamgam easily sends the wolf into the next world. Sweating from the pressure of this situation, Pale asks those around him to forget all his words about the powerful rookie field boss. Looking at the ashes of the wolf, Hamgam is amazed that he was only strong in appearance, but in fact no better than a chanterelle. When the task was completed, each player was rewarded with gold. They are delighted with the amount and immediately decide to buy some bread. After a while, the army goes hunting again. They gather in a horde and try to attack every fox they can get their hands on. Seeing such intensity and determination, Pale's team comes to the conclusion that these players are definitely friends of Veed. Meanwhile, things are not so simple for Veed. He's out hunting with more vampires who are furious at the insolence of humans. And Veed commands the army, telling them to move to the sides, and he's going to attack the center. And the battle begins. The knights have become much stronger, so they can take on the vampires with just a sword. And Veed is quite adept at dealing with the monsters that were in the center. When the vampires were finished, Veed stops and marvels that teamwork is paying off. But there's Wang Hawk, who's not like the others. All he does is marvel at his personal level-ups, which annoys Veed a lot. At that moment, the two knights remind him that Van Hawk is not to be trusted, and they will never accept him into their army. In an effort to keep to the plan, Veed decides to show the knights that Van Hawk is not even his comrade, but just a toy that had to be taken from someone. Turning around, Veed whispers to Van Hawk that he should hold his helmet tighter, and he deftly deals with him by knocking him out. This is to ensure that the knights trust Veed and rely on his good judgment. Showing his boxing gloves, Veed assures them that Van Hawk is a punching bag for earning experience, and the knights take his word for it. And Van Hawk has no choice but to take the punches and cry out in pain. By evening, the knights return to the cave with Veed. Void had to make a stone sculpture of Freya for the army to worship. Pretending to worship Freya as well, Veed turns around, assuming he has managed to earn the knight's trust. At this point, the display notifies you of a faith characteristic increase that is rewarded with special skills. After reviewing his features, Veed felt the approving glances behind him. It appeared that the knights were looking at him in confidence. They decide to share that Veed has melted their hearts, and now they trust him so much that they are willing to follow him to the end. And Veed replies that he hopes the whole army will decide alone, not just a few soldiers. In his mind, he realizes that command will be even easier. The next morning, Veed sets out to rescue the rest of the knights. A huge number of men are in stone confinement, and Priest Alvaron is diligently ridding the soldiers of the curse. After purification, each saved person wishes to personally thank Veed and lines up. Meanwhile, long columns of rescued soldiers had formed behind Veed. Realizing that with so many men, there is a good chance of defeating Torito, Veed gives the order to go to the castle. Stopping at the huge gate, the whole army seemed many times smaller against the background of the castle of incredible size. Meanwhile, Veed thinks that this is where it should end, because battles in the snow are troublesome. But first we need to figure out how to get into the castle. That's why Veed stopped. Not a few minutes later, the gate itself began to open. Veed can't understand why this is happening. It turned out that even the gates were so big that people looked like insects against them. And Veed suggests that Torito defies the challenge by opening the gates to his enemies. Deciding that nothing will affect the positive outcome of the battle, Veed heads inside. Turning around, he calls for an army to end Torito by freeing the region of Mort and to deal with the vampires in the name of the goddess Freya. The army that finally trusted Veed immediately followed him. At that moment, the doors of the castle began to open, and countless vampires appeared inside. They were waiting for the humans to meet them so they could kill them. A bloody battle begins. The knights run at the vampires, but the vampires, confident of their victory, go at their opponents with grinning teeth. And Alvaron also runs at the monsters, activating the divine light, which should chase away the darkness. Reaching forward, Alvaron activates the Holy Knight. A huge stream of yellow energy is directed straight at the vampires. It becomes so hard for them to look there that they have to cover their face with their hands, can't understand what is happening and why they are going blind. Meanwhile, Veed activates the sword dance and instantly slays several vampires in a split second. At this time, the display notifies you of the level increase after using such an ability. Rejoicing that everything is going according to plan, Veed realizes that their victory is just around the corner. In his mind, he warns Torito of their imminent meeting. The rest of the vampire army goes on the attack, and the main one of them demands to stop and destroy the humans. Turning around, Veed requires the vanguard to defend themselves, and the same goes for the others. Also indicates sustenance through magic. The priests stood in formation and began to activate the holy shield with their hands outstretched forward. At the same moment, each knight began to glow with bright yellow energy. The entire army has risen up to confront the vampires. But the vampires don't realize what awaits them and won't back down. And Veed is sure that their army will break the vampires right now, and no one will be able to stop them. After his victory, Veed decides to see what came from these vampires. The vampires had given him a vampire fang and a cloak that allows him to turn into a bat. Turning around, Veed notices an army of knights who are thrilled with his command, reporting that there are no vampires left in the entire area. After thanking the knights for their excellent work, Veed realizes that leveling up on the hunt contributed to their strength, and his faith has also helped his command. Speaking to Alvaron, Veed commands him to inspect the first floor of the castle and, if there are any statues, to remove the curse from them immediately. And the army should go after Veed to check the whole castle. The knights rely on Veed, happily following him. Entering one of the castle's rooms, Veed and the knights encountered another group of vampires who immediately turned when they heard footsteps. Without delay, each knight mercilessly slays the vampires. Meanwhile, the vampires have no time to react or defend themselves. That's what Veed does. He activates the sword abilities and splits each vampire in two. Afterwards, Veed and Alvaron notice a room in which there were numerous petrified people, and Alvaron immediately goes to them to break the curse and revive everyone. It turned out to be the villagers. They are happy to be saved, hugging each other and calling Veed a savior. These words are unexpected and pleasant for Veed. He is surprised and asks if he is really the one being called savior. Standing before Veed, the elder states that he is definitely the savior of anyone who has fallen under Torito's curse. Turns out that before the darkness swallowed the land, a preacher came to visit. He said there was no need to regret such an insignificant life. And all because the savior this village so desperately needs must come. Smiling Veed shyly lowered his eyes, surprised at such a prophecy from an unknown person. The elders said that they had waited so long for this day that everyone in the castle and the village turned to stone. After these words, every villager began to cry. Grabbing Veed's hands, the old man once again claims to be the savior. He asks Veed to save the land and the villagers. He claims they'll give what they can, and the display announces a new curse quest in Morta's province. Realizing that Alvaron Veed can lift the curse, he assumes that the quest is given only because of his presence, even if he is only here because of Fargo's crown. After accepting the task, Veed said that he understood everything and would help the village. The villagers began to worship him and thank him for his help. After a while, they began to climb up to the second floor of the Black Castle. After all, the exploration of the first floor was successfully completed, and it was time to move on. Trying to open the gate, Veed peered through the gap to know in advance what awaited them on this floor. Turns out that now the remaining vampires have brought their apprentices to continue defending the castle from the humans. Turning to Alvaron, Veed says that he is putting the command of the priests in his hands, and it is time for them all to continue their work of saving the people. For the knights, Veed explains that they should continue the battle as calmly as they did on the first floor, and that those whose health is threatened should return to the rear. Deciding it's time to open the doors, Veed specifies that the knights with the best health will go to the vanguard. Without delay, the entire army of the strongest knights is sent to meet the enemies to deal with them quickly and mercilessly. Seeing the advance of the humans, the chief of the vampires gives orders to his disciples not to let the enemies pass. Another battle has begun. Veed realizes there's a high chance of death, so he'll have to take command from the rear, and then regroup. When all the vampires on the second floor have been defeated, the army has returned to the rear. The priest is diligently tending to his wounds while the rest of the knights rest among their comrades. While Veed is busy preparing dinner, the two companions discuss interesting tricks to use in the next battle. Veed realizes that getting around the second floor was more difficult. As night falls, the vampires will be stronger, so they should attack at first light. However, there is also a problem with knights and priests. They can break down at any time, but healthy food should help keep everyone in shape. And then there was the joink eggs and the heavenly fruit that Veed had gotten in Levias. And there was one more ingredient that had to be used for such an endeavor. Taking the plate, the knight wrinkles his nose and asks about the disgusting smell. Void hid his nose behind his mask and explained that it was a special broth against vampires. And if you take into account the skill of the chef, all the effects of the ingredients should be preserved. So knights will be able to resist attacks and even get defense. Everyone who has had to eat garlic soup has found it as difficult as possible. Some complain about the horrible taste that makes their eyes fall out of their orbits. But Veed says there shouldn't be a drop of soup left in the plate because the soul is in it, and the knights try not to offend the cook and agree. Meanwhile, the priests are busy peeling garlic. They hate garlic and are amazed that there will be a garlic salad and a garlic sandwich. The next morning on the third floor, the knights were greeted by vampire girls. The main one gives orders to show the humans how stupid they are. Using her charms, one of the girls activates the dazzle. And the knights couldn't possibly be prepared for that outcome, so they succumb to the charms. Vampires beckon knights to make them their submissive slaves and activate their charms. The commander-in-chief opens his helmet and demands his subjects to come to their senses and not let themselves be fooled by the enchantments. But at that moment, the charm penetrates the knight's brain and he falls silent. He screams and wipes his eyes. Alvaron asks what happened, not understanding how the commander-in-chief feels. It turns out that the spell has completely taken over the knight's senses. He swung at Alvaron, asking how humans dared to attack the great vampires. But Veed notices it in time and immediately counters the knight's sword by protecting the defenseless Alvaron. Turning to Alvaron, Veed demands that all priests be gathered and retreat. Looking at the vampire queen, Veed realizes things are getting out of hand. After all, he's already fed his entire supply of garlic defense food. Looking closely at the queen, Veed realizes that at this rate, the knights will be killed and the fourth floor will be a dream. Meanwhile, a lot of people have fallen under the spell of the girls. They're going to battle with Veed. Asking Alvaron, Veed hopes that there is a chance of saving the enchanted knights, and he hears back that there is almost no chance. But it is possible to try. Preparing to use everything he can, Veed realizes that if he loses, all the faith of the knights will fall at the feet of the vampire queen. At this point, one of the priests asks for Veed's permission to try to resist the spell and save the knights. Gathering his hands together, the priest is illuminated by a bright light and asks the goddess Freya to bring back to the path of truth those who have followed her teachings. And then a bright light of purification descends upon the knights. They stand still and come to their senses. And the priest is happy that everything worked and it was easy enough and fast enough. But these conclusions were premature. He runs away and asks Veed to save him from the enchanted knight. And Veed immediately swung at the knight, who could not resist the charms of the queen's enchantment. Realizing that the vampire queen's spell is too powerful, Veed decides to do whatever it takes, though there's no way to regroup. Meanwhile, the queen reactivates the spell of blowing on the next grouping of knights. The army of knights has nothing to do but go to battle with their comrades. A battle begins where the knights confront their comrades who cannot recover. Trying to help verbally, the knight asks his comrades to come to their senses because they are all on the same side here. But the charmed knights continue to stand their ground. They believe those who go up against vampires deserve to be slaughtered. And Veed realizes that already most of the knights have succumbed to the spell and obeyed. Now their defeat is only a matter of time. But immediately an idea pops into his head. At that moment, one of the enchanted knights swings to strike at Veed. But Veed activates the roar of the lion and demands to crush the vampires. The display activates about stopping the mess and increasing the leadership by 170%. Such a loud sound caused all the knights and vampires to cover their ears. This worked well on the enchanted knights, who immediately came to their senses and started asking about what was happening to them. Not realizing what skill their main opponent Veed was using, the girls realized that the mind control charms had dissipated completely. Hearing the roar, a multitude of vampires ran out of the rest of the fourth floor. Pointing their fingers at Veed, the vampires began to shout that he was the commander of all opponents. So everyone who came out of the balcony immediately started jumping down, wanting to take down Veed. Unexpectedly for Veed, the entire army, including the priest, rose to his defense. Realizing that the entire army is back in formation, Veed raises his sword and prepares for battle, saying that a long battle awaits everyone. After a great deal of time, Veed looks around, realizing that they have won. But remembering Torito's boss, Veed realizes that he needs to focus on him. And holy knights and priests were just a burden at first, but now they are quite useful. And if they weren't all on this quest, it wouldn't have worked out. At this point, Alvaron speaks to Veed, informing him that all preparations are complete, and the men have rested and are awaiting orders. Stroking Alvaron's head, Veed says he did a good job. Well, now it's time for them to go to their final battle. Alvaron is delighted at Veed's praise. Meanwhile, Torito sits on his throne and awaits the arrival of Veed with his army. Opening the gates to the hall, Veed and the knights are ready to engage in a mighty battle. And Torito smiles with his sharp fangs. He says he has finally waited for his guests. When he turns around, Veed notices that the knights are frightened at the mere sight of Torito, and so he lives up to his title of king. As the army entered the hall, Torito opened his arms and began to greet the people. He introduces himself as Torito and invites him to his castle. Torito wears the crown of Pago on his head, which must be returned to the temple. Getting to his feet, Torito points at the stone statue, calling it his art. He is surprised that Veed came all this way to look at it. Looking at the statue, Veed replies that it is not art at all. Remembering the man, Veed realizes that inside the stone is Friend's daughter. Opening his arms, Torito approaches the petrified girl, admiring her superiority. He can't imagine a more beautiful statue. But Veed replies that there are much better statues than this one, and it's not even worth questioning. Hearing that, Torito tensed up. He asks where such sculptures are. Crossing his arms over his chest, Veed explains that his creation stands south of the kingdom of Rosenheim, but there are a few here as well. He calls them the beauty of ice. That kind of information really interested Torito. He asks for the name of the sculptor's man. Pointing a finger at himself, Veed is called the inimitable sculptor. Tensing up, Torito realizes what kind of sculptor has appeared before him. He takes off his crown and says that art is beautiful because it provides a certain luxury. And in a world full of luxury, Torito likes to enjoy it to the fullest. Placing the crown on the table, Torito clarifies that this is why he is disgusted with the Order of Freya. He says mankind is seriously mistaken. After all, luxury and wealth are not something everyone can own. Raising his hand up, Torito smiles, explaining that Veed must achieve it on his own. Eternal life and beauty are only for the chosen few. He goes on and on about the beauty that cannot be without sacrifice. And Veed was sick of listening to this nonsense. With his arm thrown aside, Torito says that people can't understand the essence of beauty, and Veed thinks he's really sick. But at this point, he turns his attention away from the art and specifies that it is today that he wants to gorge himself on people's blood and enjoy it. Veed puts his hand to his forehead and is amazed at Torito's movement. All desire to fight is gone. But it is necessary to finish off the boss as soon as possible, and so Veed gives the order to advance. And priests should provide support with magic and blessing as before. But Torito activates some red energy and asks with confidence how Veed got the idea that he could defeat the king himself. It turned out that Torito had sent petrification magic, and several knights immediately began to turn into statues. Surprised that Torito personally uses petrification magic, Veed asks Alvaron to take on the task of removing the magic. Without delay, Alvaron activates the curse dispel, sending his holy energy at the knights. And the curse is instantly lifted from every knight who falls under Torito's magic. But Torito clarifies that this is only the beginning of their great battle, and there's no getting away from the vampire's powerful magic so easily. So he swings in, aiming his sharp claws at several knights at once. But the knights can't dodge the vampire's claws. They take the blows and are wounded. But several priests immediately activate the healing by directing the strongest streams of holy energy at the wounded. They receive holy energy and immediately recover from severe injuries. After seeing the excellent work of the priests, Veed concludes that they have a good chance of winning. After all, Veed thought that the 400th level boss would be a bit of a challenge, but it turned out that the king's abilities had been embellished. Torito is caught in a mousetrap. Seeing that King Torito is surrounded, Veed indicates that it is time to attack from all sides. But it's not as easy as it might seem from the outside. Torito marvels at the stupidity of people who think they can do away with him so easily. The moment the knights were as close as possible, Torito raised his hand up, and a huge, powerful stream of energy immediately rose above everyone. A tornado of Torito's energy immediately lifted the nearest monsters high up. A moment later, the knights went into a knockout from such a strong headbutt to the ground. Realizing that the knights could not be healed, Veed felt sick to his stomach. He couldn't understand what skill Torito had used that in an instant, the army of knights had fallen. Seeing his power over the knights, Torito decides to massacre them all as soon as possible. It swiftly begins to swing its sharp claws, scratching each knight. This outcome was so horrifying that even the priests began to hide pitifully from Torito's reprisal. Enjoying the victory, the knight did not miss the opportunity to drink the fresh blood of one of his opponents. Wiping his mouth after a delicious dinner, Torito claims that holy knights have amazingly delicious mana. But Veed had no idea that Torito absorbs not only life but mana as well. And the annoying thing was that there was a lot invested in the knights to say goodbye. At this moment, the knights began to rise to their feet and remove their helmets. Their faces were lifelessly gray. And Veed turns around, realizing that this is not the end of the battle, but only the beginning of something terrible. All the knights who were wounded by Torito turned into vampires. Then it makes sense why they didn't disappear immediately. In that case, Veed decides to activate the roar of the lion. Huge streams of sound are sent into the army of vampire knights. But that only made the monsters angrier. Veed felt uneasy, realizing that the lion's roar wasn't working. Without delay, every converted knight decides to deal with Veed as soon as possible. And priests immediately try to break the curse by activating the healing hand and healing. The converted knights seem to be affected by the holy prayers. They are covered in a bright light as they take on the energy of purification. But it wasn't that simple. All that's left of holy magic is a white mist. The vampires turn to look at their abusers, and Veed realizes that if the sacred magic doesn't work, there's no bringing them back. So there's nothing left but to fight to the last drop of blood. Seeing that Veed was in an uncomfortable position, Torito began to laugh furiously, saying that this is what luxury is all about. His art is finally complete. Trying to work out what to do next, Veed realizes that there's only one way left that he didn't want to use right now. He turns around and says it's time to stop the treatment and we need to concentrate on attacking Torito. And Veed realizes that holy magic is dangerous to vampires. So there will be a chance to break through while the priests are actively attacking Torito. Taking powerful blows of sacred energy, Torito screams silently in pain and calls people fools. Realizing that Torito is taking a huge amount of damage at the moment, Veed decides to take that chance. He knows that the slashing knife technique gives you the ability to concentrate your mana into the blade. That should definitely work. Activating Caesar's sword, Veed sets off into battle. He bet everything on this attack. So after a moment, he activates Kaiser's sword. At the sight of Veed, the vampires decide to do whatever it takes to protect Lord Torito. And Torito himself could not expect Veed to have any strong abilities, being in the sculptor's profession. Meanwhile, Veed uses all of his powers and abilities to do the final damage on Torito. A critical blow was struck. Torito's blood-sucking ability was destroyed. Holding on to a huge hole in his heart, Torito is in great pain. He doesn't understand how Vede knew his heart was his weak spot. And Vede decides he's done for. Caesar's sword is an attack that consumes the entire mana supply. It is a destructive force. After all, Vede was sure that even a vampire lord like Torito wouldn't be able to recover from a direct hit to the heart. But Torito has yet to fall. Torito himself is a powerful vampire. He assures Vede that he will suck every last drop of blood from his body. He wonders if Torito is so strong that he can still move after such a blow. From using all his mana on Caesar's sword ability, Vede can't stay on his feet. He realizes it's bad. It's impossible to control the body without XP and MP. Meanwhile, Torito himself goes to battle against Vede using his last strength. With a hole in his heart, he finds the strength to threaten Vede. And Vede decides that now is the time to summon the Knight of the Otherworld. So he lifts the necklace and activates his faithful servant. At the same moment, a powerful knight appears right in front of Vede. He is ready in battle for his master. This was an outcome Torito could not have expected. He began to stammer at the sight of the Knight of the Otherworld. And the Knight of the Otherworld is already setting out to do battle with his former traitor. And Torito calls him a traitor who obeyed man like a cowardly dog. Meanwhile, the knight swings to strike Torito, confirming that Vede is his master. After taking a kick to the torso, Knight regains his footing and looks to see what's happening to Torito. An exhausted Vede claims it's time to finally deal with Torito and tells the priest to go on the attack. And all priests activate the healing hand, which should do the most damage to Torito. There was nothing left for him but to take all the blows. Without his heart, his strength wasn't even enough to defend himself. And the knights who remain unharmed are sent to encircle them. They pierce Torito from all sides. Finally, Torito's HP runs out completely. He screams in pain and blurs from so much damage. He doesn't understand how this could ever happen to the Vampire King himself. He can't believe that low-level humans could win. Those were Torito's last thoughts and words. After that, all the ashes went rapidly into the sky, leaving behind a red-black beam of light. The knights throw off their helmets and exclaim that Torito is finished. They rejoiced that they had defeated the Vampire King and survived. At that moment, everyone who was under the curse regained consciousness. The knights themselves can't remember what happened before. And Alvarin uses all his abilities to restore Vede after such a strong and hard battle. Slowly coming to his senses, Vede decides that he needs to be better prepared to prevent this from happening again. Taking the crown, one of the knights brings it to Vede, informing him that it is now in safe hands. The display announces that a treasure has been found. And Vede enjoys the crown of Pargo, realizing that just looking at it increases the stats of the art. And then there's Torito's necklace. But first, Vede needs to identify it. It turned out that the necklace had unshakable power. It was created to directly subdue the undead army. And Vede realizes that this is the item that summons Torito, just like the Knight of the Otherworld necklace. At this point, the Knight of the Otherworld approaches Vede with the uncertain assertion that Master's life was saved by him personally. But Vede clearly doesn't care about that. He squeezes out a modest praise and ends up calling him a parasite who's finally making ends meet. Such a statement upsets the knight, and Vede is already thinking about sealing the necklace right now. And then Vede notices the petrified figure of Frina. It is the daughter of the villager who urged him to save her. To break the curse, Vede turns to Alvarin, who was just nearby. Using the sacred light, Alvarin asks for the release of the one who is trapped, because Frina shouldn't be in it. After these words, little Frina came to her senses. She looks at her savior with her childish, frightened eyes. It turned out that Frina's father had already arrived at her location. He began to hug his daughter as hard as he could, covering her face with tears and snot. The tight embrace made it hard for Frina to breathe. Turning toward Vede, the man began to give sincere and uninterrupted thanks for saving Frina. The display notifies you that the Morris Cursed Terrain quest has been completed. This quest is now ranked B because it raised 8 levels at a time. Meanwhile, several villagers came to thank Vede with their modest gifts. Rainbow fabric is the best quality material. Tailors go to the next world when they get their hands on it, and deerskin is a quality material. It's not profitable for Vede to sell gifts or leave them somewhere, so the only question on his mind is what to do. The next morning, Vede wakes up in the temple. It was not an easy morning because there was something that upset him very much. He stomps and bangs his fists on the table, wondering why he didn't think of such an important thing beforehand. Remembering the ice dragon and beauty sculpture, Vede realizes what he should have taken with him. And Vede realizes that the ice dragon sculpture was too big, but he could make a fortune if he could somehow take it with him. Even if he was made of ice, all he had to do was cast some kind of spell to keep his appearance. These thoughts are driving him crazy. It turned out that two of the priest girls had seen the hysterics. They watched in silence, amazed at the emotions of Veed's actions. Realizing that Veed had come to his senses and noticed them, the girls decided to pretend they hadn't seen anything. The rest of the priests, along with Alvaron, also decide to turn away. After pretending that everything is normal, the priests decide to discuss their location of the high priest's business and even something that has long since passed. Accepting this embarrassment, Veed rises, remembering to meet with the high priest. Stopping in the middle of the hall, Veed sits down on one knee to hand the high priest the crown of Pargo. Calling Veed the true savior of the order, the high priest thanks him for his work with both the chalice of Freya and the crown of Pargo. For such a task, Veed's level is raised 9 times at once. Pointing to the numerous flasks, the high priest says that this is the reward the order offers. This is holy water and the best health potion. The high priest asks to accept the gift, specifying that the potions will help in a critical situation. The knights also approach, pulling another card. The high priest asks for Veed's permission to give him the armor. It turned out to be the same items as last time. Veed is not upset, but plans to make some money by selling the second copy of the reward. The high priest also specifies that one thing has been gathering dust in the treasury of the Order of Freya for a long time. And since Veed is a sculptor, the belt will come in handy. And if this belt was in the treasury, it's sure to be very useful. Activating the identification, Veed learns that it's the red leather belt of Dekram. He realizes it's the name of one of the 5 great masters of the Versailles continent, and the belt is worth at least 900,000 won. Meanwhile, the high priest reiterates that the order is very grateful for the help. He also wishes that the blessing of the goddess Freya will always be there. He says that if you are injured or a spell is active, you can call on the priests of the order for free help and use teleporters. Stepping aside, the high priest confidently declares that the 3 symbols of the sanctuary have returned back, which means Freya is lighting the way for the warriors. But the undead are not slumbering either. In the barren Northlands, a new army of Barakan's followers is gathering. The knights who fell in battle have become his army. The high priest's tale grows longer and longer, and Veed gets a bad feeling. The high priest also specifies an increase in necromancer activity. This means that the forces of evil are returning to the lands of the Versailles continent, and necromancers practice dark magic through hatred and blood. You might call them the seeds of evil. They seem to be plotting something in the lands of despair. This is a new level B assignment. Veed felt uneasy. Rejection brings intense fear. We need to prevent the undead army from growing. Realizing the level of difficulty, a tear leaked from Veed's eyes. He was glad there was no time limit. Realizing that there is no point in refusing, Veed takes all the fortitude he can muster and promises to deal with the dark necromancers. After quitting the game, Hen decides he needs to make some money. He's been hunting for 3 months in Morta province, but there aren't many items. Thinking back to the nights, Hen realizes that it took a lot of time and effort to successfully complete a level B assignment. We should try to sell it for more money. It's supposed to be 6 million won, especially with the condition of diamond status. At that moment, Hyan bursts into the room unexpectedly for Li Heng. Li Heng was frightened and immediately hid the laptop screen so that Hyan would not know the details. It turns out that Hyan came to remind me that it's time for science. Thinking back to his grandmother's important request, Henu feels queasy about the upcoming mess of studying. And Hyan keeps assuring Hen that the exam is only a month away, so it's time to change the game to preparation. Hen says he has a stomach ache and it's time to go to the bathroom. But Hyan stops him, saying that he won't fall for it a second time. At that moment, Hen's phone starts ringing. Both Hen and Hyan immediately reacted to the ringing by turning towards the phone. Hen picks up the phone, glad to be away from the intrusive Hyan for at least a moment. And on the other end of the line, CTS asks Lee Hyun to come to the phone. In the morning, Hyun went to this company. In the meeting room, Yoon Nahi, secretary to the CEO of CTS Media Channel, asked for some time. Hen and Nahi sit down at the table after agreeing. Nahi thanks for the last deal, saying that thanks to the hero, many players remembered the land of magic. It turns out that their company showed a map of all the neighborhoods in a monster hunt and a boss battle. Nahi wonders if Hyun watched the episode, but Hyung realizes that this information is of no concern to him. So he replies dryly and casually that he hasn't seen the episode. This answer surprises Nahi, who has become uncomfortable with the indifferent Hen. But Hen decides to clarify that he was busy and there was no time to spare. and now he's interested in the proposal for which he was invited. But in order to do that, Nahi needs to confirm whether or not Hyun is really playing King's Row. Of course, Hen confirms this information, to which he hears a question about his level in this game. And Hen doesn't hesitate to announce his 219 level. Nahi applauds, praising Hyun for such progress. But mentally, she is amazed at the low level. Meanwhile, Hyun can't understand Nahi's disappointed look. It turns out that their company has prepared a new television program, and they need help. They think that Hyung will be the one to get the viewers interested. And Hen himself could not imagine how he would combine the game and television program. He decides to clarify if he has correctly realized that CTS Media is asking him to appear on a new show. But it turned out that they just need recordings of the game, which will be competently edited and put on the air. He specifies that such assistance will not be free. Hen himself will do anything if it's paid for. The locator on his head stiffens again. He can't believe you just have to send in a video of your adventures. I mean, there's no easier way to make money than that. Now, he also specifies that you should write what Hen does every day and how many levels he gets, as well as a couple of tips for other players. But it doesn't matter anymore. Hen gets to the point, which is the cost of his help. The payment will be $500 for videos that will be released twice a week. Now, he realizes it's a small thing, but chances are the videos will get a response. Without thinking, Yoon immediately agrees to the deal. Nahi is surprised that Yoon agreed so quickly. After thinking about it, Lee Hun realizes that $500 for a video is not bad, and it's easy to write how he usually plays. The director felt a shiver go down his spine when he took the text in his hands. After all, Hen had written that the first day in Rosenheim began with the Scarecrow Gym, and on the second day he also beat the Scarecrow. Such boring writing made the editors drowsy. As I continued to read, it became clear that nothing would happen except bashing the Scarecrow. And the editor wants to leave, but no one is ready to be alone with the director. The monotone text for 5 days made the director so angry that all the sheets of text immediately went into the air. The director is seething with indignation, exclaiming that he could not have expected such a thing from a conqueror of the land of magic. The editors are trying to stay out of the way. After a moment, the editor suggests watching a video that may not be as bad as the text to it. After gathering all his patience and diligence, the director agrees with the editor, demanding to include recordings that can be aired. Turns out the text is exactly the same as the game footage. It took 5 hours to watch Veed beat up a Scarecrow, and the employees try to calm the director by specifying that if the TV is broken again, explanations will not do. They don't understand the point of the game where all Hen does is punch the Scarecrow. The editor suggests that they calm down and decide what to do next. After a while, the issue about the 8 heroes of the King's Road aired. Giving the drink to the guy with the glasses, he was really interested in an episode that a friend had recommended he watch. Turns out last week's episode blew up the internet, and it's worth watching this show to see if it's worth playing. Surprised that Weed starts with a Scarecrow training friend, replies that he hates that unrealistically boring moment. Not understanding why the editors decided to show Weed just punching a stuffed guy becomes uninteresting. But the friend with the glasses suggests it's for some kind of hidden quest. Half an hour later, the hope of a hidden quest still hasn't gone away. Starting to get angry, the viewer knows that this is not what the first player was doing at all. Deciding that the editors are just mocking the viewers, the guy decides to leave a comment about the ruined program. Meanwhile, Lee Hyun is off to the royal game. Veed heads to the market. At that moment, he turns around when he hears his name, and Manhwa immediately throws himself on the neck of his old acquaintance, claiming to be glad to be back. After coming to his senses, Veed pushes Manhwa away, stating that he should keep his distance so no one will think anything of it. After scratching the back of his head, Manhwa apologizes for being too emotional, saying that he is very happy to meet you. He then asks about the quest. And Veed happily replies that it worked out even better than expected. Showing a thumbs up, Manhwa was genuinely happy for his comrade. A dancer appeared behind Manhwa. The dancer came closer and greeted her comrades. Manhwa introduced her as Waryong. Meanwhile, Waryon decides to clarify that Manhwa has told him a lot about Vita. Surprised by this attitude, Veed decides not to react in any way and simply salutes back, clarifying his profession. Turns out the dancers act like bards, specifically boosting their allies' abilities. And Veed suggests that it's not an easy task, but Waryong says it's a lot of fun on the contrary. Besides, there's always been an attraction to dancing. Meanwhile, Manhwa is trying on professions to form a group. The sculptor, trader, and dancer is a rather odd grouping. Yai. trying to accept the fact Manao realizes that all of them are useless to the group's professions. Then Manao remembers to warn Veed about Hwaryong's dance, and Veed wonders what the warning is about. Blushing, Manaway tries to keep her emotions in check. He asks Vieda if he knows what type of dance Hwaryong can use on monsters. It turns out that Varian uses grinding. This means that he uses monotonous destruction of mobs in the same location in order to gain experience. Surprised by this, Veed tries not to show it and asks Hwaryong if it's true. With her hands behind her back, Hwaryong explains that she often goes to clubs, so she started dancing in the game as well. It's been paying off. Determined to show off his creativity, Hwaryong turns to Veed to hear his approval. But Vida isn't interested in the details of the unfamiliar Hwaryong's technique. It was humiliating for Hwaryong. She knows that no one has ever dared refuse to watch a dance. Hwaryong leaves the boys behind, deciding to get to know Veed. Meanwhile, Manawi wants to buy something from Veed. Back in reality, Lee Hyun decides it's time to check out the auction. Assuming that the only letter contains an invoice to buy the item, Hen has lost his mind. He hopes to sell the item to the highest bidder. But it turned out to be a dark gambler. He invites Veed to join the Dark Gamblers Alliance. Seeing the request for a meeting, Lee Hyun suggests that it might be some kind of spam. And then he scratches the back of his head, trying to forget the message like a bad dream, and goes out to check the auction again. And Hen assumes that vampire stuff isn't so bad. He decides to put the starting price at $100 and the final price at $400. After registering the previous items, Hen decides to sell Agatha's sword and sell Pontifex's ring for more money. It's getting dark, and Hen decides that he needs to check out the grocery store in the morning, and now it's time to go to bed. In the morning, one of the students opens his phone and sees the same guy. He shows a friend a diamond rating and the same nickname. The friend exclaims that it's Veed, a player of the Land of Magic who sells items of the King's Road. When he saw that the gloves and ring from the Order of Freya set were for sale, he was very happy. The other one immediately supported his friend. Another game lover notices that Veed has joined the Order of Freya. He is surprised by this and decides to tell everyone, assuming he has become a knight. Realizing that Veed was incredible, and in the Land of Magic, the girl tries not to be surprised that he decided to join the ranks of the Temple Knights. The news was spreading like hotcakes. One couple had already begun discussing Veed's joining the Order of Freya as a knight. But the guy isn't surprised knowing that Veed was a legend in the Land of Magic. On the battlefield, no one could beat him, and he is disappointed in Veed's choice. But the girl decides to support Veed in such an endeavor. While the Royal Road chat room is in full swing about Vida, Hen went to the market to get groceries. The vendor hands the beans to Lee Hyun, and he marvels at their freshness. Hyun decides to ask for a 501 discount since he is a frequent customer at this stall. With a wave of her hand, the salesperson confirms that Hyun does buy a lot from her. She says that Hyun acts like a housewife, but this time she took him. After thanking her for the quality products, Hen goes home, and the vendor encourages her to come back next time. Happy about the coveted discount, Hen wants to prepare a healthy meal for Hyun. She's at an important time in her life, so she needs to eat well. Once home, Hen takes off his shoes, deciding that the first thing to do is to put everything in its place, and immediately decides to check out an auction that has quite a few artifacts from the game. But what he sees on the screen is mind-boggling. He can't believe it's happening in real life. Turns out there were 140,000 bids on his merchandise. Now the price was $230, which shocked Hen. Trying not to worry, Hen opens his notes. Someone writes that Veed is cool, but he doesn't have the money to buy anything, so he just watches. It turns out that everyone watching Veed's progress is betting a dime higher than the previous one. A minute later, the bet went up to $6. That's exciting and satisfying for Hen, but it's also a little disconcerting. Turns out the rate was going up 1 cent a time. He can't believe that at this rate the price has gone up to $230. Remembering the past, Pale's father is adamantly opposed to the games. He's demanding to go back to school. And Pale's mom is horrified by this interest in games and reminds him to get his driver's license. But now Dad himself is involved in the King's Road, so much so that he's asking for an opinion on changing arms. And my mom's begging for 30 grand because she doesn't have enough to buy something in the game. Sighing heavily, Pale has nothing to do but give money to both parents. Pale himself would never have thought parents playing games was so scary, and to think they'd be playing together was impossible. Meanwhile, the girls passing by are talking about Veed, who saved the people of Mort from the vampires. Realizing it's about Veed, Pale is surprised that even the NPCs can talk about the player. Pale realizes that overthrowing Torito was no easy task. Meanwhile, the headless knight that Veed had to fight at the beginning of the game came out to the dungeon. Turns out that the headless knight was reached by the dojo students. They're happy to have another monster. And then there was an argument over who would fight the knight first. It got to the point where they decided to play rock, paper, scissors. And Hamgam suggests we all attack the knight together. He asks them not to fight amongst themselves, and they are swords, so the warrior's heart is one for all. And one of the disciples confirms Master Hamgam's words, realizing that arguing with his comrades was foolish. Meanwhile, Tugam is tasked with leading an army towards the monster. When all the students have drawn their weapons, Tugam decides to turn to the headless knight, claiming that it is not their fault but fate that brought him into contact with the army. After a synchronized sword attack, there is nothing left of the knight but artifacts. Tugman is worried that the gold isn't falling at all. Deciding that a new plan must be devised, Hangam asks the students if they are satisfied with the battle, and he hears a negative answer. Gathering his hand in a fist, Hamgam assures them that they must become stronger and look for monsters with gold. And the disciples fully support Master Hamgam, assuring that they are with him to the end. And Hamgam comes to the decision that if all 505 swords gathered together, it would be possible to compete even with the 100th level. He assures that if the disciples see themselves as above it, they should go above it. Therefore, it is their time to accept the challenge. After hearing such a powerful speech, the students became so warm at heart that a smile began to light up their faces. At the same moment, Degam appears behind Hamgam. He bows to clarify that he has returned. As he meets the fifth sword of Degam, Hamgam asks about the bread. But Degam didn't think of going for bread. He found out that Li Hyun, i.e. Veed, had done something incredible. All the NPCs in town are talking about him. Remembering his best student Hamgam decides to find out the details of his accomplishments in this game. And Dagon explains that it's all about Barakin's immortal army. Veed defeated the head of the Torito vampires. And Torito was a level 400. Such information made all four swordsmen tense up. Suddenly, a smile breaks out on Hamgam's face. Hamgam reminded himself once again that he was not mistaken about him and his abilities. This information confirms Hamgam's plan. He claims they will not lose to him, and now is the time to show the monsters the strength of their army. The words motivated each student. They put their hands in the air, saying that if Veed could do it, so could they. After opening the coin table, Veed realizes that it's 2,000 more now than it was 3 months ago. That's because he's been selling things through Manhwa. Deciding that with this budget he can continue his development, Veed wants to go to the Blacksmith's Guild. In the room at the table sit 2 men, and one says that having chosen this profession, wanted to easily create swords, but it turned out that it is not easy. And a comrade is asking about Thor the blacksmith. He is already at the middle 4th level of blacksmithing. The blacksmith tilts his head and clarifies that Thor has already risen to the 5th level, and now all the guilds are chasing him. The blacksmith himself wishes for the same life. At that moment, Veed entered the room. The fellow blacksmiths looked down at themselves as mediocrities, so they didn't even immediately notice when Veed entered the room. There was another man behind the counter. He notices Veed and asks how he can help. Assuming that this is the head of the Blacksmith's Guild, Veed specifies that he wants to learn blacksmithing. Holding out his hand, the blacksmith is pleased that Veed decides to choose a similar profession, specifying that it is a great idea. But Veed scratches his head to refute that assumption. He says all you have to do is learn to appreciate things. But this option does not suit the head of the smiths. He crosses his arms on his chest, specifies that their skills are not received for nothing, and wants to see what Veed himself can do. He places a shield on the table with instructions to repair it. Pleased with such a simple task, Veed stretches out his arm, realizing that not even a hammer will be needed here, and activates the repair. A moment later, the shield was ready for service. Showing off the work, Veed was sure that the head blacksmith would be pleased. After grabbing the sword, the head of the blacksmith is amazed at the speed of repair and decides that Veed should be taught how to use the hammer first. After working in the blacksmith's workshop, Veed is soon learning the skill. Veed is glad to have all the materials he needs to continue. After putting on the necessary equipment, Veed stands by the fire, determined to get started. The first thing Veed should do is to glow the metal on fire. It becomes soft and can be changed easily. And then using a hammer you can shape the object to be made. The resulting mold is then sent to cold water to cool. Repeating the process a second time, all that remains is to sharpen the sword for maximum blade sharpness. When all conditions have been met, you can enjoy the result of your work. The training sword of a guide has been made. The blacksmith's skill increases to 36%. A tired and sweaty Veed is glad for the new experience, realizing that it has nothing to do with sculpting. If the locator on his head is sticking out, then it means Weed is talking about money. A sword like this could sell for 70 silver pieces. This business is more profitable than sculptures. Veed continues to level up, and when he reaches the second level, he is able to make new weapons. At third level, Veed is allowed to make armor of bronze and copper. And level 4 is nice because you can change the shape of completed swords. The durability will decrease, but the attack will increase. And Veed was so engrossed in raising levels that he became completely exhausted after a while. The 10 days had exhausted him, but his blacksmithing had improved considerably, and he was more than pleased with the result. Craft skills at level 8 and cooking effects are now twice as good. Craft skill affects weapon durability. As a result, Veed is a 6th level novice at blacksmithing. He decides it's time to forget about it and move on. Going for the next skill, Veed is met by a man who can teach him how to fish. He asks him what exactly he is interested in, and Veed realizes that the most valuable thing is to learn how to cook fish. In a moment, Veed's stomach begins to rumble with hunger, and the fisherman likes that kind of attitude with an emphasis on chef skills. He asks you to cook him a couple, and in return he will give him special bait for nothing. After acquiring the skill, Veed goes to learn to sew. It turned out that you can tell how much a person likes art by the clothes he wears. And Veed claims he wants to become someone who has learned the art of dressing beautifully. The sewing teacher tells me to start with buttons. Veed needs to learn the essence of tailoring. This is not a good start for Veed. The teacher notices and asks about Veed's true interest, but he assures him that studying buttons is very exciting. After learning the skill of sewing, Veed goes downtown to earn some money. The gawkers gathered to see Veed's skills. Gawkers notice that Veed uses the highest quality leather and visually try it on, and some just enjoy the dexterity of Veed's hands. Meanwhile, Veed himself puts his soul into the art of sewing. He painstakingly threads his needle into natural and expensive leather. Moments later, Veed lifts the item, telling the assembled players that the thirsty stag's tunic is ready. As his sewing skill increases, Veed hears exclamations of appreciation for a quality tunic made of gorgeous deerskin. The applauding gawkers marvel at Veed's sewing speed, assuring that the tears of people who choose this profession will never dry. Realizing that the hunt for money has only just begun, Veed decides to further increase his skills. Wearing all sorts of artifacts that were created by him personally, Veed offers his services to passers-by for free. It claims to be able to restore the durability of even old objects. And if it will be fabric or leather, you can easily create new clothes. Continuing to list his abilities, Veed mentions being able to create a thing out of iron or bronze. And the meat would make a fine dinner. And with the bonus of 150,000 health points. Certainly there are some people who don't mind indulging in tasty meat with an increase in health points. And for some, nice clothes are enough. But there's someone who won't believe in free help. A girl with red hair says that Veed won't help, but will just take things for himself. She assures the players that only a charlatan could invent, that you can make clothes, cook food, and forge armor at the same time. The players listen. Having turned a lot of people against Veed, the girl assures that if you are a nub, you should behave accordingly and not rob people. After raising his hands, Veed feels resentful. He realizes that he hasn't even finished talking about fishing and sculpting, and no one believes him. But after a moment, Veed himself agrees that he looks suspicious doing various jobs for free. Veed is unable to back down, so he decides to summon a knight of the other world. From the black streams of energy forms a knight who is willing to do anything to keep Master Veed happy. Upon hearing the knight's informal slang, Veed immediately puts on his boxing gloves and asks the reason for such disrespectful communication. Knowing Veed's abilities, the knight lapses and immediately changes his demeanor and tone. The gawkers flee frightened, and the rebellious girl feels an eerie power from the knight. But not everyone ran away. The player says he's already seen the trailer on the site and is sure it's a real knight of the other world. Rebel is excitedly analyzing Veed. It seems to her that he is a black mage who has leveled up to 280. And at the sight of the people who stayed around him, Veed is glad that this is a way to inspire confidence. Taking off his hat, Veed asks the knight to just stand still. The knight uses informal language again, but immediately corrects himself. Behind the rebellious girl, doubts began to be heard that the fellow Veed, with the Knight of the Otherworld summoning, was a fraud. That makes her very angry. But the rebel decides to test Veed's credibility in another way. She says she wants to increase her OZ by cooking. Certainly Veed agrees, specifying that he will have to wait because there are 30 pieces of copper ore ahead of him. Realizing that the rebellious girl is trying to slip cheap meat, Weed doesn't refuse to cook it. And the people can't take their eyes off the way Veed cooks. They enjoy the fire and the flavors. Placing the plate in front of the rebellious woman, Weed offers to taste the dish and see if he's a con artist or not. Looking closely at a piece of steak, the rebellious girl doesn't notice anything unusual. After the first bite, the rebellious girl's thoughts drift to a distant past where she runs through fields of flowers past cows and enjoys life. This impressed the rebellious girl so much that she began to eat the meat without chewing, and her eyes glistened with pleasure. After eating it, the rebel assures me that it was delicious and her OZ has increased to 160. She asked for more meat at any price. When they saw how good Veed's cooking was, people started to bring their own food. Some had fish and some wanted to eat yesterday's venison. The incessant cries asking for food for any money really embarrasses Veed. He asks to stand in line and wait. The crowds haven't gotten any smaller, and Veed is diligently preparing any dish the players ask for. There was even a lamb kebab, and the man in the hat asks if he'll be seen in these parts, and asks for his name. Acknowledging the man's words, Veed asks not to forget and come again. He also gives his name. Upon hearing the name, the man becomes overly emotional. He repeats the name again, leaving Veed stunned and agitated. Turns out the man knows about the Order of Freya quest, as well as the Land of Magic game. But Veed is worried and doesn't want to go into details. Trying to think of an answer, Veed can't find the right words. But behind the man, others have gathered with their own opinions. They assure him that there are mere coincidences and that Veed cannot be that glorious player. They offer a look at the Knight of the Otherworld, assuring that a true Veed with such a reputation could not have gotten involved with dark magic. And the other part of the gawkers just can't believe a crafter would do such a high-level quest. I mean, you can't kill vampires with a crockpot. As he continues to improve his skills, Veed thinks only of money and people's opinions have no effect on his fortune. On the contrary, he is surprised at how popular he has become. The blacksmith's level has increased to the point where Veed can create boots. He specifies that this is more than enough protection for a level 60. After a while, Veed massages his neck. He is so tired he decides to rest. But it turns out that the guy with the boots would like to have a fox engraved and will definitely pay if Veed can do it. And Veed turns around not expecting such a skill to come in handy. Deciding that iron can also be as malleable as wood, Veed immediately takes up his knife, hoping that he should be able to handle all the drills. Using his experience as a sculptor, Veed actively depicts a fox to boot. And the guy marvels at the skill and praises Veed for such speed. The boy's eyes lit up with happiness. He really appreciated sculptor Veed's work. The display notifies him that the item has changed. Veed marvels that with the sculptor's skill, this is possible. Every day, a lot of people gather in line. They come with their own problems and desires, and Veed is actively increasing his abilities. Skills increase so quickly that Veed easily mends leather gloves for one of the players who promises to turn again. And Veed thanks them for choosing him, explaining that the metal braid was needed for mending. Later, Veed creates a shield for the knight. The knight can't believe that such a shield can be made from ore. He explains that in a shop he would have given 10 gold pieces for such a thing, but here it's just one and you can enjoy life. As he leaves, the priest clarifies that the shield's characteristics exceed level 60. The knight replies that it's all thanks to Veed. And when a man accepts his chainmail, he marvels at the cost. 10 pieces of silver is not money, but the 3-hour wait was worth it. Winking at Veed, the girl asks him to take care of the hat by fixing it. There are countless players gathered around Veed who can't take their eyes off such a jack of all trades. And Veed is just happy. Even as a sculptor, it didn't feel so wonderful. With his head down, Veed remembered that being a sculptor was a terrible thing. No matter how much you put in, someone will cheat you out of a dime. He immediately decides to change his profession. He decides that by becoming a blacksmith, he can earn much more, but it is only necessary to reach the level of master. After imagining himself in a sea of gold coins, Veed was sure that he could make quality items and the money would flow. But after a moment, Veed realizes that if you think about it carefully, it doesn't sound like much. He comes to the conclusion that it's not profitable to change professions. At this point, 2 players are standing off to the side. They think Veed is a good craftsman who created a cool sword and took nothing in return. The player is surprised that Veed pumped all the professions and brought them to perfection, and thinks that he knows more than those who just one skill increases. While the players admire Veed, thinking that such amazing people are worth respecting, Veed himself got a little carried away and forgot what he was supposed to give to the man. By evening, Veed stops taking orders and begins selling a robe and tunic created from high-quality deerskin. At first, the players stood in bewilderment, realizing it was clothing made from that deerskin. And Veed specifies that since clothes are scarce, he will sell to the highest bidder. And then the real auction began. One of the players actively raises from 100 to 160 gold coins, but the girl raises to 200 gold, hoping to take the high-quality clothes for herself. And the other player instantly raises from 220 to 240 gold. But the man in the hat is sure to take the clothes for himself and offers 250 gold pieces. As darkness fell, people dispersed. Veed knows that the auction is saving as always, and the proceeds have risen from 100 gold pieces to 1,000. After analyzing his business, Veed realizes that this is a viable way to make money where you don't even need to find the resources to create it. And with such skills, you can get both money and fame. Veed decides that it is necessary to get an average level in the skills of blacksmith and tailor. A couple days later, Veed calls the people to listen to an important announcement. He claims he's closing his shop as of today. People are standing around in bewilderment. The players can't believe that Veed is going to leave because all the newcomers are hoping for his help. Thinking it's about price, the players unanimously suggest raising the price for each service. With a shake of his head, Veed apologizes, saying he's sorry, but he can't do it anymore. And lastly, Veed says he'll talk about his last auction. Now that the tailoring skill has reached the medium level, Veed can use rainbow cloth. It's a rare material, so it's going to be awesome. Before leaving, Veed clarifies that the auction will be tomorrow, where they will see each other again. And Veed immediately gathers his entire workshop, leaving the players with their own thoughts. They look around, not realizing which iridescent fabric they were talking about. They're assuming it's some kind of great fabric because it's so bright. And the more advanced players decide to find out what this cloth is. After all, if Veed said it was rare, then it's really worth something. After quitting the game, the guy started looking for information. It turned out that this cloth gives 7 random characteristics in the object created from the cloth. And the girl decides she must purchase the item. The internet says that the characteristics will be determined when the clothes are ready. Some man is sure to win this auction, even if he needs the guild's help. The next morning, Veed checks to see if everyone is gathered and begins his auction. There were even players from another kingdom who had traveled all night to win. Seeing so many people, Veed was a little worried, hoping that everything would be under control. And then Veed asks Manhwa to come to his aid. Manhwa assures him he can be relied upon. Showing the clothes, Manhwa says he created 13 items, 1 unique, 5 rare, and the rest ordinary, and suggests starting with the regular and then moving on to the unique one at the end. The next morning, Veed is already fishing on the Vensa River. He yawns, realizing that with such a bite, at least one catch would be a joy. After sitting at Veed's for a couple of hours, there were only small fish and not a single big fish. Sighing, Veed realizes that one has to be content with working with a media company, ordering clothes, and making money from selling items. Also, you should increase the skills of the sculptor. He should create sculptures out of the things around him. After all, that's how the Beauty and the Dragon appeared. And decides to turn to Manhwa. Veed asks to find a huge stone that should be smooth and not brittle. Manhwa asks for 2 days to find it. Meanwhile, while Manhwa is on a mission, Veed decides to get busy improving his fishing skill. After contacting another fisherman on the river, Veed learns that the first thing to do is to choose the right spot, because it is very important. And Veed wonders if the location affects the fish you can catch. And the fisherman confirms these words, realizing that Veed is quite green, since he doesn't even know how to recognize what fish are in the water body, and explains that a lot depends on depth, temperature, and water clarity, not to mention bait. Veed realizes that the plan to find a fishing spot has failed. Deciding it's time to act, Veed asks about the place where they are. He wants to learn the skill of fishing to become a better fisherman. Sitting down next to him, Veed apologizes, clarifying that he'll be seated here as well. But the fisherman knows that there's not enough beginner's skills here to do a decent job, and he says he doesn't mind the competition. 2 days later, Veed catches a huge fish and thinks about the upcoming proceeds. Behind Veed, fishermen stop to wonder how Veed can catch so well. They think he'll catch the whole pond at this rate. And the fisherman who told a couple nuances says that Veed started only 2 days ago and is already so advanced in fishing. Just then, Manhwa shows up to ask how things are going and clarifies that he brought what he asked for. Showing the stone, Manhwa asks for Veed's opinion. Veed says that the stone is just as it should be and thanks him for his help. Manhwa is very curious about what the sculpture will be this time. But Veed hasn't decided anything yet. He thinks that if it's near the river, it should symbolize the river. But then he decides it's too simple. After a moment, Veed comes up with a story. It was a mermaid who had fallen in love with a human and wanting to be near her lover, lost her voice. But without reciprocation, she disappeared into the depths of the ocean. But it was a very sad story. Thinking of all the different faces, Veed tries to come up with a suitable look for the sculpture of the girl. But the only model in front of Veed's eyes is once again Seon So-young. And Veed decides to think of the important points. Instead of legs, there will be a fishtail. And for aesthetics, Veed decides to make the upper part of the mermaid naked. After that, Soyeon's angry face appears in front of Veed. She obviously doesn't want to be naked. Scared, Veed is covered in sweat. He realizes that it won't work and that he should remember a star. After deciding what the sculpture will look like, Veed sets to work. Meanwhile, the fisherman who recently discussed that Veed would catch all the fish from this river can't believe his decision to create the sculpture. For a more upbeat sculpture, Veed decides to depict sadness on the girl's innocent face. And also don't forget to add the emotions she feels for the prince. Carefully following Veed's every move, the fishermen realize that there is a mermaid. They marvel at the craftsmanship because the sculpture seems to be from another world. When the mimicry was done, Veed was pleased that it was exactly as he had imagined in his head. When the sculpture was ready, the display notified that at the expense of the mermaid, there would be no flooding on this river for 10 years. And that doesn't help the fisherman. Meanwhile, a fisherman comes to Veed and asks if Veed thinks this is too much. Not realizing what he could have done to anger the fisherman, Veed is covered in sweat. And the fisherman reminds him that this place is popular with couples. But Veed didn't even think about it. Looking around, Veed notices a couple on the river and also in a clearing. The fisherman cries and shouts that every year crowds of couples swim along the Vensa River. And the bachelors can only pray they're swept out to sea. And Veed is building a mermaid sculpture to prevent flooding. And fishermen are actively showing their decision that bachelors are the top and couples are the real bottom. But Veed tells them to calm down, explaining that he never thought things would get this complicated. And the fisherman continues to stand his ground, suggesting that even Veed has a girlfriend, which is why the sculpture was created. But Veed denies such an assumption. Covered in sweat from excitement, Veed realizes that the fisherman will not give rest and there is no choice. He has to destroy the sculpture. Now the fisherman will continue to pray that all the couples are swept out to sea. By using the sculpture destruction ability, Veed lost 1 art point and 3 glory points. He mourns them and the fishermen are happy. Meanwhile, the dojo students are happy that they were able to slay all the monsters in the forest. But Tugum remembers the existing dragons. Hamgum suggests forgetting about them. But after a while, the students do run into a fire-breathing dragon. It sets fire to everything in its path. And Hamgam fails to escape and is sent to the block for 24 hours for his defeat. When Hamgam returns, he realizes that no one knew dragons were so powerful. 1 breath of fire to slay 100 humans is something. Turning to Degam, Hamgam asks about the situation in the immediate area. Looking carefully at the nearby fields, Dagon replies that no monsters were found along the course. But Negam, for his part, notices the child and anxiously asks what to do with it. And Hamgam cheerfully explains that if there is a child, the village must be nearby. Determined to understand the point, Tugam wondered if they had lost their way again. Hamgam's joyful face became motionless. Pokrektev Hamgam replies that before answering this question, they must be sure of everything, and points to bring that child. The little boy is all alone in the forest, but he is not afraid of those who brought him, but scrutinizes Hamgam's face. When the students saw the child, they were overcome with emotion. They really missed civilization and bread. And Hamgam is confident that the kid's expense will get him a quick exit to the city. But the boy certainly doesn't intend to answer the question. He's asking who all these uncles are. This treatment has enraged the guys. They remind me that they are not even married and are quite young. After all, 20 years old is not an age. On seeing this, the child gets scared and starts crying, and starts shouting that they are all very scary. But Hamgam asks him to stop crying, denying his words. After reflecting on their behavior, it becomes clear to players why their army is shunned by everyone. Meanwhile, Dagam and Nagam remember that they haven't even had time to appreciate the local girls. They assume they will always be lonely. Meanwhile, the child sees the experiences of the dojo students and begins to change his mind. So Hamgam explains that they follow the call of justice and hunt monsters, and clarifies that they are stronger than they appear. Meanwhile, the child asks if they're really that strong, and then asks for help. And Hamgum couldn't have expected that the child might need help. He tenses up and listens intently to the story. Turns out the kid's parents were kidnapped by a giant. That's why he went into the forest to look for them. The boy cries and asks to save his parents. And the display immediately announced the mission. We have to save the child's parents while they're still alive. After all, the giant likes to torture people and force them to labor. With a glance around, Tugum decides to discuss the story with Hamgum. But Hamgum replies without consulting the child that they will save his parents. Smiling, the boy thanks the scary uncles for being responsive. But Tugum decides to intervene and reminds them that they have decided to postpone the quest. And Hamgum strokes the boy's head, replying that now it's not about the useless things they have to bring. And looking at Tugum, Hamgum reminds him that they are swordsmen who are supposed to help people, and therefore must fulfill this quest. Of course, everyone was in agreement with this decision. They assured me that if Master Hamgum had already made up his mind, they would follow him. With a show of hands, Hamgum obliges each student to accept this quest. The hunt for the giant begins. It turned out that the students themselves wanted to go on a quest that was different from the others. And Segum and Negum enjoy those ineffable feelings of a real player who will undergo a worthy mission. And after a time, the whole army stands up in a column to search for the giant who kidnapped the boy's parents. In the moment, Hamgum notices something and asks the second sword Tugum to look at the ground as well. It turned out that right in front of the army, a huge giant's footprint showed up. Touching the grass, the player says that this giant foot is about 3 meters in diameter. The students realize that they must fight, but hope that the situation with the dragon will not be repeated. No one knows how tall the giant is. That's why it's scary. And Dagum reports that there's a cave off to the side, and it's really gigantic. The entire army immediately went to the cave to rescue the child's parents as soon as possible. Judging by the size of the cave, it is obvious that the child was right, and the giant must be there. Taking out his sword, Hamgum prepares for battle, assuring the army that they can defeat the giant and save the boy's parents. Turning around, Hamgum calls for the army to go into battle. The army of dojo students are certainly ready to fight for the good of the community. They draw their swords and run into the cave, assuring themselves that everything will work out and they will win. But when the giant himself appeared in front of them, all courage and selflessness disappeared. It turned out that the giant was 5 times the size of an ordinary man, and his eyes were glowing red. He had long hair on his head and a fluffy beard. He realized why the people had come and began to growl, wrinkling his nose. As the players look at the giant, they realize it's kind of crazy, because the giant is even bigger than they thought. Without delay, the giant decides to kill anyone who dares to enter his cave. A huge fist goes straight for Hamgum. When Tugum sees this, he starts shouting the master's name, hoping that he will react in time and remain unharmed. And Hamgum did indeed have time to react and jump back. A huge and powerful fist destroys the ground beneath him. Remembering his previous loss, Hamgum realizes that a second later he could have gone back to the next world. And Hamgum realizes that although the giant is tall, he's rather slow, and the giant immediately decides to crush several players with his huge foot. Seeing this, Hamgum demands dodging rather than standing still covered in sweat from fear. Deciding that squashing people is the best way to do it, the giant just starts running. As Hamgum takes cover from the dust, he realizes that there's no way to just walk away. So he proceeds to support the disciples. Hamgum emphasizes that the giant is clumsy. Turns out Tugum is up to the same thing as Hamgum and immediately supports him. Moments later, the entire army of 555 men go into battle. They are confident that they can handle the monster no matter what. This behavior made the monster very angry. He swings his fist again to knock out at least one opponent. But the students manage to dodge and continue to run on the offensive. First up, Dagum and Negum strike with a series of punches to the giant's leg. In pain, the giant stops and starts screaming at the top of his voice. He sits down to endure the pain, and the students stop to see what happens next. And Hamgum realizes that now is the time to attack. After all, the giant is considered open to taking damage. As the giant tries to endure the pain, the students rapidly climb up his arms. Determined to do damage on his back, the 100 disciples leap, swinging their sharp blades, and a multitude of blades immediately burst through the giant's skin, inflicting extreme pain. His entire carcass falls to the ground and bursts into flames, signifying his defeat. Upon seeing this, the dojo school army is ecstatic at their victory. They are much stronger now that they can defeat the giant. Meanwhile, Tugum approaches Master Hamgum, reminding him that it was all because of him. But Hamgum assures that this victory belongs to all of them. for that is the strength of their guild. During the conversation, the boy's parents approach them. They are frightened but thankful for the rescue. And their brave child realized it was over and immediately ran to his parents. Parents hugging the boy tightly. Turns out the kid's name is Henry. Turning to Tugam and Hamgam, Henry began to thank all the uncles for saving him. When they heard that it was about their uncles again, Tugam and Segam blushed. Hamgam doesn't care about that at all. He enjoys the fact that they were able to help. After looking around the cave, Hamgam found a chest containing swords. Hamgam says that these swords now belong to the dojo students. Meanwhile, Henry's father informs them that their settlement is famous for medicinal herbs and offers them as a thank you, and specifies that if you want them, you can sell them in town for a good price. Realizing that the giant swords are not even comparable to the previous ones, students can't believe that there can be more rewards. Now I want to go on quests more often. Meanwhile, Hamgam remembers Lee Hyun and suggests that his quest is far more exciting and incredible. But Veed continues to fish and cook fish. He has reached level 9 and decides to cook fish until he reaches the middle level. At this moment, right behind Veed's back, a guy appears who notices a rather high cooking skill. Making a disgruntled grimace, Veed asks if the stranger really thinks the fish will be shared. And the guy explains that he's a fisherman too and would like to have a bite of everything. But Veed doesn't understand why the stranger is so insistent. Thinking back to yesterday, Veed remembers that this fisherman came and started fishing nearby. And rumor has it he's a pretty famous fisherman in this part of the river. Demonstratively, the fisherman exclaims that the fish is big, but it turned out to be a boot instead of a fish. When Weed sees this, he sneers. Trying not to show emotion, the fisherman is surprised that Veed is also mocking him. He was the best fisherman he'd ever been when he wasn't here, and Veed decides to show off his skills. He tries to catch a fish, claiming that judging by its weight it must be big. Looking at the rod, the fisherman notices how much it bends and can't imagine that the fish is really big. Trying as hard as he can, Veed still can't get the fish out. He turns around and asks why he's fumbling around when he should be helping. But the fisherman has no intention of moving in the face of the fact that Veed is the one who came here and took my title of King of the Fishermen. And Veed has to make it on his own. He feels the power of the fish and realizes that he must change tactics or the dinner will swim away. Deciding to trick the fish with his slow movements to get it to relax, Veed is confident that everything should work out now. Following clearly according to his instructions, Veed pulls a huge fish out of the river very quickly. The former king of anglers is shocked by the size of the fish. He had no idea that fish of this size could be caught in this river. And Veed was delighted with such a powerful catch. He had not only beaten his competitors, but also raised his level to 10th. The fish was even more than 50 centimeters long. Veed thought it was a monster. Seeing such a catch, other fishermen immediately come closer to hold it in their hands. It seems to be the biggest fish ever caught in this river. After opening the display, Veed decides that an increase in Gloricom potency and intelligence is enough for the reward. So it's time to do other things. And then a fisherman comes along to soothe his soul by confirming the assumption that Veed ends up with fishing after leveling up. And Veed smiles, informing that now it's time to take a little break for a while. Fisherman says if they ever meet again, they'd like to compete to see who's better, and introduces himself as Hyun. Smiling kindly, Veed replies that he wouldn't mind that if given the chance. In the morning, Veed goes to the Imperial Capital Sculpture Shop. He's here to sell some sculptures, and puts up some sculptures that look very realistic and expensive. Looking closely at the sculptures, the connoisseur marvels at such meticulous work by Veed. He assumes that Veed was sculpting while peeking at the monster. After confirming this, Veed asks why such clarification is necessary. The connoisseur asks again, but whether Kobold was hungry or not. In fact, making Kobold hungry was an accident. But Veed looks thoughtful and replies that he hasn't eaten anything in 4 days. With a wink, the connoisseur assures me that the monster is excellent, and so realistic that even with the naked eye you can see Kobold's hunger. With a pat, Veed says that the connoisseur has a good eye, and he was just looking for a place where his talent could be appreciated. The connoisseur scrunched up his nose in embarrassment. He said the shop wasn't in the center of the city, but Veed wouldn't regret coming here. And Veed replies that the best places are hidden from the eyes of men. He knows that a warm word or two will make anyone comfortable, and flattery is the best way to start an acquaintance. And getting down to business, Veed inquires as to the value the connoisseur is willing to pay for these works. Turns out a connoisseur can pay 3 gold pieces for each sculpture, and that more than satisfies Veed. After receiving his coins, Veed happily leaves the shop, promising to come again. But at that moment, the connoisseur stops him. He assures me that with his aptitude for the arts, Veed's potential is definitely limitless, and one should not be satisfied with what one has, but go further. In his mind, Veed doesn't want to continue the conversation because he realizes where it will lead. But aloud, he says that the sculptor must try everything. He senses nobility and vast experience from the connoisseur. The connoisseur asks if Veed knows a master sculptor named Darren. Darren is known to have a skill of his own, and upon attaining such skills, the skill of sculptural prediction appears. When he goes to see him, Veed wonders how a master can live in such a place. It's the first time he's ever seen a sculptor in his life. Stopping in the middle of the road, Veed realizes he has arrived at the right place, but there is no one in sight. A moment later, Veed notices a beautiful house in a clear clearing. There is someone sitting on the porch. It's obviously Darren, painstakingly sculpting his next sculpture out of a block of wood. Deciding that the sculptor should not be distracted from his work, Veed sits down on a stump and just waits. Darren finishes the statue of the girl. Once the job was done, Darren turns his attention to Veed and then says that if a person sits around all day waiting for a sculptor to finish a job, it can only be a sculptor who understands everything. Coming closer, Veed introduces himself with his name, saying that he already knows Darren's name. And Darren says that sculpting must be achieved alone, and shares the suggestion that Veed came to learn sculptural divination. And Veed assures me that he sincerely wishes to learn how to fill a sculpture with life. He asks Darren to teach him the basics. Standing up from his chair, Darren explains that he can't teach it to just anyone, and now he would have to see if Veed was worthy of the training. Upon stopping, Darren sends Veed to learn the hearts of 5 different life forms. But Veed can't understand how such an assignment could relate to sculpting. Turning to the side, Darren says that from the look on his face, he can tell that Veed is not interested, and it appears that time has been wasted. But Veed can't miss such a chance, and so he instantly accepts the task. He reminds himself that the most important thing is to look through the eyes of a child. Setting off, Veed holds his head and can't figure out what to do about it all now. And then he begins to analyze the nature of the assignment. If a life form is meant, it doesn't matter if they are alive or not. Deciding to start with the simple ones and then move on to the complex ones, Veed turns his attention to the rabbit. Rolling up his sleeves, Veed realizes he has no interest in this, but there is obviously no other choice. To understand the rabbit, Veed decides to do his best to be like him. To do this, he even has to squat down. After tasting the grass, Veed notices that the rabbit is fleeing quickly with its long paws. Assuming he needs to copy every move, Veed sets off at a run. It's very embarrassing for him, but it's forced. Marveling at the speed of the rabbit, Veed realizes that at this rate, he could be dead very quickly. Exhausted, Veed is drenched in sweat. He doesn't understand why an ordinary sculptor would chase after a rabbit. At that moment, the rabbit stops and scrutinizes the panting Veed. Smiling Veed sure looked pathetic from the outside, even for a rabbit. It turned out that the rabbit's imitation had progressed by 0.6%. Laying on the ground, Veed tries to assemble a logical chain between this case and sculpting. But the rabbit doesn't care, and so he sets off. Veed asks to sit still for a moment to let him catch his breath. And Veed prepares to mimic again, deciding that he must finish what he started. And there's no desire to stay here for long. After a while, Veed sits down by a tree to rest. His stamina is near 0, so he needs to eat bread to regenerate. Meanwhile, the rabbit had so taken Veed as his own that he decided to paw at his leg. After stroking its head, Veed begins to socialize with the rabbit, assuming that its friendliness is due to imitation. It turns out that imitation has been raised to 84%. After petting the rabbit, Veed was surprised that he hadn't gotten his 100%. But Veed is not one to give up. He's determined to reach that 100% even if he has to spend the whole night here. By nightfall, 0.2% remain. But it seemed to Veed that there was nothing left to be interested in. Looking at the moon, a thought occurs to Veed. He knows well that rabbits grind their food in their mouths, so he immediately goes to grind his food, and the display notifies you that you have fully mastered the rabbit's behavior. After a moment's thought, Veed decides that a deer is next in line. Assuming the same start as with the rabbit, Veed goes for a run. Compared to the rabbit, the deer's behavior brings much more positive emotions to Veed. But it turned out that an entire hour of chasing deer didn't yield a single percent of imitation. And then he remembers that a deer is a 4-legged animal. So he comes to the conclusion that he needs to run on his own 4. This way of traveling is clearly not to Veed's liking. He doesn't understand how he can move fast in this position. Meanwhile, Veed and Hwaryong are on their way somewhere. Hwaryong says that Veed has successfully completed the class assignment and also sculpted a dragon sculpture, which is amazing. Smiling Manhwa regrets missing out on a lot of interesting things when Veed had to free those holy knights and afterward defeat Torito. Hwaryong blushes at hearing stories about Veed, and after the whole continent heard about his accomplishments, she wanted to hear Veed in person. Putting the emphasis on himself, Manao claims that he realized what Veed was when he fell from the sky. At that moment, Hwaryong notices the crowd and asks Manao what's going on here. Looking towards Manao suggests that there might be some sort of auction going on there, but in general, we should go and check it out. Making their way closer, Manao and Hwaryong kindly apologize to the gawkers. Turns out the people had gathered to watch Veed imitate a fox. He was able to copy every move, including the somersault. Realizing it was Veed, Manhwa and Hwaryong stood in a stupor looking amongst themselves. Deciding to find out the reason for such actions, Manao turns to the nearest gawker and asks what the man is doing near the fox. After explaining that he doesn't understand anything himself, the gawker clarifies that he has heard them discuss imitating a rabbit and now even a fox. And Manhwa is ashamed. He can't believe that Veed was playing so hard that it could affect his brain in any way. And when Veed spotted Manhwa, he waved his hand happily, asking how they got here. The whole crowd certainly takes notice of Veed's friends, but they decide to pretend they don't know him. Trying to hide from so many gawkers, Manhwa and Hwaryong are sure that their Veed can't be this strange man. Sweat dripped down Veed's face in excitement. He was sure he had been ignored because he was embarrassed by what he had seen. A couple days later, Veed fully completes the task. He thanks the horse for a great ride and is unsure of his feet from his fore. When he opened the display with the reward of running on 4 legs, Veed was surprised. All he had done was imitate humans, and now he had a bonus. Realizing that using the skill of running like that wouldn't work in public, considering even Manhwa was embarrassed, so should just keep quiet. Back at Darren's place, Veed notices that a large statue of a girl is on the line. Staring at the sculpture, Veed notices that it is the same sculpture, only larger. He wonders if Darren will finally start something different. Looking at his face, Veed thought it wasn't a very attractive face, and it was more profitable to sculpt a noblewoman than a princess for such a sculptor. Turning to Darren, Veed explains that he copied the movements of 5 different life forms. It was a rabbit, a deer, a goblin, a fox, and a horse. And Darren replies that Veed finished earlier than expected. Either way, if Veed wants to make these animals, the training will be. Certainly Veed is ready for the animal sculptures he does best. When Veed started sculpting, there was a very strange feeling inside his soul, like he was doing something wrong. But he can't understand where it came from. Reaching into his thoughts, Veed doesn't understand why things are so different. It was as if his perception of things had changed drastically. After all, Veed has carved rabbits many times, but now the details and feel of the work is different. In Veed's mind, it feels like every detail can convey his own vision. It seems to come from imitation. If it weren't for that, Veed would never have known the length and sharpness of his ears. And you can't forget how rabbits move. After a while, the excellent rabbit was ready. Veed looked up and scrutinized his invention. And then he notices that the rabbit is completely different from past versions. A new eye for detail has yielded results. And now the goblin, dreaming of wealth, but suffering from his weakness, was perfect. Another deer puffing with energy became an exact replica of the real animal. And the fox statue conveys his perpetual anxiety over the hunters as much as possible. And finally, the horse that fearlessly rushes forward, activating every muscle in his body. Finally, the sculpting skill had been upgraded, from which Veed was unspeakably happy. Looking at the horse, Veed can't believe that such work is made of ordinary material. The effects are amazing. Darren explains that the sculpture feeds on the feelings of the one who creates it and gives it life, and clarifies that Veed has successfully passed the test. As a reward, Darren says he puts love and soul into his sculptures. This is the sculptor's inspiration, and also specifies that it is a skill that reincarnates the sculptor. But Veed can't figure out what that means. And Darren says he can teach you other things besides inspiration, like how to understand sculpture. At this point, Darren begins to cough violently. Veed looks at Darren with pity. Worried about Darren, Veed asks if everything is all right or if there is anything he can do to help. And when Darren stopped coughing, he replied that there was hardly any help for it, for he was already too old. He lowers his head and says it's very difficult, but he has to manage to fulfill all the orders, and offers to help Veed, specifying that it will take no more than a week. Without thinking, Veed accepts the assignment, assuring that he will give it his best. After taking the list, Veed realizes that choosing a figure from 300 orders is not an easy task. And it's even harder to improve his skills, so this is a great chance. After thinking about it, Veed realizes that after all he has been through, it is foolish to choose the easiest one. It's a good idea to move on and develop the skill. So Veed chooses a dolphin to fulfill for the bow of the ship. There's a lot of detail, but it's Veed's job to handle it. Bowing to Darren, Veed says he has chosen what he wants to do and hopes he won't fail. After a while, the dolphin was almost ready. It was big and beautiful. And Darren judged the job a success, which gave Veed a great incentive to keep going. By nightfall, Veed was finishing the horse. And Darren sits in his old seat and watches Veed work. In the moment, Darren has a question about Veed's lover. He wonders if there is such a girl or not. Turning around, Veed looks at Darren with confusion and replies that she's not here yet. Turns out that when Darren was young, he met a girl and fell in love with her. All Darren could do was make sculptures. And naturally, he made one for her. But Darren's beloved passed from this world before the sculpture was presented. Despite this, Darren decided to continue his business, putting all his love into his sculptures. Being a sculptor is not easy. Talent can be great, but if there is no soul in sculptures, people will perceive it as nothing more than ordinary wood. Turns out Darren gives the sculptures all the feelings he once had. Assuming that such a realization required love, Veed has no way of knowing about the investment of the soul. In any case, all of Veed's work was successfully completed. The sculptures were varied and very realistic. The reward is increased sculpting skill and an understanding of sculptures that allows for reincarnation. But Veed doesn't understand the essence of the skill. After all, turning into a dragon, Veed will not be able to use the skills to the fullest because it will be the level of Veed himself. But in a moment, Veed thinks of a rabbit that might be level 200. At this point, Darren felt quite sick. He fell to the ground with his palm to his mouth. Seeing that there is blood on his palm, Veed runs up to help but realizes that this is the end of him. Toward the end of his life, Darren asks for help getting up to finish something. Turns out he wants to finish the sculpture before he goes to the next world. After looking at the statue, Veed realized that this was no ordinary old woman, but Darren's beloved. Turns out Darren created the sculpture by imagining what his beloved would look like right now. And Veed begins to realize what it means to put your whole self into your work. After all, Darren sculpted the sculpture even in his old age. And while Veed is young, he can meet his love and accomplish anything he wants. And as a moon sculptor, this can be done by going through all the hardships. But Veed doesn't really understand it all, so he just thanks for saying that. This is when Darren asks if Veed understands why he became a legendary moon sculptor in the first place. But he's not sure he gets the point. Few people can become legendary. A king controlling a continent, the best knight, or maybe a merchant that promotes the country can become legendary. And Veed begins to realize that he's just lucky, which begs the question of whether he's the right man for the job. And Darren asks if Veed really wants to know who the legendary sculptor is. Without fail, Veed replies that he really wants to know what the legendary moon sculptor means. It was a secret class from the beginning, and has helped Veed in many ways. But then, it is Veed's responsibility to learn the true purpose of the legendary moon sculptor. Scratching his chin, Darren quietly and modestly explains that a legend is a legend. But either way, it's a great honor. Darren is glad that Veed is not looking for gain in this, so one can be proud of oneself. That answer makes Veed feel sick to his stomach. He doesn't understand how the money from the sale of the sculptures can be worthless. Streams of tears flowing from his eyes. He knew there was no difference between a legendary and an ordinary sculptor. He would have been better off staying ignorant. By the time the sculpture was ready, Darren's condition had deteriorated many times over. Realizing that life is coming to an end, Darren strokes his lover's cheek and calls Ilian. Saying they'll see each other again soon, Darren falls to the ground. Apparently, those are his last words. But there is absolute shock and panic on Veed's face. He lifts Darren up and asks how he is feeling. Darren's entire body turns blue and glows brightly. He is happy to have passed on his knowledge to the legendary moon sculptor, and also asks that we not forget his teachings, because you can't achieve your goals with skill alone. And Darren vanishes into the dust of the sky. Repeating Darren's words, Veed realizes that one must not forget about feelings. So he creates an exact replica of Darren, as he appeared in his final hours. Looking at the sculpture, Veed decides that it is the sculptor's duty to always be himself, and everything Darren said will never be forgotten. Meanwhile, Hamgum's army is returning to the city. Many people have gathered to watch them, and the player calls them crazy swordsmen. But the comrade explains that this army destroyed all the monsters in the neighborhood. And looking at Hamgum, the player assumes it is the headmaster because the face seems very stern. But then Tugam turns to Hamgum to say something, and Hamgum asks what's wrong. Turns out Tugam got a message from Veed. He's finished his mission and is going hunting. And Hamgum would love to see Veed's skills in battle. It's always a pleasure to watch strong opponents battle. But it seems to Tugam that if Veed hasn't been in combat for a long time, all his skills and reflexes have definitely dulled. And Hamgam says the tiger never forgets the rules of the hunt. That's the difference between a domestic cat and a wild tiger. But Tugam has his own opinion on the subject. He says that even the best athletes lose their shape from long rest. And yet Tugam cannot realize that a true master will never forget how to hold a weapon. Every master must realize that the sword is part of him. Once mastery of the sword is achieved, one can never forget his weapon. You can put the sword away, but you can never forget it. An Hyung-do didn't teach Lee Hyun that because he knew it from the beginning. Meanwhile, there were quite a few people gathered in the siege. There were mages standing aside practicing their techniques, and nearby stands a company of swordsmen who are actively discussing something. And looking at it from the outside, this atmosphere is definitely not to Veed's liking, although he realizes that it's probably normal for the siege. And it doesn't look as exciting as it does on TV. Veed never thought he'd be in a guild battle. Looking out between the pillars, Veed notices that there are too many opponents. And Veed had heard that all the members of the Prosperity Guild were now in the fortress. That's about 20,000 people. And it looks like the enemy is not inferior. A player comes up to Veed and explains that in the beginning the fortress was owned by the guild's Prosperity Oasis and Wings of Mipa. But the Prosperity wanted to share the spoils and preferred sole possession of the fort. So Balkan joined the Oasis to fight back against the traitors. And then the player decides to ask about Veed, who is supposedly not a member of any guild, but just a mercenary. But Veed explains that it's for training. However, if considered a mercenary, to be paid 3 times as much than the Balkan. Turns out it does come out to 10 gold pieces for participation and 5 gold pieces for each life taken, and 20 if you survive. A player doesn't participate for the money. The drums are playing. Veed notices the Iron Cross Knights of the Balkan Guild looking rather stern. And then the players start screaming that they can't be taken alive, but they can go to take the full force of steel. The battle begins. The commander-in-chief gives the order to take up arms and defend the front. In Wid's mind, it's much better to be here than just watching on TV. His heart is pounding like crazy. After sneaking through the tower, the Balkan Guild attacks the nearest knights. Meanwhile, Veed climbs the wall and is followed by an opponent who doesn't notice him and prematurely informs him that the wall is free. He jumps to the floor claiming the wall has been taken over, even though it's empty. But Veed stands behind him and suggests we don't share the skin of a live bear. The knight decides that he is a mercenary who sells his soul to the highest bidder. Smiling, Veed replies that if Balkan had paid more, he would have been on their side, but it was not to be. And the knight decides to attack, demanding that Veed shut his mouth. He assures them that luck is not on the mercenaries' side today, and to prepare for their own massacre. Meanwhile, Veed activates the slashing knife technique and delivers a critical blow to the enemy. Turning around, Veed considers such opponents not just slow but true wastrels. And then 3 knights surround him. They are frightened that Alton has fallen with a single blow, and they warn each other to be careful of such a foe. Deciding that the warm-up was a success, Veed moves on to the main course, thus calling the battle with 3 knights at once. And the knights want revenge, so they go on the attack in 3s at the same time. Looking at the sword that flies straight at him, Veed assumes that the techniques match players up to level 200s, which is very dangerous. Immediately, Veed himself takes a few blows from the knights, but the opponents were weaker than expected, and their attacks were simply reflected in Veed's polished armor. This has made the knights extremely uncomfortable. They don't realize who is standing in front of them, but remember that there can be no cheaters in a game like this. Deciding to clarify, Veed says their attack took away 300 units, but in fact he has 9,000 more health. The display notifies you that if the hirer wins the battle, Veed will receive an additional reward. It will also increase his fame and give him a title. Looking down, Veed notices that most players are using uncomplicated reinforcements and spells, from which we can conclude that they're all below level 170. It doesn't matter at all how experienced in battle or how much money the opponents have. If the equipment is below level 200, then it's no problem for Veed. And here comes a very different Balkan Guild knight. His equipment looks better and he has a cloak. He decides to take on the insolent Veed. Assuming that this is the player with a gear level higher than 200th, Veed becomes uneasy. The knight threatens Veed that he will chop him into small pieces. But Veed knows it's worth activating the 7-star steps in such a situation. Running up to an ally, Veed says he looks strong. The knight doesn't understand where Veed is going with this. Pushing his ally towards his powerful opponent, Veed decides to buy some time to escape. The powerful knight has no choice but to deal with the weaker enemy first and then go to battle with Veed. Meanwhile, Veed realizes that he is taking too much risk fighting a high-level opponent. It would be more efficient to deal with the little things. And Veed goes into battle with a low level. He instantly kills anyone who gets in his way. After catching up with Veed, the enemy points out, informing his wards that he is chasing low levels and therefore should be dealt with as soon as possible. And then there's a whole battalion that intends to attack Veed at once. At the moment, at the sight of such a crowd with swords, Veed gets scared. Or he's just pretending to shiver. In fact, it was exactly what was needed to activate the split knife technique. At first, Veed was afraid that without fighting, he might have lost his touch. But then he realized he was worried for nothing. By evening, a huge column of Balkan Guild knights is traveling home from the battlefield. They are battered and scarred. The player rejoices that they were able to resist, and now the Balkan Guild will think twice before coming here. Veed clarifies about the recovery time as well, and then specifies that Veed was so awesome that rumors spread throughout the army. Scratching the back of his head, Veed modestly explains that there was nothing surprising about the battle because he fought as he always did. And behind them stood the knights who had heard that Veed used his allies as shields, which makes Veed uncomfortable. And then it comes to him exactly what rumors the ally player is talking about. Meanwhile, Segum shares with Master Hamgam that they managed to reach level 170, and Hamgam replies that he got it too. Having made a bow, students and teachers of the dojo once again assure that everything works out only thanks to Hamgam. But Hamgam clarifies that the reward is for effort, and everyone should be proud of themselves. It turned out that behind the stones was a guild that had once tried to screw over Veed and Manhwa. Hellman and Lewis think this army is a bunch of garbage. After all, they're famous in these parts, which is very hateful. And then Lewis gets the idea to massacre the entire army that's so famous for rejection. And Gran and Helms are in favor of this proposal, because they will be able to raise the level and also stock up on normal things. Determined to attack his own, Gran devises a plan to attack from the back. But looking at Gran Helms, he's sure he's just waiting for everyone to relax so he can take all the loot for himself. And Hellman decides to attack his comrades the moment they reach for their belongings. Closing his eyes, Lewis decides that no one can understand the satisfaction of a perfect attack. Once you've experienced it, you can't stop. Looking at the dojo school teachers, the treacherous guild decides to attack them first. They will watch and attack, seeing the frightened faces. As they head into the forest, Hamgam asks if they are going in the right direction. Tugam says that there will soon be a clearing where they can raise the level. And at that moment, someone unreasonable is announced in front of the powerful teachers and dojo master. It was Gran, who holds a hammer on his shoulder and assures teachers that there is no free pass here. Looking closely at Gran, Hamgam assumes this is another quest like with that child. And Gran assures them that the end of their entire army is at hand, and immediately activates the flaming sword. Such flames do not frighten Hamgam in the least. He draws his sword, determined to confront the enemy. And Gran believes that a flaming sword, accurate and terrifying in its power, cannot be blocked. But Hamgam is no less a powerful fighter who cuts through flames with ease and ease. At the sight of such an ability, there is not a shred of confidence left on Gran. He sweats and stands in a stupor, realizing his mistake. Meanwhile, Negam already knows the 4-ounce 1,000-foot technique. Negam clarifies that Master Hamgam has only recently learned it. Confident Hamgam assumes that Gran is a mob rogue who should have more than enough stuff too. And Gran continues to stand still and try to gather his thoughts, not understanding how the flaming sword could be reflected. But Hamgam was sure that the mob bandit would continue his attack, and it didn't. So Hamgam decides to deal with Gran himself and irrevocably, which is something that Gran himself already fears so much. Determined to fight to the end, Gran draws his sword and confronts Hamgam. Activating a combination attack, Hamgam strikes, making Gran feel creepy. After clearly analyzing Hamgam's punches, Gran notices that they are not that strong, but he just can't block all of them. Seeing that there is almost nothing left of HP, Gran decides to call his traitorous guild for help. Pretending they were just waiting for the signal, the 3 comrades immediately set out to help. Taking out swords, dojo teachers assume that these are not just mobs but quest monsters. At this point, Lewis, Hellman, and Marcus decide to attack from above. Swinging their weapons, they are sure to kill the teachers. 24 hours after the fight, the guild is trying to recover. It's so hard that they're drooling out of their mouths. Trying to remember what happened, Lewis asks Hellman for details. Lewis tries to remember what happened and asks Hellman for details. Marcus assures them that they are no match for that army, so instead of revenge, it is better to surrender. But Gran is sure that revenge must be exacted, and there is no other way. Not understanding how Gran is presenting this, Marcus reminds him that their guild's skills don't take those opponents. And Gran got the idea to go to his guild to avenge them. In the morning, Darius Ika sits behind his throne, waiting for confirmation of a request that asks for vengeance against those swordsmen from the forest. And Gran explains that if their guild is 300 people, you can gather all of them to get rid of an army of swordsmen, and the stuff will pay for itself in time. After a little thought, Darius Ika replies that such a plan sounds interesting, and the four are worried that there will be some condition besides these words. But Darius Ika reports that that army of swordsmen could really be a problem soon, so agrees to take them on. Rejoicing at the successful negotiations, Gran thanks Master Darius for his wisdom. He laughs, saying that it is pure flattery. Finally, Gran clarifies that they can move out now and asks Darius to gather everyone. The battle began mercilessly. The dojo's students were inexperienced, so it was impossible to deal with the guild's surprise attack. The archers of Darius' guild successfully massacre several students quickly and stealthily. And a few mages activate the meteor to deal with more enemies at once. The meteor hit the dojo and injured many students. The strong impact scattered the players in different directions. Seeing Tugam and Sagam, Hamgam asks if they are intact. Tugam thanks God for Master Hamgam's integrity. Not understanding the reason for such an attack, Tugam decides to ask Hamgam's assumptions. But Hamgam keeps up a fighting spirit, assuring them not to relax and that everyone needs to stick together and counterattack, and also to find the other teachers. Meanwhile, the enemies activate Ice Storm and Lightning Strike to massacre the student army as soon as possible. And Tugam explains that they can't counterattack while opponents are using magic. This makes Hamgam so angry that he doesn't know whether he wants to run away and save his life or fight to the end. After all, the opponents are mere players. Realizing that it is impossible to retreat, Sagam assures that they are men and are ready to go to the next world as befits men. Hamgam then demands to fight to his last breath and follow him. The whole army goes into battle. After a while, Tugamnu was no longer interested in fighting. His trembling hand reaches out to Master Hamgam. Tugam apologizes for his failure. And then the whole army, which has got a red spot on its forehead just like Suyun, is announced in front of Hamgam. They are pleased with their victory. With a smirk, Gran asks about the feeling when comrades go to the next world. Trying to hold on by the sword, the exhausted Hamgam says that Gran was good and asks how many opponents he personally defeated himself. Looking at his trembling hands, Hamgam realizes that things are bad. Her HP is almost 0, and her body refuses to move. But Gran asks not to be upset because Hamgam himself will soon meet his comrades. The next morning, An Hyung-do speaks the name of the one who took his life. Master An Hyung-do's thirst for revenge completely covers Master An Hyung-do's mind. Meanwhile, Il-hoon asks An Hyung-do to take it easy on what's going on in the game. Because Il-hoon himself doesn't know what Master An Hyung-do can come up with in such a situation. An Hyung-do says he hasn't lost to anyone in 30 years. But Il-hoon clarifies that there were too many opponents and it can't be called a defeat. But Master An Hyung-do knows that only weaklings and cowards look back at the number of enemies. But this game is really fun. Il-hoon exhales and realizes that it's all over since Master Hyun-do is smiling. He replies that it was an amazing battle. Lowering his head, An Hyun-do states that one should always realize that it's just a game. However, the goal is set. An Hyun-do signs the names of his main opponents on the capsule, and Byaku's is added to that 4. Standing next to the inscription, Hyung-do forbids erasing it. And after the final victory, the 4 look at their loot. They realize that they have called the entire guild for help, and these are all the items that fell out. Turns out the first artifact was some bad swords, which Darius's guild clearly doesn't need. And off to the side was a mountain of rags. It was some of the players' clothes that could be sold for a penny. The only food was a mountain of bread. It was the cheapest and simplest, but it was enough for the students. Realizing that such booty would not be to Darius' liking, Gran's hands begin to shake. He takes the bread with the hope that it is worth a closer look at what he has. But Darius was already behind Gran's back and offers to talk about what happened. After saying that, Gran realized that the conversation was going to be fists and only about him. He turns around and chuckles nervously. Meanwhile, the topic of the Versailles continent is on TV. The anchor woman broadcasts the voice of Ju Wan, who introduces the events that took place. After saying hello, Ju Wan doesn't miss the opportunity to compliment Min on her beautiful smile. Min smiles and says that she would like to hear something more interesting besides flattery. Of course, Ju Wan has a lot of interesting things to say, and he cites his intuitive abilities as an example, saying that Min had bacon for breakfast. Min hides her mouth and is embarrassed. She says that bacon does taste better for breakfast, but she can't figure out how Ju Wan knows that. And finally, Ju Wan moves on to the main topics. Player Badire had obtained the 370th level of what was called the Insurmountable Wall. He is known to players as the Dark Knight. He has also been on the top of the rankings more than once and got his level in the Warrior Tower. But Min decides to ask if the Warrior Tower is really an arena for the strongest players. Turning on the recording, Ju Wan confirmed Min's words. After defeating the strongest barbarian, the Dark Knight, and obtained his 370th level. He is a member of the Hermes Guild, and with the Dark Knight level statement, the guild has shown that it has the best player in the Haben Kingdom. And Hyung realizes that it was a provocation. But in a way, Hyung himself thinks that they've shown their power once again. Thinking about it, Hen wondered how much such a character would cost. After all, most of the players he had seen were at level 50. And the likelihood of selling such a character is extremely slim, because the King's Road will be alive for another 10 years. Ju Wan asks Min for her opinion on the auctions. Min puts her palms together and says she likes them a lot. Then Ju Wan has some interesting news. He tells about a player who has reached the level of apprentice in cooking, tailoring, and blacksmithing. Hen felt offended at the suggestion that someone else was doing this kind of development. And Min asked if Ju Wan could meet such a player. It's hard to believe that someone could do something like that. At first, Ju Wan thought the same thing, but then he saw with his own eyes. Opening the record, Ju Wan clarified that that player was able to gather a bunch of customers by selling items and ended up auctioning off rainbow cloth clothes. This garment has been created by a truly outstanding craftsman while retaining all the characteristics of the fabric. Ju Wan says it's hard to believe. And then Hen starts to feel embarrassed and happy that it was all about him. With a laugh, Hen realizes that they don't know about fishing and sculpting skills yet. Ju Wan assures him that his tailoring skills are superior. Unfortunately, no one has even managed to see the mysterious tailor. Ju Wan clarifies that now absolutely everyone is trying to find him. And then Ju Wan assures that when the tailor reveals the next creation, he will certainly be so and will know all about it. Turning off the TV, Hen apologizes for not being interested at all. And then he comes to realize why Manhwa is in the business of selling. The next day, Hen returns to the King's Game under his character Vede. Then he hears a passerby talking about Badare, who had taken the 370th level, and now the Hermes Guild is stronger than ever. The player comes to the conclusion that this is the only reason why more and more people are moving to the Kingdom of Haben. The friends suggest that they should also come and see the knight. Deciding it's time to hit the road right now, the players leave. Vede realizes that the same Dark Knight story is on TV. Looking to the side, Vede notices a knight who is looking for a priest of the 170th battle as well as a ranged fighter. Also, Vede notices a player who is willing to buy a level 210th level sword with additional effects. Upon hearing this, Vede gets the idea that he should buy all the supplies he needs and head for Basra's cave. Meanwhile, in Basma's cave, Solon claps his hands to announce that his comrade will be bringing mobs any minute now. So everyone needs to be ready. Some of the players were not comfortable listening to Solon's instructions. They're sure he's just showing off for the girl. And a moment later, the comrade has indeed brought a gang of thieves, who are very angry and trying to catch up with their adversary. Upon seeing the army of mobs, Solon instructs the mages to attack right away, and they activate their abilities. The mage asks to wake up the flames to blaze and destroy and also uses the firestorm, from which countless opponents are scattered in different directions, taking the fiery flames upon themselves. Those who were able to escape the magic were caught in the crosshairs of Hwaryong the dancer. She activates the dance of the otherworld to deal critical damage to everyone who was right in front of her. This helps to successfully and quickly deal with thief mobs and leave Hwaryong unharmed. The allies can't take their eyes off Hwaryong. They support Hwaryong, saying that she will succeed. And hearing the words of encouragement, Hwaryong turns around and winks at his allies. While the two allies argue over who exactly Hwaryong winked at, the third guy asks her to pay attention to the enemy who is attacking from behind her. Turning around, Warren spots the thief, who decides to pounce from above. But another player comes to the rescue and activates iron fishing, snagging the opponent's leg with a sharp line. The opponent falls, crashing face first into the ground. Upon seeing the player, Hwaryong immediately thanks his savior for his help. With a wink, the guy assures Hwaryong's sister to be careful. It turns out he's the same fisherman who's ready to compete with Veed. And Solon is also impressed with Hwaryong's fight. He says it was like 1,000 butterflies danced in front of him. And Ms. Hwaryong was the most beautiful of them all. Hwaryong, embarrassed, thanks for the compliment, but clarifies that Solon was being overly expressive. But Solon assures me that Hwaryong underestimates herself, and she has to thank him for his support. And then Solon's nose starts to grow. He claims to be a member of the Mavaros Guild that owns this cave. That's why you can get experience here. To be clever, he tells me that there are secrets to getting special experience. And if Hwaryong goes with him, he'll get 30 points more. Kindly informing him to think about it, Hwaryong hoped he could talk to someone less clingy. And then a player appears and offers the dancer Hwaryong to join his guild. But she is confronted by Solon, who is adamantly opposed to anyone engaging in conversation with her. He assures them that they should think twice before offering Hwaryong their useless help and crossing the Mavaros Guild into their territory. The player did not expect such a reaction. He shows that he does not want to cross Mavaros' path and therefore decides to leave. With a glance at Varian, the player wishes him a successful hunt, and Solon continues to eat him up with his stern gaze. Realizing that there would be no chance to communicate, Hwaryong sighed heavily and lowered his head. And then the battle with the mobs continues. Mages activate chain lightning and create the strongest opposition to thieves. And Solon directs the archers to help the mages, so the next batch of thieves are hit by the archers' sharp arrows. Heading into further combat, Solon leads the way, and there's a whole army behind us looking to raise the experience. Here Solon decides to turn his attention to Hwaryong and winks, assuring him that he will lead the way to the right place. Smiling, Hwaryong wishes to leave this group as soon as possible. After the victory, the loot was a silver breastplate. Solon examines it closely, and the knight who's standing next to it clarifies that it's definitely high-quality armor. And then Solon says that the choice is hard, but that Hwaryong probably deserves it more than the others. And then he asks who's against it. Smirking, the players realize what's going on and assure him that no one is against it since Solon himself decided so. Trying to reward Hwaryong, Solon looks stupid, because Hwaryong isn't going to wear armor. Players get queasy at the sight of this. Trying not to show it, the players smirk at Solon's desire to hit on Varian, but they have to put up with it because of the experience bonus. Trying to smile, Hwaryong realizes that the situation looks very awkward. She likes to get experience, and this kind of thing is not normal. Then Hwaryong decides to clarify with the two players that hunting without pumping up your skills is considered wrong. After all, skills increase with frequency of use, and at this rate, players will get levels, but skills will remain untouched. With a thumbs up, the player assures that Hwaryong shouldn't get her head in the game, because that way she'll never reach the highest levels. But Hwaryong explains that this way the other players will be stronger, because the skills are pumped up. He says that by paying attention to the little things, Hwaryong is burdening himself. To finally shut Varian up, the knight asks about the group she's been in. Realizing that she has no experience, the knight suggests not to worry about skills. But Hwaryong realizes that easy hunting and easy money only makes players weaker without gaining power. She can't believe it's okay with everyone. And at the same time, there are quite a few players walking around some cave. The mage informs me that there is only one place left in the group. After all, their guild has already gathered 30 people and only tank is needed. And another player sells herbs at low prices in hopes that there's an herbal scientist walking around. This is where Veed walks. He assumes that the hunting grounds are the only reason so many people have gathered, while Veed ponders the terrain. A knight in a duke's helmet approaches from the side. It seems to him that Veed is looking for a group. He asks for his specialty and level, but the knight guesses that Veed is a swordsman because he has a sword on his belt. The knight says they need a swordsman. Upon seeing the helmet, Veed realizes that the knight belongs to the kingdom of the British Confederacy. The item costs 800 gold and the level is somewhere around 180th. Pointing to his group, the knight reports that there are 15 of them above level 170. His name is Vintish and they are from the Mavaros Guild. Is Veed aware that if you belong to the Mavaros Guild, you automatically gain 30% of experience. However, Veed is not interested in the group. He refuses Vinnick, who could not have expected such a response. And Veed assures me he can do it on his own. But mentally he realizes that if he joins the group, he's just sharing his experience with other players. Watching Veed go into the cave alone, the members of the Mavros Guild ponder his adequacy, but then decide he's just a high leveler. When he gets to the third floor, Veed remembers that Manhwa is busy, but Hwaryong must be here somewhere. Hearing his name behind him, Veed turns around assuming Hwaryon had found him first. Hwaryong's hands are clasped tightly in Veed's, and he is overjoyed to see him. Veed stands puzzled. And Hwaryon immediately asks what fate brought Veed himself to this cave. With a smile, Veed replies that he's here for a workout, and mentally asks him to let go of his hands. But then Sullen shows up jealous and asks Hwaryong about her conversation partner. Realizing that there's nowhere to go, Hwaryong clarifies that sculptor Veed has arrived. Looking up at Veed, Sullen's eye begins to twitch with indignation. And Veed Sullen is starting to get annoyed, because it's disrespectful to act that way with strangers. Jealousy gets the best of Sullen, and he assures him that Veed can't be Hwaryong's boyfriend, so he's probably just friends. He wonders if they've been swinging. Realizing the need to keep his tone light, Veed explains that they were introduced by a friend and had never played together before. Then he asks if that's a problem. Realizing that the jealousy was unnecessary and that Veed wouldn't let himself be hurt, Sullen backs off saying there's no problem since they're just friends, and decides to introduce himself and emphasize his guild. He offers to join because since they're just friends, there's no other choice, and immediately clarifies that joining their guild is a great opportunity for Sculptor. Hwaryon supports Sullen's proposal. Thinking about it, Veed tries to think of a way to disengage because he originally came in here just to say hello. And then he looks at the cheerful Hwaryong and no longer thinks such an idea is foolproof. He decides to accept the offer and follows Sullen along with the rest of the party. As they try to find common ground, Hwaryong shares his impression that they could meet in such a place. She decides to clarify that now is also the time for Veed to talk about his past quest. After scratching the back of his head, Veed clarifies that the quest wasn't exactly interesting, but Hwaryong had waited so long for it that she begs for a story. Looking at Hwaryong's interest in Veed's game, Sullen really doesn't like it. He concludes that inviting Veed into the guild was a bad idea. At that moment, a player appears and asks Hwaryong to accept the gift. He assures me that this potion should help in battle. Realizing that this was too expensive a gift, Veed clarifies that Hwaryong is indeed popular among these members. But it turns out it's just a matter of good charm and looks. And Veed didn't even know it was possible to increase such characteristics. If you increase your charm, you become much more beautiful, and it even affects your skin. But Veed is more interested in improving his appearance. With the help of appearance, the body becomes more attractive. It turns out that this characteristic is available to all dancers. And Veed concludes that charm for a dancer is like strength and agility for a swordsman. Whispering, Hwaryong assures her that it doesn't look quite like that in reality, and if Veed is interested, she can show her sometime. You can change some parameters during creation. Veed realizes that Hwaryong looks prettier in the game, and in the game it's the same as makeup in real life. After a few battles, Sullen explains that that's all for today. Everyone has done a good job and they will continue tomorrow. The participants are thanked for their work. Most of the participants say goodbye as they exit the capsule. Therefore, their characters begin to glow blue. And before he leaves, Sullen gets the idea to build a heart out of his hands, informing him that they will see each other again tomorrow. It turns out that Hwaryong and Veed are the only two people left. He explains that he has some business to attend to, so Hwaryong can go out first and they'll see each other tomorrow. And Hwaryong also leaves the capsule after saying goodbye to Veed until tomorrow's fights. When Veed was alone, he became more cheerful, thinking that now the real ride would begin. The first order of business for Veed is to sharpen his knives so that he can deal with monsters more easily. Later, Veed removes his equipment to polish and clean his armor. And it doesn't forget about specialty foods to boost performance. Now everything's perfect, and skills pumped up and ready for battle. Before starting the meal, Veed wonders how many bonuses he'll get. Looking ahead, Hwaryong and his brother the fisherman appeared in front of Veed. They licked at Veed's food. They appeared so unexpectedly that Veed almost fell over as he staggered backward. Asking what Hwaryong is doing here, Veed reminds her that she was leaving. Hwaryong looks away from the food and replies that she thought she'd come back. And brother Hwaryong decides to remind him of his presence and calls Veed brother. Veed remembers what happened on the fishing trip. Keeping his eyes on the dish, the guy introduces himself to Zeffy, clarifying that he wasn't out of the game, but that Weed didn't notice him. Veed asks not to speak to his food, and Hwaryong can't stop eating. She says she had no idea that Veed could cook so exquisitely, and this dish looks amazing. Her eyes glisten and saliva gushes from imagining what a delicious shrimp meal is in front of her. Realizing that this is a great bonus, Veed offers Hwaryong to buy this dish for 1 gold piece. Without hesitation, Hwaryong accepts. It's turning out to be something divine for her. Such succulent meat and delicate sauce. And this shrimp just dances in Hwaryong's mouth. The display notifies you of saturation. Mana health, fortitude, and art have increased. Hwaryong was impressed, saying that Veed was an incredible cook. Of course, Zeffy is also willing to pay to taste Veed's delicious dish. But Veed is not eager and looks at Zeffy with disdain. Turning away, Veed assures him that the shop is closed because the shrimp was the last one. For Zeffy, this is unbearably hard to hear. Turning to Hwaryong, Veed clarifies that he is going to move on and asks if Hwaryong is out of the game. Realizing that the bonuses should not go to waste, Hwaryong decides to go along with Veed. And Veed clarifies if she's really okay with the group, to which Hwaryong replies in the affirmative. Mentally, Veed scanned through Hwaryong's abilities. Her ability is quite a useful thing. And in addition to boosting allies, she can put sleep on enemies. Turning to Zeffy's brother, Hwaryong clarifies whether or not he's coming along with them. Turns out Zeffy was just waiting for Hwaryong to invite him to follow him, and he'd go to the ends of the earth for his brother Veed. After saying this, Hwaryong concludes that they know each other well, but Veed denies this opinion. For Veed, this group is quite unexpected. He suggests that it may be for the best, but where the fisherman came from is unclear. Meanwhile, Hwaryong assures me that he can call someone else to make it more fun and easier. But Veed as a lone hero is against such an expansion and assures Hwaryong that 3 players are enough. But Zeffy and Hwaryong are sure that 3 players won't be enough in such a dangerous place, and Veed decides to add a 4th, and immediately summons a Knight of the Otherworld who instantly gathers black energy. It was a surprise to Hwaryong and Zeffy. Gathering as one, Wang Hak addresses his master in an informal vocabulary. But Veed puts on the gloves, asking how many times was told how to properly address the master, and Wang Hak comes to his senses, terrified of being knocked out. Then Veed asks how he's rested, assuring him that it's time for the sponger to stretch out. But Van Hak doesn't like it when he calls him names and tells him not to do that. Realizing that this is a true Knight of the Otherworld, Wang Hak Hwaryong reaffirms to himself that Veed is incredible, and Zeffy can't figure out who this Weed is. After all, he thought he was just a normal player who specializes, but to summon a knight is something. Continuing to wonder about this, Zeffy stands puzzled. Veed suggests going to the 4th floor. After going up to the 4th floor, Hwaryong asks if Veed knows the story of this dungeon. She was told that many years ago, the Duke of Basra was banished for betraying the British Confederacy, so he created a dungeon for the Thieves' Guild. He smiled and asked if the thieves were here. Hwaryong realizes that he already knows everything. Then Veed clarifies that there aren't many people here. Hwaryong replies that it's because of the monsters above level 240, which are plentiful. And lastly, Hwaryong shares that the 3 of them, or rather the 4 of them, are enough here. But Veed assures you that you just have to trust him and everything will be under control. Mentally, Hwaryong continues to worry because they don't even have a priest with them, and if their group is broken up, all their belongings will be lost. Sweating with excitement, Zeffy regrets not getting out right away. Now he's sure he's headed for certain death. Meanwhile, the thieves are off to empty their pockets. They want to clean out the bags, and if anything's missing, they'll find it and then cut off their hands. Upon seeing the opponents, Wang Hak instantly activates the power of darkness and swings his powerful sword. He immediately activates the Blade of the Otherworld, which causes the sword to release powerful streams of energy directly towards his opponents. From such a flow of strong energy, the thieves can't stay on their feet. It turned out that neither Zeffy nor Hwaryong knew what Knight Van Hak was capable of, and Zeffy begins to realize that Van Hak is above level 290. Zeffy is trying to figure out how Weed got hold of Wang Hak in the first place. He's surprised that Wang Hak could easily handle 4 level 240 mobs. He wonders how strong he is. In the meantime, after the flood of dark power, the thieves are trying to recover. They can barely stand on their feet and hold on to the places that were hit the hardest. Wang Hak swung his sword again, assuring that the thieves would see the full force of the blade. Before he can speak, the knight is hit by a blow from Veed, who is clearly unhappy with his assistant. Looking at Van Hak, Veed demands that the thieves be kept alive, because the players will take care of them next, and that's the condition of the real order. After scratching the place of the blow, Wang Hawk assures that he can understand everything, but it is necessary to warn in advance and also to stop hitting. He realizes that since Wang Hawk's rise in level, he thinks he can be impertinent. It seems to him that the knight has become proud and no longer trusts his master. Looking at the way Van Hawk stands and takes offense, Weed decides that he will need to work with him, but not now. Now Veed needs to stretch, and for that, there are already mobs running towards him. As soon as Veed swung his sword, the three opponents collapsed into lifeless bodies. Reinforcements arrive, and Veed activates the split knife technique and knocks out the next group of mobs. Remembering that Veed is a simple sculptor, Hwaryong has questions about the technique, and Zephy says it all looks very cool. At the sight of Veed being attacked by an entire guild of thieves, Zephy tells Hwaryong that it's time for them to come to the rescue. Meanwhile, Vita and Wan Hawk swiftly knock out every opponent that gets in their way, and Hwaryong activates a charm dance to confuse the enraged opponents. Certainly, the thieves couldn't take their eyes off of Hwaryong, who was actively possessing their minds. Then she plugs in her innocent look and asks if the thieves really want to hurt her. There was no hint of anger in the thieves' eyes. They assured me that they could not offend such a beautiful girl, and if she was not busy, they could invite her. Realizing that the thieves have been caught, Hwaryong gives a pissed-off look, saying that she's against podcasting because guys like that disgust her. Such dismorality terrifies guys who are as relaxed as possible and fall for the trap. Zephy wonders how it happens, seeing his opponents stunned, and Hwaryong assures him that they can stand like this for 2 minutes. And Zephy pulls out a fishing hook, assuring Hwaryong that he'll take care of the rest. Casting a hook, Zephy catches one of his opponents, who immediately regains consciousness and tries to understand what's going on. Pulling the fishing line, Zephy is delighted to have made such a great catch. This is a great way for Zephy to fight. Waving at the opponents, Zephy activates the fish tornado and topples all the thieves that were nearby. And Hwaryong takes out every opponent with his sharp blade. After analyzing the tactics, Hwaryong realizes that this is different from that group of idiots. They'll lose here if they hesitate, and there's no other way. When the thieves were finished, Zephy and Hwaryong decided to rest. It was hard for them to fight for so long, so they had no more strength. Zephy's pale face tries to figure out how many groups of thieves have been defeated. He's sure there were at least 20, and Hwaryong just lost count. And then Hwaryong decides to thank Zephy for his help because it was so much easier with his support. Slightly embarrassed, Zephy thanks little sister Hwaryong in return. Meanwhile, Veed opens his inventory and is surprised that there is no room at all for new loot. And Hwaryong doesn't understand how Veed can sort things so calmly when they've just finished fighting a crowd of opponents. I mean, he's really full of energy. So Hwaryong gets the idea to get to know Veed better. She asks if it's true that Veed always swings like that. With a smile, Veed confirms Hwaryong's assumption, and Hwaryong is amazed at this pumping. After the sorting was done with, Veed began to offer his help in fixing things. But Hwaryong decides to discuss the fact that fighting high-level mobs alone is very dangerous. And Veed doesn't think so. Because if you look at the monsters from the heights of Levias, they're tiny. So Veed has this notion that monsters are food that helps him grow. Such a comparison surprises Hwaryong. She thinks that if they follow Veed, they'll have a lot of adventures. After repeating his question about the broken outfit, Veed realizes that no repair is needed and so suggests we head out. But Zephy begins to resent it. He says he's lost a lot of health and hasn't even had time to rest. Zephy's not ready to go into battle right now. And Veed's figured it out. He says that the lower your health, the faster your stamina increases, so you have to fight harder to make the blows tickle. But then Veed remembers that there's 15% health left. That's definitely a lost grip. But for Zephy and Hwaryong, that's a fine level of health. And Veed assures them that the warm-up is over and they can move on. Zephy regrets not leaving the game with the others, and Hwaryong is shocked. After a few more battles, Hwaryong and Zephy are exhausted. They claim that such a strain puts their lives at risk. And Veed reminds me that they have mistaken him for the leader. So we must pull ourselves together. Because if we end this now, we can kiss things goodbye. With a glance around, Hwaryong agrees with Veed, but wants to explain that they are tired. Accepting the group's problem, Veed sits down across from them and says they can rest for 10 minutes but then need to move on. While they rest, Veed decides to do some sewing, for which he gets a needle and cloth. This skill leaves Hwaryong confused. She feels uncomfortable assuming that Veed has all of his professions at apprentice. After punching himself in the face, Zephy comes to the conclusion that Veed is just a monster who enjoys crafting, and they're just here for the game. As the group went into battle, a tired Zephy was able to be attacked by the thief. It turns out to be a blow to a vital point. Zephy starts to fall over in pain, and the wounded area lights up with tiny flashes. At the sight of Zephy's injury, Hwaryong asks her to stand aside because she should deal with the enemy. By activating the Dance of the Otherworld, Hwaryong manages to deal the final damage to his opponent. As he vanished into the fire dust, Warren began to ask about Zephy's well-being. Meanwhile, he was holding on to his wound and covered in light. His body trembles and his eyes barely lift to his sister. He shares the assumption that this was his limit. Out of anger, Hwaryong starts yelling at Veed, reminding him that they're people who just need a vacation now and then. Meanwhile, Zephy is convinced he can't recover without the priest. So he says it's okay and just takes the critical blow for himself. Exhaling heavily, Hwaryong begins to envy Zephy, who can just lie down, while she has to move on with the demon Veed. But Veed has no intention of leaving his comrade in distress. He takes out an elastic bandage to heal poor Zephy. Stretching his bandages, Veed assures him that there is no need to worry and he will take care of the ailing Zephy. But Zephy asks to be told it's a joke because he knows that the bleeding can't be stopped by anyone but a priest. Bleeding stopping wounds stabilized, health increased to 29, and Veed asks how he's feeling. Zephy, surprised, decides to ask about the skill, and Veed proudly asks about a level 9 apprentice. Realizing that Veed is almost a master in this area as well, Zephy can't understand what's wrong with him and why he needs to upgrade all his skills to apprentice. Looking at his comrades, Veed begins to realize that they are getting tired, but it surprises him because such battles cannot compare to those in Morta. The moon sculptor's profession is the reason for his decision to become a moon sculptor. He was against it at first, but now he decides it's not a bad thing. In the past months, Veed had been busy increasing his skills and leveling up. However, without that, Veed would be much weaker now. When Zephy is back on his feet, Veed asks about regaining his health. Zephy confirms that he's fine. Then Veed sets off, cheerfully beckoning to his comrades who have no strength left at all. After the battle, Veed is surprised to find that there is nothing else in his inventory. He is puzzled to realize that there is no more to carry. Seeing this, Zephy rejoices and asks if we'll have to stop pumping. And Veed confirms this by clarifying that no more packing is allowed. Hwaryong and Zephy are happy about it, but assure Veed that they expected more. Hwaryong even had tears of happiness that this trek would finally be over. And Zephy is shedding tears at the realization that it's time for them to get out of this hell. But Veed says not to get upset because they're not coming out. He just needs to run into town and sell everything, and then they'll keep fighting. Promising that when they return they will go further, Veed doesn't forget the bandages to bring with them. Turning to Hwaryong, Zephy asks what to do and assumes there is only one way out. He just wants to run away. A couple days later, Lee, Hyen, and Hyen are sitting at the table. Hyung is studying for a test and Hyen is just helping. And Hen feels like he's just degraded because he doesn't understand anything about these lessons. The test is only 4 days away. Hen wants to give up, but he feels sorry for the money he has invested in training, and he doesn't want to upset his grandmother and Hyen. And Hyeon realizes that Veed is just confused. She proposes to convert all the tasks into finances and it will be easier to solve. The locator on his head is sticking out because the problem has taken on new colors. He needs to calculate how much money he will earn in a year, given the coefficient. By calculating as fast as possible, Hen gives the correct solution to this problem, and Hyen gives a thumbs up to his smart brother Hen. She says all the math can be translated into the money Hen loves so much. After seeing Hyeon's efforts to help, V decides he can't let her down and will try harder for the remaining 4 days. After the students were tested, they immediately went home. Ah-hyun came out happy compared to the rest of the students. He is surprised that only one question in the whole test was difficult. It turned out that the question was about a purse that was supposedly found on the street. It seems to Hen that there were 3 correct answers. In a moment of reflection, Hen hears behind him a statement about an item from Ross Gleesus. It turns out that the 3 students are discussing the game, and it seems to Hen that they are talking about King's Road. At one point they discuss the axe with effects. It turns out that in the middle is Jung-hoon, who is the Dark Gamer. The guys are amazed at what he can do. And Hen remembers a message that has come in the mail more than once on behalf of the Dark Gamer. And then a student asks about Jun-hoon's level. It turned out that Dark Gamer was a level 355 player. Amazed at such a high level, it turned out that Jun-hong was in the top 10,000, which means the ranking stage of the game. Jung-hoon invites the students to get into the car to show them what the Dark Gamers do. Not only the invitation, but even the car amazes the students. Ah Hyun was involuntarily a listener and was left perplexed by all the information. Jung-hoon notices that. He offers to take Hyung for a ride with them. Hen keeps quiet because he doesn't know what this guy's like. But Jun-hoon explains that there's no need to be so tense. After all, he listened to their conversation, so he knows something about the Royal Road, and specifies that they're on their way to meet the Dark One. So he reiterates his offer to join them. They arrived at a warehouse where there were lots of capsules and computers, but there was no one else there. So it's time to tell you who the Dark Knights are. Sipping his drink, Jung-hoon asks if they've thought about how much money people who sell items from the game for real money make. While Hen was silent, one of the other students shares the opinion that it is possible to earn 10 or 20,000. Jung-hoon says it's at least 100,000, and the students are shocked at the amount of money for simple items from the game. Turns out it's mostly people from China, India, and North Asia, but all the pros are in China. And the student says that while we're on the subject, he's heard that there's a similar organization in Korea. Jung-hoon confirms these words but says that there are quite a few of them. However, the names will never be known, although it is legal, but these are the rules of the game. Doesn't claim that by far the largest organization exists is the Dark Gamers Alliance. And the student with glasses decides to ask what exactly Jung-hoon does. Turns out their main job is information gathering, and the information that gets to one of them belongs to the whole alliance. For example, about monsters. The information is varied but very useful, and this is almost always the case. The students are shocked by this kind of business. But Jun-hoon says that this information is not available to everyone, because it can only be accessed after reaching a special rank. Yun is silent. Turns out it's for my own safety. So far so good, but at any moment there could be a leak. In addition, Jung-hoon asks why a cellular level player also needs information about the mobs of the 200th level. So the information directly depends on the level of the player. And the guy with the glasses decides to confirm the information by asking if the higher the level, the more valuable the information will be. But it turns out it's not quite like that. If it's an active gamer who does good, the rank will increase so you can get to the top. Without thinking long, the students decide they want to be in the same business and inform Jung-hoon. Putting the contract in front of the students, Jun-hong asks them to put their nick level and information about themselves in there. After noticing that Hyun is not interested in joining the Dark Gamers Alliance, Jung-hoon decides to ask Hyun's opinion on joining the Dark Gamers Alliance. And Hen refuses the offer without a second thought. He had no thought of joining any alliance. Jung-hoon doesn't understand why Hyun came here in the first place. When it comes down to it, he leaves immediately. But if that's the way it's decided, then so be it. I thought I was wrong. Hen decides to leave because there's nothing here. Turns out Jung-hoon was following him. He says those guys joined to get a few perks, but it seems like Hyun doesn't care about that kind of stuff. Throwing the piece of paper at Hen Jung-hoon suggests that he doesn't want to share the information with the others or just thinks the nubs aren't worthy of it. And he says not to be nervous because it's a great opportunity for everyone. If Hyun is serious about the Royal Road, he should join them. And Hen explains that he has more important things to do than rise in the ranks, especially since he really doesn't want to share any information. After saying that, Jung-hoon can't afford to back down and assures Hen that he should join the Dark Gamer Alliance. It turns out that Jung-hoon saw that Hyun is not just a nerd. He asked about the Dark Gamer site and offered a special account for newbies. He says as soon as Hyun comes in, he'll have a C rank. He assumes that Hyun will be able to find useful tips. And if he wants, he can create an account. But Hyun is serious and not friendly. He decides to ask what is the benefit to Jung-hoon himself. Going to his car, Jung-hoon clarifies that there's no profit in it. He's just looking for allies. That surprises Hyun. Leaning on the hood, Jung-hoon clarifies that the first rule of Dark Gamers is to trust no one, and they both adhere to that. The second rule is to give as much as you take. Jun-hoon thinks this rule doesn't go against Hyun's principles either. Considering Hen is perfect, and Hen asks about the third rule, turns out it's the rule to trust nothing but money, Hyun agrees. In the morning, Veed tells his allies to go to the boss. This comes as a tremendous shock. And Seffi explains that Veed must have gone mad to attack the Duke of Basra at level 290, and his guards are 275. But Veed knows they're all necromancers. Zeffy didn't want to go to his own slaughter, but to ask for rest. But then Zeffy asks if it's true that a defeat will block entry to the game for 24 hours. Hwaryeon confirms it. They whisper so that Veed can't hear. As soon as Hwaryeon realized her brother Zeffy's plan, She immediately started urging Veed to go to the boss fight as soon as possible. And Zeffy's glad it'll be over soon. They immediately head towards the boss, and Veed stands still, not realizing what's going on. He thinks Zeffy Hwaryong is an odd couple, but he realizes that only at the boss's expense can he speed up the time before the test results come back. After a while, they're at the boss place. He says it's been a while since he's had visitors, and asks what could have brought them here. In their minds, Zeffy and Hwaryong answered that they came for their own reprisal, to get out of the game as soon as possible. But Veed points his finger at the boss to make it clear that they've come to deal with him. The boss realizes these are British Confederate men, and if that's the way they want it, it will be done. The bodies will lie there as a lesson to the rest of us fools, and does not hesitate to order his subordinates to deal with the enemy as soon as possible. One of the opponents was a priest and therefore activates the holy blessing, which causes the sword to glow with a yellow light. The other activates the pontiff's blessing to deal with enemies using only abilities. Turning around, Veed asks Wan Hawk to take on the thieves. The knight immediately agrees. And Veed realizes that the knight obeyed so easily because he was afraid of the sacred artifacts. Turning to Zeffy, Veed asks him to help Van Hawk deal with the thieves. And Hwaryan must take on the knights while Veed goes off to battle the Duke himself. After handing out the tasks, Veed says it's time to begin and heads swiftly toward the Duke. Meanwhile, the knights in blue are ready to fight for Basra's honor. And Hwaryong doesn't activate the dance of seduction, but just acts it out in hopes that their plan will work. In her mind, Hwaryong asks her opponents to deal with her as soon as possible. It won't be pleasant, but it's better than hunting with sore muscles. Glancing at his opponents, Hwaryan notices them arguing over the carnage they are inflicting on each other. One reminds the other that it is the knight's duty to protect women, not the other way around. And the comrade replies that he knows it himself, but they have orders from Urgerzog that they have to fulfill. In the moment, they decide there's no other choice and immediately apologize to Hwaryong. Closing her eyes, Hwaryong once again asks for her reprisal. She mentally clarifies that the dance is not activated, but to stop dancing would definitely be out of line. And then the display announces that the dance of seduction has been successful. The knights of the Urgerzog of Basra are fast asleep. Before they fall asleep, they apologize to Lord Basra. As Hwaryong continues to dance, he doesn't realize what happened and starts to panic a lot because the plan was completely different. Meanwhile, thieves who came to the fight successfully takes damage from Van Hawk. The knight calls the thieves fools who dare to strike the Dark Knight in vain. And Zeffy's sure it's not just an otherworld knight. While he had his back, the knight had taken out 3 groups of thieves. At this point, Zeffy felt bad. He remembered that he didn't have to try, but had to give in to the first opponent to get out of this game. Meanwhile, Lord Basma rises from his throne and casts some sort of spell. And pointing his staff at Veed, he demands a dark arrow to pierce the enemy. But Veed has the ability to dodge every dark arrow that comes at him. Seeing Veed dodge, Zeffy stops in bewilderment. He doesn't understand how Veed does it. Meanwhile, Veed heads to Lord Basra to knock him out as soon as possible. At the sight of an approaching opponent, Basra tries to activate the teleport as soon as possible. But Veed is too close, so he assures Basra that it's useless, and immediately activates the sculpture blade. A blade-like piercing beam headed toward Basra, who never had time to teleport. Whereupon the Dark Lord stops. He holds on to his wound and lowers his head, and then tells him he can't defeat someone who's made a contract with the god of the other world. He decides to show the reason why the kings of Britain have not subdued him. Raising his hand in the air, Lord Basra tells the undead knights to rise, and they immediately rise to their feet, illuminated by a red light. The Lord assures that countless former knights are buried in this place, and soon Veed will be among them. But Veed replies to Lord Basra that he disagrees with this statement. Veed activates the sculptor's blade and slays each undead knight. And one of the knights decides to attack from above, but Veed manages to spot him, and just in time to cover himself with his protective cloak, which recently prevented a strong reduction in XP from opponents of another kingdom. It turned out that the blessing would last another 20 minutes, so Veed was obligated to finish before then. And this is where Veed decides to use an eye for an eye. He wants to meet the number of undead with his number of knights. Raising Turito's helmet, Veed activates the summoning of skeletons that immediately rise from the ground and head towards the opponents. And Veed gives the order to attack and destroy all enemies that are on this floor of the dungeon. Looking at the undead against whom I had to summon skeletons of only level 50, they are only good for wasting time. With a glance at Zeffy, and Hwaryan, Veed urges to work together and damage Basra while the undead are busy. and they answer that they will try to do their best, even though they don't mentally want to. Going into battle, Veed warns that he is launching an attack on the boss Lord Basra. Upon seeing Veed, Lord Basra calls him an idiot who can't stand up to such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, all three of them went on the offensive. It's a triple counterattack. After a while, Zephy and Hwaryong lay on the ground and panted incessantly, trying to regain their breath. Hwaryong didn't think he could move. She smiles and tells her brother Zephy that she still can't believe they were able to defeat Lord Basra. And Zephy backs it up by pointing out that Veed's a crazy guy, but knows that no one thought Basra could be defeated by 3 men. And then an angry Veed appears. He speaks to the bedridden, assuring them that there is no time to rest. With a smirk, Veed assures him that time is money, and these two seem to have come here to rest. He says it's time to go hunting to make the long journey. Hearing such a plan made Zephy and Hwaryong feel sick to their stomachs. They can't believe that Veed is making them move on right after such a powerful battle. But the players found an excuse in time to get out of the game. 2 days later, Veed returns to the cave to work again. Remembering his comrades, Veed is glad that this time he is going alone and will not have to share the experience with others. In the meantime, there were quite a few people crowded around the sign. It's a 200% usage fee, and only Maveros and Prosperity go up. Also, all valuables will be bought back at a fair price. Veed realizes that it's time to change the hunting ground, and there is someone he wants to see. After a while, Veed is already in the kingdom of Rosenheim and accepts Circa's strong embrace. She cries with happiness at seeing Veed. She immediately jumps on him, knocking him to the ground. The marmot screams that she missed him, and Veed is angry at the excessive emotion and physical contact. Meanwhile, pale Ramuna and Irene stand back and gasp at little Circa's happiness. Smiling Veed realizes he is glad to have someone who welcomes hugs, but such strong ones seem unnecessary. And then Circa assures him that Veed's cooking skills are excellent, so she asks him to cook something. And Veed realizes her joy. And Pale says they heard a lot about Veed and the quests he did. They also befriended Manhwa, who told them about hunting in Basra. Here Pale decides to smirk at Void's level, which couldn't increase due to the constant quests. But Veed explains that the level has already been raised to 259. Such a statement enrages the players, except Irene. They remember how hard they worked to reach 220th. Meanwhile, entire columns of knights have risen from both sides. The players are puzzled, not understanding what is happening. The commander-in-chief comes out. Veed realizes these are the wars of the kingdom of Rosenheim. And the commander-in-chief heads straight for Veed, asking if he is the sculptor. But Veed doesn't remember having any trouble in the kingdom of Rosenheim. There are knights standing everywhere, so there is no choice. And Veed will have to have a conversation with the commander-in-chief. And Veed confirms the commander-in-chief's words and asks what's going on. After making a short bow, the commander-in-chief states that His Majesty the King wishes to meet with Veed, so we must pass. Realizing that the king himself wishes to speak to Veed, Pale and his team are surprised. The Gawkers have also heard that Veed was invited by the king of Rosenheim himself. They can't believe such a thing is even possible. A lot of people have gathered who are interested in the reason for calling Veed to the king. Some ask for details afterwards, and some think there will be a quest. But Veed doesn't like it at all and senses something wrong. So he decides to ask what the king wants. The commander-in-chief doesn't like this questioning. He says that the king has a request and that Veed should go with them to find out in person. Pale starts thinking about the quest the king might give, but Groundhog is sure it's going to be something very cool. And then Veed remembers about the quest of the Order of Freya, which must be handed in at the temple. So he thought to look there before going to the palace to see the king. He explains that it is necessary to enter the temple before the meeting and asks if this is possible. And the commander-in-chief confirms and asks for permission to accompany him. Upon entering the temple, Veed takes a seat at a table with the priest to discuss some things. And then the priest assures him that he is honored to meet Veed. Offering his help, the priest assures him that he will gladly do what is necessary. And Veed realizes that he is now welcome in any temple of Freya he enters. And he replies that he wants information about the lands of despair. It turned out to be a place where humans rarely set foot. Orcs and other monsters don't allow passage. They are insane and their tribal wars never cease. It is known that these lands became a haven for those who were banished centuries ago and left with the Dark Elves. However, even they have long since become history. But the temple has no means of finding out where Barakin took the necromancers. But all the land is a mass grave, and that's very hard to believe. And then it dawns on Veed that he's going to have to find out what's going on. So Veed immediately asks about the squad that will go with him. It turned out that 50 priests were ready to go with him. Vid is not pleased with this decision. He asks if there will be no paladin knights and only priests. Turns out all paladins and most priests are on missionary assignments, so they can't join. All of this does not please Vid, and he decides to seek the king's help. After a while, Vid is already in the king's domain. The columns of knights stand on either side of him again. Here the king greets Vid, realizing that he is the one he will be talking to. And Vid kneels to the king, claiming to be the sculptor. As soon as the king wishes to say why he summoned Vid here, a violent cough interrupts this speech. Seeing that the king is coughing, two servants stand aside and call him Lord. But the king makes a gesture that means no help will be needed, although at this time blood is coming out of the king's mouth. Meanwhile, Vid continues to kneel with his head down, and the king clarifies if Vid is really the moon sculptor. Turns out the king was familiar with the path. His mother had a close friend named Zahab, and the servants who were always around turned to the king again, deciding that this was secret information. But the king assures me there's no need to hide it. The whole story is no longer a secret. So the king informs us that there is a request for a famous sculptor like Vid, and specifies that there is not much time left. He explains that he has done much for the kingdom, built a peaceful society and raised the homeland above the British Confederacy. He also raised warriors. It reminded the king of falling off his horse all the time when he was 5. It was difficult, but he got over it. Vid is pleased that the king is very social. As the king continues to tell his biography, Vid can barely hold on. He longs for the king to get down to business, not just talk. And finally the king says he's very weak now, and it's time to hand over his power to the prince and find a new home for himself. Looking up, the king wonders if everyone is listening to him, and Vid excitedly assures me that he is. And mentally, he can't believe he fell asleep. In the sequel, the king says the new house will be a tomb, a place where this old body can rest. And then Vid is given a new task. He must make a tomb for King Seodorn. This task will bring a lot of bonuses, which is very satisfying for Vid. It seems Vid will be able to get aristocrat status, or at least get a very rare item. In his mind, Vid envisions some rare weapon and shield from King Seodorn's chamber. So there is no doubt in his mind about the choice. Vid himself can't miss this chance, so he accepts the order without delay. He assures that he will do his best to prepare a worthy place. Walking down the corridor, Vid ponders about the tomb, which must be unique. Having imagined a tomb from the Stone Age, Vid assumes they would take their head off their shoulders for such work. This tomb will go down in history. It's legendary and incomparable, and it's supposed to be pretty big. Manual labor is the most valuable talent, so Vid feels obligated to try. He can't remember a task he couldn't manage. For Vid, there is nothing he can't handle. Remembering the dragon Cades, Vid is sure that even the size of the task has never been an obstacle, and now Vid can build a giant tomb and get a rare weapon as a reward. As Vid walked down the corridor, penetrating his thoughts to the side, Pale was waiting for him, wondering how everything went. Turns out Pale's whole team is here for Vid. They were worried that's why they came, and they are also very interested to know about the new quest if it's him. And Vid explains that it is indeed a quest from the king himself. Pale is shocked and assumes that Vid will disappear again for a while. But then he comes up with a brilliant idea. He says he's going to need everyone's help. But Pale reminds him that it is the king's request. Pale reminds him that it is the king's request and asks if he will share such a valuable task, to which he assures him that he will. And Ramuna reminds him that there is a crowd of people outside the gate. Irene clarifies that if Vid doesn't show up, the people will be furious. After a little thought, Vid says it's even better, because his idea has taken on massive proportions. Seeing the team along with Vid people ask each other why the sculptor might need King Seodorn. Activating the lion's roar, Vid explains that he wants to make a statement about the assignment the king has issued. It's so loud, people put their hands over their ears. They feel like their eardrums are about to burst. Players know that it is already unrealistic to meet the king and are surprised that it is easier to get the quest. A friend clarifies that he has never read about such a thing. Folks are saying this is the first quest from King, so they are looking forward to the details. And Vid explains that he's been asked to do something special, and he needs everyone's help. Realizing that the quest is rank B, players start to worry about what kind of help we are talking about. But many assure that they will help and can definitely be relied upon. Recalling that they are all breathing the same air on the continent, Vid assures that they should help each other. But he specifies that this is not a simple quest, so Vid will charge 1 gold each to participate. Players are surprised at this low cost and joke about the money that would be raised if all the people chipped in. Other players believe that paying 1 gold to participate in a quest from the king does not count as a cost. And Irene is worried. But Pale assures me everything is under control. And Circa begins to think the quest is dangerous. Ramuna doesn't believe that Weed has thought of everything. After a while, they put a table with a box in the middle of the square. In the middle of the square, there is a box with a gold piece that you can put in it to participate in the quest from King Seodern. By depositing a coin, players begin to give thanks for the opportunity to participate in something great and legendary. The muscular player thanks Veed for his responsiveness and assures him that he is already waiting for the game to start. Another player assures that taking 1 gold for such a chance is incredibly generous. After bowing, Veed assures him that he should thank the people. He had not expected so many to respond. This is beyond all expectations. It turns out that Veed has decided to build catacombs in the eastern plains of Cereburg, and all that's needed are laborers and materials. Once the people have gathered at the plains, Veed invites everyone to begin the task of difficulty B. Showing a motivational gesture, Veed specifies that the first thing to do is to start by collecting stones. The people trust him completely and agree. On me. The work was intense and immediate. Every player was busy, realizing that all the effort was for the sake of King Shotoran. By controlling the process, Veed reminds us to be strong, and for the king's reward, you must try harder. But if the people don't want awards, then we can continue at the pace we are now. One of the players who is carrying the cube speeds up that this is how he is going to earn the reward. His comrade looks on in displeasure. And then he speeds off, overtaking the fellow in red. He says that he is not a pushover either, and that he deserves a reward. Seeing that everything is going according to plan, Veed realizes that it's still not enough because he needs a little more people than he has now. And people who watch the game from the internet discuss the crowd of people who gathered in the mountains of Rosenheim. The girl thinks people went crazy when they heard about the public quest. Even people from other kingdoms go there, and Veed is unbelievable. Hearing this, the guy tells his friend that he can go there too and see everything in person. The offer only made the girl happy, and she asks if the guy wants to do it. But he doesn't think it's worth it, so he passes. Meanwhile, correspondents are discussing the public B-class quest in Rosenheim. Even scouts everywhere are talking about it. So Ju Wan decides to send someone there. And then he remembers Shin Hai Min is supposed to be in Rosenheim. It turns out that He Min had already reported that she had something wrong. For Ju Wan, it's irresponsible because He Min promised she'd never let him down and asked what happened, but it turns out Hai Min didn't tell. And then it finally dawned on the correspondents that something had to be done. Meanwhile, the player is trying to drag a huge cube. She lacks strength, so she quits because it's getting really hard. Even with weight reduction magic, it's still hard to carry such cubes. She realizes that there's only a little more to go, and she needs to get stronger. She raises the cube again, reminding herself that she has to do something amazing. Her hands start to shake, her legs shake, and it looks like the cube is going to hit the ground again. It's too heavy for such a fragile girl. But then Pale comes over and picks up the rock from the other side. Looking at the girl, Pale asks if she's okay. And he says the girl won't go that far, so he'll help her carry it. But the girl blushes lightly and without averting her eyes explains that she can handle herself. Pale explains that it's okay, and she can let him help. After letting go of the rock, the girl gets the idea that Pale seems like a nice guy. A little embarrassed, the girl introduces herself as Miran and asks for the name of her assistant. Smiling Pale gives his name and says that Miran can always call him for help. Departing, Miran shyly walks beside him and graciously thanks him for his help. At this time, Veed is preparing dinner. He assures each player that they should eat to regain their strength. And to the players, it seems nice. Reddy is already a level 4 medium and Craft a level 9 medium. With these skills, even the soup from one herb is quite tasty. When the player returns for more, he assures Veed that he has never tasted porridge tastier than this in his life. Replying with a smile, Veed thanks for the praise, assuring that he is happy to hear such words. As the player asks for more, Veed looks away, trying to stop smiling for a second. The constant smiling makes his face ache, but it turns out it doesn't matter how little meat goes into the porridge. You still have to pay 100 gold pieces for it every day, and that money goes to the chef's skill. Looking at the players, Veed realizes he has a duty to feed them, like a good leader. It's the only thing he can thank them for now. But Veed believes that the players are obliged to work like hell. Besides, he got 100 gold pieces for this quest. Enjoying Wid thinks that if 7,000 gold used, that there is still 99,300 gold and 10,000 donations left. After lunch, the players go back to work. In addition to adults, there are also children who give more energy to dragging such stones. A little boy appeals to his sister, assuring her that such a stone is too heavy to carry. But the little sister doesn't look much older and turns around and assures me that the stones must be carried to the end. Looking at the broadcasts in her laptop, the girl who recently wanted to attend the quest assures me that it all looks like a labor camp. Her boyfriend reminds her that he warned her about this. That's why it's best to stay out of it, because nothing in this world is for nothing. He's mad that he's being smart. After some more time, 10,000 people gathered huge stones in one place. This work was not only hard for the girls and children, the men are in tears of joy that it's over. They are happy they did it. But Veed assures that the work is not yet finished, and this was only the beginning. This time it's just a matter of shaping these rocks. They need to be flat to fit for construction, and there is not much time left. Then Veed puts his hand over his heart and asks for help in creating a shrine. Meanwhile, the players feel that there must be something truly incredible that needed so many stones. Darius shows up behind them with his underlings and assures them that from now on, his guild can be entrusted with the job. They'll make sure the work doesn't stand still. Remembering Hamgam, Veed is sure it was Darius's guild that sizzled all the dojo students. While the apprentices are chasing the wolf, Hamgam opens the chat room. Veed asks for an opinion on that guild if he should work with them. Having received a favorable answer, Veed reminds him of the trouble. But Hamgam assures him that a man should live with a light heart without harboring grudges. But Veed knows that Hamgam is a man with a keen sense of revenge, so he accepts that he wants revenge in his own way. And the players continue to work hard. Everyone is working on the shape of the stones. Then these same stones had to be lifted on top of each other to make some kind of shape. In the morning when the players returned, they were stunned by what they saw. They are thrilled to have a real pyramid for their favorite King Soidern. Looking at the pyramid from afar, Veed thinks that the exterior is not bad, but the interior will be difficult without expensive materials. But Veed knows he must fulfill this quest. He will not give up even if he has to pay more money, so the tomb will definitely be completed. Inside the pyramid were carpets and a dais for the tomb itself. Veed stood beside it and pondered. In his head, he wonders exactly what the tomb should be, and then decides that a royal symbol is needed to represent the tomb. And then comes the perfect idea. Veed doesn't understand why he didn't think of it before and runs off. He climbs the high stone that had been left so that he could see the entire pyramid. Veed is glad he didn't touch it earlier. And then he gets to work. He's sure it's the same technique as the dragon, so it's no big deal. Veed puts up the peg and hangs on the rope. And the players gather in front of the stone and guess that there will be a sculpture. But no one can imagine what kind of sculpture it will be. The lion is a symbol of dignity and life, the king of longevity. He may be lazy, but he retains an aura of majesty, and every movement of his powerful body is mesmerizing. Continuing to sculpt diligently, Veed is certain that the lion is the symbol of the current king, and that is exactly what is needed. The display is bursting with notifications. Veed succeeds and the masterpiece is completed. Veed gets a title and many useful things, including the imaginary hand. And Veed is happy to have achieved a master in sculpture in the imaginary hand. Now Veed is confident he can create sculptures even faster. As the players look at the incredible sculpture, they can't believe that it took only a knife to create it. Everyone marvels at Veed and his abilities. While the players were looking at the statue, the display notified the health boost. The players were simply delighted and bewildered at the same time. Some people can't even believe it because even the magic resistance has increased. All the effects are up for the day. Enjoying his work and the players' enthusiasm, Veed hears that someone is now willing to help the sculptors permanently. After completion, Pale brought Miran to meet his team. Miran is a ranger by trade and also Pale's girlfriend. After answering that it was a pleasure to meet you, Irene, Circa, and Ramuna couldn't say anything else. While Miran claims she's just happy to have met Pele, Roman can't believe he's got such a hottie. Looking closely at Miran's face, Circa decides to ask if they have met before. Ramuna and Irene looked at each other and were sure they'd seen Miran somewhere before. After scratching his head, Pale realizes that the team would have figured it out sooner or later, and he says he had the same thoughts in the beginning. And then Miran reminds about the program dedicated to this game, and Circa immediately remembers the real name of the presenter, which is this girl. With a smile, Miran confirms that she is the same Shin Hye Min, and Pale's team is just thrilled about it. Scratching the back of her head, Miran apologizes. She's just not used to revealing her identity because it usually has unintended consequences. And Circa claps his hands, saying that it is very cool to meet the host of the program right in the game. Ramuna explains that she couldn't believe that Hymin was acting. And Irene says that she looks different on TV. And then the reflections on the makeup used began. Yes, and the lights are adjusted, but still, Miran is very beautiful. Miran is embarrassed and thankful. And here Ramuna decides to ask what Miran even found in Pale. Closing her eyes and placing her palm on her cheek, Miran assures her that she knew at first sight that Pale was the one. And Circa asks if Hymin should be gathering information about events right now. Miran says she's on a case. Circa knows it's about the pyramid. And then Circa offers to interview Veed. Pale shows that he doesn't like it, but Miran assures him that she has no intention of mixing work and personal life. She says she'll only hurt Pale's feelings if she ties him into her work, and she's definitely not working with him. But Ramuna and Irene are sure Miran is exaggerating, and Pale himself doesn't care at all. Meanwhile, Veed once again listens to the offer of joining the guild. The players assure that their guild is the largest and most influential in the kingdom of Rosenheim. They insinuate that Veed will only benefit from joining the guild. And a player from another guild assures that after joining, all of Veed's sculpts will be bought out at good prices, and there will also be a daily payment. The next guild joins, and they say it's possible to move to the central continent, join their guild, and then glory will skyrocket. And then Veed can't stand it and runs away, saying he has no desire to join a guild. As he leaves, Veed is surprised that the sculpture has caused more trouble. They all want something from it. Deciding to get back to work, Veed runs past Circa, but she spots her friend just in time. So he immediately turns to Veed, asking where he's going in such a hurry. And Veed turns around. Taking this opportunity, Veed decides to feed his friends. As usual, the first time a player tastes Veed's dish, he can't stop. This time it was Miran. Seeing the burning eyes, Veed offers a refill. And Miran assures him that the kimchi is divine and asks for 10 servings at once. Eating without regard to weight is a gift for Miran. You can eat as much as you want here. In the real world, she had a lot of trouble with that. After the meal, Miran thanks Veed and calls him amazing, asking if with such cooking skills he is really popular with the girls. That's not pleasant for Pale to hear. He clarifies that he's not so good at cooking, and apparently the likes of Veed are more suited to Miran. But Miran immediately puts her head on his shoulder and assures Pale that it's not like that at all, and he's the only one for her. Saying that makes Pale feel really good. And the surrounding players feel sick at the sight of such a pampered couple. To change the subject, Veed suggests going hunting together since no one else has anything else to do. Of course, everyone except Pale and Miran are thrilled with the offer, so they agree without a second thought. And Irene says that she's been training hard to reach level 225, so she'll definitely be able to help. And Pale says that he and Ramuna got to level 288. It took them days of training to get there. Turns out it was like Irene had lost touch with the real world, and there seemed to be goblins everywhere. And Circa says they were lucky because she would have fought. Upon hearing the offer of a hunt, Hungam's team assures him that they are ready. They call Weed their master. Realizing that the hunt will be safer with his teachers and dojo master, Veed suggested that he should leave immediately. And Pale guesses that Hamgam is the sword leader, so he shares that their team would love to hunt with them. Pale had just the right place to hunt. Apparently he'd been told it was quite dangerous, but he'd never been here himself. And specifies that this is Honrus Ravine. It's got monsters that are about 280 levels. Pale had always wanted to come here, but there was no group. And Circa doesn't like this atmosphere at all. She looks around to see if there's a monster in sight, and does notice a hunter with a bow hiding behind a tree. Hamgam's team notices the monsters in front and prepares for battle. Realizing that their opponents have spotted them, the huntresses emerge from behind the trees. Grabbing Veed's sleeve, Circa asks about Veed's next move. At first it seems like there are only 5 hunters, but every second there are more and more. Assuming no other monsters, Veed is surprised that their group was surrounded so easily and quickly. And Pale tells the group not to panic because there won't be an attack, but they will if they're completely surrounded. The head huntress comes out and warns the humans not to desecrate their lands with her presence, and says they should listen or they'll regret it. After this warning, the huntresses go away with one last look around. While the others exhale from the tense situation, Weed calmly says that Pale was right and there was no attack. Sitting down in his favorite pose, Veed says it's dangerous to go any further. Not understanding why they aren't leaving, Ramuna decides to ask Veed about it. Reaching out his hand, Veed assures them that they will not leave and ask for weapons and equipment, because they should be well prepared for battle. Taking his bow back, Pale marvels that it's as good as new. He notices that Veed's blacksmithing skills are already average. Hearing this, Miron interjects if Pale really noticed. After all, there aren't many blacksmiths with such skills in the entire continent, and asks Veed to take a look at her ranger bow. It looks much more interesting than Pale's. To Veed, it's a unique item he's never seen before. Veed himself knows that the two-handed bow of the High Elf of Venus is worth over 10 million won. It makes him sad to realize how expensive it is. Taking the repaired bow, Miron assures that the work of the blacksmith at medium skill level is amazing. He has many new effects. Deciding to thank Veed with back blows, Circa assures him that even her cotton clothes are now reinforced. And Veed is a good man in her opinion. Trying to endure the pain, Veed says that now we can start cooking. Tonight's dinner will be steak. Hamgamna teachers enjoy a nice flavor that is 100 times better than stale bread. And then Pale turns to the dojo team, assuring them that they've already eaten Veed's food so they can concede. After this announcement, Hamgum and all the teachers give in to their emotions and greedily attack the steaks. They're convinced that they can't cook this good in the real world. And then they ask for more, even if it's not cooked yet. When serving the food, Veed asks him to take his time because he doesn't have time to cook so much. And poverty and hunger are definitely the dojo team. Hamgan walks up to Veed with an angry face, holding a fork full of meat in his hand. Veed is alarmed, not knowing what to expect from Master Hamgum. Upon reflection, Hamgum says that Veed is an amazing cook but wants a drink. Taking the kettle, Veed offers water, but Hamgum lowers his head and puts his hand to his mouth, suggesting not water at all. And Veed offers a tincture of his own making. Such a suggestion surprises Hamgum, because he didn't know there was such a thing in the game. And Veed says he could have told you about her right away, because he couldn't help but take some with him. And he pulls out a whole decanter with a beautiful picture of a fish in it. He says he prepared this herbal tincture in advance. And then he makes fans of jerky, assuring me there's an appetizer for the occasion. A happy Hamgum laughs, assuring that he knew Veed would not disappoint. But mentally, Veed is disappointed in Hamgan, who abuses the drink. But the upside is that the tincture will give him bonuses that will make the hunt easier. The players sit down in a circle and raise their glasses to toast Mother Korea. Miran looked at her drinking companions in surprise. She'd never seen people get drunk before a hunt, not after. And the bonuses of intoxication seemed surprising and strange. But Miran decides to taste the tincture. When it was over, Hamgum didn't look as serious as before. He assured me that they had not tasted the tincture and would not mind drinking more. And Veed makes no secret of the fact that he has something else in store. Veed himself doesn't understand how Hamgum knew about the other drink. Realizing that Hamgum is losing his mind, Tugum decides to remind him that Veed has already prepared this tincture for himself, and now he has to give another one. Such words upset and intoxicated Hamgum. He turns away and says that he just wanted a little taste, but it turns out that nobody loves him. And then Veed pulls out another drink, specifying that he can share if only a little. It turned out that Veed had prepared not only an herbal tincture, but also serpent wine. Inside the glass bottle sat a small cobra. Seeing this, Tugum wants to try it too, and Hamgum is fully supportive. The display notifies you that your stamina has been restored. Hamgum assures those around him that this is the best drink he's ever had. Seeing the 3 empty bottles, Veed is not happy at all. He had gathered all the ingredients himself, because you can't just buy wine like this. And even the thought of bonuses doesn't save the day, because Veed realizes how much money he spent on a hunt that never started. Segum, who has been drinking to Hamgum, assures him that it is a wonderful drink. And Hamgum asks for more. It seems to be the last bottle. Turning to Pale, Hamgum asks if he's drinking, but Pale realizes he's had enough. Then Hamgum turns to Ramuna, calling her beautiful and marveling at how he's holding up. Ramuna laughs and thanks him for the compliment. But Miron doesn't like to be ignored, so he immediately asks about his beauty and hears a nice response back. At the sight of the cheerful and relaxed companions, Veed gets a bad feeling about the evening ahead. The display informs us that the comrade's health has been reduced by 70%. At this time, Pale and Miron see stars that mesmerize them. A moment later, an entire field of sleeping players lay before a sober Veed. This outcome makes Veed angry and panicked. He can't believe they're all drunk. At such an unpleasant moment, the huntresses who call trespassers to their territory are not at all timid. The head huntress is furious, asking how dare people get drunk on their land. And then she threatens that now they will not leave here alive. And Veed realizes that he can handle himself, but there's no point in risking it, and immediately slips his hand into the pocket of his outfit and summons the Knight of the Otherworld Wan Hawk, thus frightening the huntresses. They are shocked by the appearance of the knight and can't believe how this is possible. Pointing at the huntresses, Weed directs Van Hawk to deal with them. But before we carry out the instruction, Van Hawk has something to say. Trying to be patient, Veed asks if his statement can't wait. Veed doesn't understand what's going on because Wan Hawk is too serious. And Wan Hawk says that because of Veed, he has the ability to travel the world. Before, all he could do was rot underground, for the memory of the past days is always with him. And then Wan Hawk of the Kingdom of Kalamor recognizes Veed as his lord, and kneels, and then tells him that next time, Veed can summon him without the necklace, and Van will answer the summons. Turning away, Veed angrily and perplexedly begins to realize that since Wang Hoka can be summoned without the necklace, the previous times Wang had just been earning experience. And towards the end, Wan Hawk claims that he will follow Weed even into the abyss from now on. Realizing that he no longer had to share his experience, Veed cries out in joy. And since Wan Hawk has recognized the master, he has reached the peak of his abilities. Taking out his sword, Wang Hawk asks Master Veed to step aside and he will take care of everything himself, and immediately activates the Blade of the Otherworld, which sends numerous lines of black magic energy towards the opponents. Later, there is a huge explosion that forces the huntresses to soar high into the air, and Veed activates the Holy Blessing to deal with the bow-wielding huntress. The huntress immediately takes aim and loads her powerful bow with 3 arrows at once. He sends arrows assuring that the foolish boy Veed should see what the power of the huntresses is all about. But these arrows do not do the slightest damage to Veed, but only break upon touching his cloak. As he approaches, Veed activates the slashing knife technique and deals a critical strike to the huntress. A second huntress attacks from behind. She asks how such a wretched man dared to wound her archer. But Wan Hawk was there in time, and so he disarms the huntress, claiming that she is unworthy of his lord Veed's sword. The attitude toward Wan Hawk has changed. Veed praises him, telling him the job was well done, to which Van swears to assure him that he has a duty to protect. It seemed that with the huntresses is put, but then there was another one who was frightened looking at the swordsman. Turns out it was the main huntress who starts whistling hard, calling for her allies. Another group of huntresses appeared from deep within the forest. They moved confidently toward their opponents. Now there's a whole group of huntresses with guns against Vita Wan Hawk. As he tries to understand the reason, he recalls Pale saying that the huntresses are just defending their territory, but it seems to him that it's because they're intoxicated. In an attempt to rouse his team, Veed grabs Pale, demanding he wake up. He asks the sleeping Pale if they have all decided to leave everything to him. Realizing that nothing will work out, Veed has to accept the fact that now he has to protect his comrades until they sober up. Therefore, Veed has to invest in this battle without the participation of his comrades. Realizing that Veed is unable to do much damage, the huntress argues that Veed is weakened and these minor scratches mean nothing. And he knows that his strength is running out. The huntresses keep coming, and there's not enough for all of them. And then Veed pulls out the small cans. He didn't want to use them, but now there's no other choice. Swinging vigorously, Veed pours salt on the wounds and soy sauce in the same place, and also pours garlic in his eyes. In unbearable pain, the huntress runs away. Seeing this, the other huntress becomes creepy, and Veed is just getting the hang of it. Before she runs away, Veed manages to pour red pepper on her. The huntress screams that her eyes hurt. In order not to miss the chance, Veed asks Wan Hawk to proceed to further destroy the huntress's faction, and the destruction begins in earnest for the huntresses who were nearby. By this time, the players are beginning to come to their senses. They sit down and try to activate their brain activity. And Veed uses salt again and clarifies to the main huntress that there is still black and red pepper. Meanwhile, the huntress asks to be left alone. With a chuckle, Pale says that Veed is having fun as expected. She's sure he's the kind of guy who always survives, even if he's thrown into a hot spot. And Tugum assures that Veed is still the same kid that Master An Hyung-do brought in for training. He confirms that Veed's energy never fades. When Miron sees this, he remembers that Veed is a sculptor, and sculptors can't fight like that, and he considers Veed matchless and unbelievable. Looking at Van Hawk, Miron knows that she was beginning to suspect something unusual after the knight's summoning, but now he just strikes every imagination. Taking out his sword, Hamgam asks his comrades if they can join in the fun. After all, the hangover is almost gone. And Pale assures me that they'll be happy. They won't give Veed all the items and experience from the battle for nothing. Going into battle, Pale instructs Hamgam and Circa to take on the Huntresses. In the morning, Hein came to visit her grandmother and break the news of the test results. Grandma happily puts on her glasses. After showing the results, Hein says that Hen studied so hard that she got worried. But as expected, nothing is impossible for Hen's brother. And she points out that he got a failing grade in ethics, but he passed anyway, which means her lessons didn't go to waste. At this time, Grandma is crying with happiness. She says she's very happy that Hen has succeeded, and now it's safe to go to the netherworld. Taking her grandmother's hands, Hayan assures her that she will live a long and happy life with them. And at the dojo school, Master An Hyun-do and the teachers gathered to congratulate Lee Hyun for passing the test. It was unexpected for Hen. He thanks for the congratulations. An Hyung-do thinks that Hyung has had a hard time, but now he's definitely a valedictorian. Stroking his head to the side, Negum remembers that middle school was pretty hard to learn. And Dagum agrees with that. This alarms An Hyung-do, and he immediately asks the teachers if they haven't finished high school. And the teachers uniformly exclaim that they have decided to dedicate themselves to training with the sword. Lowering his head, An Hyun-do says that there is nothing to be proud of, and they will always be called illiterate mediocrities. After showing himself, Hyung-do says he's a doctor, but the teachers know a different story about their master, so they are embarrassed by Hyun-do's claim. Coming out of dojo school, Hen realizes that even though it's just a final exam, Grandma and Hein will be happy. And remembering her sister, Hyung-hyun hopes that she will easily get into Korea University and achieve her dreams. Maybe she'll meet a good guy there, and Hen's role will always support her. And then Hyung stops by the hospital where he was doing his research. In my head, if he became a doctor, my sister would have nothing to be embarrassed about. Meanwhile, therapist Cha Yun-hee is puzzled sitting at her desk. She realizes that there is no progress even from the royal road. Remembering Soyoung, she knows she feels safe in the game. She devotes herself to the game for things that are alien in reality but normal there. And Cha Yun-hee doesn't understand why Soyoung is still closed to others. But at first it seemed like the game would help, but nothing changed. Indifference is quite normal for the game, but Soyeon doesn't even try to talk to anyone. Remembering instructor Dorka Cha Yun-hee realizes that she got along well with him until recently. And now Sung So-young continues to hunt like crazy again. Yesterday, Cha Yun-hee was sent the sacred statue of Barren Village. She thinks that Freya's statue looks a lot like Suyun and wonders who made it. At one point, Yun-hee thought of a possible close friend, but then decided it was silly because no one remembers her face. It's just a coincidence. Meanwhile, Soyeon herself really gives herself over to the endless battles in the dungeons. She quickly and effortlessly separates the monster's head from its torso. While the monster is being incinerated, Soyeon hears cheers behind him. There is a group of players standing there, shocked by what they have seen. The player decides to find out the details of the destruction of the monsters that were here and can't believe that Soyeon single-handedly dealt with each one, and immediately concludes that Soyeon is a lone player. But Soyeon silently stares at the players with a stony expression. And the player keeps pestering with questions. He clarifies that groups of 4 players come in here, and if she's alone, the level must be high. But Soyeon just walks away. The players stand in bewilderment because they didn't expect to be ignored like this. Heading for the exit, Soyeon decides it's time to go east, because there's no one there. Meanwhile, in an empty square near the clinic, a girl sits reading something. Turns out the girl was reading the Royal Road Store magazine. My sister comes over and asks what she's reading. She also wants to know about the outfit I'm going to wear at the checkout. Turns out it's Dinny. She shows the magazine to her sister and assures her that it's very interesting because it has a lot of details about the new update. But the sister's not interested. Sitting next to me, my sister says that recovery without complications is very good. Even the doctor was surprised to see such a quick effect. With a giggle, she suggests that it all worked out thanks to that friend Dinny met on the King's Road. But Dinny is embarrassed by this conversation and assures that it's just a friend and there's no need to tease with it. And then my sister shares her thoughts about playing the game herself. Maybe she'll meet someone. And Dinny wants to get back in the game. Meanwhile, Hyan asks about the game. Hen says he's going to the pod because he's already checked on his grandmother, and it's time to work to close the accounts. With her arms crossed, Hyan asserts that no one can stop Hen when it comes to the game. And Hen giggles, promising he'll be back early today. Mentally, Heijan doesn't like that they so rarely communicate, so the thought of starting to play by herself creeps in. And Hen has already gotten into the capsule and asks Haiyan to wait for him because he'll be out soon. Back in the game, Veed and everyone who helped build the tomb are thrilled with the final result. After the sculpture was completed, the Royal Road program was bursting with interviewers eager to talk to Hen. They ask follow-up questions and ask for an exclusive interview for the channel, but Hen is not interested. He calls them hyenas, but it turned out that the interview would be paid for. So Hyun activated his acting skills, assuring that he'd have enough for every interview. Making money from answers is a great opportunity for Hen. And remembering his love for auctions, Hen starts selling his time to do an exclusive interview for the channel that will pay the most. And Veed is back in the game again, to the very place where the players are happy to finish the job. And Veer that everything goes according to plan, and now it remains to take the promised reward from the hands of the king before he goes to the next world. On bended knee, Veed salutes the king, and the king asks to stand because creators deserve respect equal to their skills. The king is most grateful for the tomb, and now he can rest for the first time in such a long time. Veed can't wait to receive his reward. The king wonders what exactly Veed was thinking when he built his chambers. Veed gets nervous because he didn't expect to hear such a question. This has strained Veed. He assumes that if he answers incorrectly, his reputation will fall. But King Soidern doesn't like the fact that Veed is silent, and Veed says that it was greatness in the deeds that the king did that prompted the tomb's construction. But the king believes that too much has suffered for the sake of the prosperity of the kingdom, and therefore in another world will have to learn the abysses of hell. Speeches like this send Veed into a panic. He doesn't know how to respond and imagines the destruction that would result if he responded inappropriately. So he comes up with a speech. He assures that King Soidern's life is like a flame. People who do not know his power dare to touch and burn themselves. At the same time, the power of the flame gives light and protection to the kingdom. It illuminates the path that leads to prosperity. In his mind, Veed already holds his rewards. And now the king is left to gaze upon his kingdom from his personal paradise. With such a speech, the king cannot contain his emotions and sincerely thanks Veed. The king assures that no reward can express all the gratitude he has for Veed. The display notifies the completion of the task. And Veed gets 2,930 glory points, which is a rare reward. In his mind, he hopes he can get a weapon better than Agatha's sword. Holding out his hand, Soidern offers dear sculptor Veed to voice any wish. This greatly interested Veed, and he began to ponder. Eventually, Veed reveals that the Order of Freya has commissioned a group of necromancers to deal with the servants of the Dark God. The king is shocked to hear of the necromancers. Showing his desperation, Veed assures that it is his duty to stop the necromancers, but he lacks the strength. Pointing to the king's knights, Veed assures them that he would be honored if the warriors of the kingdom of Rosenheim were sent on this mission. Turns out Soidern has heard of the lands of despair too, and knows it's home to dark elves and chaos refugees. The kingdom had sent countless knights to this so-called monster haven, but none of them have returned. So there was no choice but to build a wall on the border. A frightened Veed thinks this story sounds even worse than the story of Morta Provincia. And if Veed is telling the truth, then it is the king's duty to help. He hopes that Veed will value the lives of those willing to give them for him. Kneeling down, Veed assures that if the king can provide a weapon capable of helping win, the great bounty will never be forgotten. Surely King Soidern responds favorably to such a request, and his faithful servant offers to make his choice. By order of the king, Veed is allowed to recruit the loyal knights of the kingdom, or take with you the soldiers that are in the service. The king emphasizes that the choice is Veed's alone. Looking at the guards, Veed was pleased that, as expected, they were all above 280 level. But looking at the cost of Veedu becomes uncomfortable. They are really very expensive. And then it's off to the armory. There's a large selection of weapons. Veed is looking for something for himself. Turns out weapons are even more expensive than knights. Not knowing what to do, Veed knows that if he chooses too many knights, there will be no weapons left. And if you take good weapons, there won't be enough knights. And knights are useless if they die. And even if they survive, they have to be brought back, so they become useless again. However, if Veed has a good weapon, it can be sold in the future. But you can't lose glory points. Veed needs to get good equipment first. That's why the knights take a back seat. Taking the sword, Veed decides to identify. It is a cold-mouth sword that gives many additional effects. With such a sword only costing 1,700, Veed decides to take it. Veed decides to spend the rest of his glory points on knights. After buying the weapons, he has 541 glory points left. At that moment, Becker and Buren approach Veed, asking if he has forgotten about them. He is shocked to see them and asks what they are doing here. It turned out that a few monsters had gotten too close to the capital, and they were assigned to deal with them. Actually, the boys have already become hundreds. Remembering the hunt in Litwart, Veed realizes that these guys can be trusted and he needed loyal warriors. So Veed says all 4 companions will go with him, to which he hears unanimous agreement. And then Veed remembers the decree of the king's servant, who specified that they would appreciate it if Veed would return the knights safely. But Veed knows he paid for the knights honestly, so he will only return them if the quest is completed. But the servant assures me that nothing is better when knights return from the battlefield. So the king is sure to be grateful for their return. And Veed realizes that if he upgrades the knights and brings them back, he'll earn even more reputation. Surely he could have recruited more soldiers if he'd known about this condition. After all, spending 2,000 on knights could have gotten as much as 5,000 back. Trying to calm down, Veed was sure that tears wouldn't help, but next time he'd have to figure it out beforehand. Finished with his business in the kingdom, Hen steps out. He is tired and sighs heavily. And Lee Hyun is already standing next to him, asking if Hyun is back in the real world. It turned out that Hen was out of the game by morning. Assuming that Hyan is going to school, Hen asks her to wait and he'll make breakfast. But Hyan lowers her head and asks Hen to sit down. Obviously, she has some news. She looks at Hen with a serious face and assures him that she has a story to tell. Assuming that Hyan needed money, Hen asks what could have happened and if it's something important. And Hyan hands over the document and asks Hen to read the information that is written there. It turned out that Hyan had given the information about the imprisonment to the virtual reality department at Korea University. And Hyan reminds us that Hen managed to sell the character to cover debts, and besides, even now manages to make money on the King's Road. And when it comes to virtual reality, Hyan is sure that Hen is the best at it. After all, even before he started playing, he studied all the data. She thinks Hen knows a lot more about virtual reality than any of the students, and Hen is so pleased that he can barely contain his emotions, assuring Hyan that she's overestimating. But mentally, he's already in tears from the touching. While Hen is surprised at the good opinion of him, Hyan seems to be worried about the payment and therefore wants to give up the faculty. This goes on for a long time. Hyan's head starts to boil over the payment. At that time, Hen is proud of Hyan's sister and wants to thank her with a delicious breakfast. Happy Hen goes to make breakfast, and Hyan is so down that she decides to find any opportunity to pay for Hen's faculty. And when something suitable pops up in Hyan's mind, the confidence to send Hen to study rises to the sky. And Hen's scrambled eggs are bouncing around in the pan, while the locator on his head stands dopey with delight at his grown-up sister. After a time, Veed returns to the game and to the lands of despair with a more enthusiastic feeling than before. Aides await his team. The knights go after Captain Veed, even if the lands are dangerous. But Veed isn't going to take responsibility for anyone at all. Turning around, Veed indicates to maintain position while he scouts the area. Since Veed is unfamiliar with the terrain, we need to identify all possible threats. As he looked around, he was sure it would have been more beautiful without the fog. But overall, the lands of despair really impress him. Looking at the map, Veed finds it useless. Apparently, the Urakin mountain range is in front of him. Veed remembers the warning about the many huge monsters. When he sees the temple, Veed immediately goes there. He is sure that it is a temple built by the necromancers of Barakin Damaf. Looking into the distance, Veed notices a huge orc standing guard, along with a huge and sharp axe. To Veed, he looks strong, but it also seems that the orc is asleep, which amazes Veed. That's when Veed gets the idea to kill the orc and take care of the necromancers inside. This way, the quest ends much faster than expected. After saying goodbye to the orc, Veed selflessly and without helpers sets out to attack the sleeping orc. But at the very last moment, Veed hears stomping. It turns out that the orc is not alone, and the others are going to lunch. Veed manages to hide behind some bushes. Peeking over, Veed notices a large number of orcs. The main one allows the first squad to start eating. Remembering the vampires, Veed realizes that there were far fewer of them than orcs in this temple. While the orcs are eating, Veed decides to retreat so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. As he leaves, Veed wonders how he's supposed to handle an entire army. And then he notices something. The display announces the discovery of the exile village. Veed is the discoverer, so the glory increases by 300 points. This is to Veed's liking. He realizes that the village is east of the Desolation Lands, and that's why no one has ever come here. As they walk further away, people notice Veed. They are sure that he is a stranger because he has not been seen here before. So the man panics and kicks Veed away, saying that he is not welcome here. But it was so unexpected for Veed that at first he didn't even realize what was happening. And Veed hadn't expected a warm welcome, but this was too much. But it was understandable if they had been cut off from the outside world for a long time. But one well-wisher has turned up. He wonders if the stranger was actually able to find the village, which is not a bad thing. Assuming that the outsider is extremely strong to have made it here, the exile offers to sit next to him because there are sure to be many questions about this area. Thanking for this feed is sure it's a NPS instructor who probably has a quest. And Veed begins to question the village, saying that it was not on the map. Surprised by this, the exile decides to tell the story of their village. The village was built during the time of chaos. It was a crazy time because the ancestors were exiled to the lands of despair and had to fight for life. They tried to fight without even basic weapons. There was not a single sword forged. It turned out that only a small number of refugees survived. It was these refugees who founded the village. The exile claims he can't say more. And Veed is sure that this is a quest that will surely be his. When he hears that the exile has a lot of things to do, Veed immediately offers his help. Showing the shield, the exile assures him that it is no good, and therefore a new one is needed. Pointing to the side, the exile asks to take the shield to Russell and get a new one from him. And Veed accepts the task, promising to return soon with a new shield. Seeing the shield, Russell is angry that Cocoon is asking for a new shield again. Veed didn't expect such rage from his friend Cocoon. And then Russell assures him that it won't work and there won't be a new shield. And Veed excitedly asks the reason for this decision. It turned out that Cocoon's free shield shop was closed, and if he needed a new shield, he had to pay 10 gold pieces. Veed is furious at Cocoon's deception, so he decides to change the subject. He decides to start by flattering Russell and assures him that his store is quite well organized. When he heard that Veed was also a blacksmith, Russell grew fat. He's sure that Veed is also forged of hard steel like himself, and Veed is happy that Russell bought the flattery. After a kind dialogue, Russell decides to discount his colleague. Veed is sure that everything worked out. Russell holds out his hand and expects 8 gold pieces from Veed. But Veed's stinginess makes it impossible to agree, and so he offers to discount the price. 5 gold pieces spent on the shield. Cocoon is ecstatic. The display notifies the unfortunate Cocoon, who unknown where fights bring nothing worthwhile. Meanwhile, Cocoon decides to continue the story and asks where they left off. Veed reminds them of the founding of the village. The refugees' main goal was to become stronger to protect themselves and the others. So they learned to hunt, and even the elves recognized the skill. They were able to build weapons, and then the orcs started raiding. Every year at harvest time, they took all the food. But thanks to them, there were no monsters. However, a couple years later, the orcs started taking humans as prisoners as well. They used them to create weapons and other errands. And Veed asks if no one has tried to fight back to stop this horror. But facing an entire army of orcs was impossible. They are strong enough to resist the dark elves and the giant monsters. But Veed only hears the coward's reservations. And Cocoon assures me that Veed obviously didn't understand. There are monsters nearby that they are powerless against. They are giant ants, and if Veed can handle them, the whole village will recognize him as an equal. Having been tasked with dealing with 5 giant ants, Veed is pleased to have managed to squeeze the quest out of Cocoon's history. Finding a huge stone, Veed sets to sculpting the sculpture and gets into his thoughts. Seeing this, the allies decide not to bother Veed and themselves giggle at the things he keeps sculpting. But with the help of the sculpture, Veed will be able to increase the knight's performance. You can't go wrong here because it could be worth the glory. As he continues to sculpt, Veed feels that ideally he should create something that is already familiar. Or not something, but someone. And these thoughts bring back the image of the same person. The beautiful Seon Soyoung can't get out of Veed's mind. He thinks she's the perfect image for statues. After a while, the statue of the female mercenary was completed. The mercenaries were women who needed to protect their homes and earn money. Vivid also gains the charm skill. Veed realizes that this will not increase his combat performance, but with the help of the statue, he will gain experience and quests. Afterward, Veed sets out to battle 5 giant ants. He stands in front of his army of knights and priests and waits patiently for the monsters. But they never show up. Veed sighs heavily and tries to guess how big these ants will be. And it seems to Veed that it's just ants and it won't be a big deal. At that moment, there is a huge explosion in the distance. But when this ant appeared before Veed, he realized that they were truly gigantic. Turning to his loyal army, Veed gives the decree to prepare for battle. Priests need to use the blessing, and royal knights need to go to the vanguard. Setting off into battle, the knights of the kingdom of Rosenheim remind him that Veed shouldn't think it will always be this way, nor should he begrudgingly obey them. All the knights that went into battle were immediately scattered in different directions by the ant's paws. Veed realizes they're useless. Veed Afuriure. That makes Veed furious. He is amazed that the knights can't even defeat a single ant and then call them knights. Speaking to the priests, Veed says that the ant must be slowed down first. The priests assure them that they can be relied upon. Turning to the beautiful face of the goddess Freya, the priests ask to slow these creatures. The slowdown is activated. Hearing the priest's prayer makes Veed laugh and wonder what kind of fan club is going on here. It turned out that the priest's skills had indeed overpowered the ant and it slowed down. Veed had not expected this to happen and was therefore puzzled. Turning to the knights, Veed instructs them to renew their attack and concentrate on the limbs and belly, and it's time for the archers to fire. While ant takes arrow damage, the knights immediately go on the attack. Judging by the size of the ant, Veed realizes that life is enough and magic has its own limit, so he decides to take a chance and attack. He tells the knights to watch their heads and attacks from above, while the ant screams in pain. After Veed's damage, the ant lights up with a bright light and the knight indicates to attack right away. The whole team worked hard and achieved the destruction of the ant. It turned out that neither the priests nor the knights believed their guild would win under Veed's leadership. But Veed is always confident in his actions. After blowing up an ant, the display notifies you of a level up, and a reward in the form of a shell shield and ant tendrils that will help you find the Queen's Cave. Looking at the specs, Veed made sure that the ant's level was 350th, but a rank C assignment shouldn't have been that difficult. Only after reading the specifications did Veed realize that the task was to defeat 5 such ants, which shocked him, but he did it. After accepting the ant shell from Veed, Koken didn't believe it was possible at first. And Koken states that he didn't think Veed could handle it, and then asks about the look on Veed's face, who is unbearably tired. The mission is complete. Koken spreads the news of Veed's great warrior. As a reward, Veed receives a knife, in Koken's words that no one doubts his strength now. But Veedu's not laughing. He demands his reward because this task was only completed because of Koken. Koken promises to reward him. Koken assures him that since Veed is such a strong warrior, the blade will be proof of their friendship. Silently putting the blade away in his inventory, Veed realizes that since it is a reward for a task, he may need it later. And then holding the shell, Koken claims that a warrior of this level can be trusted with all the secrets of the village. It seems to Veedu that there's a chain of quests. It's dangerous here, and first and foremost, you don't want to mess with orcs. They've been fighting huge monsters since they were born. That's why the masters of these lands. And the orcs are at constant war with the dark elves that live in the Urican Mountains, which is closely related to the mission of the Void. The news of the dark elves alerted and interested Veed, and he asked for details. For many years, the orcs outnumbered the elves in numbers and breeding speed, but things are different now. After the Dark Elves joined forces with the Dark Mages, they supplanted the orcs. And Koken had witnessed dead orcs rise up and go into battle against fellow orcs. It was as if the orcs lost all their power and became puppets. Turns out that's just what Veed needs, because that's where the necromancers are hiding. He asked Koken to tell him the details of the Necromancer Elf Alliance. Once on the road, Veed summoned Wan Hawk to keep himself as safe as possible. He looks around for monsters. And Becker asks where they're going, because in these parts, even the soil seems cursed. Turns out the peasants are worried about the shifters. We need to get to the bottom of this. What's weird is a shifter wants to marry a girl named Amy. But Becker brings up the point that as much as it is unpleasant that the monster is disturbing the girl, it's none of their business. It turned out that Amy was only 10 years old. This information left the loyal knights stunned. They want a swift and merciless reprisal to the one that molests a small and defenseless girl. It's unforgivable, and they have to deal with it. Their paternal instincts kicked in, and Veed's plan worked out even better than expected. The knights immediately went into battle. Having begun the massacre of the shifter, the knights continue to resent and torment him for molesting a little girl. Meanwhile, Veed believes that leveling up with side quests is no problem, but they are still no match for dark elves and orcs. While thinking of a plan, Veed came up with a brilliant idea. The loyal knights blushed and feared that something heavy was going to happen, and they had not yet recovered from the last time. He believes that the enemy of his enemy will be a friend, so he creates an orc sculpture The display notifies you of the effects of the orc statue. Apparently, Veed put all his knowledge into this sculpture and knows it's best not to look her in the eye. The transformation began and Veed's body changed dramatically. It increased his strength and agility, but his intelligence and wisdom dropped to a minimum. Reading his new characteristics, Veed becomes frustrated that he can't wear his old clothes, but immediately decides to hit the road. His field of vision has changed due to growth. Running across the summit, Veed notices orcs running towards him. Veed feels uneasy. He can't believe they were able to find him so quickly. Approaching Veed, one of the orcs with an earring in his ear demands to move out of the way, and Veed seems to think it's best to just smile in such a situation. He hopes he hasn't caused trouble by appearing among the orcs. As Veed continues on his way, he notices orcs that are many times smaller than him. They are sure that he has come for their lives and try to escape. Then he turns to an equally huge orc and asks what happened. Turns out they know about the fight on the other side of the peak. A stranger crossed the border. But Veed knows that battle is about experience plus gear, and that's a huge benefit, and decides he needs to help. So he immediately claims he'll help with the stranger, and the orc is afraid of the terrifying fellow and decides that it is better to agree and not make eye contact. It turns out that the orcs have been visited by a fire titan that looks many times larger than the orcs themselves. And Veed knows that the fire titan is above level 280. Watching the battle, Veed realizes that the orcs are fighting at full strength, and they won't succeed because the shell is too strong. From the looks of it, it may appear to be this creature, but Veed noticed that the fire titan was riding a giant scolopendra. Without engaging in combat, Veed crosses his arms across his chest, realizing that if all these orcs are sent to the other world, he will be able to pick up the equipment. But now being an orc, Veed is sure that they never abandon their fellow man. So he confidently heads for his opponent to straighten up and save his fellow man. Meanwhile, the brethren run to reinforcements and cheer for Veed, assuring him that he is strong, and his strength matches his menacing appearance. Meanwhile, the fire titan tries to set Veed on fire with his flames, but Veed manages to dodge it. It also activates carving and lunge, which are rolled as orc skills. This one triggers to disarm and damage the enemy. At the sight of Veed's agility, the orcs are amazed at his skill and cannot believe that he is an orc like them. At this time, Veed himself is confident that everything is going right, and very soon the experience and equipment will be his. Turns out Kendo taught Hen total control over his body. No matter the situation, never lose concentration. A multitude of orcs have gathered to help their fellow orc, within which hides Veed. After so many wounds, the fire titan struggles to hold on and yells exhaustedly at his opponents. After gathering all his strength, Veed has no intention of retreating, so he decides to do the final damage by jumping on top of the enemy. This was the final damage that the titan was blown away by. When all that was left of the titan was smoke and ash, the orcs rapturously began to shout sounds of happiness, and Veed knows the sweet taste of victory. Looking off into the distance, Veed crosses his arms and once again accepts the thanks after the rescue. Veed turns and says that if you need help, all you have to do is whistle, for he loves battle. This surprises the brethren because they themselves do not mind standing on the sidelines during battle, but they are confident that this orc is now a worthy warrior of the tribe. And one of them says he can't remember such a face in their tribe, and that's where Veed becomes alarmed. So the orcs start asking where he came from and what his name is, but it turns out that Veed hasn't even thought of a name yet. Trying to think of a name as soon as possible, Veed assures that his name is Kari and that he knows nothing of his whereabouts. This is very upsetting to the brethren, and they decide to ask for details, assuming there's something terrible going on. Trying to be as upset as possible, Veed assures that when he was a child, his family left these plains and only now has he returned, and they don't want to know the details. The orcs are upset about it, but only one has noticed something amiss and attributed it to the manhunt and arson.